Welcome back to day 3 of the Salt Lake City Major, and today is an exciting day because that is when all the teams that you've been waiting to see are joining the field with those that have made it through our play-ins. I'm Des, this is Tim. Tim, today's the day.
I'm really excited
kick off today.
I'm really excited.
Shock horror, Tim's excited. What are you excited about, Tim?
The chaos. I love Swiss Stage because there's going to be upsets. There is going to be upsets. I guarantee it. You look through the 8 games today that we've got to start with. We've got another 8 following that once we know who our winners and losers are. And there will be upsets, and I absolutely love it. I'm here for it.
Well, you're talking about those 8 games, Tim. Let's take a look at our schedule so you can see how the day is starting. There are 16 best of ones taking place today, and here are the first 8 that you get to see. Over on the A stream, this is the B stream, so if you're here and you want to be seeing those games, go over to twitch.tv/Rainbow6, and you'll get to see it here on the Bravo stream. You can see the games that we've got at the bottom, Tim. Enterprise versus NIP, an exciting one because NIP have surprised many in Brazil, and Enterprise, well, they've looked fantastic throughout play-ins, and then we get to see all gamers, the best team coming out of the Chinese region, facing off against Waybo to kick things off. Really excited about those 2 games.
Yeah, we've got some big games here on B stream. Rebellion Virtus Pro as well. I cannot wait for that. Just 4 absolute crackers, 8 absolute crackers, isn't there really? Right? You know, how do you choose? You got to get your double screen up, haven't you? So you can be watching both of them. But yeah, we're starting off. I'm really, really excited about this first game today. Enterprise NIP. It's going to be a big one, I think.
Well, we'll get into that in just a minute, Tim. For now, let's take a look at the Swiss bracket so you can be aware of how this whole thing works. Long story short, win 3 games, you make it through. Lose 3, you are out. It's as simple as that. So this is why you got this craziness of best of ones to begin with. Everyone is at 0-0 right now, and as we step on through, you'll either drop down to the lower level and start fighting down in the 0 and 1 bracket, then potentially in the 0 and 2 bracket, Tim, at which point, when you're on your last life, everything becomes a best of 3. So you do really have a chance to fight to keep yourself in it, but you can save yourself all that trouble by just winning 3. It's as simple as that.
Really easy. Just click heads and win 3 games.
Just on the heads.
Every elimination or qualification game, so whether you're going out or whether you're going through, will, as Des said, all be best of 3. But until we get there, we just get that little bit of chaos of best of ones. I love the flavour of Swiss. It is great, great stuff.
I was going to say, outside of the live finals, Swiss is probably my favourite stage of any event that we run because you do get such a calamity of games all coming together. You're always looking at it like, oh, if they win this one, they could be against any of these teams, and that's a terrifying prospect for a lot of teams to face off against. But it's going to be great, great fun. I think we should probably start talking about that first game.
I reckon so.
You said you're very excited for Enterprise NIP. Why is that?
Well, in my predictions to begin with, the Ubisoft predictions, you're too late if you've not done them now, I'm pretty sure it's closed. I could be wrong, have a quick check, it might have like 10 minutes left on it or something. Yeah, the round 2 predictions. But in the first ones, I picked Enterprise as one of the teams to go through. I was excited about them coming into it. I'll hold my hands up. I thought lower bracket, they've gone through in the upper bracket. They've surprised loss, beat the Brazilians. Mag's leadership with a great group of players just seems to be clicking beautifully. You know, we've seen how impactful his timeouts have been. You know, everything around that team just feels like good vibes at the minute. And NIP coming in here, 2nd place overall in SAL, which is no mean feat when you've got teams like FaZe, Team Liquid Alienware finishing below you. Yeah. No mean feat, but them surprises we spoke about, this could be one of them.
To speak about that for a second, it's crazy that we don't have Team Liquid Alienware here.
Really
because
is.
NIP have kind of jumped into that slot. It's mental. But let's take a look at the map veto so we can see where we're going in this best of 1. Again, a reminder, we've stepped back to best of 1s. Back is the battlegrounds that we will set up on, Tim, to see who moves forward into that 1-0 bracket and who drops down to 0 and 1.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. Historically, I've always thought of Bank, and I've thought it's a Brazilian map. The Brazilian teams are always good on Bank. Whether they like it or not, they're usually at least proficient there. So it could be a tough one for Enterprise, but NIP are a very kind of new build of Brazilian team. They are, you know, a Brazilian team as well. You know, we're not harking back to the days of Julio and Psycho anymore. You know, we've got a new roster there, a new look with NIP. We've got players like Fantasy. But I can tell you now, I've done some of like my POV videos of Fantasy, and he was playing on Bank, and believe me, he will decimate you on this map given the chance.
I think both teams have got a pretty good record overall. Team NIP 5-1 over the last 6 months. Enterprise 4-0. They are undefeated on Bank, but today one of them's going to have to add an extra little loss into that loss column on their record for it. It's going to be a tough one because, like you say, as good as like Fantasy can play and it's inside the Brazilian region, Enterprise, I think, have definitely surprised some heads so far, even though many would look at it and say, oh, well, they're coming from OS, it's not a stronger region as Brazil. Sure, but all that really matters is what happens on the international stage.
Well, I'll mention them predictions just one more time, Des, because I'm chasing that skin.
Honestly, what? Go on.
I've got Enterprise in my 8 to go through from Swiss. I've done it! I'm telling you, I'm backing them. I'm genuinely backing them.
We're going to see them on the stage?
I know it's easy to say so far. It's only been play-ins. It's only been phase 1. There's, I genuinely think we're going to see this team go from strength to strength.
I was speaking to Mag before we actually came to the event, and he was saying, we really want to do better than Waybo. That's our main thing. We want to prove with that top team from the region that we can push on through. We've got the best of those players, all that kind of stuff. But it's always fun now, you're coming onto a big stage, and yet your top thought is, are we still the best in our region? That's what really matters. Not best in the world, just best in the region. That's the thing we want to take home from this event. But they have played really well so far, and Jigsaw especially has been a little bit lippy. He's enjoyed it inside of All Chat so far because, of course, the different setup we've got, players playing from practice rooms. All Chat is where the real smack talk now happens.
We often talk about the fact that All Chat's probably turned off a lot of the time, and the players will, get a bit vocal, but obviously, like you said, that hasn't, been the case in this setup. I would love to know percentage of All Chat switched on previous events, percentage of All Chat switched on this event, because I think there's a lot more teams and players are going to be like, I'm putting the All Chat on, because they're going to want that back and forth.
It's going to be absolutely spectacular. And again, just to kind of look back at those other games that we've got happening today as well, over on the other stream, G2 versus DZ. That's just like
seriously tasty start to the day.
Classic international matchup as well for Siege.
I mean, for me, I started watching Siege all the way back when, so the classic EG versus Penta, NA versus E, for me, I think that there's arguments for bigger rivalries now, but for me, the core of it comes down to when I look at an international tournament for Siege, I'm looking for those NA versus EU matchups. They're the ones that give me the feels, they're the nostalgic ones, and I just feel like Dark Zero G2 harks right back to those classics, and I think it's going to be a hell of a start. And
I really hope that it delivers as well. I'm hearing that we're getting ourselves ready for game as well, players getting into lobby, so on and so forth, so we'll start in just a few minutes. For now, you've got to stick with me and Tim, I'm so sorry. Salt Lake City, talk to me. What are you thinking so far?
I actually really like it. We've said a couple of times, we get up in the morning and, we're on our journey here to the venue and we've just got this unbelievable vista in front of us. Like the mountains are laid out and I think I can see, I'm not sure, I think it's like a little bit of a quarry face or something on the mountains off to the left. It's like this bright red stone that's been exposed. Absolutely beautiful stuff. The sun's shining, the weather's fantastic. I genuinely can't ask for much more from Salt Lake City at the minute.
Yeah, for those of you watching from home who are coming out, you're going to be pleasantly surprised. Like I said the other day, I think there's certain associations with Salt Lake City is the best way to describe it. But coming here, it has been wonderful. And I was out having a beer with X yesterday. Got chatting to a few guys who were sat there who've grown up in Salt Lake, and they were just saying, man, it's like best city in the US. You're going to love your time here. I was like, well, so far it's doing pretty good. So if you are coming out, there is that to look forward to. And on your screens there is a frozen snapshot of the team being ready for their game here. On the other side, a similar story for NIP. So between them all, you can see they're locked in, getting ready for them. Final notes being checked, final setups being planned for this map, because no doubt the teams have been up with very little sleep, I imagine, doing all the prep needed for this game.
Oh, that's it. This is your couple of days of chance, isn't it? You've done all that work regionally to get here for Swiss, and like you say, you are now, 3 wins or 3 losses away from the outcome of all that work. It all comes down to this. This quite literally is the sharp edge of everything that you've been putting into this game. And NIP, as I say, it's a roster that I'm really fascinated with. Over the last 12 months or so, we've seen changes there. I spoke about the Julio Psycho days. We're going back to 2020 when they lost in the SI final, 2021 when they won in the SI final. That is very, very different now. There's only Pino left, and we are about to see, Des, what they can deliver with those newer players.
They are. Well, there's only one way to find out how much they can deliver, and that's to get into the game. I can imagine most will probably lean towards NIP. Not by a super wide margin, to be fair to them. 54% is not a significant
Doesn't
amount.
surprise me. Enterprise are getting a backing.
They are. They're starting to grow, and hopefully we do get to see them on at the live stage. However, NIP fans will not want to see it be at their own downfall. Let's get into our operator bands. Enterprise on the attack, NIP on the defense. And that means Enterprise get to take away 2 defenders to kick things off. NIP get to take away 2 attackers. We'll swap sides after 6 rounds, and then we'll do the inverse. First one to go away is Kaid, mainly targeted at those hatches for the basement sites. And with an ace band coming out to him, I think we're going to see Habana come through as our second.
it's really interesting. Enterprise starting on the attack. When we look at the attacking defensive win rates historically for these two teams, and we've got, a decent number of maps played for Bank, they're very, very similar in all departments apart from the defensive win rate of Enterprise is higher. So we're kind of looking, they've both got about a 55% win rate on attack. Enterprise are up at 75 on defense, whereas NIP are only down at like 61% on defense. So if Enterprise can come out, the reason I bring that up, if they can come out with a strong attack here and maybe better that 55% that they've had previously, maybe go, even a 4-2 on attack, dare I say, that would be absolutely huge for them, because they're going to have a lot of confidence behind them coming in on the defensive side, I would expect. But let's see how we go. It's round one. We've got Monty and Ace banned out. We've got Kaid and Mute along with them. Makes perfect sense. Kaid, of course, protecting those hatches that are so crucial to the attack down in basement. And we're going to have... I'm interested to see how much of a roam game from NIP.
I imagine quite a bit. You can't really afford to hyper turtle in on this site, I think.
Fantasy's already top floor, by the way.
Of course he is. It's Fantasy. He ain't be on site for more than 3 seconds in a round, Sim, if that. But looking at the bans, I was really curious for NIP how this stacks up against the last time they played this map, which was against Furia, and they got battered 7-2 by Furia, winning only a single defense. So they've gone back in towards the same bans here, which to me leads towards, we're not banning away the Ace and the Monty here to target Enterprise specifically. They're just two operators that we don't feel we can deal with very, very well. But I think Mag and the team would have looked at this and gone, okay, if they like to ban these operators away, we've just got to come up with different ideas. And different ideas they may well have, but look at this Basetto up close with the shotgun, waiting for this push to come on through. We'll have to back away as the environmental ingredient is destroyed and forces them away. And Tuhan, he'll sit on 40 HP for now.
NIP do need to be cautious here with this bit of a rush coming in, because Hates and Wizard are currently up on the top floor, so there's only maximum 3 available to kind of react directly on site. Jigsaw manages to find Pino. That's one of them lost as well. Mad. Jigsaw making a push up square. Fantasy does manage to take him down. We picked up. Dear. You have to deal with him on the roam.
And look where he is. He's above all the players here as well. Sat on the hatch. He can absolutely murder them if they're not too careful. He's being pushed slightly by the Blitz, but they know that he's up here and have got to be so respectful. Or do they, Tim? It's a matter of pixels, and no! Almost gets a freebie. But Tuhan just gets away with his life.
Yeah, Fantasy's going to continue to be a thorn in their side in this round unless they deal with him. Hates the other player that I picked up on that was on top floor. I think Enterprise are just suffering a little bit here from maybe a little bit of, dare I say, indecision, or a little bit of a lack of commitment to that, aggression early into server. I think if they'd recognise the opportunity there, especially when they get the kill on Pino, we can possibly get in here. You can't play into CCTV, but had they been able to push through to lockers, there could have been some real space for them. I'm not saying it was necessarily the right play, but if you're not going to do that, if you're not going to commit to that deep push into site, you had to play into the NIP setup, which was dealing with Hates, it was dealing with Fantasy, it was dealing with Wizard, these players that were out in the map. You can't ignore them, but then kind of half-heartedly go towards site.
Not having those hatches is going to be a real stinger. Like, they're trying to figure out what it is they can do. They've got so much time to work with because of that rush that came in at about 45 seconds. As you saw, we had Hates up on that top floor. They're going to go for it, Tim. Hail Mary with a little bit of challenge coming on through, but again, that hatch is going to be a real problem for them. And Fantasy strikes once more! The hip fire comes in onto the head of Cairo, and that pretty much shuts this one down. Bappen, left alive all by himself, was hoping to catch Fantasy, but unfortunately, he slipped the nets. And there's only one way that this round goes, Tim. Almost a shot coming in from Basetto, but NIP will hold on.
This is the problem with playing Bank against Fantasy, honestly. He's absolutely brilliant on this map. He rarely has a bad game, and we're seeing it in front of us. I think Enterprise here are probably going to learn a lesson. I hope they do anyway. They need to learn it quickly, and that is that we cannot ignore when NIP players are out in the map. If we're going to, we have to commit to ignoring them. You can't stand around in server. Everybody knows that. The hatch is open. Fantasy's just absolutely, and Hates as well, have both got kills from that hatch. You have to move through that part of the map, or you have to go and chase them down upstairs. So I think Enterprise will no doubt adjust accordingly to that. But look, the positive as well there, NIP were brilliant in that they weren't punished on that top floor. Hates, Wizard, Fantasy, they weren't dealt with, and they took full advantage of it. Absolutely brilliant stuff, and looking electric in round one.
What I really respect about it was they didn't immediately pull every single player back to basement as well. Like,
no.
Oh, God, they've hit us. They're hitting towards site now. We've got a shield.
It's because they have the hatches.
Yeah, they left Hates upstairs for a long time as well. They had Fantasy, as we know, constantly dancing around. And the cheek of him to come back to the same spot 2, 3, 4 times. That normally is when a team would be able to punish them, but Enterprise, they left a small gap, and he was more than happy to exploit it. Up we go to the top floor then, Tim. What's up?
I don't want to keep going on about Fantasy, but I'm going to because he's a brilliant player.
I don't want to, but I'm going to.
I'm going to have to. So something to watch out for Fantasy here. He's on the Tubarão and he's got the DMR. And I've seen him do this a few times before. It's not to say he definitely will, but just keep an eye on his position because he loves to play just outside of here. So on Banana, just outside, where those metal detectors are. And he'll lie prone with the DMR. And I've honestly seen him so many times get 2 and 3 Ks down through the bookcase. He'll just go straight down. So he's watching all the window repels coming in. And if you get that breach at the bottom, he'll just hit you over and over again through that bookcase. Absolute nightmare to deal with. And it's no wonder, yeah, he's posting up here. This is where he's going to set up. And then he'll jump through those windows if he needs to. He can always jump over the balcony to challenge onto the windows as well. And he's super, super powerful in this position. And if Enterprise aren't prepared for that, aren't ready for that, aren't having a plan of how to deal with that, he could seriously punish them.
Well, I guess that comes down to whether or not Mag and Co have acknowledged that. Tim, if you spotted it before, fair chance on their analysis of this map. They've probably seen it a few times as well, but doesn't mean it's any easier to deal with. C4 at the ready, waiting for this window to disappear, I imagine. Right sort of ideas. The shield on it. The C4 comes out, but doesn't quite find it. Man, Cairo keeping himself safe for now.
They've got the ping on him, so they know that he's there. They need, as I say, to have a plan. Just knowing that he's there isn't always enough. Jigsaw is going to go. Could be one to deal with him with that Deimos. Get a track on him, just get him moving round a little bit. But NIP, it's going to be a very different defensive round to them. The first one, I'd call it kind of almost ultra-mobile. It was out in the map, everywhere, moving around, using those hatches and being aggressive. This time, we've got them all up on the top floor. They know that they don't need to get aggressive in that way. Need to be careful there as well. It's that man Fantasy. He has been pushed back, but he's still doing damage onto the windows. Jigsaw, however, picks up the opener, gets Wizard. This is good. The fact they've forced Fantasy away from that position. Cairo gets another onto Pasetto. Great attack so far from Enterprise, Des.
Yeah, looking really good for them. They're in a great spot where Brendo's now got 2 kills from the same spot. Has just posted himself up on the long angle and been rewarded for it. Great work. And this again is why control of this white hole from the rappel is so important. And Pino, well, he's in a bit of an oven there, Tim. That grenade's going to see him fizzled out and popped away. A good round for Enterprise.
Yeah, really good attack from Enterprise. And what it screamed to me was, we know what you're going to do here, NIP. Coming into that round, I spoke about Fantasy, I spoke about his position. Just after he'd been pushed out, we actually saw the Flores drone, the Rotero came in and was detonated in that area. It was already being sent, like, you know, look, we know he's going to play there in that position. We know we need to get him moving. Brilliant stuff. Fantasy missed his opportunity, really, with the challenge onto the window. That might the sort of trajectory of the round a little bit, but ultimately Enterprise were locked and loaded there. They knew exactly what the setup was going to be, and they just dealt with each position systematically. Really, really like that from them. Solid attack, 1-1, and we've got, I think, the game we hoped for on our hands.
It's why back in the ban phase I was saying, okay, we've seen an ace, so I expect we'll see Habana here. You know, when we had the ban change system come in, a lot of teams then started leaning in towards the double bans of a certain type. You'd see a Kaid and a Bandit being taken away, or you'd see an Ace and a Habana being taken away, because it means you can keep that double wall on that top floor completely closed off. You can play White Corridor freely. I don't know if NIP quite missed the memo that they banned away the Monty, though, because, as I said, Brendo got 2 kills from the window rappel, and you have to watch out for that next time we go back up there. I do wonder if we see that maybe come through as the 3rd ban from NIP, just to make it a little more secure up on that top floor, but I digress. For now, we're going to open and staff for the last round of the quarter before we get another ban come on through from either side. A lot of information coming out for the side of NIP. I'm looking at the Pulse, I'm looking at the Valkyrie. There's no IQ, of course, on the other side, which does mean those gadgets are going to be pretty potent for the defenders.
I'm really looking here for how Enterprise deal with this top floor setup, Des. We saw in the first round when it was server, they failed to deal with that roam clearance and they were punished because of it, quite rightly, by NIP. If we have a look, we've got Hates up in stock. He's supported by Pasetto in closet. We've got Fantasy in elevator and roaming around. So they've got 3 up there on the top floor. Enterprise cannot ignore this and they have to have a plan to get inside of the map and deal with them. And I love this from Wizard as well. Down in staff with that Pulse, just feeding intel. And what he's doing is trying to help keep Hates and Pasetto safe on that side of the map. Great stuff from NIP so far.
Yeah, being able to indicate how many are up there as well probably means is someone looking for a trade. Is it just the one so you can afford to go aggressive? Pasetto got to be really careful here as well as he gets challenged from the window. A second player on square, not quite able to see him finished off. In fact, 2 players on the side of NIP taking a good bit of damage, but neither falling down. Timon with 1 HP, as we saw the other day, you can still tear through teams.
Yeah, of course you can. But I like this from Enterprise so far. However, they are just being a little bit slow about getting into the building and moving these players. We've still got 2 up on the top floor. We are now halfway through the round, and they need to get things moving, and that will help them do it. Cairo takes out hits. That gives them access to stock. Wizard does manage to use that Nitro to get the kill. Takes down Bappen. That's going to be the Ying gone. Could be a big loss if you're looking for a hatch drop.
Been so patient as well in waiting for that Ying. As you mentioned, it's a massive kill to pick up. Probably the best one to try and stop a site execute coming on through. Taking away one of those ram drones as it was tearing across the top floor as well will only mean that there's a smaller portion revealed than what would otherwise be. I think Tuhan's just very, very mindful now that there is a pulse on side. There is a lot of information, and stepping into that building could well see a C4 coming his way.
Starting to post up inside of sight now. Fantasy, of course, we saw playing in that top floor elevator corridor position. He's now moved back down to staff, and if you have a look, bottom right of your screen, check those first floors. Everybody is now back down to sight. So Enterprise have got about 30 seconds to use those verticals, and use them they will, Des. Cairo, Brendo, 1 apiece, starting to create a little bit of space. Pino, however, fighting back from outside of the site, using that experience. However, it's Wizard who's going to do the damage. It's 2 with the Reaper, but it's that man again. Jigsaw takes him down with a headshot, and Enterprise know how important that attacking round is.
Straight in chat. He's straight in the chat.
He loves a bit of it.
I had to watch him then the whole time, like, right, his hands on his keyboard. Yep, absolutely straight in there for it. But that was a really cool round. Again, it's another round, though, where NIP side, they're not being respectful of these external angles. On the top floor, I mentioned the long one from the rappel. In this round, it was Brendo from outside and back alley on the copy window. 2 kills he got from that same position. And NIP have got to be really mindful here. They know what's going on now. They've seen it 2 rounds in a row. It's got Enterprise up 2-1. Got to pay more respect to it.
I just think Enterprise look, for me, the better prepared of the 2 at the minute. And that's kind of really a comparison that we need to make in the second half. It's easier to be prepared for somebody's defences because usually teams will set up in the same ways, and then it's the attack is varied depending on what you're facing. So in the second half we will see a little bit of that from NIP as well, and that's going to be the big question. Are they as prepared for Enterprise as Enterprise appear to be for them? Enterprise also, they're not getting rattled. I said they were being a little bit slow to get into the map. A minute 20 left on the clock. They still didn't have stock, still didn't have janitor, still didn't have elevator corridor. It was a little bit of a problem for them time-wise, but they just persisted with the plan, got the kill onto hits, and opened it all up. Really good stuff, really patient. There's no panic in them.
So close to pulling off
a
magic
good
play,
attempt.
but I think as soon as Jigsaw had the call on where he was, a pre-fire around that hatch was always going to lead to the demise of Wizard. Close though, come down to the last one. It came down to 1v1, in which Enterprise prevailed. And of course, as you can see here, we are back down in the basement with very different setups, Tim. And naturally, my eyes fall to one operator on the Enterprise side here. I'm going to see a fuse being brought along.
Yeah, I mean, we see the occasional fuse, maybe not too
I think
many.
we've seen when all the other shields are banned.
Yes.
BP popularised it.
Yeah.
That's why I'm really interested to see what the intended use case is.
Yeah, exactly that. But also, let's not forget the utility there is actually pretty good from Fuse. He's got the heart breach charges, so when you're attacking onto a basement site like this, it's dealing with those hatches. You don't necessarily, it gives you a little bit more flexibility. You've got the Hibana as well, but also that gadget, let's not forget, it will clear utility fantastically quickly. So again, another opportunity sometimes to be able to get a little bit of extra value out of an operator that, like you say, may well have been brought for the shield. We'll see as that plans on exactly how he's being used.
I was having a conversation with someone about this yesterday, how we're in this sort of trap meta right now for defenders, and it means that Warden isn't brought along all that much. In fact, it was you,
it was me.
It was us two, and it was you, I, and Mark, our talent manager, having a chat about it. And Glaz, his rise of him, I was seeing him being banned away by some teams sometimes. How some teams will bring him along and not have him be the centerpiece of an execute. This being one of those rounds, I think, where you are going to see, as you very, very clearly can see, a Warden is actually quite useful because we do see a lot of utility being used and focused around the execute. That having a Warden on side, especially with the C4 in back pocket, is really useful.
Just seeing the use of the solid snake there, just telling them that camera was being watched, so able to deal with it quickly. They would have done that anyway, but it just lets them know that they've been picked up on that intel, that they will be aware of that marble staircase push. This is the Fuser's job now, is get that hatch open and then start pushing onto blue stairs. They know that there is a presence there. This is a very different defense from NIP this time. The success last time came from the roamers, came from the hatch play, but this time they've locked into sight. They've locked into that turtle defense. The Warden Warden is not going to be affected by those flashes, but he does get forced deeper. He's choosing to play his life here. Now that the hatch is open, his opportunity to escape is gone. He just needs to try to take some with him.
He's got to play his life here. Hate's getting very risky as well on an attempted swing there. This is where the shield's going to come in handy, though, against this shotgun. The C4 pre-plays, as you can see. No way!
Beautiful!
Basetto, you have been done, my friend. Cairo taking over blue stairs, large and in charge, and now we can start looking towards and execute him. But there are still three smokes in the back pocket of Pino. He can waste a lot of the remaining time.
He can waste all of it if he gets these in the right place. It's going to need a bit of movement from Cairo, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Not only did he get the important kill onto the Warden, he's going to firm the plant as well and get out of there. This is a brilliant attack from Enterprise, and it all started with that fuse push onto blue stairs. He went fishing and he caught himself a big one when he got the Warden taken out, and it has just opened up round 4 for Enterprise.
I think Pino being pressured was the real thing that saved them here in a sense, Enterprise. Otherwise, yeah, Cairo probably gets brought down by those smokes, but there is nowhere near enough time. Wizard quite literally off and Narnia up on the top floor here. They haven't got anywhere near enough time. Brendo's ready for him. A 4v2, make it a 4v1 and a 4v none to follow. Enterprise really cooking up something special on the attacker bank.
It's been great so far. If you remember, I said back at the start of this game, both teams historically have got about a 55% attacking win rate. So they've already achieved that of Enterprise, give or take. And don't come for me that it's 3-3, so it's 50%. they get in there. So I said a 4-2 attacking half would be massive for Enterprise. And the reason for that is their defensive win rate is up in the 70%. It's actually 75% compared to NIP down at 61%. So I think Enterprise are going to be the team out of the two more likely to take a greater number of defensive rounds, especially the way they're playing today. Phenomenally organised, as we've seen through Phase 1. If this is your first time watching Enterprise, this is nothing new.
And I think NIP are realising that their backs are a little bit against the wall here and they need more from this half. That's why we've had this tack timeout come on through. A chance to try and turn things around. It's the only one they get in the entire game. If it's your first time watching Comp Siege, then it's worth knowing. However, will it be enough to get them 2 rounds in a row? They get away with the 3-3 on this one. They'll feel like this is absolutely fantastic. However, I think with the way Enterprise are trying to run away with this one, we're going to be in a spot of bother if you're an NIP fan, because the last 3 rounds have looked pretty decisive.
Yeah, they need a big turnaround here. You know, we do see those coach. That honestly,
that was unreal.
It's one of those that you're screaming siege timing after it. You know,
yeah.
He just chooses that moment to kind of aggress forward and thinks, I want to close this gap a little bit. And the reaction is just perfectly timed from the fuse. Absolutely beautiful stuff. Enterprise getting the job done. 3-1 up, and they will be looking to continue in the same vein. Valkyrie has been taken away, so that's Pino we've seen using quite a bit of Valkyrie. They've decided that that's a bit of an issue. Interesting, you know, on the Grim, of course, super valuable operator, but only used in 2 rounds so far. You know, we've seen it banned out, and after the sort of the 3, but I don't know how much value there is there.
I'm just really enjoying the switch up, to be fair, as well. Like, seeing how the different approaches have come from Enterprise versus back in that first half. You know, didn't really see much of the Intel operators at all in those first 3 rounds. And now, look what we've got. We've got 2 of them in a single round. You've got the Snake coming along. You've, of course, got the KB here as well. This, to me, normally screams that a team is somewhat conscious. There could be a number of roamers around the map here. Weird, because in a way, this site in particular, this top floor 1, is where you often find defenders aren't looking to roam around the map. They're instead looking to play a slightly extended holdout towards the perimeter, in towards Stocklight, no doubt you'll be seeing here as well. So it normally is quite controllable, which to me screams they want this for the execute. So I've really got an eye on Cairo. I've got it on Bappen as well. Those 2, I know what I said earlier on about Glaz, but those 2 for me are the ones who are going to have a massive impact on this round.
Yeah, last time around, they brought quite...
You got the Thatcher to C4s and all as well as a great example.
Yeah. My concern here is the lack of the Flores. The Flores were actually quite important last time around. It was able to move Fantasy out of this position. It would deal with the castle barricades, so they're going to have an alternative there for that. I'm sure that the plan is in place. We'll see how it develops.
Well, this is the thing, right? They want the execute, they want the smoke going in. That's exactly what they've gone for as well. And look, Cairo's trying to make this happen, but no! The spray through the smoke, even without a Warden. Hates has managed to find his man. Unmoved, Hates manages to do what needs to be done. And now it's a massive recovery effort for the side of Enterprise, who, having played their hand, are now discovering there is no plan B.
And this is your problem. It might not have been Fantasy this time, it was Hits instead, but that is an angle that NIP use repeatedly to play through that bookcase, as I pointed out the last time that we attacked onto this side. So, well held by NIP so far, and now it's a bit of a scramble for Enterprise because that plan has failed. They have to start moving around, and that's going to mean winning some gunfights. Jigsaw is able to win the first. The challenge is going to come towards Janitor, but he's just backed up by Basetto there, using that TCSG to just keep them at bay. Hits continues to challenge from inside a sight. That castle barricade is so key to keeping him safe at the minute. I mentioned the lack of the Roteros this time that they had on the last attack, and it might just cost them here.
Yeah, and the 2 nades that Jigsaw has, you'd hope one will go towards that castle barricade to expose sight, but no. Not necessarily required because Jigsaw's found 2 for himself, Tim. Starting to cook his way down towards Whitehall here. Makes it a 3rd. Oh, 1 back for Hates and 2 for Basetto. 2 taps onto 2 players. It's all down to Brendo by himself. Hates and Basetto, they've done the hard work, Tim. This one surely is an NIP round.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way. The challenge coming in. I don't know if he's heard him go prone there. Yes, he did, but Basetto, pistol out at the ready, takes his man down, and it is a good hold from NIP. That castle barricade particularly coming in clutch onto Hits, and I think Enterprise are going to be kicking themselves for not clearing that out. I honestly think if they've cleared that out at the beginning, and it's such a stock standard thing to do, to open up those double windows from the castle barricades, they're in a position where they might even get the plant. Hits denies it from there. There's no real other option for NIP. If you've got somebody on the window and that castle barricade isn't there to keep him safe, you may well even just get the plant down at the beginning. So a little bit of a misstep from Enterprise there, who so far have been well oiled on the attack.
Can't be perfect all the time, unfortunately, Tim. What can I say?
You can't.
Either way, it was a good recovery effort from Jigsaw. He had himself 3, but that double tap there from Basetto is just everything you need, isn't it? Makes it a 3rd to close out the round. Wonderful stuff. And NIP get back one of those rounds that they need. And as I mentioned, of course, you're going to see a lot in all chat. I saw Fantasy going back at Jigsaw earlier as well. So they're having a little bit of fun, Tim.
I'd say just be a little bit careful with calling Fantasy a one-round wonder. I would just be a little bit careful about that because Fantasy's one of those players that he'll switch sides, get on the attack and just drop 15 on the second half. Right, so you got to be a little bit careful with Fantasy. But look, right now, Jigsaw's just playing the game.
The only round he's got a killing so far was round 1.
Round 1. He's just getting into his head. He's just trying to... But it's not going to work against a player like Fantasy. I think, we do have players sometimes that you see on teams and they will get a bit quiet and they will get Fantasy's not that kind of player, let me tell you that.
Oh, we've got a shield and a player playing aggressively inside a garage here. A number of times we've seen the site defended where this isn't actually the case. Like, we've often seen players will put a bulletproof camera inside of there, and that's really about as far as they go. But they're read into it, Tim. Cairo's in for a rush here. The Finker Juice leading the rest of the team on through, and they're hoping to catch them off guard entirely, Tim. And there is no one home. They've walked in and they're like, okay, where are they? What's going on? Bappen, let's get in and get this down now because it's going to be a massive recovery effort. Every single player is alive and our diffuser is going down. Finally, one falls as Fantasy gets rid of Jigsaw. That's one that's going to sting a little bit. But you know what stings more, Tim? A post plant.
They really have played for the post plant here, NIP. That is the plan. But are they able to execute? Fantasy manages to get one, but traded by Brendo. And it looks like Enterprise have had the amount of time that they needed to get themselves into a better position. Oh, Cairo, he really needs to win that one. Hits, takes him down. Could be a big difference maker because it allows Pino now to get onto the diffuser. He's just going to stick this almost certainly, but no, he's taken down. Two-hand with the finish onto Hits, and it is over surely as Basetto tries to fight back, but time is not on his side. Another round for Enterprise. Look, NIP took a risk. They'd had success with the hatches before this. It did not pay off this time.
That was fantastic opportunity spotting from the side of Enterprise too. To say, drop hatch in lobby, rush, you have to have full confidence there is no one on site there to disrupt you. Wonderfully played, wonderfully exploited.
Well, if you remember, I said in round 1 when they got into server, they kind of stalled out, and I was like, you've got an opportunity here if you can push through behind that shield into lockers. That's where the gap was. But ultimately, they found it this time.
Honestly, magical stuff. Unfortunately, can't listen into these timeouts, but I think it gives us a chance just to reflect on what a mad half of Siege that has been. That has been really entertaining from start through to finish.
It's been absolutely like breakneck speed at times. Absolutely love what I'm seeing. Enterprise are just coming in here and playing like world beaters right now, and I'm here for it. I'm sure that they're going to be picking up a lot of fans along the way. There's going to be a lot of people enjoying watching this Enterprise side, and just absolutely beautiful stuff. What did we say coming into today? What has been the takeaway for Enterprise so far? And that has been their organisation, their teamwork, and then the explosiveness that Jigsaw gives them particularly. And what have we seen today? In absolute bucketfuls, all of those things. Brilliant stuff from them.
What is worth reflecting on is also what's happening over on our other stream. They're also playing on Bank, Tim, and it was a 4-2 defensive half on the other side. So
makes a little bit more sense.
Yeah, we're very much getting the inverse of what we've got going on this stream. Where we've seen
spoiler. Who to?
Spoiler. I believe it's G2 that currently stand in the lead. They now move onto the attacking side. Okay. So, still much to look forward to over there, but it seems to be going very much the same way as this one.
I've got the feeling there will be a little twist in that tail before.
I think G2 are going to roll it on the attack.
I think there'll be a little twist in that tail.
What twist? You think DZ are going to fight it back?
I think they could be. I think it'll be closer than maybe it appears at the minute. But we will see. Sure. We will see. I'm not sure this one's going to be closer, I'll be honest, because like I say, Enterprise now getting onto their stronger side statistically, moving onto the defence, and it's that team play and organisation that I think is going to kind of carry the day for them at the minute. If NIP can't break them down, and all joking aside about what's going on in the old chart, they do need somebody like Fantasy. 4 kills in 1 round. They need him to be coming online. They need him to be getting a little bit more active.
They do, and hopefully that's where it begins here and now. Things could turn around, but Tim, my favourite saying is there are 2 halves to a game of Siege. And when sides swap, just because a player has been absolutely popping off on one, they can completely crumble on the other, or vice versa. In fact, we saw it in one of the Falcons games the other day. I want to say it was Solitop was like 0-6 on one half, and it was like, and then comes back and goes positive in the second. Things can just transform magically. So don't count NIP out yet. They may yet have a bit of a surprise for us. Both teams have shown that they're brilliant on this map over the last 6 months. Only 1 map dropped between them and 9 wins in total. Fair to say this game has still got plenty more to deliver.
So we're going to see Hibana and Blitz banned away by Enterprise. Maybe looking to just keep those hatches clear. I nearly sneezed then, Des. I was just about to... I was like...
What happened here? I really wanted to see what happened with the knife as well. We obviously missed that one.
The vigil was downed.
Oh.
The vigil was downed. It was just literally a finish on the way past. So we've got the Hibana and the Blitz have been taken away. So it's no surprise to see those hatches getting closed up. NIP kind of tried a different approach, and they went with leaving a number of those open so that they could fight back into sight. Good stuff. Whichever way you look at it, you've just got to play for it. Enterprise closing them up, taking away the Hibana. So I'm just having a look at the side of NIP. They've brought 6 hard breach charges, so plenty of ability to clear out those hatches. But what it does do is limit them a little bit in other ways. It means maybe they don't have the nades, they don't have the flashes that they might like. You've always got a choice to make in Siege.
You do, and hopefully, Tim, there's many choices to be made in this half that work out well for one of these 2 teams. So for now, Fantasy starting himself up on a top floor take. Very, very common that you see this. Think about the days of Empire, and no doubt you'll see it maybe from Virtus Pro a little bit here too. Starting on this top floor, charging your way through, making sure there's no one upstairs is often the go-to way. That's some cheeky C4s historically with players inside of Archives, but here there's no one really bothering Fantasy. He's made sure it's cleared out, and now that top floor can be assumed to be in their control. Now they've got to worry about the second floor, and then, first floor in this case, and then they can worry about what's going on inside the basement.
Yeah, he did get himself a couple of extra kills towards the end of that defensive half, so that's certainly not going to hurt Fantasy in terms of maybe just helping him get rolling here on the attack. We're going to see Pino using one of those hard breach gadgets that I spoke about to get the lobby hatch open. We've got open area has now been taken by Bassetto. I love this. What a setup we've got here. They're not going to get away with it. You're going to have to shoot it out. And then look at what happens after that. The arena game, if you remember, Des, I commented how they'd brought along 6 hard breach gadgets. It gives them limited utility for things like smokes, flashes, grenades, throwables. And what do they have to deal with now? A laser gate on top of a hatch. They're going to have to burn that away. So do they take a little bit of damage to, use a hard breach charge or a body to try and get rid of it? Is it a drone that goes in? It's all these things that add up, isn't it? All these things.
And they managed to get away with it now. There we go. Job is well and done. So hatch will be opened up finally. Has taken a little bit of time to come down to our last 60 seconds after doing a full map clear at the same time. And now they can get eyes on what's happening down in the basement itself. I guess with a lot of the utility being taken away in secondary gadgets, and of course it's worth stressing the main gadget that comes out here for the Capitale. A lot of fire, a lot of smoke they can play along with the grenades and those 2 smokes in the back pocket of Hates. And more importantly, they've got the mountain, they've got the shield of Bassetto here, currently dancing around this default plant spot. On the other side, there are a couple of C4s, there are smokes to play behind. This is going to get a little bit tense in the dying seconds.
The mirror window setup as well. They're just disrupting that default plant spot in every single way that they can. I love it because nobody can go and put a hard breach gadget on that wall because it's going to expose their legs in order to do that. So we have the smokes continue to come out. In return, it comes through a little asphyxiation bolt, but they're going to be at a point of about 5 seconds left before they can start pushing in here. This is going to be seriously last-ditch attempt from NIP.
They've got to go in for a drop here, and that's exactly what they're going to try and do. But no, he looks the wrong way. Kara gets a freebie C4 at the ready, and that should be all too easy. Bassetto removed. They have dodged everything that has been thrown at them by NIP. Enterprise with the masterful defense. They're going to find themselves up 5-2, Tim.
Frame it and hang it in a gallery, Des.
Hang it in the Louvre.
That defense was beautiful.
It was.
Absolutely loved it. They had the answer to everything. They disrupted every single step with the Goyo canister on the hatch and the laser gate. It was burning time. It comes down to 1:10. They get down into server. They've got a mirror window that's been opened up, so now they can't play onto the default spot. The Toxic Babe canisters are coming out and holding them back. NIP don't have time to rotate because they've spent so long on the hatches. Absolutely brilliant stuff from Enterprise. Every step of the way, loved it. And I think maybe a little bit of a failure on NIP's part to recognise what was ahead of them there, and maybe an alternative push, garage lobby, might have been a better idea. There was a big risk on that drop into red. It did not pay off because, again, Enterprise were ready for it. I commented on Enterprise in the first half and how well they were prepared for NIP's attacks. In many cases, knowing what to expect, knowing where they were going to be, and having a plan. I said, will we see the same from NIP when they get onto the attack? They were not ready for that defense.
As you can see, Adenari trip mines scattered all through the top floor here. Mainly more to try and impede if there is any kind of craziness coming in. Maybe in this one here, you can see against a double wall for an anticipated opening of that wall into a shield plant in that back corner. It's not going to be so easy to tuck yourself in there when you're being stunned out by that trip mine going off. So another obstacle that NIP are going to have to work their way through in this round. Just feels like Enterprise have come in very ready and very, I guess, in the know about what it is they're going to face up against here. Should be able to get rid of at least one of these trip mines out the way. And then, of course, still got a shield on the other side. Maybe the range caught it. No. Shield stays standing for now.
Yeah, it's going to have to be...
And the trip mine's back up anyway.
It's because two hands stood in front of it, I think.
Yeah.
So he's just going to keep blocking it at the minute, and it might just actually keep it, active as well, if it doesn't get noticed. Mirror window does need to be dealt with. We've spoken about this countless times. Mirror window in Janitor, Nitro in hand, mirror plane in behind it. We know you've got to have a plan for dealing with it. Either you've got to get below and shoot up through the floor. It is a little bit weak in those terms. Janitor has a position, so you can get in there. They don't have a book. They don't have, much like that. They do have the secondary shotgun on Wizard. They do have the DMRs. It is possible. They could go and open the floor with a Rotero drone, for example. They don't have anything like the Kali or the Ash, those drilling devices to get in there and smash it. So that is potentially going to be a little bit of a problem for them.
Only the one Rotero left, the shield's still standing. Of course, you've got the Twitch drones, which is really the crucial thing to get in here to help deal with these mirror windows. But look, even at this point, they're not sure if someone's there or not. However, Kairo's the first to fall as Hates has managed to get himself in on the entry. A trade onto Fantasy comes out from Brendo. This little mad dance here around Bananas, the key one for Wizard, and he gets Jigsaw. Crucial kill, because now can look through the entirety of sight, and they carry on from there.
Yeah, they've managed to deal with that mirror window with a Selma from range. I'm a little bit surprised by that. I thought that's the one thing that would have been covered off and shot off, but no. They've managed to get it done, NIP, and it's really opened up the round for them. It's forced Enterprise to move around, and as they've done, that NIP have been able to pick up the kills. So it's all up to Bappen at the minute. He's currently out on Marble Stairs. NIP have got complete control of sight. They can go in and plant now, which Hates is on his way to do, but Pino, he's able to pick up the kill before the diffuser needs to go down, and that's going to be NIP taking themselves an attack. I don't think Enterprise will mind that too much. Top floor is always a tough one. You're kind of boxed in a lot of the time. I think they'll be, maybe hoping for a bit more joy elsewhere. But NIP, it gets them rolling.
It does. That was a really good round, especially from Wizard on Banana. Once he got into that position, it was a bit like, oh, God, that's where the danger begins, because the mirror window that was facing down towards those lobby stairs, that was the main intention of the mirror window, was to protect the lobby stairs, stop someone charging up, get in control of Banana. But unfortunately, that is exactly what happened. And as soon as they lost Cairo, this whole area of the map became very, very compromised, and they used it wonderfully to capitalize and punish the remaining players in Enterprise. A good attack from NIP. Their first, of course, of the half. Still a 2-round deficit they've got to close.
Okay, then we see them move on to Open and Staff as expected. We'll see how many of Enterprise play up above. We saw NIP try to play with 3 up there, but Enterprise were able to pick it apart. I won't say easily, it took them a little while, but they got the job done and they didn't really lose too many bodies in doing so. NIP will need to take a leaf out of their the Mute and Mozzie. I would expect them to be used in combination up there on the top floor to try and support this top floor hold, to try and hold a few surprises in the pocket for NIP when they come in and try to get aggressive on the attack.
Okay, let's see how we can do a little bit differently this time around. It's going to start out with some of the top floor. I expect with Brendo being up here. You've got Bappen off towards his right, 2 hands inside of Janitor. It's not the same, of course. It's a very different set that they've got here because they've worried more about the site, but it's still players upstairs. Big thing in my mind that jumps out in the round, though, is the Mute and the Mozzie. Very rare that you see this come through as a combo. We even saw the Mute banned away back in the first half. But it's a great way of slowing teams down. And I think because NIP have been so reliant on drones so far, a lot of Flores, a lot of Twitch we saw in the last round, that was two of the big things that they brought along to help ease their way through the map at least a little bit. Maybe not as successfully as they would have liked, but they got the outcome they were looking for in the end anyway. This is just going to slow down NIP already, who haven't been the quickest on these attacks. And we'll see, of course, what the impact is.
Going to see the elevator wall opened up. That's going to mean Brendo just needs to be a little bit more cautious in this position. It kind of locks him in, really. Difficult for him to move away. However, look at this. Cairo gets one with the Nitro. Bappen doubles down, one onto Fantasy as well. Hits does manage to take the Mozzie out, so that's a good step towards getting a little bit of control over this top floor. But the problem NIP have got now is that Enterprise have got a spare man, so they can afford to leave Tuhan up here. They can afford to leave Brendo up here to support him, to say, look, play your lives a little bit. So long as one of you gets back, it's fine. Tuhan does indeed do that. Finds the kill onto Wizard, Brendo onto Pino. They've never been able to clear this top floor. By contrast, Enterprise did it phenomenally well against NIP, and they are starting to now find themselves on the back foot here, the Brazilians, in a serious way. Enterprise need one more round for, I think it's fair to say, one of those upsets that we spoke about. A lot of people might have expected NIP to be coming in here with a win against Enterprise, especially if you haven't seen those performances in Phase 1. But believe me, put some respect on the name, because Enterprise are going to do great things.
You can't contain Brendo. Can't contain too many of the players right now, it feels. It's been... You know what? Forged in Aussie ranked player, I imagine these lot. Very much
No doubt
waving the flag proudly and doing a great job of it as well. They are right. It is their home right now, and NIP are going to realise why Enterprise were undefeated on this map over the... In fact, still are, or set to be, undefeated on this map over the last 6 months. At the start of that last round, though, really, it was all the scrap going on around stock that was the key one for me, because they got rid of 2 really crucial operators. Snake being gone, Monty being gone. You just killed off the vast majority of resources that the team had to make use of in that round. And dare I say, it feels like a really smart play by Enterprise with their bans here, I think, in taking away the Blitz. Blitz lets you go fast. Monty kind of forces you to play quite a bit slower. Yes, it can be really annoying to deal with, but it forces the team to slow down. And I feel that's where Enterprise are finding a lot of success here, is by seeing NIP being dragged down to a halt almost at times. It lets them react far quicker and far better than what NIP can to what rolls out. And so I just think the ban phase was very, very smart for them here. And in a way, NIP are being dragged into it, being forced to play the Monty and paying the price for it. They haven't yet won a round playing it. In fact, the only round they have won was when they didn't play the Shield.
Yep, we've got Cairo on the Clash as well. Keep an eye on that and how it is dealt with. It's one of those operators that can get you around when you need one. Enterprise just bringing it along to maybe try and get this one over the line. I don't think they need to necessarily. They've been playing extremely well so far. I think whatever they've been doing has been working. So it's just, for if anything, another speed bump in the road for NIP, really. The question of how they're going to deal with it, of course, it's going to mean that Pino is particularly important here. Fantasy may have nades available if he can collect some. later on. Don't forget, Solid Snake also has that ability. Once a body is on the ground, it gives him an opportunity to pick up some utility, so he will be able to refill on those nades, and that might just help deal with the clash. But for the time being, we're going to see Jigsaw dip away. He is forced out of position in the first minute, so good early progress from NIP. I think that's fine.
One thing worth highlighting as well, I know Brendo's on 14 kills here, and you might think, oh, well, he's got a couple of 4Ks in there, sure. No, he hasn't got anything greater, I think, than a 2K, bar one round in which he did find himself a single 4K. It's the consistency throughout the map that has really rewarded his team. We've constantly seen him stepping up with DMRs and picking up kills. Obviously, here on the defensive side, doing a lot of work on the smoke, playing it in 3 of their 4 rounds so far. Just proving a bit too much for NIP to deal with.
Yeah, NIP, I think making slow progress, but it's okay at the minute. Next up is the clash, and this is going to be the big question of how they deal with it. They need blue stairs, and that's where they are mostly shaping up. They've got Hates playing the hatches at the minute. Fantasy, Pino, Bassetto are all about taking server, and then Wizard is the one that's being left towards Marble just to watch for any flanks. Bappen absolutely slams Fantasy!
What's he doing there, though? Like, the rest of his team aren't even there yet. He's tried to make himself a little bit of an unknown entity, I think, and catch them by surprise. But when there's a clash, Tim, you're always going to be the one being shocked and surprised. It's wonderful play so far. Bappen playing with fire quite literally here where all these default plants want to go down. And this Monty is really under fire in the back corner here. Tucked in by default. A little bit of support from up above as Pino drops the hatch as well. But out comes Cairo again. Bappen collects, and none of these two are deleting the Brazilians. Hates gets one back. There's a trade there from Jigsaw. Enterprise have dismantled NIP. Wizards all that's left, but we know how this one ends, Tim.
Almost certainly. I mean, he's going to try and get something going for his team. He's got 30 seconds left to go, but with the way Enterprise have played this, they've still got a presence in server. There was never a plan from NIP really to deal with that clash realistically, and it has hurt them. Cairo played his shield for as long as he could, and then when they took it away from him, he was still able to get kills, including the final one. You see what it means to Enterprise. They've just come in and laid a marker here in Phase 2, Des. They are here to play, they're here to win, and they do so against NIP.
And after chatting all that shit, now they've got to go and shake hands, Tim. But they absolutely love it. I tell you what, Tim, we spoke about that energy being built up throughout the play-ins. You've seen it get the wonderful results there and here. That wasn't just like, oh, okay, they've managed to beat a team here, number 2 in Brazil. They've managed to just work their way through. No, that was a dismantling of NIP, like I said. Outside of that first round where it took them a while to shake into things, it's been absolutely spectacular. But we'll talk more about this game after a short break.
Lovely. Yeah, that
Welcome back, guys. And now I'll have a little chat about what we've just witnessed, Tim. And as we described it before the break, a dismantling of NIP by Enterprise is the only way you could probably put it.
And that's the second place team in Brazil, by the way. Phenomenal performance from Enterprise. That wasn't down to bad play from NIP particularly. I think there was mistakes there. Of course there was. If you're going to, take a loss, there's always going to be bits that you could improve. But I just feel like Enterprise, like I say, the number one thing for me, I think they were so prepared coming in for that, for NIP on bank. They knew all those key positions NIP were going to play. They took advantage of it. You picked up during the break there how good they were on the entry, constantly giving themselves the advantage. 7 of 10. Brilliant stuff. Just basically winning all of those key battlegrounds that we talk about.
The big one for me, more than anything else, and you mentioned it there, was the prep that it looked like had been done there. Like everything NIP were doing it outside of round 1, but you can't really plan for fantasy having a fantasy round, right? Outside of that, it just seemed every single round they knew what was coming. They had a great way to be able to deal with things like the Monty. There was just never really anything they were bothered about. And I think that honestly comes down to, like I said in the cast, the ban that came out, take the blitz away, lead with the Monty, let it slow them down, and then we just play around that, and they handled it so well. Yeah,
and by contrast, I feel like NIP have been a little bit surprised by Enterprise there. I feel like, I'm not saying, they've come in unprepared or anything, but it just seemed like at times they didn't necessarily know exactly what Enterprise were going to put in front of them, and there wasn't a plan there to deal with some of the stuff. It was like quite reactionary, and they just couldn't get it done.
Absolutely. Well, that's that game wrapped up. Our next one is all games coming up against Waybo, which is going to be super exciting. We get to, of course, see the top team coming out of China coming up against Waybo, who have long carried the banner for the APAC region. I can't wait to see how it goes down. I'm sure you can't either. So back again after a short break. welcome back to the B stream here at the Salt Lake City Major. We just had Enterprise versus NIP, and now we go into a game I've been very excited to see, Tim. We've got All Gamers coming up against Waybo. I've already said All Gamers, top team coming out of China, 12-1, only dropping a single map, and that was part of a best of 3 in playoffs. They are the best hope for the region, but they come up against probably one of APAC's best hopes as well in Waybo, Tim. It's a tough start. Yeah,
it really is. I think for both of them, possibly. You've got maybe a little bit of the unknown. Obviously, All Gamers not around for too long. So despite, being able to check out their games and stuff, you still don't have that kind of depth of knowledge against as you do like a team like Waybo. So, it's going to be a fascinating one, is this one, to play out. I think this could really go any way.
And obviously a big one to stress, I think, for All Gamers, it's worth mentioning. I had a chat with their coach, Phenomene, who's been around the scene now for quite a while. And he was saying, look, for a lot of these guys, they've only been playing comp for 7 months. So what I will say is, temper your expectations a little bit here. Obviously, we're hopeful we're going to see something really special coming out. But there is also a fair chance here that coming up against players who have got years of experience, fair to say it could be a pretty rude introduction to International Siege.
It's, it always could be, couldn't it? Ultimately, it can always be a welcome to Big School Day when it's your first one, can't it?
Well, let's see what school we're playing inside of, shall we? Find out what map we're going to go to. It's going to be Lair, Tim.
Lair.
You
sound like me, does.
It's going to be intentional.
Imagine that. So this is a map we've actually seen All Gamers play consistently throughout CNL, and they've played it really well. They've won it a lot. Obviously, they're now going to come up against, maybe sterner opposition from Waybo, possibly. It is a map that they don't really play too often, Des. They're not a big fan of Lair.
You know what I think it is? I think Waybo have looked at this and just thought, right, it's like playing a football game, and All Gamers have been subbed on. It's their first game. They're like, woo, proud parents standing by. And then straight away in the first tackle of the game, Waybo have gone in, studs up, double-footed, trying to break their legs. Because this is a permaban for Waybo. They do not play this map. But because they've seen All Gamers play it 4 times during kickoff, they've gone, cool, let's analyze the death out of it, because they know we've got 0 tape on us playing it, and then we'll absolutely decimate them on it. So I think this is a pretty brutal introduction, as we've already said, by Waybo towards All Gamers. But just maybe All Gamers have been cooking behind the scenes as well.
Well, this is it. They've played it. It's the age-old discussion, isn't it? Yeah, they're going to know what they're doing, but are they just going to be really good at doing it? And that's the point. Are Waybo going to be able to pick that apart? We will see, of course, as we go on. As you say there, Phenomene, the coach, in the All Gamers. I do like the jersey as well.
Yeah.
Clean. Very clean.
I like it with the pink hat.
Yeah.
I assume it's pink, and it's not just the lighting of the room, to be fair. But I dig it. And I was talking to him actually yesterday a little bit about this team. Tell us a bit of the story about these boys, because we don't know an awful lot about them, of course. The first time I've seen them is during kickoff. Yeah, how does the team work a little bit? And he was saying, well, MC's like my main guy because he's experienced. Like, he's the main guy who does the translation for me as well. The rest don't really speak a whole lot of English, as you might expect. He's like, but across the stage, we had players being marked as MVPs in the finals, players that were our highest rated throughout the whole thing. So there's a lot of excitement to look forward to. They've got some really interesting ways they play the game. Admittedly, it is very heavily around shields right now, but it's how they use them based on who picks it in the round, what the intended game plan is going to be. So we'll keep an eye out for that and see how things develop as we go through.
The thing is, yes, the game may be focused around shields, but you can't really say that's the wrong thing to be doing at the minute. No. We see so many, you can't even say it's like, a crutch, or you're just playing into what's strong in the game at the minute. You're just playing in towards that meta, and we see so many shield bans because of that reason. So if anything, you look at it and I say, is it almost the mark of a team that's developing well, that they recognise in the strength and saying, yeah, that's going to be a focal point for us. In terms of players, we're going to get to know them a lot better as we go, no doubt. Who you're going to be looking out for? Moonlight's one that I'm going to be keeping my eye on. He's a big entry player. He's going to be playing your Deimos, going to be going in there, getting into a lot of those entry battles. He was certainly putting up some numbers, but I think, across the board, they've shown an ability. When I look at the stats from CNL, they all like to get involved in the action. And again, I think that's kind of a very modern approach to Siege. We talk about things like support players and IGLs and their role within the teams in terms of kills and everything else. And so, having a team of 5 players who can really get involved is always going to be a positive for you.
And of course, we can talk about the other side as well, Waybo, who I think, as you're seeing on your screen here, are being coached by Gohan, who of course made a glorious return after many, many years away from the game. And I think it's fair to say they put on a real show at SI. Very clear that he's come in, taken these guys up to another level, and that's already considered the level they were at before. I mean, Reaps is a player that everyone knows at this point, for various reasons. One, he's absolutely cracked at the game. 2, his send is ridiculous, like way down there. He moves it like an inch and the whole screen flicks. It's just like, what the hell is going on? But it seems to work out pretty well for him. So certainly no complaints on that side. And I think for these boys here, with the work they'll have done, no doubt, since SI and, of course, throughout kickoff, Waybo are a team that I've actually got an eye on as a top 8 team. And this is why you heard Mag from Enterprise saying they're the ones that we want to best here.
I love Waybo. I love what I think.
They're so fun to watch.
Yeah, that's the thing. They're one of them teams. I said it about, way back in the day when Damwon Kia first came about, and they weren't really winning too many games at the time in APAC when they first got into it. And I said at the time, look, I just love this Damwon Kia team, and I kind of backed them, throughout that kind of fantastic patch that they had because they were so fun to watch. And it is much the same for Waybo. They're always going to bring that entertainment.
Well, welcome to Big School has been declared for all gamers. 80% of you are backing Waybo to win this one. No big surprise, they are an established name. They play fun, fast, and aggressive siege. But let's see if there is an upset waiting in the wings. All gamers start on the defense, and Waybo are on the attack team. Let's get into our operator bans.
Let's see if we're going to get some shield bans coming out of Waybo in the second half of this once they are no longer on the attack. Because, as you've said, it's something that all gamers do like to lean towards. We're going to have the Ying and the Kaid taken away to begin with. Do we see the double denial ban? Is it going to be the bandit? Yes, it is from Waybo. It's an interesting one that I've been talking about, and it's a stat I'd actually quite like to look at, but it's a little bit in-depth to collect it. It's a very manual stat to collect, and it's kind of a little bit subjective as well, unfortunately. But we see a lot of the sort of Kaid bandit bans, and the problem with that ban sometimes, I'm not being critical of it here. There's as with everything in Siege, positives and negatives to it. It is going to allow you to breach those walls quicker. It is going to allow you to open up sight and not be slowed down too much. On a map like Lair, there are alternatives to doing that. Getting in underneath, using a book or a Demos, for example, shooting out the floor underneath and clearing that utility. The problem with taking them off the board is what you're leaving on the board. So straight away, we've got the Azami being brought along from Yaz. Should be playing that around desk, or initially maybe around ops and then dropping back into desk, playing those positions that are going to make it very difficult to clear. You've also got, the smoke being brought along. You've got it gives that freedom to bring these operators that are potential bans sometimes. You've got Mira still on the board, not being brought here, but you've got, you've got Legion, you've got Fenrir available, you've got all these operators by banning out those electricity operators. So for me, the mark of them bans being successful is, are Waybo able to take advantage here and play quickly? And is it revolving around breaches that they get? Is it revolving around that access that they have guaranteed themselves? Or do they not use it enough? And I think sometimes we see teams get this ban and not really use it enough.
Well, the Ying being banned away, it's worth touching on, is the only operator that has been banned away from all gamers every single time they have played this map. People clearly know that they're pretty good with it and simply do not want to give them the optionality to be able to run around with it. Well, more the opposite side, actually. It's them banning it away. They ban it away every single map themselves, maybe because they're fearful of it, but even with themselves banning it away, they're still running around here with the Warden. Had a good chat about that earlier on, how his rise to Glass being able to be played, for example, but on the side of Waybo, they just simply aren't interested at this time. A slower start for them as well, maybe expecting the kind of aggression that we typically see them in younger regions. Run out, spawn peaks, aggression, C4s out windows. We're used to all that kind of stuff. I think they can take it a little bit more slow and controlled here. Now in they go, but look who gets first blood, Tim. It's two players on the side of all gamers. Yaz and Moonlight starting out strong. Oven and Ape both fall.
Yeah, picked up on Moonlight, of course, as that entry player, always getting involved in those early battles. We talk about Vigil being a little bit of a selfish operator, sometimes doesn't bring too much for the team, has to waste time, and really could do with getting some kills, and that's exactly what he does right off the bat. Great start for all gamers. Gives them a good now 5 versus 3. They've also taken the ace off the board. One Selma charge was used, but just keeping in mind very gently what I said about those bans, the Kaid, the Bandit, not going to provide maybe too much value in this first round at least.
They look a bit lost here so far, Waybo. Like now they've lost those two entries.
They don't play lead.
Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of that, but you think they could be able to pull something together. Reeks finding one. Moonlight is absolutely deleting them, Tim, on the Vigil. 3 in round 1. Turd's rotated himself over to come and join where his teammates once stood, of course, now deceased. I can't imagine he'll find himself too much joy trying to step in through windows here. Moonlight fancying himself a quad to get his team started here at the tournament and will be granted it. You said you wanted to watch him, Tim. Well, there was a little bit of a masterclass to see.
Yeah, he really did deliver in that first round. We'll see if that continues for all gamers. A great foundation for them. And I'm sure, if nothing else, that's going to settle a few nerves. They're going to be excited to be here, of course, and everybody, they're all pro players, they're all ready to go, they're all prepped, but there is still going to be that element of, we've, like you said, got into this comp stuff maybe 6-7 months ago. We're now in Salt Lake City playing against the big boys that have been here, they've done it before, and there is going to be that element of kind of nerves to begin with, but I'm sure that nothing could have settled them better than that first round.
The other really wild thing that many of you at home will hear this and go, what? Is all they've ever played on is like 150 plus ping.
Yep.
Because, of course, no official Chinese servers. At the minute, they have to play at other servers, which means ridiculous latency. So for them to then rock up at LAN for the first time and go, oh, by the way, here's a game on 0 ping, it's a bit like, what? You basically have to relearn the game again, and I'm sure they've had a lot of fun with that during their scrims on the build-up towards competing over the last couple of days or so. But either way, it did not slow Moonlight down in that first round. And nothing else, it kind of builds confidence, because in a higher ping environment, it tends to be Pika's advantage. You have to swing for your life, basically, and that's exactly what he's gone for and been rewarded in round 1. Let's see how things fare, though, Tim, down in the basement.
He's probably sat there like, this is amazing!
It's like discovering fire.
This is absolutely brilliant. I didn't know this game was so fast. Gonna absolutely loving it. But great start from all gamers. Let's see how it continues. Waybo this time around, just looking across that lineup, they're bringing serious disruption here. Lion, Dokkaebi, Deimos. It's all about chasing down any roamers. They've been punished by Moonlight. They're going to make sure that doesn't happen again. He's actually the only one that's out on the roam on the Valkyrie, and he's not even too heavily out on the roam. He's playing those yellow stairs, so he's right there ready to kind of duck back down in towards site if he needs to. So there's an opportunity here for Waybo to go in and do a little bit of verticality, but saying that, where's the vertical upstairs? You're attacking down into basement, you've no book, you've no sledge, you've no ram, you've no soft breach, you've got ace chargers, great. So what are you going to do with those? Open one hatch? Magic. You banned Kaid for this.
Probably also leaning in towards Deimos to do a little bit, but like you say, it's not an awful lot just to rely on the DMRs to get the job done for you, or of course the Vendetta, but time will tell. Maybe they know something that we don't. It's more about the intel on the other side, though, with, of course, the Valk and the Echo being there. That's going to be a little bit of a nuisance, I imagine, for Waybo. Won't be able to take a step anywhere without being seen by some form of information. Still getting themselves set up here, making sure that they've at least got some control of this downstairs and, of course, the upstairs before they start moving on forwards. Pretty much all of them gathering around Warehouse now, out towards that east side, as you can see, with Hoven looking in for a bit of a backstab.
They've got the smoke out on blue stairs, as we would expect, and I think he's going to come under some pressure from the Dokkaebi in the minute. But how about this? They're walking on into sight. Ape, unfortunately, with a team kill, but it's not going to matter as he manages to continue finding kills. Railgun, the latest one to go down. The plant is going to be activated as well, and we find ourselves now 1 versus 3. It's the hero from round 1 that's going to need to go big. It's Moonlight. What a beautiful shot. Absolutely slams Ape, but can do no more. Turd is there for the finish, and that's going to be Waybo taking round 2. And there were a few gaps in the defense there. To say that everybody was back towards site, it was a little bit too easy for Waybo to spot that opportunity and walk on into site.
Yeah, I think off the back of Hoven just being the one who was the lurker in a sense, off towards the southwest side of that ground floor while everyone else was coming on Warehouse side. Once he gets one, it was like, oh, great, now things are on. The rest of the team can start marching on forward. I think probably a little bit of a tough moment there for the Clash 2, who really could have pulled back in towards site. Whether it was a miscomm or what, I don't know. But there was no step back in, despite knowing that Hoven was coming in from behind. So a small little misstep there, but as we've said, new team, still a lot to learn. This moment here is the one I was on about. Even a little team kill maybe to try and help them on their way through. But once they got moving, Waybo were not going to be stopped there, Tim. I did get excited for a moment when it came down to this 1 versus 2 because you saw the yellow pings. They had the information from the Yokais and from those Valk cams to help him out. But Turd just landed that crucial shot to see things up to 1 apiece.
Yeah, we've both got some serious gunners. They're not going to lose in that situation. I think once they know where somebody is, you would really favour them to be winning the fights, and they did. So 1-1, reasonable start from both teams. I think both having a good round apiece, and we will see the third choice site, I think, from all gamers. But we do just have a little bit of a tech issue, which we will get resolved, and we'll get everybody back into this lobby just as quickly as possible, but it will give all gamers a little bit of thinking time, if nothing else, after that second round.
I think for both sides, it's a good chance to kind of reflect on what's happened in those first 2 rounds, because you've had an outright dominant one in the first round from all gamers. The second one, outright dominance from Waybo, who looked really well put together and caught all gamers off guard. And so I think for both, it reflects and think, okay, then, now we've seen a little bit of what either team can do here, what's got to change, what's got to adapt. it won't really have been much time, I think, for the side of All Gamers to identify, okay, what is it that Waybo have counter-prepped here? What is it they're doing to disrupt us? They need a few more rounds of that yet, but I won't be surprised if come the end of round 4, we're seeing attack timeout come in to try and respond to that.
Yeah, as you say, no opportunity for them to have that chat at this point. It is all silence in the technical timeout, so can see we're getting people back into the lobby hopefully, so we shouldn't be too far away. I think we can just see on the player cams there we've got a little bit of a reboot going on, so we will get that one. Probably just be a few more minutes until we're able to get everybody back in, but yeah, I think for All Gamers, you know, like, you're in a situation where I think they're probably pretty happy with how things have started so far. They've got themselves a good round. Yep, they've had a round with a little bit to learn there as well, you know, maybe gaps and how quickly they're going to be punished. That might be the surprise there coming in from Waybo's ability to dismantle that defence with the smallest of opportunities, but that's something that All Gamers are definitely going to have to get used to playing at this level internationally.
Absolutely. A lot to learn, no doubt, but that is often really what this kind of thing this is looking towards as a tournament for a lot of these Chinese teams. Is it's your first time on a stage. For many of them playing first time playing on zero ping. There's going to be much that they'll take away from this, no doubt. Take back into China for the next stage, and then also bring across, of course, to our next event. It'll be very, very exciting later on this year, Tim, to see how all the teams can perform there. And over time, of course, you'll only see these Chinese teams getting better and better and better, more competitive. But there is a lot of catching up to do, because let's not forget as well, for many years, the big conversation that was had about APAC as a region was, when up to our top 3 regions, when is it going to get there? And it's still not there yet. It's definitely getting better. You know, we're seeing Waybo have been very, very competitive. Enterprise we've already spoke about a lot today. But getting past quarterfinals is where many seem to struggle. That'll be the thing we're really excited to see. And I'm hoping that with the development of the region further, that is what we'll start to see over the next year or two.
Yeah, that's it. You know, that's got to be the dream. Well, I've always said it. You know, I'd love to see teams coming from that region and winning these things, because ultimately, the more competitive teams we've got, the better it is for everybody. You know, for all of us sat watching at home, us casting it here, it's, you know, the more competitive. And that's what we've seen, I think, over the last particularly 5 to 6, you know, maybe even a little bit longer years in competitive sieges. I think we are at a point now where it is the most competitive it's ever been. When you look at regions and you're trying to decide who's going to go to the major, it's difficult to call, and there are always surprise packages making it. There are always teams like Team Secret, Team Liquid Alienware not making it, you know, these days. And once upon a time, that would have been guaranteed every event. But it's just not the case anymore. We are in, I think, you know, one of the most competitive landscapes that we've been in. And the further development of, you know, the CNL and the APAC region along with that, it just helps it get deeper and stronger, and you know, hopefully that's what we see.
What is really interesting was I spoke to probably, I'd say 75% of the teams that are here. Like, some just didn't respond to me. Cheers, guys. But the ones that I did speak to, I asked them all, who are your top 3 teams in this event? And very consistently, the names that kept coming out were G2, FaZe, and Furia, like by far and away the ones that were up there the most. But there's been a few sort of like fringe bets on teams like VP was a big one that really came out as one that teams were very excited to see deliver and potentially perform onwards. Interestingly, only DZ got mentioned once, and I think no other NA team got mentioned. Maybe. There's a surprise waiting to happen here on home turf, and surprise not just all of us, but also the coaches of many of the teams that are here.
Certainly could be. We're going to see back in the game now. We're going to have the utility coming straight out to clear that barbed wire, trying to get Speakeasy in on the shield. It's going to be that third site, as I suggested that it might be from All Gamers. They will continue the rotation around. I think this is the round particularly that I'm looking at for value out of that Kaid and Bandit ban, and we do see it. So only right to say the good with the bad, and immediately making use of that ban, getting that external wall open. So that is immediately good progress from Waybo. They can now start about that top floor clearance, and I like the setup from All Gamers here. 3 on the top floor, as you've mentioned. Phenomene is the coach. He's going to be you know, really helping to kind of inject some of this international siege thinking into the lineup. Turd manages to go in and get a kill onto Moonlight, taking down the sort of most active player for All Gamers so far. Is not going to be a bad way to start this round for Waybo.
Played that super smart as well. Speakeasy putting pressure upstairs on Skybridge is what forced him to run down green, and then what's waiting for him? 2 players, one on the window and turd across the other angle. Could have been a horrible disaster there if the team killed each other, for example, but they were rewarded with what they've got. 3 versus 1. They come away with the kill, and it's the Ella dealt with. And now really they've got to still deal with a couple more that are upstairs. In fact, 3 of them still currently up on that top floor, but that means there's only MC himself on the site.
Not too much of a problem for this third choice site, but it could create an opportunity to get that diffuser in. But for the time being, Waybo are still focusing on this top floor clearance, which I think is the way to go. They're going to start seeing the Toxic Babe canister come out. That's going to be the last one thrown now. No more in pocket. So it is now a matter of time until all gamers start to feel the squeeze up on this top floor that's likely to come when Speakeasy can aggress forward into our 6th room. Ooh. But he's going to be taken down. Railgun manages to find him, and Solo mid doubles down, finding one of his own, taking Ape down, and in the blink of an eye it goes from a 4 versus 5 to a 4 versus 3 switcheroo for all gamers.
They're looking really stuck here, Waybo. Oh, that's so lucky for Solo mid, landing a wonderful shot back. At least Hoven elsewhere gets one more, but it's down to a 2 versus 2 as Hoven doubles up, starts to save his team. What a fantastic shot from Hoven onto Solo mid. A 3k in the round, and MC, the player that I said was alone on site, has got it all to do.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to hold on from here. He's got about 8 seconds left to go. Ooh. Finds the first, but it's just well played by Waybo. A little 3-2-1 between the two of them. Push from opposite directions and just guarantee yourself the kill. And I think another lesson to be learnt there for all gamers. The mid-round went brilliantly for them. They had a strong advantage going into that kind of late game phase, but you are against teams here that will turn it over. You are against players like Hoven who will just get a 2 or a 3k to close out the round. And again, it is a tough round end for them.
Like you say, the mid-round was wonderful. Their hold upstairs, and really how much we saw Waybo struggling to break that open with a 2k that started things out. They tried this push forward as a unit of 3 or 4 and lost 2 players, and I thought, wow, they might actually crumble here, if not for Hoven doing exactly what we saw Moonlight do back in round 1. Pick up a 4k, also closed out a 1v1. A wonderful round from him, and show that there are equally players on the other side that can work a bit of magic when it is called for. I thought it might be after round 4 that we saw a attack timeout though, Tim, but no, it's coming even earlier than that after just 3. And of course, our operator ban is going to follow, so we'll get to see what either team takes away. But clearly, Fenomene had some ideas here on what needs to change.
And the bans will come in, Blackbeard and Mira. So, I mean, obviously, deciding that the Blackbeard from Speakeasy is causing consistent problems. They dealt with it pretty well in that last round, to be fair. Got a very nice kill onto him. But 2-1, we find ourselves Waybo looking fairly good on the attack. I think it doesn't bode well for all gamers if we look, you know, throughout the rest of this game. I'd be starting to get a little bit concerned. If Waybo can get themselves 3 or 4 on the attack, I think that could be a bit of a problem. When the sides switch and we get them onto the defense, you feel like that's where Waybo are really probably going to shine on there.
Mirrorbands are surprised we didn't see it at all during that first quarter. Maybe more anticipating that it could be a thing that rolls out in the second. I don't know. By the way, it's been taken offline. On the other side, you take away one shield. Guess what, Tim? They're going to run straight towards another Speakeasy back on what feels like a timeless classic of him playing the Monty.
Yeah, I know that the Blackbeard's got, you know, plus points of his own and threat. But I feel like sometimes with the shield bans, if you're going to go for one, I know they've done it in kind of a reactive sense because it's being played a lot, but I feel like you've got to go for the group of bans. You've got to take the whole lot out because otherwise, like you say, they're just going to throw the Monty. They're just going to throw the Blitz at you. And you're going to continue to have these problems.
All right, well, let's keep our all eyes on the shield. As we often say, a Monty is the one you want to follow. It's not only the one carrying a diffuser, but here for Speakeasy, I think it's more about him being the spearhead. And of course, the last thing you want to do is push really aggressively as a Monty and then drop that diffuser in no man's land, and suddenly the whole thing becomes a little bit of a recovery effort. Moonlight trying to make something happen on the Ella here, but no. Reaps a little bit too wise to it. Tim doesn't even give him a chance.
Yeah, great start there for Waybo, and really a almost worst case scenario for all gamers. Like I said, Moonlight always desperately wanting to get himself involved in the rounds, usually picking up those early fights, but really not worked out for him in this one. And they're going to lose the Ella. Likely had a couple of Gashmot mines in the pocket as well. We see them being used in kind of that active utility role now, rather than being dished out too often at the beginning of the round. So all gamers are going to be looking to hold on to the top floor. Quick breach again from Waybo just outside of the first minute, but again, it's good. I've spoken about those Kaid and Bandit bands. You've got to make sure that you're taking advantage of, you know, the difficulties you've created for the defenders, and they've done that brilliantly. Inside a minute 30, they've got opportunity now, you know, to move in for a mask wall plant. Really good. They've just got to deal with the Azami.
Speakeasy's got that diffuser now as well. I thought you might see it moved over from Turd to him. So he's the one looking to try and make a plant happen, but for now they know that there's a lot of utility to choose through, not least because of Railgun. And you're hearing it now, the Shumikers raining down, fire burning on through, C4 still to play behind, plenty of smokes, and a couple of Kivas to replace when things do start being taken away. But we've got 60 seconds to work with here, Tim. It's a lot of time, and Turd is on a tear. Finds two, a 5v2 breaking out, and there should be an easy plant going down.
Yep, smoke canister goes down to cover that, so the Monty is nice and safe inside. That will be secure. Jazz does manage to find one, but the damage was done by Turd long ago after he managed to get the kill onto the onto the Tachanka particularly, and the smoke as well. Just really took away all of that plant denial and gave them the opportunity to be in the post plant here. Waybo have been able to sort of reset themselves, get back into position. MC manages to find one onto Reaps, but he is now faced with a Monty. He'll have to try and battle the shield. He's going to be taken down by Hoven, who once again just beautifully supports the rest of his team with that final kill. And that's going to be another round for Waybo.
I think it was the opportunity spotting by Turd there that really rewarded them. Otherwise, that could have got to a bit of a frustrating point. You had these Kibas set up, you had the Shumikers that we spoke about, the smokes available, a C4. They had loads of utility available there to waste time. And with no real big backstab coming in from Skybridge, I thought, oh, they could be in a bit of bother here, actually. But once he steps forward and finds those two headshots, it just starts to fall apart from there for all gamers. So well done by Turd, well identified. And that's 3-1 to Waybo now. Even back of an all gamers timeout, they couldn't quite turn it around.
No, I don't. And the thing is, I don't think, you know, all gamers are playing particularly badly here. I think Waybo are just really punishing any small mistakes, any small windows of opportunity. Waybo are there and ready. As you say, I think, you know, they've had plenty of opportunity to have a look at those VODs of all gamers playing on there, and they are very well prepared for them. So Waybo are going to be attacking this time. Basement floor again. Last time out they were able to pretty much walk on into sight and find themselves a couple of kills, so all gamers just need to make sure maybe if they are playing that more turtle defense, which they did last time, everybody was down there on the basement level, just need to batten down the hatches a little bit more and make sure that they're not leaving any gaps, because Waybo will take full advantage of that if they do.
That's exactly it. So there is some work to do. Let's see if they can get it done in the next couple, or if Waybo will march on to a 5-1 half. Starting to feel that way after the surprise factor, I think, of round one. It's tough to see how they might find themselves over the line here, and maybe they'll do it down in the basement. Tim, you had the concerns last time round about the lack of vertical breach coming in for the attackers. Maybe again it's going to be another case if they don't really care about the verticals, they're just going to go lateral instead.
Very possibly, like you say, not really bringing that utility and maybe expecting that there will be opportunity for them. Interestingly, nobody playing on blue stairs at the minute for all gamers, so there could be an opportunity there for Waybo to get themselves into kind of filtration and push from that side, which is, you know, sometimes a popular attack. We often see the smoke, and we did last time they defended this site playing up at the top of blue stairs, but they have decided this time to leave that open. Or a quick breach going on, so again just leaning into that thread that I've been pulling out throughout the game of the value of that Bandit and Kaid ban, and again Waybo showing that they understand exactly what the game plan is behind those bans and using it effectively.
We'll look on the calls, to be fair. But last time we see you attacking this site, not this site actually, other site we were attacking into, it was Reaps. If I want to say it was Turd who was on it back then, playing on the DKB. They made use of it more for the clearing around the map itself. And actually pushing their way through from that was what rewarded them a couple of kills. Stopped all games being able to pull out anything too crazy. So I think you might even see more of the same again. We've got that last call available to them here. Reaps working his way across this top part of the map. We've seen them already deal with one of those yokai drones off the back of the IQ coming out. And so again, it feels like Waybo have got answers to all the questions that all gamers are asking them at this point. But are we going to see them be able to execute in time, at least to start things out? No. Reach the first pull, and they phone call that was in back pocket.
Yeah, great stuff from Moonlight again. He's done this at times really well for his team, but the trade will be there, and it is once again Hoven. I've said a few times today that he just has that ability to back his team up beautifully, and does it again. Turd manages to find solo mid. Trade is straight back there from Yaz. Hoven with the counter trade manages to take him, and again it's Hoven doing that work, putting in the hard yards and keeping his team in a man advantage. 3 versus 2. Railgun and MC have it all to do. Only 3 kills between them in the first 4 rounds. They're going to have to find another 3 and double that tally if they want to win the round.
We've really got to see Railgun getting involved here as well. If your drones have been chewed out, then let's get yourself into a better position to support your teammate. But no, the trade was there onto MC, and Railgun falls shortly after. Unfortunate, as it did come down to a pretty close 2v2 to close it out, but it's Waybo up to 4-1, Tim. Probably what we expected coming in. Again, speaking about the map veto and how Waybo never played this map, there's nothing All Gamers really could have done to prep for Waybo on this map, but there was plenty that Waybo could do to prep for All Gamers.
Yeah, exactly that, and it certainly looks to be the case, and they're taking advantage of it here in the server. 4-1 half, and like I say, I think if anything, I'm going to expect to see Waybo get stronger on the defence. So All Gamers, I think, really need this round 6. I often talk about round 6, you know, and the value of it. If you're kind of on the back foot a little bit as All Gamers, just having that opportunity to switch the momentum as you're going to go into that second half and move attack, it can kind of refresh your mindset. But by getting that round 6 win as well, not only do you get that refresh, but you also just get that opportunity to build that confidence a little bit, put a couple of kills in, and they could really do with a strong round like they had back in round 1.
All right, well, let's hope that this vertical hold they pulled off last time around can be repeated, because it did put up a real challenge for Waybo. Ultimately, it was Hoven. I feel like we can't stop saying his name today, Tim. He's been playing so ridiculously well, and honestly keeping Waybo in a couple of rounds where it looks like things could slip away from them if they weren't careful. But last time it came down to him getting that 2K up on the top floor, but eventually saw them able to collapse into MC, who was alone on site. It looks like it's more of the same. We have got every player on the side of All Gamers currently upstairs, getting themselves set up and prepped. I do hope you see 1 or 2 fall away, otherwise we might just find the side of Waybo to say, cool, site's open, hit it.
Moonlight is going to be playing, as you say, up on that top floor, so he needs to be dealt with.
They all are, Tim. They might just rush it, actually.
I'm thinking more Moonlight. He's over on the desk side of things. He's playing kind of over in office, and I think it's going to be a risk to kind of leave him in that position. He's got a shield to keep himself there. Yes, exactly, with the Solus as well. So I think they really need to be looking and deciding which side they are going to clear out from.
Although, I was going to say phone call at the same time as trying to go in for a plant here could be a way of disrupting that, at least for a few seconds, and may open things up for Speakeasy to be able to make a plant happen. But as we've seen a few times now, players on Waybo just ignoring the barbed wire and saying, you know what, we'll take that little bit of damage because we can get into a very, very dangerous position. And here it's Hoven looking to be that player, looking for a backstab when an execute goes off.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think you always need top floor pressure here in some form, whether it be a clearance or whether it be that opportunity to go in and make a difference as the plant is going down. So it looks at the minute like they're
waiting for the phone call.
Yeah, they're waiting for that call to come online. He's going to move his way inside of the map now. He's got diffuser in hand. I think, as you say, we are about to see action stations from Waybo.
Surely it's not just a bait. Like, they've got to play off the back of this and put down light screens, but it is a bit of a bait. They're hoping some move come through, but as we've already said, Tim, the Solus is on side. They can see this going off. I feel like the chances now they've missed somewhat unless they can deal with Railgun. This is where Hoven can potentially go in and be aggressive alongside Turd to stop this happening, but he's just there ready and waiting, and nothing's happened.
This is what I said. Moonlight's got an angle down onto the breach and the door, and he's going to be holding them at bay. They need Hoven to make that move. He's now kind of top mezzanine and in that position to push in towards office and desk, but it could well come on. We'll see. Hoven is going to make the move just in time, misses his man, little bit of a panic knife, and Moonlight flips around and gets the kill. First mistake we've seen Hoven make. Reaps does manage to get the trade. 4 versus 4. And that will now be advantage to Waybo. 3 versus 3. This is turning into absolute bloodbath, Des.
Ain't it just? They were ready for everything. They were expecting them all to drop back down towards site, but no, they've held firm upstairs. The danger being, of course, they lost Railgun quite early in that, and I thought that's a great time to hit the brakes a little bit and go for a plant, because there was then very little the other side could do. But with all 3 still sat in this deadly triangle upstairs, it looks to be an all Close out the half, 4-2 to Waybo.
Yeah, just never did enough Waybo to clear out that top floor. I'd said at the beginning I was a little bit concerned about it. They needed to be dealing with Moonlight a little bit more effectively. Hoven unable to do that, and it was a tough one for them. So maybe a little lesson for Waybo there. It's a map that, as we know, band. They don't play it too often, so there are going to be occasions where maybe everything doesn't quite go to plan for them. But a 4-2 half on attack, I think they will be more than happy with and looking towards heading into the defence.
It just slightly misaligned, I think, on what the exact game plan was, because once all that utility rained out, I was sat here like, as soon as that call's available, they're going.
They just never really went.
That's it. And I was a little bit like, well, you've thrown down the light screens, you've got the call going through to the solar, so they can't sit on the gadget. This is prime time to go. And then nothing happened. And part of me thinks that's because upstairs there wasn't the aggression to the level that was expected, because really at that time, as the plant's going down, everyone's looking down, was like, oh, where's it going down? Can we kill the player, yes or no? That's when the two players that were upstairs on Waybo really should have been flooding. Even if they die, your job is just to distract, so they can't have the solars looking downstairs once that call expires. But it didn't quite come off, and as we saw, All Gamers ended up taking the round. But I think overall, Tim, fair to say Waybo played that half really well.
Yeah, I think so. I think they're good for the 4-2 scoreline that they've got. They've been the better of the two teams. I'm looking forward to seeing All Gamers on the attack. We've already seen good numbers, 8 and 5 from Moonlight. See him maybe able to play with a little bit more autonomy rather than in a specific position. On the attack, he can go in and be aggressive on the entries, look for the fights himself on his own terms rather than kind of having to wait for them to come to him. So, yeah, I'm excited to see how that plays out. But in all honesty, I think getting Waybo on the defence now, as I've already said, I think this one could start to accelerate away from All Gamers.
It very much could, yes. They've got to be really mindful of that. I think here going into these next few rounds that you don't want to see the slow and steady decline, the roll downhill as Waybo build up further momentum. They go up 5-2. You know, there's a threat to recover, and you've just lost the first attack. It's going to be a bit bruising. So hopefully they come out with a strong start. I'm always, again, a big fan of there are two halves to a game of Siege, and I'm hoping we're going to see a bit of a different play coming out from All Gamers overall. But first, Tim, we've got to get through our hands now that the half is coming to a close. All Gamers are going to start things off by taking away the bandit from the other side, Grim being removed by Waybo.
We'll see who joins him as the next lot come in. Bandit will likely be joined by Kaid. So again, I'm going to be judging All Gamers by the same metric as I was Waybo. Keeping a close eye on that breaching and how much value they gain out of those bans versus how much pain they encounter by having to play into the trap operators and armies and other delay tactics that they've allowed to stay on the board. And then on the other side, we have a Grim and a Sense ban. So again, I can see you already scrabbling through your stats, Des, and previous matches. It would suggest necessarily needs to be specifically targeted bans from Waybo. They've likely seen a bit of something that, All Gamers maybe like to use the sensor plants, things like that. But I think, given the third choice site and the way that we see it played, the way we saw Waybo play it, it's an operator to be bringing along. So it could well just be to kind of block off that opportunity or attempt coming from All Gamers.
I think, and this is exactly why we've now gone to the site we have, Bunk's Briefing. Like every other team, the only time All Gamers have played the Sense has been on Bunk's Briefing, bar one of the time they played it on the top floor across their last 3 games, their last 3 times they played this map. So to me, it's more if we can win the offside like twice, then we're already in a very commanding position. Then we've just got to win one of the primary sites. So they're looking at this and saying, cool, start on the offside, take away the main tool, the Sense that they use to make their attacks happen. They're almost like rolling the dice on saying, we don't think they're going to be coordinated enough or have the flexibility to find a way through without the Sense available. So we'll see, of course, how it transpires, but they've got a couple of other operators they can lean behind, namely here, looking in towards the Monty and that Capitao, which to me makes you think, Tim, we're looking at a default plant maybe in through the breach here, because they've also got the Thatcher on side for denying away any C4s that might come their way.
Just watch out if we do get to the point of C4s being thrown by Reaps or Speakeasy. We've seen And there are gadgets in pocket as well that are throwable. We've seen it previously. I can't remember which team it was. It was one of the NA teams on Labs. Absolutely beautiful. I think it might have been Wildcard, but I apologise if I'm assigning that to the wrong team. They knew that the Thatcher was going to be used against the Nitro, so they threw a proximity alarm first.
It was Surf, I believe.
Yeah, it was the last EMP was then used on the proximity alarm, and then the Nitro went out and was successful. So again, this is sometimes why we're seeing those electrical gadgets kept in pocket to give that opportunity. But we'll see whether we get to that point or not. 4 versus 2. We've got 4-2 on the scoreboard. 5 versus 5. We've got Railgun just working in, trying to gain a little bit of space with the Monty around green stairs. So as you said, it does look very one-dimensional towards push straight into sight here.
I thought we were going to see it coming into the pillar, to be honest with you, but I'm guessing they need a bit more pressure elsewhere first. Maybe even looking at the alternate site plant here. So we obviously normally see things, everything gets focused normally around briefing, but maybe looking in towards bunks is the alternative. But Hoven needs to be removed. He's the second player that's now downstairs by himself, or was. Third has now joined in.
Yeah, Turd's going to head up the blue stairs. Solo mid does manage to find Hoven, and there's going to be a serious reliance on that vertical hold now. Reaps managing to try and just distract a little bit by putting pressure onto green stairs. He's just going to be backed up again by that utility, but with 3 of them alive, 40 seconds left to go, are Waybo able to hold on to all the angles that they need from above? The only problem I've got here is all gamers are not really pressuring them, so they can focus on that task at hand.
They've got so much utility though here, all games. I think Speakeasy is their main concern. Of course, when the Warden can deal with all these smokes, the smoke bolts, the smokes that can get tossed out, of course, as well, then this is why you have a Thatcher on side. Look, he's been disabled, so now he can't stop the smokes. He can't see through them. They've having to drop and try and go aggressive instead. And sure enough, MC is dealt with by Reaps, looking for a second, but no. Solo mid spins on a dime, gets rid of Speakeasy, dying a few seconds here as that plant is going down. 2 kills going the way of all gamers, and Turd's got to do it all by himself. Gets the down that he needs, and Turd saves it for Waybo with 2 massive kills. All gamers again, just let Turd slip through the net.
Yeah, so difficult to keep tabs on a player like that and to, again, win those gunfights when you get into them. 50-50 with him. He's going to come away with a good few of them, does there, with a big clutch. And honestly, I really feel for all gamers on the back of that round, Des. It was a good attack from him. It was a little bit different to what we maybe normally see. They didn't really apply a lot of pressure upstairs. They didn't put too much priority or focus on getting up there and clearing it out. But when they recognised how many problems they were being caused from up there, they adapted well. They changed things up. They solved the problems that were in front of them. And by the end of the round, they were in control of the vertical angles. But ultimately, Turd he was a little bit too slippy for them on green stairs and was able to find the angles that he needed to take that one down and clutch up. So Waybo, they go 5-2.
It was a really good, I'm with you as well, for all gamers.
It was
good adaptation, given they didn't have that sends on sideline. The vast majority of times they attacked that site, they had the sends available. It being taken away, I thought could see them tripped up, but it was a really good response. But as I mentioned, for the second time this game, Turd has just about slipped the net. Once back in the first half, then again in that round, that has handed around to Waybo that otherwise could have been a little bit. They'll look back at that round, they'll look back at Hoven winning out the clutch in round 3, and just be asking themselves, what if those 3 rounds hadn't gone against us?
As we've said at the beginning of this, for a lot of the CNL teams, win or lose, it is just such valuable experience to be able to come away from here. It's kind of more, rather than win or lose, it's win or learn, isn't it? It's, come away with much more knowledge, and learning those lessons, and the takeaways that they'll get from it will be invaluable. But this one is not over. They've shown an ability, particularly I'm being particularly impressed with the mechanical skill as well. Very, very much in contest for a lot of these gunfights. Moonlight 9 and 5, Yaz 6 and 5. They really are putting up a performance, and they're not making things easy for Waybo.
Oh, they're not looking to make it easy for them either. Look, challenging them at every single turn they possibly can. Not wanting to Ops, but that is where eventually they'll get forced away because of all the utility being dumped in. And so now Ops is in the hands of all gamers.
Yaz is working his way underneath Amos. I would expect him to be looking to challenge onto Hoven in that desk position at some point. Just going to a little bit of support to make sure he's clear, I think, to go in under there. But they have got the glass inside of Ops now, actually using that keeper barricade for a little bit of cover for himself. I love to see that. The defensive utility being turned over and the attackers taking advantage of it.
sure, of course, making good use of the snake, as you probably expect many teams to be doing at this competition, revealing the location of 2. Being able to call that out to the rest of the team, always going to be valuable. Probably worth stressing as well, like from what I said earlier on about MC being the guy that does a lot of with Phenomene being the experienced player on the roster that he might be the IGL. It's not. Solar Mid is actually their IGL. Normally run, but in this round is on the Labs. We spoke about already an awful lot today. With the volume of smokes they've got to play with 6 of them, it feels like that is their win condition for the round. So where he plays, where he is going to be crucial to seeing if they can get away with a win.
Yaz has done some good work underneath there on the Deimos. He's just backed up the Tachanka and forced him a little bit deeper. Is going to give away Moonlight's advance. Doesn't take too much damage though. Switches to the secondary and it's just looking at that long angle. Yaz is chasing Speakeasy around at the minute. He's had to move out onto the concrete floor so he can't be challenged from underneath by that pistol in the hands of Yaz, but it does leave a big space over in office now. It's up to Hoven to try and hold this.
Yaz underneath is the big one. He's got the track on Speakeasy. That's what they wanted to do. They need to make him move and stop him from being in a default spot to be able to deny the plant. Now, going in behind Candelas and Smokes, they're in a position to look for a plant. Is it now going down? Yes, it is. Moonlight finally gets put on his backside and finish off. Railgun should be able to finish this one. And Aggress comes forward from Hoffman, gets rid of one, looking for a second, but no, also shut down. They've managed to make it work, Tim. We're down to a 2v2.
This is absolutely anybody's at the minute. Turd and Speakeasy looking to find those kills, but it's going to be MC managing to pick up the first, and he does the real damage, taking the Ella off the board. It's all up to that big LM. He's churning out those bullets, but none will find the target as Yaz manages to put the shotgun to work. He has been a thorn Speakeasy's side throughout that entire round. He was trying to play in behind desk. Yaz was underneath, peppering him through the floor with the shotgun, with the Vendetta. He then starts tracking over and over and over again so that the Tachanka cannot deny that plant space. It created the room. It was then a brilliant finish to the round with the shotgun to take him down in the 2v1. Yaz has done phenomenal work on the Deimos through that round. 3rd on the board for all gamers.
And dare I say, an execute that you would see many tier 1 teams pulling out.
Yeah.
It's the sort of stuff that we're very used to seeing. We saw it back in the first half too. But they pulled it off there to fantastic effect. And as you mentioned, put Speakeasy under a lot of pressure throughout the whole thing. Even though he took no damage, it was more the fact the trap was there and the floor was exploding underneath his feet. To start running around and not line up to deny Railgun from getting that plant down. Into the basic we go then. Let's see how this one shapes up. Note towards Waybo back up was a lack of vertical destruction. Well, all game is up entirely, Tim. In fact, they're changing it up here, away from the round, over towards the sledge, and that double intel could be, and the Deimos coming out too.
Objective is to locate a bomb and defuse.
Okay then, 2 more rounds that Waybo need, but all gamers on a slow burn of a comeback possibly here as they get themselves on back. Just Moonlight care initially, doesn't want to be losing himself too early in the round. We have seen that from him already. Like I say, he does love to get involved in those entry battles. If we have a look, he's been involved in 5 so far out of entry battles that we've had. He's won 2, lost 3, so maybe not up to his usual standards, but he's playing a tough team in Waybo to try and find gunfights against.
Even those things up in this round and go 3-3. Side, a lot of trap operators again. You saw it actually in the loss round as well. Moonlight was trying to move forward at quite some pace. I think because the game right now on the attacking side, with things like Snake coming into the fore and of course Deimos being a very powerful operator still, it enables a lot of opportunity and teams to then move very, very quickly and punish defenders who are isolated or in uncomfortable positions. This is where trap operators come in. It slows down. You saw Moonlight on his charge up rocket stairs in the ran straight in towards one of those razor balloons, and that slowed him down for a good 30 seconds or so. And again, you're into more of the same. That is such unfortunate timing. The smoke. Well, there's a free kill coming out from Yaz, who nets a second there, reached the fall as well. Solo operator and deleted 2 players by himself.
Yeah, great play from Yaz, and it's on the back of that Deimos round that he had out. He's done some important with the Dockerby. He's going to be back to Moonlight as well, who manages to find our Patriot from Turd, but 4 versus 2 as all gamers are really starting to eat a little bit on the attack now, and it's like sort of gambit from Waybo, take the sense away, win that side. Yeah, it worked, but what's the plan for the rest of it here, Waybo?
Well, when the Tim. While the phone call's coming your way, while there's tracks that can come out, they get at least one back. That's too bad. The shield be... Really, that can't be happening, Tim. Not when you're in a 4 versus 2. That's a bit of a slip. A railgun. As I said, MC has got the tracks available. They can at least isolate one player here. But they've got to play each other here, Hobbit and Turd do.
At the minute, it's all coming. Filtration is the pressure from all gamers, and that is going to allow an opportunity for Waybo to up to that and know that that is the direction. They're actually trying to play the case at the minute. Solo mid is up above, looking for support, but not able to do too much work yet. Great peek around the corner. Taken out, but Turd is there for the 1 versus 1. You have to back him every day of the week, given Yaz's HP is so low. On the dock a bit, we have a little ring around the roses. They know where each other is. It's going to be Turd with another essential clutch for his team to put them on to point.
That's another wonderful play. It's that name again, Tim. Turd. 3 times in the game, he has been in a position to really all gamers. Rounds again that they'll look back at and say, if only that didn't happen, we could have potentially come out on top. But instead, they find themselves staring down the barrel. Their first loss here in Salt Lake City. And of course, worth stressing, losing this they're going home or anything, you've got to lose 3 times to actually be sent home. Still plenty of ways their way back in. Fair to say, Waybo came in with a game plan. Again, going to a map that they very rarely ever play, and all the time they've had all the tape, all the answers to the questions they've asked, and they deserve this if they get it over the line here and now.
Yeah, that's it. You couldn't. You know, like you said, all gamers have put up a good performance, but Waybo ultimately have generated kind of 20% that you games over the line. So up to the top floor we go, just having a look at the defense up, and this is, you know, where we that discussion that I have about the Kaid and Bandit bans. I think they both take good value from those bans. They have reached early. They've tried to put pressure on, you know, but ultimately now look at what they're playing in. They've got the Azami, the Mirror, the Thorn, the Smoke, and the Echo. There is so much denial there that they're going to have to... All gamers need to make sure that they are moving quickly into this round.
All right. That Tim still got more of those traps to work through, and now have the Mirror and the Yokais to face as well. This is not going to be pretty. Lots of obstacles for them. But if they can get the way through, their reward is waiting. Another shot at trying to keep themselves in. Now, last time around, of course, we had that initial scrap going on around Ops itself. It was a bit of a dance back and forth. Hobbin really not wanting to even let them inside the building in the first place. They did get there in the end, and as we said, they pretty good attack. It was decent. The kind of stuff that we see a lot of other teams getting away with. Hopefully, we'll see the same, but this is the problem where, of course, Waybo went wrong last time around, and we'll be looking to try and course correct.
Already going to see that mirror window being dealt with. It will actually be popped open to the Selma doing great, so that's something at least, it being kind of a walkable breach, and also just offers the line of sight out of there. That was always going to be the thing from Waybo, so I'd say it's kind of advantage them for now. The smoke is going to be delayed on the breach, and that's going to allow Sol on the glass to make his way up to it, but much for him to see at the minute because Hovland's just moved himself around the corner. It does mean, however, that they can get the breach.
Yeah, no more impacts left available. Don't want to use the C4 of Turd as well. Call on to him, probably wouldn't have been up front either. We'll have a way in, Tim. That's the crucial part. Enough actually they can step all the way through. I'm not 100% sure, but now they also can't open up to full plant wall on the south side of Mask. A little bit unnerving. They have no way of getting through, Tim. So that's going to be all gamers to figure their way around.
Yeah, and we've seen them do some good problems so far. We saw it on that at the start of things onto the third choice site and the top floor difficulty. They didn't manage to win them, but still showed a good adaptability and a opportunity to be when necessary. But now they just seem to be stalling out a little bit here.
A little pillow fort here, locked in and may even get away with the free. A little bit of chip damage onto Moonlight, but not enough to see him finished off, and that is the phone call, Tim. They're running out of options here. They're going to have to their way through. That is one way to make it happen. His second game and removing the top fragger on the other side.
Going to see the flashes going. Seconds left to go. There's going to be Here, go time called here for all gamers as they need to push in. Railgun manages to get one. Go time is called, and Macy manages another. Reaps takes one. Still holding on here, Waybo, but you feel like it could be too little too late in the round. The plant is going down. Railgun's going to secure it. There's one now. Reaps on the back. Quality player through and through, we know. Takes the reload now. 1 versus 4. 1 versus 3. But he's against the clock there.
And he's got a track on him as well. Oh, it's horrible at the end of the rounds when there's still a track. Railgun getting 3 in the rounds after only having 1. A game goes big. Just boys need it. It's another round on the board for all gamers. Still 2 more to find. OT doesn't even guarantee, but certainly not bad. And by the looks of it, even the headset was being done by Gohan. Waybo timeout.
I love this from all gamers. I think, they're showing great. They're not being overwhelmed by the size of the occasion, which would be, you get a team like 4-6-3 up against you. You're facing that map point. All gamers are just battling in. They're locked. They're for what they need to do, and it's impressive stuff from keep this one rolling. Waybo need to have serious input here from Gohan. It's been a bit over the last few rounds from them. They certainly lost their edge a little bit, and I think Gohan's going to be very much focused on what he can tell them to get them here. This isn't going to be about vibes. This isn't going to be about energy. This is a very specific defensive.
Going to be really interesting to see if they can battle in. But like I say, 2 rounds, it feels like not a lot, but it's also a hell of a time given that top floor is where they found their Waybo. Interestingly, Tim, again, us back to that top floor. Okay. Casting yesterday where we had this conversation about it was Shopify, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Went to the same site 4 times, lost it. There were questions that we were asking about the choice of going to the basement on church on club, and it cost them, Tim. It cost them rather in the end.
It really did. It was interesting. It was something, put it that way. But I nothing wrong with giving it another try. My only concern with them giving up here is they weren't even really kind of close on that line. Brought the same lineup, apart from we've seen the Thorn switched out to the Mute instead, so maybe they feel like there was a bit of with those tracks coming in, or maybe they had a little bit of a problem with the drones, something or other, but they brought the Mute along to try and slow things down, but other than that, same setup.
Okay, we'll see about how this works out then. On the attacking side of things, anything big changing on their side? Not significantly. I'm more looking at Solar Mid switching over towards playing on the Blackbeard. And rather than a Deimos coming along, look what we're trying to do instead. Tim, we're getting underneath, I imagine, with that butt. Going to rip up a lot of those floorboards. It's less about trying to kill players in that case and just opening up enough flooring that there's always going to be an angle onto somebody if you're not playing in the right position. So it's quite crucial that MC gets into those crucial positions underneath, starts opening up the floor, and giving a little bit of headache to Waybo to think about.
I mean, they've done it consistently with the Deimos and Yaz as well previously, so I'd actually quite like to see Waybo lean into it. Play somebody down there. Yeah. I think you could probably catch them, off guard, really. They haven't got it open this time, but previously they've had the hatch open in our 6 room. And they don't now. And I just think it would have been a great opportunity to actually get that opened up and just drop down and give him a little bit of a challenge. Give him an opportunity. MC's drawn in at the minute, round on that bottom floor. He's looking to get in there and get aggressive vertically. So give him a minute to do that drawn in and then drop the hatch and give him a little surprise. Take the buck out. Take the vertical threat away from them.
Well, there he is. This is where he wanted to be underneath. And as you say, there's no one underneath from the side of Waybo. I guess the constant risk that you have in trying to have someone downstairs to challenge on towards a bot like this is as soon as the attackers realize that they're alone, guess what happens? You just get run over. And so you kind of have to forfeit that downstairs at points, but as long as he's here now and being careful, he could be in a spot to cause quite a little bit of upset. Reaps taking 2-3 shots, and that's him going down. Railgun quite literally donning a railgun at this point, it feels to him. That's 4 kills now across the last 2 rounds.
I know, he's really come online at the right time for his team, hasn't he? Often playing the support, so not the one that they're expecting. Those big entries, those big kills to come out of, but what better time than to find a few like he has done. And have, again, all gamers, they don't rush anything, do they? They don't get carried away, on that momentum of having got that first kill. They're happy to continue with what the plan is. Like, yep, we've got that. We can now start pressuring further. And I love it from them. We're going to see the book dealt with, though. Happy managing to
put
find
someone
MC.
downstairs when you can kill her from above, Tim. It's
Yeah,
all
why
too
not?
easy. But look who it is. Again, it's Railgun again. Tim, he can't be stopped. Ape now to 4-5 kills in 2 rounds. And they've got the man advantage, Tim. And, of course, have a shield to bear down on the other side. No calls left, admittedly, from the Decabi, though. They're going to have to get it all done here with just their guns.
So there's 3 of them at the minute for All Gamers off on the R6 room side, but Yaz is just holding a really dangerous line of sight all the way through from mezzanine, and they need to be aware of that, and Waybo now do turn their attention to it. Turd is aware. Hoven manages to find solo mid, and I feel like All Gamers are starting to stumble a little bit. They try to push into side. Turd manages to take down Yaz. That was the backstab. That was the one that was going to win them the round, but it didn't work out. Waybo stood tall. They got the job done. They went back to the top floor. They knew what they could deliver, and they get themselves their first win at Salt Lake City Major.
I think a little bit there, they'll be unnerved by how that game was going, because even that final round there was pretty close coming down to the end of it. They get the job done, though. That's their campaign started here in Salt Lake City. They'll move up to our 1-0 bracket. All gamers down to 0-1, but I've got to say, Tim, a great start for the Chinese side.
Yeah, I'm pretty impressed. Like you say, you've got to remember that's their first game online. It's their first game at an international major, coming up against a team like Waybo, who can be aggressive, they can be unpredictable, can be very difficult to play against some absolute gunners on that side. And I think All Gamers have actually come out there and given a really good display of themselves. Really impressive stuff.
Very keen to see how they can perform. Same for Waybo in the next round. For now, though, we'll go to a break. When we come back, we'll talk about that a little bit further. Welcome back to the B stream here at the Salt Lake City Major. We've just seen a pretty good performance coming out from Waybo. Tim, a 7-4 win over All Gamers. But fair to say there were some moments in there, especially from Turd, which really kept Waybo in it and battling themselves over the finish line.
Yeah, there was a couple of big clutches needed, but look, he delivered as he always does. Hoven and Turd having 25 kills between the two of them. Great game from them too. There was moments from Hoven as well where he really had to kind of bail them out at times. But yeah, I think, the overall picture there is result probably as expected. All Gamers, performance actually maybe a bit better than expected. Really good.
Yeah, method to the outcome probably is what not quite we expected, to be fair. And you mentioned Hoven as well. Big performance for him, as you say. 25 kills between the two of them. For me, it was more how in those moments it relied on the individuals to come in and kind of bail them out at times as well. But as we also said coming into it, that was a permaban for Waybo. They don't play Lair at all. It's a map they refused to play once in the last 6 months when it was picked against them. Outside of that, they aren't going to play it. It purely was because they had all this counter prep on what we've seen all gamers do. But the outcome is what the outcome is, and we'll see how both teams do in the next round. Now, the next game coming up, Tim, it's a bit of a banger.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting one. We've got Shopify Rebellion, who've already been on a little bit of a roller coaster ride. They were in Phase 1. They were in the lower bracket. They had to play for survival, and they are going up against can we say Wonder Kids of EU at the minute? The surprise package of EU? Virtus Pro. They have had just a reawakening with the roster changes, and it's going to be a fiery matchup, I think.
For those who haven't followed along with EML, we have got 2 French players coming into this roster now to join up with their Russian counterparts, and it is explosive. This ain't the Virtus Pro Evolve that you may have seen before. They're not slow. They're not running out, losing rounds to the clock an awful lot.
Nope.
They're rapid, they're fast, they're aggressive, and it's definitely going to give Shopify Rebellion something to think about. But we'll find out how that goes after a short break. Back with you very soon.
And now, just like that, we are on our first day of Phase 2, but already well underway. And we have, well, one team we've already seen before, Ollie, and one team making their debut in Salt Lake City. Shopify Rebellion, clearly based off Sports interview yesterday, have a bit of a chip on their shoulders, and I imagine Virtus.pro are looking to reinforce some of the ongoing narrative about the Rebellion.
Absolutely, and Virtus.pro are in a pretty good position to do it, right? They qualified out of Europe in second place, and they've been looking like a fairly revitalized version of a fairly well and understood team that we all sort of know and love, but just with some newer elements that are sort of bringing them a little bit more up to speed. I think VP have been that team that have been criticised for being a little bit more stuck in the past, and this new look of the team, for me at least, seems to be a bit more exciting and a bit more in the right direction.
And substantively speaking, if we want to talk about some of that new look, I mean, obviously, we have players like Rorik, Skies, Nako coming in, which definitely in terms of roster changes, I never really expected, those players I think in particular, but I never expected that kind of like core VP roster to break up. But they've even pivoted in terms of their identity. I mean, VP for a long time was kind of reluctant to play the Shields when you think back to a couple years ago, and now that is a core fundamental part of their identity in EML. But of course, on the flip side, we've had a lot of questions, and I think in terms of the naysaying, I think you and I have definitely been part of it about the Shopify Rebellion inside of the NA League, and as we look for what maps we're going to, in this game. Not to say that, they need to prove themselves whatsoever, but I think just for their own sake, they're going to try and shut everybody up in this game and really change the narrative and show that they are here to play on the international stage. And up against VP, we'll be on Fortress, and if we were looking for a statement game, Ollie, this would have to be it, because Fortress, well, that's VP's favorite map, at least based off the map preferences.
It's their favorite map. It's also a favorite for Shopify as well. They've already played it here in Salt Lake City. They played it only a couple of days ago against Edward Gaming. They were able to get a 7-2 win in the play-ins on this very map. So we're expecting them to bring both teams to bring good things to Fortress. Obviously, the newest map in our competitive pool. Still, it's been around for a good portion of time now. I've at least seen it throughout the full stage of kickoff. And we're going to be getting stuck into things right here, right now. Reminder for everybody watching at home that we are now in the Swiss format of the major. So 3 wins and you will advance to the live stages happening on the weekend. 3 losses and unfortunately you will be going home.
Which makes this match more just kind of like a fun little appetizer.
The ones at the start are quite fun, right? They get quite serious as we get a little bit later on into the week.
Exactly. They get more serious, but right now it's like there's barely any consequences. Like 1-0, 0-1, who cares? Like you're just playing best of ones. It's all friendly. Like we're all chilling. 1-1's a bit different because now it's like, okay, you're going to break some way. But this is just a fun way to see, especially once we get teams like Virtus.pro coming in who we've not seen this tournament so far. So you're like, okay, what do you have to offer now that you're back on LAN, now that you're back at the international stage, and particularly for VP, after kind of really struggling over the past couple years, sometimes making it, sometimes not. A good moment to really see as second best team inside of EML what they can truly offer. And on a map like Fortress, I have to imagine it could be quite a lot of good things. Same with the Rebellion, as you said. Nope. See the bans that have come through. Big shock. Monty ban against Shopify Rebellion. I imagine everyone at home will be stunned by that. The idea, the unfathomable idea that maybe, just maybe, banning Montane against Troy Canadian, now 11 years into this game's history, might continue to be a good idea. Ying on the flip side, of course. I mean, another obvious one. I think we've seen the Rebellion showcase quite a lot of prowess with that operator.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Ying, like you say, it's a great choice for Fortress. So many of these condensed little corridors and areas where you do need to start to burst through. And if you've not got the monsters to do it, you're going to need to be bringing something else. And in this instance, of course, Canadians are going to waste any time flexing over onto that Blackbeard, which we've seen him have sort of more mixed results with, but they are results nonetheless. Spoit going to be rocking the solid Snake Surf on that Dokkaebi, and the Deimos being brought by Ambi. So we do have that egregious trifecta of information operators, which we are expecting to see a heck of a lot on Canadian there. Just getting a little bit softened up as he's trying to open up some lines of sight and just create a little bit of phantom pressure in and around this map in the opening few seconds.
Take some damage in the process, though, so any bit of phantom pressure he might create, well, if somebody happens to be lurking on the opposite side of a doorway or a window, could find himself in bad shape. Spoit, a little bit of information on one, as I believe that's Skies running around the doorway and now creeping back into the museum. Ever since the changes, we've seen a lot of increased use of the CZ. Now it's no longer a gigantic brick that takes up your screen.
Hostile approaching.
And Spoit continuing his hunt for this Thorn on the opposite side. Sky's just doing a good job right now, I think, of not only baiting a lot of attention, but baiting a lot of attention from Spoit specifically. We've seen yesterday and seen plenty of times how powerful that Soliton scanner can be. But if you can keep Spoit focused on one player, I mean, you got to be worried you don't die, but can be quite important. He spotted a couple. Warden and Thor now spotted. Dokkaebi Call goes out too, but Surf is still the first to fall. Spoit next up, as it's actually Rourke with the SMG-12 who dispatches Snake from the round. Canadian continuing to lose HP as Shopify Rebellion are struggling to find any entry point on Fortress.
Canadian's got Naku kind of pinched, but there's not much he can do because Dan playing on the mirror window just a little bit tucked further back. A really nice link play there from Virtus Pro, just keeping one another safe. Starting to hear some of the Razor Blooms go off now as well, as Dan is continuing to hold on to this angle. He's going to have a bit of a chance onto Rex, and it's going to be Pasha to take Ambi down. Great kill there onto Rex, and as predicted, he's going to find the final one as well. And Naku with the pistol eventually takes out that final player. Canadian falling on the Blackbeard. Round one there going in favor of VP. And not really, I don't know, I just don't really feel like the Rebellion were ever able to get a firm foothold in the map there, Lings.
Not only a firm foothold, I don't feel like they got any foothold whatsoever. I mean, we cut away from Spoit, and the last time we saw him was outside the building, and he died about 2 seconds later. It felt like wherever Surf was, it couldn't have been too far beyond the threshold of the map, and Canadian was certainly inside. So I suppose if you want to really lower the bar, that counts as a foothold, but he was put to 50 HP very early on, 1 HP when he actually tried to mount that push. It was a rough going from Shopify Rebellion in these two teams' first bout on on Fortress. We'll have to see how it continues as Virtus Pro now sticking with a quite utility-heavy setup, or at least site utility-heavy setup. No smoke present, but obviously him being banned, you're going to fall back on the Tachanka, you're going to fall back on the Goyo, but even bolstering it with things like the Electra Claw, just trying to delay as much time as possible, which of course makes things like those Razor Blooms or the Barbed Wire a lot more impactful for Skies in his possession. Virtus Pro, after moving up one by basically just holding power positions Ollie and not moving far beyond it, I don't think they will feel all that inclined to change up their strategy.
No, they're not really going to be given too much of a reason to. They were able to get that opening pick, and regardless of the information, they were still able to come away with a flawless round there. SR not able to pick off any of these roams, and I think in part it's due to how well they're linking up together. You're not actually seeing any of the VP players out there on an island playing solo. Everyone's just got that ability to affect onto the other, and they're really able to keep each other not only alive, but also quite safe as well, and to cut off a lot of those lines that SR are going to look to try and exploit here. But for SR, that is the job. That's the name of the game. You've got to try and pick somebody off. If you can't pick one off, you've got to try and burst in onto a couple and hope that you can come away with a bit of a numbers advantage, and that's where your utility comes very important. Speaking of, we're bringing a lot more utility inside of this round. Canadian specifically going to be on the town.
Another classic operator for him. Another classic operator, I think, for Shopify Rebellion, and a lot of NA teams generally love those fire bolts, love those smoke bolts. Can isolate off angles or force players out of position into the guns of, I was going to say Spoit, or in this case Ambi as well, who falls down early on that Deimos. A lot of important players for the Rebellion falling very early on in these executes. Rexon taking a massive chunk of damage as Spoit lurking on the opposite side. Will catch Skies around later than that fight initially seemed like it would occur. Let's go around. He's successful, but Canadian still dies in the process. Off the shield and still out of the round. Spoit next up. Rexon too. I mean, the site might have changed and the operators might be different, but rounds 1 and 2 seem basically identical.
Pasha and Naku are just swinging windows for fun right now. Surf, he's got the F2. He is going to be able to stabilize for a moment. He's got 1 minute and 20, but he's got 4 kills that he needs to find here. Across the 2 rounds that have been played, SR have 1 kill at the moment, Lings. And it was from Spoit. It was a trade. It was a great kill. There's nothing wrong with it, but it's not enough.
No, not at all.
18 Shamika launchers. That isn't going to be easy to get through. C4 inside of Dan's hands. C4 in Rorik's back pocket as well. We've seen Surf pull off clutches, but this is just a little bit of a bigger ask than it should be, isn't it?
And also, when you think about the kind of crazy clutches or crazy 1v4s that you and I have casted in the past day, it's when teams have maybe like conga line a little bit into the attacker's crosshairs. Does that sound like Virtus Pro?
Not with what we're seeing at the moment.
No, Rorik's instead going to hold the quarter close with a shotgun and finish that round off with 1 single pump. Virtus Pro now up 2 rounds, and I have to believe we've got a tactical timeout coming in hot. I mean, you know, you don't have to hit it at 0-2, but I mean, that was 1 kill in 2 rounds, it being just a trade as well. The Rebellion struggling. I mean, maybe they won't. I mean, Super could hear something in the comms. He thinks he might be identifying the problem correctly. He doesn't want to interfere, and it seems like that might be the case. So hopefully we'll see the Rebellion actually kind of problem solve a bit more and figure out what's going on, because as things are beginning right now, there is not a single chance for them on Fortress, at least on the attacking side, if this pace continues.
And like you say, it's fun and games, isn't it? But it's best of ones. You've got to win 3 and you're through. You lose 3 and you're out. It really doesn't want to be as sort of clear-cut as that. And we know that SR are capable of getting kills. We know that these first couple of rounds have got to just be a blip on the radar. First game of the day, they just need to warm into things a little bit more. I think if this round goes south, I agree, we'll see that tactical timeout come in. It'll be the halfway point of the first quarter of the map. And at that point, you've got a little bit more to talk about, and you can start to discuss how you want to move forward on the next site rotations, if you will. Because, of course, Virtus Pro, they keep winning, they are going to keep having to change sites around. We have a 2-site rotation here in Siege, so we're going down to Waiting Room and Cafe here for round number 3. First time we're actually straying off that second floor. Hopefully, this could be an opportunity. We always talk about the third choice bomb site as a good opportunity for the attackers to get in and start to make something happen, get a lot of that vertical control going, and really work your way from there. It already looks like they're going for a slightly different lineup here. We're seeing a Sens being brought, we're seeing a Nomad. There's obviously an understanding that, hey, VP are quite loose at the minute. We need to constrict that just ever so slightly.
And it's specifically a couple players on VP that are loose. Skies has been doing a lot of roaming these past few rounds. Pasha now on the solos could very well do so as well. And I think a position that he has always typically played on Virtus Pro. It feels like if there's anybody who is willing to stray off the site on the defense, it has been Pasha, going back to the original lineup before this massive overhaul. And so trying to get those players locked down with the Nomad will be very important. Or even isolating them, getting information with Spoit, then sending in the Blitz to pressure them, pinch them, take them out of the round. There's multiple strategies you could go with this attacking lineup to deal with some of these offside players, but finding them is the first step and dealing with them is the second. And when it's come to both prongs of that, the Rebellion have struggled these first couple rounds. Spoit again in the building. Feels like every single time he's looking towards this museum area, trying to find a way to get in, break through. We'll see if that's what he continues to go with as the rest of the Rebellion broadly moving on to this second floor. Not focused on the roam clear, actually, right now. Instead, it seems to be securing control and then maybe getting some verticality.
Spoit's at least got a little bit of support at the moment. He's going to be able to find out on his Soliton scanner. There's a couple of players lurking around. He's got Dan and Skies, I think, both caught out on that scanner. Doesn't want to overplay his hand and instead can just back up a little bit. There's still an option to make a little bit of vert. Okay, we've only got breaching charges to do it, but there is that chance. The information is going to be valuable nonetheless, and that can now be fed round to Canadian. Sense Wall's going to go through, and that should allow Canadian to start moving through and clear some of this barbed wire and site utility. Just going to go for a couple of smoke pops here. They might even try a plant.
It seems like that's the case. Warwick can look through this, but I think Canadians just slipped under. You'll send a C4 over top. I don't think it does any damage whatsoever. Canadian makes it through, might fall after the fact, but the Rebellion are not positioned too poorly for a 3v5, now 3v4 post-plant. Spoit with that verticality and the Soliton scanner can ping the locations of these players going for the retake. He's got Rexon and Surf for support as well, and most importantly, it's Virtus Pro who have to make the move, and Virtus Pro who aren't quite certain where these players are. Spoit gun in hand rather than the scanner, exchanging shots with Warwick will neutralize the ward and finish him off. Massive performance. Still the only player for the Rebellion with kills so far. That changes once Surf takes down both Dan and Naquo. Now with Pasha, only 1 HP. That's a 3K for Surf overall, and the Rebellion fight back with their first.
Quite a minimal take there from SR. They didn't overcomplicate things. They didn't take more than they needed to. They got a good portion of map control upstairs. Were able to place a couple of air jabs out there, and then easily transitioned it through. Spoit using the Soliton scanner to perfection, and then of course the star of the show being Surf. Not only did he get a lot of kills, but he was playing the Thatcher, and what does the Thatcher do? The Thatcher disables the Nitro cell. It keeps Canadian safe while he's planting. You could hear Thatcher's EMP going off at the time that the Nitro cell was, just after it was ripped and after it was thrown. It perfectly disabled it, and it allowed Canadian to be safe, kept the plant going down, and that's good siege. That's what we like from SR. That's what we're used to seeing from them. We're used to seeing them play that win condition, whether that's push for kills or whether it's go and get plants down.
And going to get plants down specifically, I think, has always been what we've always, when Shopify Rebellion, at least subjectively, we felt like they've been performing at their best. It's what we've usually seen. It's why Monty is banned against them so much, because if you allow Canadian the ability to either A, full shield to get in and put the diffuser down, or B, full shield and protect somebody putting the diffuser down, there's a pretty good chance that the Rebellion's win percentage is going to skyrocket. That's a big reason why that operator gets banned. And so whenever they find this ability to replicate that same style, usually with the shield, whether it's Blackbeard or Blitz, the Rebellion always seem to have at least a good idea of the right answer, even if they don't end up winning the round. And there certainly was the case. 3v5 post-plant, should I add. No crazy vertical retake we saw from Virtus Pro. They had the defense well and truly scattered. Good stuff to get back into this one. Back up to the second floor as we resume the site rotation, going back to command office. See what Virtus Pro now have to offer in response, as in terms of operator lineups, we see a little bit of movement away, dropping the Goyo, for example, and bringing in an Ella. But overall, I don't think these defensive lineups are all too different, though. Mira being gone is, of course, important.
I think the sentiment remains, doesn't it, for these defensive lineups?
Yes.
You're always going to have the Warden, and then it's just a smorgasbord of traps, basically. And the Thorn, of course, being so popular at the moment. And quite easy to play on either side of the coin. You can either bring the Uzi or you can bring the shotgun, because the secondary is just so strong at the moment. We were watching a couple of the games earlier on today. Obviously, today we've got 16 games going on, so it's a little bit mental. But there was a couple of good rounds from Fancy over on NIP. He was playing Thorn, he was rocking that CZ, and he was doming heads with it now. Granted, they didn't win the game, but it was nice to watch nonetheless. But there is plenty of Siege going on today, and it was one of the reasons why Swiss is just so exciting here at Salt Lake.
You can also see after that 3K from Surf, Soliton Scanner changing hands. Surf now in possession of it. Spoit instead going with Aurora, using some of that utility. Will have a gun up for the remainder. Canadian using that door to push in, isolate the Warden on the main stairs. Gersmont be damned. Pins Rourke in the corner, takes him down. That is the first opening pick, breaking the way of Shopify Rebellion. They're already able to recover from a 4v5, make that a 3v5 last time. Now they're pushing for more. Skies has been inside a museum every single round, it's felt like, and now they finally have a successful pinch. Surf almost gets naded by his own team, and while he's traded out by Dan, he still secures the kill on one of these exterior players for Virtus Pro. Dan out with this long angle, nails Rex into a post. Things getting even. Dan going big with this M14, but Canadian isn't daunted whatsoever. Diffuser down successfully. Him and Anvi have time to pick up Spoit, make this a 2v3. Pasha creating a rotate, maybe try to cover some of that sound. Nails Ambi as well. With Spoit on low HP, you can see a way through for Pasha. The shield is always going to be difficult, especially without a C4. But wrapping around the hallway, Spoit ready for the angle, and Pasha's not ready for it either. All tied up as the Rebellion are back in form.
It's nice to see the adjustment here from SR. They've recognized what isn't working for them, and now we find ourselves in a position where, whereas we thought that it was going to be SR taking the first time out, it's actually going to be VP. The first 2 rounds going really well for them, holding brilliant map control, not giving away an inch, challenging at the windows, and being quite aggressive, but after they'd gotten an advantage, after they'd already got an opening pick. It wasn't blind aggression, it was very well calculated. The game plan has then since changed, and SR have gone, haha, if you think that's how we're going to play for the rest of the game, then you're an idiot, because we're going to change things up. And immediately they've switched over. From round 3 onwards, the focus has been entirely different. It has been, we're just going to play for a plant. We are going to use our teamwork, we're going to use our coordination, and we are just going to work these angles. They've started to have a bit of a change around now as well, and I think they're being a lot more particular and a lot more deliberate with what they are bringing. We're not seeing the Dokubi be brought anymore. We're just seeing the Deimos and the Snake, and it's providing a little bit more pushing power because it's opening up options for things like Aurora.
And to your point, I think also particular and deliberate about the map control they're taking. I mean, you think about rounds 1 and 2, it felt very identityless, right? It wasn't quite clear what control they wanted to take. You'd have Spoit over in Museum, you'd have somebody over by Old Tower, you'd have somebody in all different areas of the map. And it never felt like there was a clear coordinated plan. But this time, I think this kill right here is a great example. They're like, okay, we're simplifying the game. We want to kill this Warden. How are we going to do it? How are we going to take this one position on the map and deal with this one operator as a team? And clearly, Super, I think, having immense, obviously, and very well-earned faith in his team after round 2. No tactical timeout like I predicted. Clearly heard something quite good in the comms, and obviously was rewarded for that. Shopify Rebellion finding out the solution and forcing Virtus Pro to take a pause, now adjusting their own strategy. Coming out of the tactical timeout, we have broken glass and taken out the Clash.
We really have. Couple of rounds away until that halfway point as well, where we have a mandatory timeout now. We have the halftime point in the game. And that gives opportunity for the coaches from both sides to freely talk to their team for 2 whole minutes, which is a decent amount of time. And I know that the insight from that, Lynx, has been something that I know we've both been enjoying. I think everyone's been enjoying it, really, because it is a rare insight, isn't it?
No, I've thoroughly enjoyed it so far. I think both these teams will have a lot of good to offer today as well. Though I feel like every team has had good things to offer.
Get ready for the breach.
It's Canadian now actually giving up the shield as well. Moving to the Grim, and Surf picking up the Blackbeard. Though I have a feeling that the more direct, limited game plan we've seen for the Rebellion will continue. It's just rather than using the shield to facilitate a plant, I imagine Surf will be creating a lot more space inside the site to give Canadian an opportunity to put this diffuser down. It's a slower face, that the Rebellion are showing, probably in part because Rexon has to look at that clash and just understand that there's nothing he can do about that right now. Nothing really anybody on the Rebellion can do, aside from a couple nades. ROU projected now going out. Flashbangs as well, as the clash looking to take another face, another gander. This F-Not trap is triggered. I think we even see a counter swing from the backside.
I think that's the worry there, isn't it? You never know if those outside F-Nats go off. You never know where you're going to get swung from. And VP have definitely consolidated a little bit more here. They're not challenging as much on the periphery of the map. Instead, they've dug themselves back in. They're bringing different tools, more architectability in the castle, the clash as well. It isn't going to help them in that opening engagement, though, as Rorik is still the first player to fall. And, well, Naku, he's going to have a very tough time of things here on the clash. Just about everyone fall wide, but somehow gets away with one. I thought he was going to get a second there, but he chunks Canadian down to just less than half. Ambi falling in this initial melee as well, leaving it an equal 3 versus 3. And almost a very similar hit point advantage as well.
Yeah, almost exactly equal on the HP, though Pasha might have a great line on the Canadian. But misses that initial shot, and so as the last bit of Canadian's Bs go out, in terms of utility as well, this will be generally pretty even. Look at Skies' Gershmat, though. Understanding that the Rebellion like to play this plant, you have to think that that bit of utility might have been saved. Canadian now pushing deeper. He'll throw it, and unfortunately not able to stop any plan, not able to stun anybody in general. Dan sprinting outside, but Spoit playing so patient. Cuts him with a DMR. Skies just domes Rexon from across the site. And Rebellion still fighting, still facing a little bit of resistance from this remaining Virtus Pro player. Both Spoit and Canadian lower than Skies on this HP, and with how many bullets, how much that fire rate of the Scorpion is, Rebellion might fall if they aren't careful. Sport on Overwatch with the DMR. Just spots him for a second, tags him up a little bit more. This guy's still playing this game of cat and mouse as Canadian has slipped his way through, made it into the site, slips around the corner, could surely find the next one, but no! Pistol and the headshot. Spoit with extra credit on that kill as the Rebellion take the lead.
Spoit's pleased with that one. It's not often we see him jumping out of the seat like that. Big, big kill there coming in. It's a rare day. It is a very rare day when Canadians planting the diffuser and either Spoit or Ambi are covering and they fail to keep him alive. A very rare day indeed. At least Spoit was there for the recovery.
And a good recovery it was too. Style points that pistol. Coming into this game with a chip on his shoulder, trying to correct the narrative and show everyone that all of the doubts about the Rebellion, all the naysaying is not only woefully inadequate, but a completely outdated narrative. And right there, a good way to show it. 3-2 now, guaranteed a tied half from Fortress, and the Rebellion at the beginning is not the one we are seeing right now. They seem in firm control of this game with a clear game plan, a clear ideology for how they want to approach this. And I don't think they could have faced more resistance than what we saw with that clash. Sitting behind the shield, I mean, Nako really posed a difficult issue, and they found a way around it.
Well, that's it. You've got to think, VP took their time out there, and that's what they came up with. They've gone back into the house, they've put the best clobber on, and they're straight back on the dance floor. And that's what they came up with. They came up with the clash, and it wasn't good enough. Now, all right, it came down to a 1 versus 1. It was a 1 versus 2. Still not ideal. It was better, don't get me wrong. They did a much better job, but it didn't change the Rebellion's game plan, didn't it? Their game plan was still the same as it's been for the last 3 rounds. It was to try and get this diffuse down. Let's just play to a win condition. So if they weren't able to stop that in its entirety, I'm kind of not too surprised to see him already slip back to some round 1, 2, sort of 3 tactics that have actually netted VP rounds so far. I'll be honest, I think they need to be a little bit more aggressive.
They might. Could be the idea here. I mean, we're going full bore on the traps now. I think this might be the most we've seen this half so far from Virtus Pro. Got the Denari, the Ella, and the Thorn, but all operators that, if you want, you can keep a Gershmat or a Razor Bloom in pocket, but you can basically roam to your heart's content. You're not like a Smoke or a Tachanka where you need to save your utility for the whole round. You can basically just do whatever you want. So Virtus Pro maybe feeling a bit more liberty with this lineup, bolstered by Dan and Pasha closer to the site. Canadian again looking to tackle this Rorik on the staircase, but from below this time rather than above. Shield on a staircase can always be a bit of a tricky situation. We'll see if Shopify Rebellion are able to handle it, as Sky is now providing Rorik some support. Unlike last time where the Warden was by himself, this time not only does he have a player covering the window, but he's able to win the fight against the Blackbeard as well. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but that just favors Virtus Pro. A shield for an Ella who's already placed most of her utility is excellent. Surf making his way inside of the site, but spotted by Dan. That was an easy kill. The Twitch was on such low HP, and now Dan looking for more, but punished for it. The Rebellion keeping things as close as possible, as this has been the most difficult round they've had since the beginning of that streak.
The comms are pretty good from VP here as well. Dan knew just about where everybody was right there, even just landing a couple of shots in the direction before he was eventually taken out. It levels out 3-3, and like you say, you've lost some big pushing power here in that Blackbeard, and Canadian, of course, being the one to get the diffuser down. It's left that diffuser cold on the ground. Now, it should be recoverable, and Spoit is going to be in the vicinity there to now try and grab it. But look at the line of defense that we've just had set up there by VP. Skies, Naku, and Pasha all trying to get themselves in a line here. Spoit is going to be the first player to break it, though.
And breaking it with 11-2 right now for the KD. Massive showing from Spoit. Looking to maybe find 2 more. Skies and Pasha, the only vestiges of this defense. Ooh, nails him, though. Have to try again on the defensive side. Spoit out of this round. Pasha finding Ambi, too. Lexan now has to clutch up big. Only 11 shots in that ARX. Direct intel on 1, but with the Denari right around the corner, surely VP can figure that one out. It is a tie game as we swap sides. And unlike the beginning, thank God, Ollie, this looks like this one's going to be competitive.
Little bit of a missed opportunity there from SR. I think they're going to kick themselves at that. 3 versus 3 with that much time, you'd be expecting them to come out on top. Let's have a listen into what the teams have to say at the halfway point.
You guys hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, good half, guys. Let's reset now. We got to bring it to the defenses. We're talking about let's ban the blitz and the glass. I think let's start with glass because we banned that yesterday, so they're probably expecting that. Then let's go to the blitz. Some of their defenses were pretty similar, so I'm just going to give you a reminder of what to expect. Of course, this is old, so it doesn't mean they're going to stick with it. So on the commands, they like to do they'll fake like it's a split. They were opening up like the wall side, and then they would rotate and end up doing like a ladder spiral art horse kind of deal. Obviously, in those instances when they did that, the other team was contesting the wall side, games area, so it's not a guarantee they will rotate off, but both times they attacked it, they did just fully literally go back to the spiral side. It was a shield walking up spiral, probably going to be a Ying with the glass band on the ladder. For Kitch, when I saw them attack it, they did a top
Round in command. The fuck is it called? Hello, live stream. Yeah, I think probably now is a good moment for a bit shut up. No, I'm joking. Every time, guys, talking about win condition, okay? If you're doing some kind of full domain and they come too much for us and we don't have a good position to domain, block the round and say, wait, guys, maybe Nikita can go up some stairs. Wait, guys, Danilo is using Twitch so he can come to help us, right? Don't play around. We have people who can help us and we don't use that, right? So just be careful with that. And the rest, like I said, guys, communication. This is going to be the most important. 5v5 rounds, 30 seconds is about comms, right? And you know, guys, you're fucking better. Forget about the last round, okay? Show we are fucking professional team like we showing other matches before. Forget about the last round, just play the next. Like we saying that the shift is match, right? The match is just starting, guys. If the next round here, we set decks a fucking 2v5, don't matter. Go next. Show we improve that shit, right?
Yeah.
And that's it.
Yeah, okay.
All the rest is on the paper. I'm not gonna say that it is.
That, of course, Dark, we just heard from Virtus Pro. Coming in, another component of the VP switch-up, obviously breaking the massive Russian core we had on Virtus Pro for a long time, but also Dark, who's kind of made a name for himself, is really kind of I think exporting. Obviously, many different coaches have exported the Brazilian style to a lot of different regions, Romalio being a good example, or Alamar being a good example to the European region, but Dark as well, also coming in from, SBXG and APL, and now trying to really change things up for Virtus Pro as well and being a very integral part of this new ideology and this new look for VP. Now, going up against Super, who's been part of the Rebellion in some way, shape, or form about as long as time has been around. Two big brands going up against each other.
Two very different ideologies as well in what we heard from both Super and Dark there. From Super, it was a little bit more prep focused, and he was like, look guys, this is old, so we don't really know, but it's the best is what we've got. We've just got to deal with it. But from Dark side of things, it was very much like, look, talk to each other, ask for help. We've got this, and I think he's just trying to bring that teamwork together a little bit more, isn't he? Because on the rounds that we've seen VP do well, and of which there have been a couple, it's been an equal half. It's been a very, very competitive game of Siege so far. You can tell when that information's flowing a little bit more, can't you? And in the rounds where it falls apart, you can tell people have maybe gone a little bit quiet.
And it also makes sense. I mean, if you look at both of these teams, I mean, you have a coach and a 5-man roster on one side who've been together for literally years at this point. On Virtus Pro, you have a team that three of these players literally have not played with Pasha or Dan before, and a coach who has not really been part of the system before. This is a new project, and so it also makes sense that, for one side, they might have a lot more of those fundamentals kind of like drilled in. They know the chemistry. They know how they connect with the other players. They know what kind of the fundamental laws of nature are for that team. But for Virtus Pro, still figuring a lot of that stuff out. And, I mean, they can clearly do it well. Top 2 in EML is no slouch. But definitely here, to your point, might still just be something they're still working on. And at least so far, it's been good for 3 rounds. Both teams good for 3 rounds.
My location is clear.
Now Sky's bringing in that Soliton scanner. Player to watch as we go forward. As we also heard Super talking about the Glass Band and taking down the shield as well. So we will still have a shield and some powerful utility on the side for VP. Neko hunting deep, but as we've got 2 defenders catching his attention, I was about to say, I don't think Ambi's been spotted. Pieces up 2 with 1 clip of the Scorpion, and just like that, slips into the night.
Big lack of information there from VP, really, isn't it? You've got the Monty, you've got the window, you've got to be checking that little corner. You can't be letting somebody like Ambi slip into there for free, because that is the round. Should be done and dusted at this point. There's going to be, obviously, an attempt here from the 3 remaining Virtus Pro players, but for SR, they just need to back themselves up, dig a little bit deeper. They've got just under half of the round to work with now, and they should be able to find these winning positions. Caught out on the Bs now. Both Rexon and Surf are just going to have to wait for that to dissipate, but Surf isn't going to wait too long. He takes Pasha down next.
Seems VP well and truly shut out of this one. As Dan might make it to the bottom of the staircase and can slip down to the first floor, but the smoke grenade will only be good to get him inside and maybe catch 1 defender off guard. Rourke's been trying to find a way through this reinforcement, even cutting off a sliver of it with a little exothermic trick on an adjacent wall. Who does dome surf on the longest angle out of all these potential engagements. But the main way VP are going to find a way back in this is through moments like that. If the Rebellion decide to peek and decide to give them gunfights, something VP did not do when they were on their defenses in these late rounds, and it seems like Surf might be more of an anomaly than anything. Ambi's been here literally for the past minute, it feels like, just waiting for somebody to walk out of the tower. Same can be said for Spoit around the corner. Will finally swing Rourke and take him down, and the Rebellion just waiting for these remaining couple Virtus Pro players to walk into their trap.
Fairly standard stuff, really, from SR. Get a good advantage early on, and don't look to try and overplay your hand. Meet them at their periphery. Have Ambi tucked into a corner. Give him the opportunity to go crazy. We've spoken quite a bit about Spoit today. Ambi, usually one of those people in that conversation as well, and
absolutely,
he's starting to come alive just a little bit here. He had a pretty honking first 6 rounds.
Oh yeah,
it's fair to say. But he's finally found a little bit of contribution there inside of round 8.
That's a good contribution as well, not only just in terms of it was a nice flashy double kill, really effective for the overall round, taking down the Montaigne and the Snake in 1 spray. But also, I think, in terms of stuff to talk about, clearly communication or intel gathering failing pretty quickly from Virtus Pro right there. I mean, obviously, Ambi is literally tucked into, like, the rattiest corner possible, I feel like,
is it the
Fortress.
rattiest corner? Like, you know?
No, but this is what I was going to say, right? It's like, it's a very ratty corner, but at the same time, you know, if you hear a tactical time being like, talk about communication, let's stick together, get all that information flowing. Kind of an unfortunate little slip up out the gate, but it's also a tie game, 3-3. You have to hope Virtus Pro won't make that mistake again, because it's one thing if you lose, like, a Thermite or something, maybe you can get away without breaching, but losing a Snake and a Monty out the gate, that's going to be brutal, especially if the Monty is going to be a core part of VP's strategy. Naquo inside of EML, his 2 most played operators, 30 rounds of Blackbeard and Blitz in total. The shields in general, even though Monty is not one of those 2 that I just mentioned, the shields in general, a core part of VP's identity, and something I imagine the Rebellion anticipated in their prep. Something that will be important to deal with and mitigate. So dealing with a little bit of utility out the gate. I think there might have just been a drone he shot as Naquo coming up from below. Place a Vulcan pack to the top of the staircase to stave off this push for just a little bit longer. A lot of utility actually being poured into this position. As Rourke now gets the idea that maybe he should hunt that player who just threw a C4 at his teammate. Surf just trying to evade the whole situation, of course. Now pocket reinforced by... Ooh! Just a little moment, a good find as the Deimos tangling with the Bandit, but most importantly has denied him the ability to reinforce off that wall. That is a huge bit of control now established for Virtus Pro.
Rorik going to be moving up behind Naku here. Naku should be able to push forward and really give some good call-outs and some good information as to where players are. Rexon again caught out on the Bs there. Skies is starting to join into this mix as well, so slowly but surely, VP are pushing the Rebellion back at the moment. but the Rebellion aren't looking to challenge too heavily just yet. They know that they've still got a little space that they can move back and still operate in successfully. So whilst this top floor clear is slowly coming through, and we've got players like Skies occupying space inside a bathroom, there's still a conversion here that needs to happen.
Immediately, Deathmark tracker disabled once that intel's acquired. Virtus Pro beginning to tighten their grip around this site, but I mentioned a conversion. Still waiting for even an entry to convert. No advantage whatsoever for Shopify Rebellion or Virtus Pro. Dan creeping down below. We saw Ambi down here earlier, and I think is still somewhere moving about that first floor. Got to be careful. The flank on the attack might be countered by the defense as Pasha the first to fall. Quick trade by Virtus Pro, but time is beginning to run out. 35 seconds remaining. They've made it towards the site, but the Rebellion all basically holding hands around this bomb site, keeping each other within their line of sight, trying to trade off their positions. Nade will force the Bandit back, but Surf just holding. Waiting is going to kill Virtus Pro more than bullets ever could. Just waiting, holding these angles, though. Rexon walks right into the AK-12. Naquil good for another 2. So Surf and Ambi have to make this 2v4 happen with only 10 seconds remaining. Creeping up the stairs. Dan's ready for it, but Ambi wins the fight. Catches the planter. 2! But oh no, the shield flips back around. Skies picks up 2 to tie the game again.
Brilliant couple of kills there from Skies to keep everyone safe. I thought Ambi had that on lock then. I was looking at the plant position as well. It was right next to a Vulcan pack, but there was just nowhere else that Nakey could have started to get that plant down. It was the only corner that was just about safe. And it was like, well, I guess we just got to try and plant and then maybe explode the Vulcan pack ourselves and zone off the diffuser for a good portion of time. A very near attempt at a bit of a flank play there from Ambi, but they weren't really left with much option. VP were happy to work with that little time, I think, and I think that's something that really started to give them the edge there. They weren't too bothered about not being able to, you know, make something happen quickly. They were able to bait out utility quite well. Canadian used all his Toxic Babe canisters. It was a very well-paced round for me from VP. It does come down to the wire, though. And as we know, it's not always a great idea to come down to the wire. But in that instance, at least it worked. And we are leveled up once again 4-4.
Yeah, it was just like consistent progress throughout the round, right? I think it was like, it was slow to the point where you almost had difficulty keeping track. You're just like, okay. Oh, they're actually like right next to the site with 45 seconds remaining. Just very consistent progress from Virtus Pro in round 8. Now we hit the tertiary site. Good opportunity for VP to take the lead in a way we haven't really seen them be capable of doing since the very beginning of this series when they went up 2-0 at the start on their defensive side. To deal with this first floor bomb site, we have some vertical pressure coming in. Skies will make good use of those boogie drones. The Monty continuing to be a facet, reaching the point where the Rebellion might just decide to ban it. Once we hit that ban phase after this round, no matter who wins or who loses. By the same token, I feel like Snake has been a very consistent feature, which is basically true for just the game at this point. But Snake also brought in a couple rounds. Could be something worthwhile, especially if Dan puts that Soliton scanner to good effect alongside the Deathmark trackers on the Deimos. 45 seconds in. Virtus Pro have made their way inside, but the Rebellion, if there is any roaming presence to speak of, for the most part, I believe it's on that first floor. I think all 5 down below.
And the danger here for the Rebellion is that they have that ability to rotate at a later point, don't they? And it's something that VP are going to need to keep in the back of their mind. Starting to see the boogie drones move through now and rip open this floor. It's going to limit some of the pockets of safety that there are going to be on that first floor for SR to start to play in. Nakey in a really weird spot at the minute as well, just sort of posted up on the stairs, just keeping a good eye on that flank. It's like a human flank watch, not just the drone that's going to be in that position right now. Really wanting to let anyone just slip up loosey-goosey and get themselves up those stairs. Sky's likely going to replace his drone now and keep a good eye on that position. They really are worried about the potential for these flanks. There is option for a lot of information, though. As we've said, we've got the Deimos and we've got the Snake. And Pasha has a full wealth of people that he can track on this tracker. For the moment, he's going to be choosing Surf. I don't think he knows about the other player tucked in.
He had an idea. He clearly had an idea, but he ends up tracking a different player. Ooh, still looks, though. Very close. Seems like that flank from Ambi might have worked, especially as he tracks Surf instead of the Fenrir. The Pasha still ready for an Ambi, can't get that impact. Ironic, though, Surf is the one that takes down the first pick. Make that the second as well. Gunning for the third as Naquo contemplates an ADS, commits to it. Surf is stuck in this corner. Might be able to, like, Kiba himself for protection, but I do not think this Azami is getting out. The defense might just coordinate, wrap around this position as Ambi, his hunt for Pasha, finally successful. His prey taken down by the MP7. As attackers looking to pinch this player who's been stuck, who's been a thorn in their side for so long, but Surf whips around the corner. Hip fires one, can't make it four. Skies has him locked down, but the Rebellion continue their lead. It's a tit-for-tat game, but the Rebellion just one step ahead.
What a big play there from Surf. Just tucked into Infirmary, nowhere to go, nothing really to keep him safe. Got a couple of Kiba barricades, but has just got to swing for their lives. Able to do it and once again edge out a lead here for SR. Since the first couple of rounds, obviously we got SR winning 3 in a row. It's been very back and forth from that point onwards. You get the snake ban.
Honestly,
So
kind of makes sense.
I guess just happy to deal with the Monty. It's not been a big factor really, has it?
No, you have a feeling that, like, if you leave the Monty up, they're going to stick with it, especially because of how hardcore of, like, a shield team VP have become. And one, to your point, the Monty has not really been that big a deal. But also, if you just think about it in theory, which operators are a bit easier to spot, you know where the Monty is. He's a human drone. You know when he's going to be in an area. But you don't know when that snake's going to be in an area. Like, sure, he might spot you, but you don't know if he's going to be going for a flank with the rest of the team. Snake is just a bit more difficult of an operator to deal with in the abstract. And so I think Snake is probably just a safer ban in the grand scheme of things because he's just much harder to spot, much more stealthy.
Yeah. Especially given that it's just a known as well. You know that you're going to be dealing with the Monty, so it makes perfect sense to just stick to that. A couple of 6 picks coming in here for round number 10 as VP needs to try and switch things up if they're going to find the answer here.
Attackers are moving to defuse.
SR, of course, good for 3 rounds on their own attacks here. We've been 1 for 1 so far in this second half of the game. So if we do follow the trend, we're expecting VP to be successful here, but it is a site that they've already struggled in, command and office. A lot of this came down to a position that Ambi was holding, which he won't get away with again.
No,
just
unlikely.
tucked in, got himself a couple of kills, removed definitely the Monty, and I think it was Skies as well on the Snake. And immediately the round was just like, okay, it's going to be fairly tricky to lose it from here on out. That is likely not going to happen again. And we need to see a little bit more diligence in the drone game and that early information gathering from VP.
And even with the intel in general, the Grim should be helpful for that. Not a new operator, VP have been bringing him a lot, but still something to consider that there's a lot of different avenues by which they could acquire that information. Work down below on the Finca, taking a bit of a gander with the spear up through the floor. We keep pushing this position just like they did last time. A lot of smoke canisters expended early on. Ooh, I was going to say, that might do a lot of damage to Nako. Kind of impressive he actually gets out with only losing that little HP. Quite thankful for this result. Really, it's a negligible amount in the grand scheme of things. Immediately boosted back up by Rorik. Good to mitigate some of the damage. Not only that utility, but even if you get a couple errant bits of shrapnel from a Razor Bloom, be happy. You've got those adrenal surges to rely on. Very, very, very concentrated defense by SR right now. All playing in or around the bomb site. And so VP struggling at the moment to find a clear way in, as I believe that's Rexen moving a bit further up. Taking a bit of presence inside a museum around the corner. An off angle that Rorik will spot at the last second. Sure opens things up onto Pasha. And VP's initial attempt at an entry completely falters. One player dying with heavily important utility, another taking a substantial amount of damage, and this Monty continuing 4 rounds in a row to have basically no impact.
It's not having the desired effect right now, is it? Rexen can be tucked up on top of the box. Rorik will take Surf down. This is where you've still got the Monty. You can still get that impact out of it. You just need Naku to be able to push in and cause enough distraction. I don't really want to see him hitting that ADS, though.
No, not at this close proximity with 2 defenders right across the way. Canadian swings out. Naku, I think, finds himself too far from the rest of the team, ends up being directly in the center of the defense. Now the Monty and the Grim both down. Acquiring this late round utility is going to be difficult. Rorik praying he lands that pre-fire. It's briefly, no, it is fully a VP man advantage. Skies and Dan both finding one, but Spoit, Compassion ends up killing Dan, trying to save Rorik, downed in the process on the cross. Skies has time, can pick him back up. Back to a 2v1, but the Spoit with such a long line And an Uzi that packs a punch, chambered with some damaging ammunition. Now around the corner, Sky's on Overwatch. Spoit just slips by, might be able to pre-fire that angle, spots him at the last second, and slips around the corner. Escaping any punishment met out by Virtus Pro.
The target prioritization there from Spoit is second to none. That's the second time today that we've seen him have a huge clutch up here on Fortress. He has been a big thorn in the side of VP. Another situation like that where we see Spoit just play it to perfection. To be fair, for me, that's more impressive than the pistol kill that he got a couple of rounds ago. And he was out of his chair for that one. This is now just another day at the office.
This is business
He's
as
locked
usual.
in.
I mean, it's coming at a different point as well, right? When they got that pistol kill, they were struggling, I think, a little bit at the beginning of the game. Still settling in. I mean, at this point, Shopify Rebellion have been in the lead since round 7, really. Sure, the game has been tied a couple times, but they've been leading the way and have definitely been leading the charge in the pace of this game since basically round 3. Won the vast majority of the rounds. And so I think Shopify Rebellion have gotten quite comfortable in this series, and I think the glamour of it has kind of washed off a little bit for Spoit, and now at 14-5. Every kill is basically the same as the last one at this point. He has a heavy surplus for SR broadly.
Who's counting at this point, you know?
What's the difference between 15 and 14,
Just
really?
chalk another one up. Who's counting?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I don't think that Surf is the spawn peaky type. It feels like he was maybe just caught out a little bit there. I don't know.
That was investigation file serve. That was NACL serve. He thought it was 2021.
Maybe just feeling himself as well. He's like, yeah, I'll do it as well, Spoit. No, maybe not. Going into what could be the final round of the game then, SR on map point, with Surf taking a very early exit to the cameras. Isn't going to put them in the best spot. However, VP have struggled so far, only being good for one attacking round, and their recipe, despite them continuing to use it, hasn't really worked too well. In fact, this time, Lynx, it feels like they're doubling down on it. They're not only bringing the Monty, but they're also bringing the Blackbeard. Spoit has also been taken to very low HP.
No way he fights this guy.
But I kind of fancy him for it.
With the Blackbeard around the corner, Spoit's got to chill out. Unorthodox, but very valid use of a Kiva right there to block off the vertical angle created by Pasha. I actually love that. Allows Spoit to get back, continue using those Kivas. Really enables this full rotation and close quarters play. Spoit just isn't making wrong moves on Fortress right now.
Position secured.
He is mad as hell coming into phase 2. But he might just be the player to shoot that Monty through the shield. Doesn't care how the game works, doesn't care how the mechanics go. Spoit is making his own luck at the moment. As the rest of the Shopify Rebellion, unfortunately, can't quite find a whole lot of it. He's eventually felled as the Rebellion as a whole, aside from that brief kill on Dan, has been struggling against Virtus Pro, who have been cornering them inside of their own bomb site.
A very good take there from VP. I like it. They just went so direct. There was no sort of farting around, going, taking control here, there, and everywhere. Oh, let's try. No, it was very straightforward. It was very clinical. It was, we're just going to play 2 shields, and we are going to play behind them. Get a little bit of pressure coming in from downstairs. We know that they're going to play the rotate next to old tower stairs, and we're just going to make it even more difficult for them. The saving grace there for SR for me was the fact that they had the Tachanka, and those Shumikas kind of kept it alive, really, for a little bit longer than it should have been kept alive for SR. Spoit, of course, a bit of a flashy play there as well, but it was the writing kind of was on the wall from the start with that one, given the early exit of Surf and the fact that SR were always going to be going into that 4 versus 5. Good to finally see VP with a little bit of success here on the attack again. And let's be honest, it's still a very close game, 6-5. We're only 1 away from an OT here.
Not just 1 round, all that's required. VP, again, putting up a decent performance overall, just has felt a bit more inconsistent compared to SR. I mean, each round has always had at least 1 or 2 SR wins separating it. It's only been that 2-round streak at the beginning, but they have been quite competitive throughout this map. And just 1 round will make it even more so. We'll tie the game up 6-6. Treating us to a good show for UNI's first game of Phase 2, but also VP's first match on the national stage in quite a few months. Love to see it. And now, just want to point out, we have fully broken from the trend. Monty dropped off the board by Nako. He is pivoting and investing all of his funds in Blackbeard.
We're all in on Blackbeard right now.
We're
Blackbeard
all in.
Stocks on the rise, apparently. We had the Blackbeard and the Monty.
It's a strong buy on Blackbeard. Strong buy.
Is that what they call a bull market?
Yes.
I'm there for it. Hearing the remnants of a Flores Rotero drone there, as well as Dan is going to be clearing out a little bit of utility. We're seeing Skies going to look to get the wall open. Cade, unfortunately, taken it off, or the electrical dealt with prior to that. This was where we saw Surf single-handedly win the round from Infirmary, or Med, as some of the players like to call it. I don't know that he's going to be given the same chance again there. Spoy tries to take the challenge on to Pasha, but the Blackbeard, it's one of the dangerous things about it. You can't give your full attention over toward that Blackbeard. You have to be looking at the player behind it, and it just so happens Pasha was quicker.
Ambi trying to speed things up, though, with Pasha just around the corner and a Blackbeard not too far from his right. Thinking about fighting and putting up some kind of resistance against this VP push. The rest of the defense can kind of help out. We got the TCSG, but just a quick swing around the corner. Deimos down in the process. Key bit of information gathering for Virtus Pro now dealt with. And that coordination to take down Surf was really quite excellent, making great use of that death mark. Taking that out of VP's toolkit is going to be highly problematic. Now turning their attention over towards Canadian, who's playing a bit further up with that shotgun. Oh, they're literally next to each other. Canadian is in for a world of hurt as somebody swings around the corner. Skies 15-6 as well, by the way. Got to shout him out. He's on low HP, but can still get the job done. We've got 1 minute to go.
Low HP for Skies and low HP for Naku. Blackbeard on low HP. Well, not much use at all, and he's going to have to try and work his best with what he's got. Ambi's a little bit low here, but it's the C4s in the hands of Surf and Rexon that I'm really looking towards right now. You can see the positioning from the SR players. Again, they've built a brilliant link between themselves, holding a nice flat line between the sites. They know which direction this push is going to be coming from. There's zero verticality. It is all about this horizontal push now from VP.
All about how they can get Neko activated, maybe with Skies looking over and having these 3 Bs to launch into the site in the late round. This could make things a lot better for Virtus Pro. Displace the remaining defenders, gather information on anybody who doesn't move. Can push things a little bit further in their favor, but as Rorik uses a couple, doesn't spot much of anything. Rebellion even have information on the Grim. Moving up the hallway, 3K for Ambi at the moment. Surf gets 1 more. How about 18 kills, Skies, with 10 seconds to go? No, it'll be Ambi just getting even at the end of the game, and the Rebellion warmed up after a lengthy Phase 1 win their first bout in the Swiss.
Big performance there from SR. I think it's a bit of a statement performance as well from one player in particular. You can't ignore Spoit's contribution in that matchup. A lot of clutch potential and a heck of a lot of kills. 15-7 he ended on, double positive on the day, and was a big reason as to why SR were able to be successful on Fortress.
And with that being said, let's get this on. Let's move on. Let's get to the next one. We got another game coming up right after this. SR winning 7-5. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. And a statement made by Shopify Rebellion 7-5 against Virtus Pro on Fortress. And one player in particular, I think, doing a lot of the talking would be Spoit. 15 kills by the end of the game. And, of course, standing up, getting very excited at the beginning. But by the end, he honestly just kind of looked bored.
I was just kind of, okay, is this what we're just going to keep doing? If this is what we're going to keep doing, I'm just going to keep having to do it then. Really, I don't want to say that he dragged SR through that game.
No.
But without his performance, without his contribution, it would have been a very different atmosphere. It would have been a very different landscape. Someone like Ambi, for example, came alive on that defensive side, but throughout the attacking rounds wasn't really able to find any success. Despite the fact that it was an equal 3-3 half, it took him till round 7 to get 2 kills. So there was a little bit of sort of lag on some of the players and then a bit of overperform necessarily on a few of the others. But for me, I think I'm enthused with what I've seen from VP. Great first half. It was just a shame about those attacks.
And that's what I was going to say. I think with VP, there was a lot of good stuff to talk about, a lot of good things to focus on. Just felt like they were a bit cold coming in. I mean, 12 rounds out the gate against Shopify Rebellion, a team that also likes Fortress and is comfortable playing it. I think it's very understandable, very good. I think we'll probably see a much different Virtus Pro when we move into round 2, round 3 of the Swiss, and I say much different. Still a lot of good stuff to talk about for VP. Skies as well, 15 kills at the end of things. But of course, that is our first game. We've got another one coming up, Ollie, that I have to say I'm very excited about because we had number 2 team in Europe, right, with VP. We have Twisted Minds coming up as well, which, I mean, we're talking about top 3 teams in Europe now, and Twisted Minds in particular, coming from the MENA region. A lot of exciting stuff, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Twisted Minds and Furia right after this. Well, obviously, as we talked about, we already seen Shopify Rebellion. We saw the second best team in Europe. Might as well just go to the third next. Twisted Minds versus Furia will be our next game up on the B stream for the Swiss stage. And honestly, quite excited for both of these. I mean, obviously, Furia, first of all, making here when some people might say the old Furia, the still ancestrally the spiritual Furia, now Team Liquid or Team Liquid Alienware, not making it to the tournament, not making it to Salt Lake City. That is big enough itself, but boy, Furia looking quite good at coming out of the SAL.
We got lucky enough to cover quite a lot of the SAL kickoff, and we did see Furia, and we did see the sort of demise of Team Liquid Alienware as well. It was, I don't know, it was unpredictable, wasn't it? Because if you look at who we actually ended up sending from SAL, we've got this Furia side. We also ended up sending Loss as well. So
that was crazy.
Yeah, like it was a little bit mental over there at a couple of points, and it was fairly mental throughout the course of kickoff. But I mean, that's kind of just the nature of the beast, right? When you start to deal with SAL, it can be very, very competitive and very, very highly sought after.
And we also have the maps coming right up, because for both these teams, there's a little bit of just, I think a little fun little tidbit, as we have another Fortress game. If you've been missing a lot of Fortress in your life, be glad you're tuned into Rainbow Six Bravo, because we have another one coming up. But, Ollie, both of these teams, throughout kickoff, what is it? Flawless on Fortress coming into Salt Lake City?
Yeah, neither team has lost a Fortress map coming into this event, coming into kickoff. I believe Team Secret and Falcons are the two teams that Twisted Minds have beat over on this map, which, I mean, they're no slouch teams.
Those are two impressive victories for
Although,
EML.
if all you've done today is watch the B stream...
That is a good point, actually. If your intro to Falcons is what happened over against Wildcard, you might be like, that doesn't matter. I don't know why that's an impressive victory.
Yeah, Falcons haven't had the greatest morning over on the A stream, but that's the chaos of the Swiss stage, and there's a lot of games going on at once, and we are going to be seeing loads more games coming out over the course of the day. But back to the point at hand, Fortress for both these teams, it's been a very good map. Furia, they've won it 3 times. Twisted Minds, they've won it twice. One of them today, they're going to lose it.
And, I mean, that's kind of the fun part about the Swiss. We're going to see streaks broken coming in once we see these regions mixing. And I think in particular for Twisted Minds going up against Furia, I mean, obviously, as we can see on the screen right there, Herd's still wearing the jersey. A lot of new faces if you haven't been keeping up. Volps, Herbs, Bach, Loira, and Diaz. Basically kind of like a, who's who of great Brazilian players that aren't on FaZe or Team Liquid Alienware, because, I mean, like, you've got Volps coming in, one of the best players on W7M. Diaz coming in, one of the best players on old Team Liquid Alienware. Loira, an extremely good Brazilian player coming in from G2, but before that, the star player on Black Dragons. And Bogzera, even for his own sake, kind of the star player of ENX. Basically, like, well, all right, we can't be Team Liquid Alienware. We can't be FaZe. Why don't we just take a bunch of star players and see what happens?
I like the fact that a lot of them have been to other countries as well and played in other regions.
True.
We've obviously got Loira who's been over to Europe. We've got Diaz who's been over to NA. And it's that coming together. It's that sort of reuniting of a load of great players. And let's see what they're able to do when they get some international experience under their belts. We've seen them domestically. We've seen them internationally before. This is going to be a big, big showcase for them here and now.
It's going to be a crazy showcase indeed. Of course, I also want to mention for Twisted Minds as well, they are not coming in with their full roster. They have guards subbing in for Dovahkiin, but still, Guards and Dovahkiin have played together quite a bit of times, and also these players in the lobby, I think have basically all played with some combination of those 6 pretty consistently over the past 2.5 or so years. So, I don't think, while there is always going to be a bit of disruption in the chemistry, I think in the grand scheme of things, when you look at who might sub in for this Twisted Minds roster, not the worst thing on the planet, all things considered. And of course, on the Furia side, the only downside is you're going up against the full 5 of that Furia team who looked quite scary inside of the SAL. As the ban phase gets started, Cade and Monty out the gate. And I have a feeling if we're starting out with a Cade, that means we're going to see for the follow-up, big shock. It's the Bandit. Monty Snake being nice. I mean, that just kneecapped Virtus Pro's attack. They prepped for the wrong game.
Yeah.
They thought they were going to play the last one.
It's good bans. It's good preparation. Good preparation from Twisted Minds here. We're expecting the Monty to be banned, and we are expecting the Snake to be banned as well. The Glazer or Yin can be always thrown into that mixture as well. Very popular bans against Furia here on Fortress. And like you say, unfortunately, we just go into that slightly Z territory of both the Bandit and the K being banned. It is going to leave a lot of tools open. It is going to make things a bit easier for Furia, but I'll put it this way, I didn't notice it. I didn't notice the lack of it in the last match, did you? We saw a couple of Cade rounds we played, and it was just something that got dealt with.
Won't be complaining a whole lot in the grand scheme of things. It's mostly just a bit at this point. Speaking of bits, I had no segue there. I was trying to build a bridge as I went along. But at least for the lineup that we have coming out from Twisted Minds, Castle and the Solus and the Azami is just a nasty combination. Azami and Castle for the Architect operators, I think, is pretty well known at this point. just a difficult situation in which you have the static nature of the castle that kind of funnels and creates little pockets of either avenues to retreat or ingress or egress for the defense, blocks off vision for the attack. Yazami basically doing that, but in a bit more fluid version, allowing defenders to escape, cover up certain positions. We saw Spoyd make good use, throwing in a Kiba on the floor in the last one to counter some vertical play. With the Solus as well, it kind of gives her a bit of a playground to run through. You can have P9 kind of create a little bit of a link back for Hashom, which might be a necessary in this case, as Hashom is currently ratting inside a laundry. Oh no! It is windy on Fortress right now as Hashom hits everything but the Dokkaebi.
Ooh, nice little run-out attempt there from P9 as he takes Diaz down. Loira clearly just checking the wind as he was mag-dumping the head of Hashom inside of laundry as well. Obviously just trying to adjust for any environmental factors. A very similar HP advantage on the start of this. Loira a little bit low, but P9 on his second. Ooh, and a big opportunity there as Jalad, he just gets caught out. Herd's just round the corner, but this is fierce.
We are a minute 10 seconds into round one. I just want to point that out. And it is already a 1v3 Loira who opened things up. Now it's got to close things out in a 1v3 on 1 HP with 1 Dokkaebi calling 2 flashes. It's not the worst thing on the planet, all things considered, to find himself in this position. The whole 1 HP thing is kind of an unavoidable problem, but Bailey's now he's got 2 Dokkaebi calls. Ooh, actually almost nails Trickst right there, but unfortunately not able to do it. Crazy first round between Twisted Minds and Furia, as pretty much all the action happens within 60 seconds. And I mean, I'm trying to think like exactly what occurred, but we basically just had Furia barreling straight into the defense, and it seemed like Twisted Minds winning every single one of those engagements.
It was real blink and you miss it stuff, wasn't it? Loira, like you say, able to get that opening pick, but after that, it was really kind of the P9 show. And he was in just the right position at the right time to have a great chance onto Diaz and Boxera. There just wasn't really the necessary response. I don't know that Furia were sort of ready and waiting for the level of aggression that Twisted Minds often like to bring.
I certainly wasn't.
They do like to play in a very aggressive in a very aggressive manner, and challenging at the windows, challenging aggressively onto entry points in the building is going to be something that we see them try to rock with quite consistently.
I think also, especially a player like Hashom, who I feel like we've kind of understood his game plan for the past 2.5 years since he made his big debut on the international scene in Atlanta. I don't think Furia were going to be all that surprised. Well, I mean, in a way they didn't anticipate it, but I think once Loira got the kill and saw that it was Hashom riding in that corner, he's like, oh yeah, well that makes sense. I kind of should have figured that in hindsight. Do a bit of a PC issue, so just a brief tech pause, hopefully. Back soon. But at least for the first round, very good showing from Twisted Minds. Like you said, liking to contest those points of entry, not being worried or not being scared of taking those fights against Furia, which is honestly kind of important because, as we said at the beginning, this is just kind of like basically every great player that's not on FaZe Clan or Team Liquid Alienware. And because it's Brazil, that means these players are all very scary and really, really, really good. The talent in this region still runs very deep. And so if you're taking a fight against Loira or Diaz or literally just any of those 5 players, you got to be careful and really got to lock in. Twisted Minds certainly were in round 1 as they take the victory over on the second floor site. And now we'll rotate over to the second.
Standard rotation being brought here by Twisted Minds. Fortunately, we've got the PC issue sorted nice and quickly so we can get underway with the action. Furia may just want to try and extract a little bit of pace out of this game, but then you look at the lineup that they were threatening, they were bringing the blitz, and you're thinking, oh, hang on a minute, if we want to take a little bit of pace out, is the blitz really the thing that they want to be sort of bringing to try and do that? Because that usually just speaks of someone putting their foot even further to the floor. Maybe it will just be a case of barreling towards one another. We'll have to see, but at least for the meantime, Furia, Boxera going to be getting himself in on the action, straight up onto the roof. Joined, of course, by the Grim Bees, which we don't always get to see. Grim has been a very popular band so far throughout Salt Lake.
I love it.
This time, Twisted Minds opted to get rid of the Snake instead, so we're sort of clearing the way for those other disruption-based operators, and Volks is going to be rocking the Grim in this round.
And Volks a player who, at least on the side of Furia, tends to pick up the shield, but they don't have necessarily like a clear shield player like we just saw VP have. It'll bounce between Volps, maybe a couple other players. Boxera being a good example. Good information found by Laura right there. Just says, oh, okay. There's just a guy standing in the hallway. I will continue on clearing out some utility inside of the site, of which there is no shortage. Magnets, Mots, and F-Knots will be 3 immediate contenders for that shot drone. Great use of the Kibas, blocking off Boxera. Tries to pinch the Azami right around the corner. Herds and Loira immediately fell too. Great use of that angle. Boxera relaying the information. A player swinging around the corner. Trix caught with his pants down. This round is slower comparatively by about 7 seconds compared to round 1. And instead of the round ending in about 1 minute 15 seconds, we decided to slow things down and put it to 1 minute 20 seconds.
I told you they were looking to slow things down.
That, technically speaking, is true. That is technically correct, which is the best kind of correct.
Laura is still getting that opening pick, so really hot on that statistic so far across the first 2 rounds that we've seen. But I really like the use of the Blitz there. Herds was a brilliant backstab to what the Blitz was doing. Blitz, fantastic, distracting. Hey, look at me, wave my arms all over the place. You know, use your utility on me. Use your keeper barriers in this way. And Herds is just on the backstab straight away. And I think Loira was involved with that little play as well. Furia replying with a very quick round of their own here. Could be a quick game. If all these rounds last 35 seconds.
It's going to be, dude, it's going to be the world's first 8-7 game that lasts 40 minutes. Barely any time spent in the lobby. That actually would be kind of cool, though. That'd be a very interesting game to cast. I don't think I've ever casted a game I don't think I've ever casted a game that was like that. So that would be fun. That'd be a new experience. We'll see if that happens, though. I have to say, if you've got money on whether or not it will continue in round 3, presence of the Blitz, Blackbeard, and Dokkaebi kind of gives the game away for what Furia are feeling about the pace and the trend of Fortress between these 2 teams so far. 2 shields, of course, doesn't necessitate, require, or even confirm that the round will be quick. But I think it does confirm that what we saw in round 2, where we saw the Blitz make some kind of fast play, and then the whole team is coordinating around it, try and clear out some defenders, that seems to be the game plan that Furia are going for in this series. And the addition of a second shield will just enable some flexibility for where they want to push in. Whether or not Bach or Volps goes down, they can still try that again in a different position later.
Odds are on for as soon as the first kill after the first kill flies, odds are on that it is going to be a very quick round indeed, just because that's been the nature of this game so far. Heavy stack up right now as well. Going to be a little bit of a use of Thatcher and that EMP to try and disable some of this information, but look at Guards' position.
Just tucked around the corner and immediately runs into 2 ballistic shields. Now trapped in a corner behind the nade, though Trix picks up the first. The support for both the shields unfortunately taken down. Furia quickly respond by gaining a man advantage. Boxera down on the floor. Could be picked back up as both shields still in the game. Volps with the Scar. Lethal on the entry into Fortress. Hashom and P9 now downed. But Boxera not completely recoverable. Ready for it. Volps not suffering any fools at the moment, as with the final Dokkaebi call going out. Don't think anything worse could have occurred for P9 at that moment than a Deathmark tracker flying around the corner and spotting him. Relaying that information straight to Furia. He's pretty far away, actually. So I'm not sure if they fully heard the call. Okay, no, they definitely heard the call. Loira still gets smoked, though. Boxera good for the trade. We are going to have a quick one, Ollie. I think this one's going very fast if round 3 is just continuing to make some kind of argument.
It's exciting, though, isn't it? I love the team play there from Furia. That was brilliant. We got a great view of it as well, as they're both just barreling through that main door. And we're just seeing players wiggle left and right, you know, ADS in, un-ADS in. I mean, poor old Bok got baited for the entire round.
Poor guy.
It worked out great, though, because Volp's got 3 kills for his troubles just through baiting that one player. I don't think it's too much of a surprise to see the Blitz be banned out there at the start of round number 4, though, eh?
It is kind of funny, though, because Volps was demolishing people with that Blackbeard in the last round, so could have been either of them, and I'd been like, yeah, that makes sense.
The thing that's scary here is this isn't how we saw Furia play Fortress in the SAL.
It's not.
This is... It's just different.
It's just crazy how quick these rounds have been going, or at least when the actions occurred, how quick the actions actually happened. I mean, there was quite a bit of a lead up there. I mean, we saw people waiting outside that double door for like a whole minute beforehand. But once it happened, I mean, pretty much most of the lobby was dead within 20 seconds. Furia have a very clear game plan, just like SR did in the last game, but the game plans could not be further apart. They are literally entire galaxies apart for what Furia want to do and how they're using these shields versus how the Rebellion were using shields on this same map just like 20, 30 minutes ago. This is the one site that it didn't... well, I guess actually this is not the one site, as I just look up and realize. No, this is. My brain is literally breaking. I saw the shower and I was like, wait, we're in shower on the first floor. But no, this was the one site where it didn't quite work. For Furia did it. They tried to bring that shield, use that Blackbeard, and Twisted Minds basically stopped it entirely.
I would agree, but I think that since round 1, Furia have been a lot more aggressive and a lot more purposeful with the way that they're playing this shield. They've stepped it up a little bit. They've turned it up to 11. It's no longer we're just going to play the shield. They're doing it with a heck of a lot of purpose now, and it's blooming terrifying. Volps is an absolute menace when he gets going on that Blackbeard. He's just had a great round. There's nothing saying that this won't be a little bit different. As you said, though, this has been the sort of saving grace site so far for Twisted Minds. I'm not going to go as far as to say it's a must-win, but it'll go a long way in this series if they are able to get a successful defense here.
And just in terms of narrative, I mean, if they lose this site here, the game kind of feels much further out of their control. Bot Zero right around the corner. Ooh, somehow getting shot. Just a little two-piece against P9. Opening kill goes the way of Furia. Trix down by the fire, I believe. Yes, that is true. Loira pops a Vulcan pack, in fact, and then also dies to barbed wire. A lot of utility kills coming out in the first minute or so. Quick 3v3, though, and Fulton Herds on low HP. The Twisted Minds want to win this site for the second and final time this half. They probably got the best odds to do it right here, right now. DMR and TCSG could make quick work of Herds in particular, though Volps isn't exactly long on HP. DS has tried to use these Roar Doors, and while they might have got these attackers inside of the building, it has not gained any clear, decisive advantage. And Tashom now moving on this flank, that you can see the attackers turn around and begin turning their attention. They are clearly aware of this possibility, even if they aren't aware of the Thorn. They'll hit that prone. Do they check? No, they just see him at the last second. And Tashom will slip further back into the arms of the defense.
Still with some utility to lean into here, though. They've got some Vulcan packs kicking around. There's no active Razor Blooms in pocket or anything like that. Those are just going to be placed out, hoping and ready. Herds thinking about dropping the hatch here. Don't know if there's an assumption that someone is going to be playing just on the other side of that. But it's always a worthy angle to check. 35 seconds left, and for rounds that have been lasting around 35 seconds in total, we're in alien territory at the moment.
Oh.
J-Lad is going to be able to take Volps down with it. That renders the diffuser cold.
Diffuser cold. DS so good in these clutch situations. Suddenly finds two. And with a show, might be on full HP, but that 417 can turn 100 into 30 faster than you can imagine just around the corner. Oh, I wanted to check it so bad. Just right there with 7 seconds to go. He's got to commit with the kill. Pistol around the corner. Oh, just barely sees him, but a Shom quicker with it, and Twisted Minds tie things up.
Real close end to the round there. Both players knowing exactly where the other one was. And for rounds that have been lasting, like I said, 30 to 40 seconds, to see all of it feels like a rare treat here on Fortress between Twisted Minds and Furia. But Twisted Minds maintain their winning record upstairs in command and bathroom. It's been the only site they've been good for so far, and they've won it in two very different fashions. I couldn't get over the amount of util kills.
That was crazy.
I think we had, did we have 2 Vulcan pack kills and 1 barbed wire kill?
I think it was just 1 Vulcan pack, 1 barbed wire. I think it was a trade because I think Loira popped the Vulcan pack, which took down Trix, but I think Trix in the process lit up Loira at about 1 HP, and Loira was pushing up in barbed wire, and that's what killed him. So it was kind of a util trade, actually.
A util trade.
It was 2 traded utility kills.
We need a new column.
I was about to say, we do not have that one on the sheet, I'll tell you that much. Surely that's happened before, and like excluding... Because explosives, obviously, that's probably happened. We probably had a C4 and a nade kill. I imagine those are pretty common.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb.
But I haven't seen that one before. That one's new.
I'm on
Speaking of new, a little bit of Malusi action making their way onto the board here for round number 5. Just further in this horrendous trap meta that we find ourselves in at the moment, and that Twisted Minds are really looking to exploit. Banshees, Grismots, FNATs, Razor Blooms.
It's just disgusting, really.
It's everything, isn't it?
I feel gross looking
It's
at it.
drone every single inch.
And you know what the best part is? The one player's not a trap operator, DMR.
DMR.
It's like great. Great.
How important the trap's going to be, though, because this looks like they might be trying to move quick. I know they've not got any blitz or anything like that, but they've still got a Ying, they've still got the Zafir, and the Dokubi call coming out. The plant's already happening here.
We just can. Waiting is an allergic reaction for Furia at the moment. They do not want these rounds to last any longer than they absolutely need to. That doesn't mean they're going to win them, though, because now we're in a 1v5 post plant, and Twisted Minds, well, clearly quite mindful of their defenses, because Furia try to have the quickest round we've seen so far, and it's a flawless for the other team.
I'm left scratching my head after that one, honestly. I get that they've got the plant down. I understand that stage. I'm not that senile just yet.
They all died. That's what happened.
I understand that as well. I just don't understand where the post plant was meant to be. What were they hoping to do?
Well, this is the fun thing about these rounds, is because it's like we try to get a handle on it, and then it all happens, and it's like, okay, now I have to sort back through like a literally second by second, frame by frame analysis in my own brain as to what just happened. Because Herds goes down first. I would assume he hadn't used all of his utility because of how early in the round it was, but maybe he did dump every single bit of bees into the site. But I don't even know. It happened so quickly. My brain couldn't even keep up and comprehend it. What I can say, though, to your point, once you're in that situation, with Volps' position outside, it is possible to cover the diffuse plant, but the defense has so much ability to maneuver inside. I don't know. It's like, I don't even know how to be honest, I don't even know if I can unpack that one.
I don't know if it needs unpacking. It's been and gone, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. It was kind of a 5-0 post plan.
Looked like a little bit of a lash-out round maybe from Furia, just trying to make something happen, trying to get something over the line. Again, I don't think that they're playing in the same way that we saw them play when we saw them in the SAL. It's very different. They've not got that same level of structure.
The idea of a lash-out round when it's just a tie game is also funny.
Yeah, but I think they were just limit testing, just seeing what they can get away with.
That's fair.
They've got 2 rounds on the defense here. They're going to be very confident with their own attacks. It is a map for them that does swing quite heavily one way. So I'm not too surprised to see them not sort of throw their attacks away here, but, you know, give it the best shot.
Well, got one more round to do their best. Try and stop Twisted Minds from taking a lead as we swap sides. Another shield, as we did not have one last round, but it has been a consistent fixture of Furia's attacking lineup. Clouds will also be brought. It'll be good support for that Blackbeard, or also just, if Furia want to throw down a smoke, try and lurk and go for an alternative position. Could be quite useful. Lawyer with the first pick. Jalad cut down. Cut short very quickly in this round. But Ashom trying to rat again. Oh, the shield turns too quick. Still finds his way around. Headshot as Volps trapped inside of his own window that he jumped in. And it seems like the attacks on Fortress, I'm really scared for what the next half is going to offer, because I don't think I can handle another 6 that go this fast. A 1v3 before we've even hit the halfway point, but still plenty of information and plenty of tape to see how Twisted Minds won the first half on Fortress.
Vocês estão parados? Vai tentando dronar, mano. Tipo, não sei, Box, você tá fazendo. Dá uma dronadinha na música, tá ligado?
A música não dronou.
Guys,
já
foi. Seguinte,
não, você tá falando
o comportamento, vamos falar primeiro sobre o comportamento. O comportamento que eles estão fazendo é o que a gente esperava. Eles vão seguir o que eles sempre fazem em todos os mapas. O que eles vão fazer agora no ataque? É um fake blocado. Tipo, é os 3 blocados, os 2 jogando dependendo da ponta. A gente sabe disso. O que a gente tem que fazer? Limpar nossa comunicação para não tomar as pontas. Essa pressão que eles fazem na parte da caçada não é uma pressão, tipo, muito boa, tipo, ao ponto de bagunçar nossa comunicação. A gente tem que deixar ela mais limpa possível pra gente ficar de boa e conseguir escutar as pontas, tá ligado? Lembrando agora um pouco dos planos, um pouco mais tático.
Tá.
A gente vai voltar, a gente vai fazer o Bandemos e Doka pra não deixar eles fazer essas pontas deles, vai começar com a peito da choque e vai dar com o comportamento de dar win na águia se os caras forem fazer a Playful Bomb. O Beto vai fazer gol pra gente, o Argina vai fazer ward, a gente tem a C4 lá pra fazer no meio da escada. Lembra de comunicar rápido pra gente, ô Box, você tem que antecipar, vai ser aqui comigo. já chama ajuda. não tem
الحاجات الطبيعيه راح نستخدمها اللي هو جارد راح يكون برا الهورس دور وانت تطلع مين مثلا، او انت نعمل بوش نسباري مع بليدز جاردز وانت تكون برا الهورس، على حسب راح نشوف شو السيت اب بتاعهم. حلو. واخر شيء الدورمز على بوشاتنا الديفولت في وحده اتفقنا عليها انا وداق اللي هي ايش، راح نلعب 2 برا هورس ونحن نلعب واثنين جهه الكون يفضوا حلو لما يكونوا هم بانكس حلو. انت لا انت راح تسوي راح تطلع من على الهورس تدخل يعني كانوا هم اوفيس بس هم راح يكونوا دراون فاهم. نذبحه بعدين نهدي ونعمل ستيت اكسكيوت في الاخر. هاي كل شيء نستنى نعرفه. الكيتشن حلو. انا بقول لك قرب مايك اول شيء. ثاني شيء لما هم يكونوا كيتشن وانت تطلع فوق هم راح يكونوا فاتحين الهاتشات فيا بتلاقيهم ماسكين هاتشات ما يمين
انت حتبش تحت انا الرك فوق.
ايه انت وقاعد تركوا فوق انت
Coming out of that tack timeout, going into the side swap now. The attacks and the defense is coming up. Twisted Minds obviously coming out of this up 4-2, but both these teams a bit streaky on their respective sides, I think, Ollie. I mean, obviously, Furia not maybe doing the best on the attacks, but the defenses should be strong.
I think that's the story of Fortress, isn't it, at the moment for these two teams. Looking back over it, we've got a little bit more data. We've got twice the amount of data on it for Fury than we do for Twisted Minds, just through the amount of times that these teams have played the map. Twisted Minds have a very heavy defense win rate. It's 72% on the defense, whereas their attack is at 54. So you could say that they've got what they expected to get out of that first 6 rounds. They got the 4-2 split. Now the difficulty comes on that defensive side. Oh, sorry, on that attacking side for them. And flip side, Furia, they get the benefit of that defense. I'm sure that they are going to be able to try and work that. Looking back and thinking over some of the rounds that they'd played, you kind of wonder, was their win condition just get a couple of rounds on the attack here and then start to work from there? Hence why we saw some, let's be honest, very strange siege from a team that we know can be incredibly coordinated and doesn't just have to rely on flair and flash to get the rounds done.
I think it's also we're kind of looking to that explanation because the more you think about it in hindsight, the more it's like, okay, you know, it worked for rounds 2 and 3, right? It didn't work for round 4. It didn't work for 5. And you're like, okay, well, surely they switched it up now at this point. Then they didn't. Like, that was a full 6-round commit for one particular vision. So you're like, okay, well, again, being charitable, giving you the benefit of the doubt. There's a reason you feel like you had to stick it with that attacking side, and maybe it was just a matter of let's just try and brute force to get them on the board, rely on the defenses. Who knows? Either way, Fury now find themselves on this defensive side. And in terms of the operator lineup, again, if the Rebellion and Furia's attacks were completely opposite, Furia's defenses seems to be completely opposite of what they were going for on their attacking side. I mean, we've got some trap operators, so you could get aggressive, but none of the traditional, I think, roaming ops you'd otherwise see. A lot of on-site utility.
I think they're just going to try and play buddied up a little bit, aren't they? They've had the mirror taken off them, which kind of is to be expected. Mirror can be great when you're looking to anchor in a little bit and dig into some more of those defensive positions. But they will be bringing out the Warden, and so they're going to be able to at least challenge onto some of that blitz play, if any is going to be attempted. As we can see, there are going to be no shields brought here inside of round number 1. Deimos and a Monty band to just try and hamstring Twisted Minds ever so slightly. Still leaves the Snake, which hasn't been chosen here. Guards is going to be rocking that Dokkaebi in an attempt to gather a little bit of information. Quite like Hasham on the gridlock as well, just zoning off areas of the map and really restricting where these defenders can operate in.
Just such a good flank watch. And also, you know, Hasham puts down all of his track stingers early enough. He just gets to use the F90 for the rest of the round, and that's pretty good, all things considered. Twisted Minds have been really focused on this staircase, though. They've been trying to find a way around Box Zero, a way to get at Box Zero for a bit now, and they're telegraphing it so heavily that we've got Hertz coming up with a C4 ready to throw it over top and land directly on the landing. Unfortunately, we'll miss. Won't do any damage to these players, but P9's still looking. The whole team is not invested in this staircase, so it's not like everybody's caught up on Box Zero. And clearly something else is happening. Hasham on the opposite side of the map. Playing a bit of flank watch. Finds DS Lucas either swinging or rotating around Museum. I was about to say, I think Loira also looking to get in on the action, but swings quite late, and Hasham ready for it. 3v5 for Twisted Minds, and they've barely even moved, it's felt like. Just sitting in windows, waiting them to peek, and if that's the call, it has been perfect so far. As Herds looks to give them another engagement. And likely only escapes it because he never actually made face-to-face contact with one of the attack. Wolf's thinking about taking a fight there. Dokkaebi on the opposite side of this reinforcement. Look at how patient Twisted Minds are playing. They know that Furia are going to give them these fights, and they are not keen trying to take the initiative and maybe try to catch them off guard. Jalad, how does he get away with that one? Beautiful kill onto Herds. Boxera now on the backside. Finally has that long-awaited duel with P9. Instead, it's Trixt who dispatches him, and Twisted Minds literally just sit and wait.
Flawless round to start off their attacking phase here. Really patient as well. Mentioned how we were seeing a lot of the gridlock usage coming out from Hasham, trying to zone off some of these players, trying to keep them really, you know, sort of headlocked into certain zones. Diaz was like a dog and a bone. He's like, oh my goodness, he's thrown the track stingers at that window. He must be on that window. And he sat there and watched it for like 35 seconds. And eventually Hasham is just holding the same angle he's been holding for the past minute. And Diaz walks into it. And it's like, okay, that's kind of the story of how all of the kills came from that round.
I just watched what a team of 5 NJRs would be like.
Yeah.
Just sitting at windows, sitting at doors, not a single player getting through. We got 5 mailboxes on Fortress right now.
I don't like the mailbox. It's like this new age of role, isn't it?
I like it. It's alright. It's okay.
I prefer the postman.
5 seconds remaining.
The postman?
Because the postman delivers.
Shut up.
Moving to defuse a bomb.
Well, the thing about the postman is it doesn't really work because postmans are moving a lot, actually.
Yeah, busy.
But, like, are you really busy on the window?
No, I'm saying, like, I'm not saying it's a substitute for the mailbox.
Oh, yeah, that's what you're just saying.
If we're going to introduce one, I'd like to introduce the postman.
What would the postman do? Like what kind of role would the postman be?
Spoit was the postman in the last game.
Dude, amen. Spoit was the postman in the last game. I'll give you that one, actually. Spoit absolutely delivered. 15 kills, which basically once you get past like 13, they all just kind of blend together. Absolutely delivered. And right now for Twisted Minds, I wouldn't say like one player in particular delivering. I mean, Hasham in that round did really well, but a very consistent team performance from both teams, win or lose.
It's the nice thing about this Twisted Minds roster is that you've not really got one player that you're looking out for. P9's had some really big rounds. Hasham, yeah, he's going to attract a lot of the attention, but it's spread out equally across the board. Guards, even in this instance, 7-3.
Guards 7-3, and I was about to say, if there is one player you might want to look out for, it is Hasham. Walking up main stairs will send out that Dokkaebi call. Thinks he might have just found a gap. Look at him right outside the site right now. And he has slipped past that defender right outside of Museum. Jalad as well. Assault rifle instead of SMG. Might just catch somebody prone at the moment. Though Hasham is still taking a gander. Jalad losing a lot of HP on that engagement. The lurk does not work for the moment for Twisted Minds. Is instead talking about dogs with a bone. They're just looking mighty juicy inside a bathroom right now. And he'll walk straight into a pinch. P9 gets the first kill. It doesn't result in any kind of lead or distinct advantage for Twisted Minds. As still with this Dokkaebi and the Snake, they're trying to find some information that gives them a competitive advantage over Furia.
Tricks there. It's going to be a little bit less than half. Jalad very low indeed. Equaling the man count, but that's about it. Now time to pop a little bit of utility. Volb's next player to fall. Hasham takes him out on the long angle there.
On the floor.
3 Toxic Babe canisters for Boxera. They're going to become very important in this next 50 seconds. The breach now further starting to get opened. Activating of the goggles. Has the shield to play on, but he's worried about a potential push from behind.
And very understandably so. P9, you always got to worry about it. Boxera finishes him off with the smoke. Jalad been on 1 HP for quite a long time as well. Either him or Trix could suffer a crucial amount of damage because of these toxic canisters. And as Diaz gets the full HP Hasham, that utility becomes even more important. Even the impact grenades from Diaz could get a lot of value. So Boxera waiting around the corner. Chokes off 10 more of the 20 seconds before Twisted Minds can push into this site. Diaz Lucas on a long angle. They're even rotating. Twix got to recover the diffuser. And now in red time, as the Hibana has to push in, Jalad has to find some way to cover. Boxera catches him off guard, and Jalad, nothing he can do. Hip fires for the last one, and Furia begin their comeback.
It's about time, isn't it? It was getting a little bit panic stations there at 5-2. You start thinking, ooh, if this goes 6-2, it's going to be a big battle for Furia to climb. As it stands, they're able to break a 4-round winning streak that Twisted Minds have had so far on Fortress across both attack and defense, that is. They've been able to chalk one up for themselves. Still, not out of the woods just yet. It's only a best of 1. A reminder, we're in Swiss. Win 3, you're through. Lose 3, you are out.
And we're in the fun part of the stage where, you know, 1 loss or 1 victory doesn't really seem like a lot in the moment, but of course can spiral out of your control very quickly, or spiral in your control, or spiral out of your control in a good way, question mark. Name of the game is Win 3, make it in. And the thing you want to avoid is losing 3 and getting out. Right now, Twisted Minds only have to win 2 more if they want to send Furia down to the lower part of round 2. We've only had 2 rounds on this side so far, and both teams winning a round apiece. Neither one clearly the betters on attack or defense, respectively, just yet. Twisted Minds, with the benefit of this lead, will now look to the tertiary site, try to put themselves on regulation point against Furia. Castle and Mozzie Mute setup being brought, and alongside the Azami, you know that Furia are trying to hold a lot of either this bottom floor or the top floor as well, looking to create a labyrinth that Twisted Minds can't even really put together because of all the intel now that they're brought in tandem.
We saw this in the first half. It went either way, didn't it? We saw Twisted Minds win it. We also saw Furia win it themselves. Definitely one of those sites where it can flip and flop either way, hence it being a third choice bomb site. The top floor is going to need to be held. You can see that we've got Herds. He's going to be playing up and around there. Diaz really tucked in there as well, trying to rat in just by one of the foosball tables. There's potential for him to go undroned here, and especially if Herds is playing that Mozzie and he's got a couple of the pests kicking around. Herds can maybe attract a little bit of the attention for him as well, but that all relies on Twisted Minds going for that clear.
Which is not certain. You would think because of the Ram, but they could pivot with a Blitz, a Lion, and a Ying. They could pivot to some kind of rush or quick play. Guards moving in on the top floor, so perhaps going for some kind of clear, though unfortunately, Fire will not only stave off that push for just a little bit, but also telegraph it slightly to the defense. C4 out, but Trix quickly backs up, dodges it entirely. No, this guy's not been droned. Diaz is completely unaware. The Blitz just sails right on by. Hertz might actually die in the process as he's frozen by the E1D. But will Diaz be able to find the next? I think just fired some shots as well, so might have alerted the attack to his presence as everybody else in the lobby decides to make a beeline for Hertz. Diaz fighting for his life inside a pool at the moment. We got pistols out on the top floor, and Diaz is well and truly trapped. Though somehow still alive. He downs the Ram in the process. I don't know how the hell he's just done that, but Trix only downed. These guards can pick him back up as Twisted Minds with a 4-2 lead.
Everyone was trying to pivot and to support Diaz in that rat play there, and it's just not worked out at all for him. He let the Blitz go past, I guess, in the hope and expectation that more players were going to start to try and follow. And as it stands, with the Lion scan coming in at just the perfect time, any positional advantage that he had by not being droned was just entirely removed because he couldn't support his teammates.
Jesus.
An inevitable end to the round. From what we saw there, it was such big potential for a massive rat play and a real big upset. Twisted Minds have just put themselves onto series point right now.
Yeah, whatever gamble Furia might have had in the first half with that strategy, it has not paid off, and Twisted Minds coming to play on this attacking side. Their own in particular, I mean, some really good coordination. They had an idea. They're like, all right, want to try and pin down Herds. And admittedly, while they missed on DS Lucas, as you said, once that lion scan freezes him in place, there's not a whole lot the defense can do at that point. 6-3 timeout from Furia to try and right some of the wrongs that we've seen. You win 3 rounds in a row just to push this to OT. Again, as a reminder, nobody's eliminated. Nobody's going home. You either go up 1-0, you go down 0-1. But for Furia out the gate, again, as a team that was, I think, surprisingly scary inside of the SAL, and especially a team that I think, in the grand scheme of things, I mean, obviously, Lowe's kind of making it as crazy, but it felt like Furia were taking Team Liquid Alienware's spot in a much more meaningful way than I think, say, like FaZe, for example, being here, not all that surprising, NIP being here as well. We weren't sure what this Furia squad would look like, especially donning this legendary jersey now at this point. Going down 6-3 in your first game, first time on Swiss to Twisted Minds, who are a good team in their own right. Kind of the opposite of the statement SR ended up making on Fortress.
Yeah, it really is, isn't it? I don't know. I just don't feel like... I'm not convinced is the problem. I'm still not convinced by Furia's attacks. And it was ages ago now, and I just need to get over it. But I'm just not convinced with the way that they played that attacking phase.
Ollie's still stuck on round 5.
and I'm not convinced with the way that they're trying to play this defense. I think it was the right idea. There was some good thoughts into the, okay, let's just play rat. Let's try and get a couple of bodies in front of us. I'll pop up at the right time. Herds, you're going to be a little bit of the bait, unfortunately.
And it worked a little bit.
It worked, but it didn't work in the sense that they didn't get enough kills and they didn't win the round off it. So, yeah.
It's kind of an important piece.
Successful rat, successful miss drone, but the important bit is the next bit. What do you do after that?
And And again, talking about what you do after that, I think the thing for Twisted Minds we've seen so far is, despite guards, subbing in, 9-4 right now, really good performance, but despite guards subbing in, I think Twisted Minds' coordination's been excellent because, ignore the DS Rat play for a moment. If that were just a clear of herds, not a single thing went wrong. Everyone was on the same page.
Also, how quickly were they to right that wrong? As soon as they'd realised what had happened, everyone pulled in the same direction. It was like, all right, boom, we've missed on someone, no big deal, bang. And it was dealt with within, 15 seconds?
Twisted Minds, all on the same page. Also, all putting in a lot of good work. Aside from Jalad, pretty much everybody at 8 or 9 kills for 60% of the roster, and that is an excellent stat line to have. And makes sense why they are up 6-3 against Furia, who now need to get a flawless site rotation just to have a chance at ending this best of one up 1-0 in the Swiss. Some heavy trap play coming in from Furia, as we have seen quite a few times throughout Salt Lake City, and I think through kickoff as well. Ella, Thorn, and Denari, respectively. It still gives them the option, I think, to play a bit looser for Furia.
Yeah.
Gives them the option to play a bit more aggressive. But also, I think with how much traps they have, I think also maybe looking to burn a little bit more time and then punish them with those traps at the end.
I think it's the togetherness for me. For all that Twisted Minds have been playing a fairly aggressive brand of Siege, whatever they've been doing it together. And that's been the real key indicator for me. And it's not to say that Furia have looked very fragmented. They have at times. We have seen those elements of teamwork, but they've just not been as tight. They've just not been as well connected as we've often seen this Twisted Minds roster. So we need to see them tighten that up a little bit here. There is big chance for them to take this to an OT. It is defensive rounds on Fortress. It is possible. But with the way that Twisted Minds have been playing, and certainly the way that this push is transpiring, it's looking increasingly more unlikely.
Herds backing him up with that C4. Exact same play they did the last time they defended this site. And while it works out, Ella still goes down to the top of the staircase, and there's another player they can turn towards. Jalad coming in with the pinch. So nice. Again, even though Twisted Minds are dropping bodies, look at that coordination between the Blitz and 2 different players. The reason we're in this 3v3 right now, and the reason why those great gunfights from Furia end up being a little mitigated by the end. At the same time, advantages for both mitigated. Guards and Herds on low HP, and that breaks much more the favor of Furia than for Twisted Minds. It's not, if either a mute or a Blitz has got to be on 1 HP, I'm picking the mute every day of the week, but now it becomes a bit more important as Guards, the substitute, 12-4 right now. That'll be all he'll get. He still makes it a 2v2. Herds easy pre-fire, even if it's not a headshot. Jalad bottom frag to victory. 7-3 for Twisted Minds, stunning Furia out the gate.
What a way to close out that game. Twisted Minds come here and done the business against Furia. It's early stages, it's the first round of Swiss, but what a way to start it for this exciting new team. Twisted Minds, substitute or not, guard, super player in the server. We'll be back right after this.
Two teams walked onto that fortress with a flawless streak coming out of kickoff and going into Salt Lake City, and only one has kept it. It is Twisted Minds with a 7-3 victory over Furia. Beyond impressive.
Very impressive. Would you dare say dominant?
I mean, that's 7-3, especially with how it felt in the back half. 3 out of 4 rounds were on the attack. Dominant kind of fits to me.
They won 4 rounds in a row. They were on top. They were on top throughout the course. Yeah. And we saw an exciting Furia. We didn't see the same Furia that we're used to seeing inside of the SAL. And that's where sort of alarm bells started to raise. And we were a little bit like, what kind of are we seeing here? Because I know it's early stages of Swiss, but come on, like, stick to the program.
Like, you're Furia after all.
Exactly. You've got a little bit of a reputation to maintain over here. However, Twisted Minds, they came out and they just did not care one little bit.
No, they did not. And also, we have guards ending the game. The substitute coming in with, was it 12-4, 12-5 by the end of the game? Either way, breaking double digits and an absolute excellent performance. But as we basically have all the games of the initial round of Swiss done, we're now going to take a seeding break. But don't worry, we've got some highlights from the FaZe Secret Grand Final of this year's SI to show you why International Rainbow Six is really unique and there's nothing like it in the world. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hope you enjoy.
The timer is ticking, 60 seconds, fire going out, here comes the push.
Mowgli pushes deep, he looks for a little bit more, he gets aggressive and he finds a double kill! Finally traded back, but the Frenchman has been worth his weight in gold. And Secret, all they need to do is play out the numbers advantage. KDS sprays on through, held at bay now by Adrian, and Vidaking will go down. It's KDS up against the world in a long Brazilian. Surely cannot do it. 35 seconds and no diffuser to play with. It is a rough start for FaZe.
Doom and Adrian are both low on HP, so Noah has to be the hero perhaps. The flashbang tossed out actually a grenade at that. There's a swing the hallway, but Noah's waiting for it. Takes him down. Both players low on health. This is super clutchable.
Careful, Secret. Don't let a player like KDS have an opportunity to clutch. The fire comes on through, and KDS is forced to go deep. He needs to find them one by one, but the shotgun secondary will not assist him in a long-range battle. Adrian and Doom playing this so carefully. They're not being baited into the swing, and KDS, he is given no chance to clutch.
Expecting that top floor take, but Savage is all alone upstairs. They want the bomb side doors instead. FaZe Clan playing numbers advantage, playing Roger close together.
Oh no.
Here comes the pre-fire, gets the injury confirmed, and the kill. 2v3, now anything is possible. Plant being attempted by FaZe.
And Noah has a nitro cell in pocket, but will he be able to get into position to use it? The question remains, but Savage has found an opportunity!
1v1.
And he makes it a 1v1! And finds both kills for FaZe.
One flashbang for Vidaking upstairs on the hatch has to be used perfectly to help KDS, enabling him here in the hallway.
It's a rotation from Vidaking, and it will pay off as well. Mowgli goes down. A 3K for the Hibana this round. The flashbang
He dropped already.
Seen by Warden. Adrian!
He's right in front of you!
You listened! And he finally found him. Now KDS must clutch up like we've seen him do plenty of times before. Adrian hides and ducks up for the final frag.
Execute, block downstairs, he's blocked, plant attempted by Vidiking.
Hang on,
No
Vidiking
fire.
amidst the fire,
He's
and
sticking
amidst
it, maybe.
the chaos,
It
he's
fell
gone
down.
for a plant, he's going to be able to stick it.
It fell to the floor.
It went through the floor, that was the plan for the buck all along. It's a genius counter from FaZe. But Secret managed to make their way back into it. Now it's time to go hunting. Down below, Handy must be dealt with, and it comes down to Mowgli, but a good flashbang from Handy keeps him at bay for a brief moment. He's taking a hell of a lot of damage. He doesn't realize it. He's been swung by two people. What? But he finds the 4K regardless. Savage eventually will take him on down, but the round is done and dusted. There's no possible way for the Portuguese to clutch this. KDS has his number. But he won't go for the swing. He's waiting for the rest of FaZe Clan to take the fight. But Cyber will be the first to fall. KDS looks to reply, and Souls will take down Savage, supported by Vidiking on the Monty. Adrian and Noah now need to salvage this half to win the critical round for Secret. Adrian misses his fire, and amidst all the chaos, he's forced into a clutch position. KDS will shut him down. I think they will. KDS being spotted by the Deimos is very important because he was aggressive in an short position. Handy, though, gets aggressive, supports his teammate, and Joom is cut down as well. The Reaper is reaping havoc here on Team Secret, and now Savage, with the Blackbeard in hand, must find both of them. They hold this crossfire steadfastly. Handy, still with that Reaper in hand, no diffuser to speak of. As the Banshee is taken down, Handy goes 3 for 3 with the automatic pistol.
FaZe, they can fight back, or they can run away and play down that clock.
Oh, Vidiking. Right up in the back of servers and running away now, supported by Souls.
So much
His claim to one and Secret. Well, they won't be able to cut him off before he gets back to side. KDS looks to support. A beautiful pre-fire and a second for the King. It's Joom up against the world, and there's nothing to be done for Team Secret. I don't care how good Joom is, he doesn't find all 4 from FaZe. There's no time left on the clock, and the Brazilians, so disciplined, project themselves onto map points. Secret, they need to find a gap. Oh, he's Cyber. Oh, the C4 is caught off guard. The C4 just saved by Joom. The German finds one, and so does the French. Mowgli goes big here for Secret.
They can plant.
FaZe Clan, how will they deny this plant? Souls has no nitro cell, and he needs to clear every single one of these angles. It's a big triple kill for Mowgli. As Souls on the Tuberau must now retake.
What?
Savage!
Why?
Why are you giving him a chance? The Blackbeard goes down, but Joom refuses to let Secret die. Might be exactly what Secret needs
Hard left
to
and
unlock
hard
this
right.
attack.
He's being baited. If he walks in right now thinking there's a freebie, there isn't, but his teammate comes in instead.
Vidiking is just watching.
That's the
Mowgli shut down, and the beasts of the upper bracket are one step closer to the hammer. Holding down the line with an A-block of his own. And you're right, Team Secret, they have no chance to plant. As they storm into the bomb site, it's a big kill for Noah. Joom finally finds his.
Time.
But the clock will be the 6th defender in the server for FaZe. Inside of the blue stairs, he's got a nitro cell prepared. He's waiting to get swung. It's Mowgli there, who sees him for a brief moment. Cyber doesn't have his opportunity, but on the bomb side, Souls is helping out. Mowgli needs to decide, does he look forwards or look for the flank? He decides to focus up on site, but meanwhile, KDS has made his way up to the top of the square. So there's no choice but for Secret to go deep. They have control of the bomb site. FaZe now become the attackers. And the bomb is being planted by Savage. Mowgli loses his battle. It's up to Savage in the 1v2, but KDS finds both of the final kills for FaZe. This round may win or die based on the aggression here from FaZe. And whether Adrian's able to shut it down, he finds one. But Souls is able to look to contest. He doesn't find Joom. The long angle with the DMR Handy has everything to do. The UMP might have had a buff, but not enough to find the 1v3. Secret have all taken damage, but they flood the bomb site and they take post-plant positions. As Handy on the castle must make his way forward, but he won't check for Noah in the bottom of the square. He opens up the bomb site for Secret.
He forced his way in. He's cut the bomb site in half, looking for more, but Handy finds Noah elsewhere.
Oh, good reply. FaZe come to life, and Mowgli now feels the pressure. The diffuser is down inside of stock, and it comes down to Joom to go and recollect that. He might have to focus up on taking some fights first, though, as he spots Souls for a brief moment. He gets time, and KDS shuts him out. Mowgli will fall, and FaZe have the HP.
There's still 50 seconds as well. They know Vidiking is off the bomb side, but Joom goes down.
No!
Come as well, Souls. He locks down the bomb side.
Adrian must step up. Caught between a rock and a hard place, but he finds the first. He's found 3 kills this round. He needs to make it a quartet.
That's the case.
As he starts to plan the diffuser, Vidiking has been a savior for FaZe, but can Adrian get a second round on the board for Secret? He's got the long angle and he spots out Vidiking for a brief moment. 1 HP. Adrian's in the 1v1. The flashbang goes out. Vidiking is trapped. And the crowd roars for Adrian. Team Secret have found a lifeline.
Risky for FaZe, but it might just pay off. They're taking from every single angle at once.
First Candela goes out. Mowgli is under the pump and he's caught. Cyber finishes him off. And he goes deep in the bomb side and Cyber has doubled up. FaZe are flawless.
There's a singular element of impact grenades. No C4, no smoke, no Kashanga. This glass and this blitz can definitely get a job done.
It's on the glass. Much swatch over the bomb side as Vidiking forces that plan down.
No C4.
There is no response. Every player alive in the server, and FaZe open the equation. They get the plan down, and they dominate Secret for a second round in a row.
My God.
Joom has no hope in hell. As he is targeted, he is cornered, and he is hunted down. FaZe Clan are a force to be reckoned with. Straight into Mowgli's waiting arms, but the job's not done yet for Secret. Souls has been in control.
Not like this.
Another kill for FaZe. Mowgli and Savage on the edge of their seats.
He catches him.
Savage holds down the fort on the bomb site. He must stand tall now. 2 kills to find, and FaZe have no diffuser.
10 seconds.
Souls has to make his way forward. But he goes down to 1 HP. Oh, but Handy secures the kill, and the reigning world champions have set the stage for a clean sweep in the grand final. The smoke, wow, ballsy, does he go for it? The water will contest and the glass will go down. Secret cannot restabilize. FaZe have gone big in this opening. They found just about every single kill. Joom, big headshot. But he has to find every one of them. Andy low HP as Joom makes his way forward. The bomb site is being flooded with angry Brazilians as the Blackbeard's spotted. Joom worried about his back. He wipes off the head of Vidiking, looks for another. But Handy and KDS together will clutch up big time.
Or simply cut it off and just wait for them to swing.
Plenty of time on the clock here for FaZe, and a big entry from KDS. He goes big for a double. Noah has everything to do. He starts it with 1, but Souls looks to confirm that plant. He needs to find the seconds, but Vidiking shuts him out of it, and FaZe Clan continue dominating.
But here comes Smoke Babes. Stall out one angle and hold the other. Work together 3v2.
Oh,
2v2 all of a sudden.
A big entry from Handy. He had a nuclear consulate.
He's right
Will
there.
he check the corner? No! He finds Noah! He brings them back into the conversation. Adrian cannot find a damn thing! Yeah, jab's nice though. I'm not sure it's been heard, and Noah's actually gonna get caught off guard.
No.
They find 2 picks, and FaZe have unlocked the gates. Team Secret are back on the ropes again.
It's off the air jabs, off the flash grenade and the grenade itself. But here we go. It's a player ratzing in the bathtub. That could make the difference. This is Mowgli.
Risky business for Mowgli.
It's his moment.
His position. This is your moment,
1, 2.
And the crowd will roar for the Frenchman. Cyber has everything for him to do, but Joom just needs to survive.
Simply peeking all these various angles. Secret are resetting. He gets shot to keep up, but a good trade happens.
No! Immediately Handy fights back. And it's Savage. 1v2 opportunity. This isn't just a deficit. This is a chance to prove himself. SMG 12 in hand, and he knows exactly where Vidiking is. He EMPs the bulletproof camera and sneaks around on the backside. But I think Vidiking has the read, and this crossfire is so potent. The FaZe Clan Handy doesn't need to peek. Savage might be able to go for a plant. He fakes it, but immediately finds one! A reply from Vidiking, And the crowd is silenced in Paris. And even more so, they're going to need that backstab because of the clash available. But Noah catches off. And out of position Handy. And looks for a little bit more. The breach on the wall. Immediately, Souls is spotted on out. Mobley goes for a peek. Big headshot. A second will not follow as Noah finds one. KDS on 1 HP. Zoom and Noah need to mount this attack. And they do.
I'm a bit worried about the Goyo Fires if they're all by the bomb side. The C1 player is a bait and a switch. He's moving on purpose. It's a player 2 there, he's close right. Bait them in, go for the kills together.
When does the swing come from Handy here? Tucked away in the corner, Vidiking is taken down. Both the remaining defenders are locked in medbay, and Savage is locking down the plants. As the logic bomb rings out, Secret have no choices but to go deep. The crew mines keep them at bay. A swing for the Souls. The Capcan trap is calamitous for Team Secrets. Savage is shut down. 1 HP as Cyber and Handy have nothing to do but sit and wait. It's up to the man who has stepped up on Fortress for Secret to take matters into his own hands. He sees ahead for a brief moment, but Cyber will round the corner.
Be very bomb side execute oriented, right? You got the EMPs. Oh my, he ran into the door, Mowgli. He looked the wrong way.
A mistake that may cost Secret the round, and far more if it goes further for FaZe. Another kill, and an opportunity granted to Noah to prove his worth at his SI debut.
The only problem is that original execute with 5 players required is gone into the... Oh my god, it keeps getting worse here, just falling apart out of nowhere.
1 by 1 they fall. Savage has 3 to find, and there's no chance. Handy still have control up above. It's Souls.
Hold your
KDS looks to lash out. He finds one. Mowgli needs to step up big for his team right now.
Injured.
Another kill. Another one on the floor.
2 down.
It's Souls with 1 HP. Mowgli finds both of the kills that his country needs. Takes him down. KDS in the pivotal position, the Nitro cell, but it doesn't take the kill. Oh, but he finds the shots. 2 big ones for KDS and Handy. They team up together, and Joom is so far removed from his team. He needs to have the moment of his career to keep Secret alive. He looks for the first one, but Handy's got his back. To stab FaZe in the back. But will he be quick enough? Will they be watching? Souls is going the complete wrong direction. Joom is just moments away from the flank of his career. Big kill for Joom. Cyber's the last one standing. The German refuses to let this one die. Vidiking and Souls, the perfect accurate operators for the situation. The DMR strikes true. Noah, this is the moment for him to step up into the shoes that he knows he can do. The Secret. Souls detected, but can Noah isolate this fight?
The sprint.
Not with Vidiking watching in from behind. Vidiking, the job's not done yet. He took his headset off.
Wait, they're hugging.
It's infinite overtime.
They do realize
Sit
that
back down.
Guys, we're still.
The job is
They
not
thought
done
they won.
yet.
They thought they won the whole thing.
The championship is not over. It will not be that easy for FaZe. Souls lights him up a little bit more, but Cyber finds his gap. Another one, and Joom is left in a 1v3 to save the tournament, to save Team Secrets. He can't find many, but he finds the first 2. Vidiking
10
to
seconds.
give FaZe everything they've
1
been
HP.
searching for years. It's Joom!
Remove these angles by breaching the bathroom walls into meeting, but the ace being dead, they literally cannot do it. They rush the bomb site instead.
They look to get aggressive, but they
Big
don't have the
switch.
defuse. They have to go for kills, and so Joom is the first one in the building for Team Secret, and Noah finds the opener!
Corner.
They go big on the bomb site, but Vidiking tucked into the corner. He needs to hold on. Handy's coming in to support, and KDS has found one. Joom needs to have a massive moment and protect Mowgli, who holds down the forts. 1v4 for Mowgli in front of the French crowds. As the E1D will roar on out, lock his opposition in place. But the crossfire is enough for FaZe to grasp yet another championship point.
use the flashbangs from KDS and push together.
Angle from above.
That's Ying.
Finds the vertical kill. They suddenly have more to think about as they jump back in the building. Adrian has to have a big impact with the gas, and he keeps one of the players at bay. 3 inside of medbay as FaZe look to get aggressive. They need to find an opening onto the bomb site. They know exactly where Noah's been playing, and KDS looks to go deep. Can't pre-fire.
Oh, good
a flashbang goes out, but Noah goes deep and finds the kill. Adrian deploys his last gas babe and holds down a big kill. And he's snuck behind enemy lines. He finds one. Now he just has to deny the plan, and Cyber has looked to try and fight back for FaZe. The plant goes down. Savage and Noah to clutch up as Cyber and Handy get back around it. They see the blitz. Already low HP, but they might not know it. Good flash from Savage. Can he go deep for the kill? Cyber finally caught out by Noah. It's a 1v1. As Handy gets onto the plant, he sticks it halfway done. Noah has to commit to the buttons.
They want to clear out KDS on the exterior breach. It could be an important block, but he swings and misses. KDS takes him down. June once again, last man standing, 1v3. He's been here before.
He's done it once and he can do it again. Step 1. Cyber is down. KDS is low HP and he knows exactly where he is.
One more has the case. Has the case, top blue to his right.
The best player of each team go head to head.
Times can one player be the defining factor?
Doesn't see
Could
it
they
happen.
plant Archive Store maybe?
Is there a world where the plan could go down? Vidiking is inside Archives right now. He's right next to the breach. He needs to get aggressive. He looks to try and find the feet of the Monty, but none of the shots land. Adrian is so low HP. Savage trying to take the fight. Adrian teams up together.
Planting default.
Noah on the other side, and the plan starts to begin. Souls activates his gadgets, but the clash needs to go big. He finds the first one. Savage will verticality from June available as well. While Noah dies, there's still a good chance here for the plant to go down here from Savage, and June from the vertical angle takes down Cyber. Vidiking's going for a big flank, and he will catch June on the refrag, but the plant has been confirmed. Savage is caught off guard, but he does manage to just stay alive and retreat back. But now with top floor control for both defenders, it's hard for them to get back into it, especially with Mowgli. Outside on the balcony, he can cut them down, but can Vidiking ninja it? He holds down! Waiting for him all along.
Soul's already swung. That's the one free, but there might be a second one lingering. He jumps in, looking to his right.
Oh my god, straight into the crossfire. Noah finds one! Triple kill for Noah! The Young Guns together make Secret fly. Handy is in a 1v4. He'll find the first, but Jim going down is not enough for FaZe. Noah's got an inkling. He's got a feeling. And Savage has found him from the break door. Patience from Secret pays off, and Vidiking on the verge of losing the half has to restabilize. He finds Adrian, Savage, and Noah together have to dot all their I's, cross all their P's. Savage lives up to the name again.
June playing East Stairs, managing Noah Sami. Magnets in pocket, Blackbeard waiting for him with that grenade.
Good impact.
Savage finds Handy elsewhere on the map. Shot outside East Stairs, takes down the Blackbeard.
FaZe, my friends, what are you doing? Let's not forget you had championship points on Fortress, and now you're getting manhandled on Border. Savage continues to lash out again. Souls has found one kill in this whole map of Border. One by one, they get aggressive. You'll find the first one. Only bites off a little bit more than he can chew, but Savage, that doesn't discourage him. Not one bit. Noah's peeking him from the other side. Souls is just waiting. He knows he's being embarrassed right now. Out comes the pistol. He's on the verge of being peeked as well. Noah on the other side. All the way up into Archives, and he's left the diffuser, a lure, a bait. Will FaZe take it?
Handy's staying 90 though. Blackbeard can walk in and bait this crossfire.
Oh, finds the Blackbeard and the kill. Handy needs to clutch up big, and he's got no diffuser, he's got no friends, he's got no hope. And the C4 will surely confirm that first kill. Now it's a game of bait and switch. Handy going from down into archives through the wall. Adrian always knows through the wall. He knows how to fight them. Up comes the blitz. Vidiking's going deep. He's going to try and make it big, and he finds one. Good trade on the Mowgli, but Mowgli had already done damage. Can he go big for a second? The trade comes through from Adrian, and Handy is there to respond. Savage and Doom try and hold down the bomb site, but FaZe are lapping it up.
45 seconds, one final C4 here from Adrian. He has to go big, cannot afford to die.
He almost has his chance, but Souls with the DMR, it rings true, and Savage now has to do the impossible. A lick of damage onto him, but he finds nothing. FaZe fight back. He must go for a flank here. He has to find
this might work.
This is the only way that he wins it. He needs to fight Cyber. He doesn't get the damage. 1 HP and Cyber will survive, but meanwhile on site, Mowgli's found his double. It's up to him and Adrian now to put the pieces together. Handy, who's been so good on the rest of this series, has to step up. The Grim Bees, but he's supposed to land! Mowgli for 3! It's going to be a big aggressive push onto Ease, but the Blackbeard gets knocked back. Savage is in an awkward spot, he can't take the fight, and Vidiking will shut him down. Mowgli finds one for Secret, but they're going to need a lot more than that. They need to take down Vidiking, and KDS has his back. Mowgli has to have a big round, just like he did 1 round prior. There's good info for him, but he loses the fight. Secret have lost their chance. 4v2 for FaZe now, as Noah and Adrian are left with so much to do and so little to work with. KDS has to look for it sooner or later. 35 seconds. Don't give Secret a chance to reposition, but they are making their way forward. Savage so low. And they're gonna do? Where on earth did Adrian pull that from? It's a 1v2 for Handy. He'll need to hit the 20 bomb just to keep his team in the round. Savage and Adrian cannot afford to be split here. They have to be synced up like clockwork. 12 seconds. Oh, spray, but no bullet will connect. Handy's got 7 seconds to play. Out comes the gun.
10 seconds.
KDS is in position, needs to reload. 10 seconds as time is bleeding away for Team Secrets. Souls and KDS together push us deeper and deeper into this map. And it looks like Handy may be going for an impossible. The go out, the fire as well, and looks to try and plant. The Savage,
no denial.
Solus is dead, and Vidiking and Cyber turn it up to 11. Mowgli can stand up, but he can do nothing else.
They're gonna say, screw the rump here, we want the site.
What's going on, Savage? How have you let that one slip by? How has everyone fallen for Secret? In Brazil, their hearts were broken. In Boston, they saw redemption. Today, in Paris, one hammer makes a champion, but 2 hammers makes history. From the ashes of heartbreak, FaZe forge their dynasty.
Your 6th Invitational 2026 World Champions, FaZe Clan!
to the B stream here at the Salt Lake City Major. I'm Des. This is Tim once again, and we've got another set of games coming up for you this afternoon that I'm sure are going to be thrilling. We're kicking things off with Dark Zero versus NIP Team. Two teams who lost earlier on today, both 0-1, looking to redeem themselves.
Yeah, both of them need to put some work in because you get to that point, whoever loses this, 0-2, you're into best of threes already on the second day of phase 2. It's really not an ideal start, and I don't think it's a start that we might have expected for either of these teams.
Now, I certainly expected more, and I'm sure they expected more of themselves as well, but let's take a look at our Swiss bracket. Now we're in that 0-1 bracket that you can see. And a reminder, once you go from 0-1 to 0-2, all of your games then become best of 3. You're on your last legs, Tim, but at least you get 3 maps to prove yourself.
Yeah, you're fighting for survival every single time then. And like I said, I think, both of these two teams coming in here, if you look at a lot of those matchups that we've got, you got some big teams in there. You got Virtus Pro, you got Furia, you got Dark Zero, NIP, you got Falcons in there. There's a lot of teams that by the end of the day are going to be fighting for their lives every single time they go into the server. And, well, surprises abound. I promised it at the beginning of the day. And Des, I don't lie to our viewers. I never disappoint. We've had some surprises already. Salt Lake certainly isn't disappointed so far. It's given us some really interesting results, and I'm sure plenty.
Let's talk more about these two teams as well specifically, Tim, because Dark Zero, coming in, they're a team that a few have been very, very excited about. They've even put themselves down potentially as go-to winners, but didn't have a great start against G2 earlier, who admittedly are also many other people's potential favourites to win the whole thing.
Yes. So what I'm going to say two things. First of all, I'm going to say, sorry, NA, but I'm always cautious about the NA teams. And that's because I get so excited about them. We see them at regional play. And if I look over the last 2 or 3 years of majors, aside from the M80 win in Munich, so often we have these NA teams coming in. It's like, oh, they're going to be world beaters. And then they're not. And so I'm always kind of cautious. I genuinely am excited about this Dark Zero side. I think they've got a lot more to offer. And this is then the second thing that I'm going to say. Don't panic just yet, Dark Zero fans. You've just played G2, who I think genuinely are one of the favourite 2 or 3 for the tournament. I think they beat practically anybody in that first matchup. So Dark Zero, it's not panic stations yet.
Still plenty more to prove.
Might be if they lose to NIP.
Might be if they lose to NIP. We'll find out in a second. Let's take a look at our map veto, though, so we can see where we're going. And Tim, it's going to be a repeat of the map both teams played at the start of the day. Bank.
Okay. It saves them a little bit of prep, I guess. They already came in here, today expecting to play it, I would imagine, given that, like you say, they both played it in that first match. We saw the NIP game. I'll be honest, I'm surprised NIP have chosen this to go back to, because for me, they felt a little bit off the pace. Enterprise really did have the run of them at times. Enterprise knew everything they were going to do. NIP looked a little bit out in the cold, a little bit, sort of unexpected of what Enterprise were going to bring, and I am surprised to see it again.
But we did also say it felt like Enterprise came into that with a lot of counter prep in mind, because NIP have played this map so often.
Yeah.
DZ obviously had no idea coming into today that NIP were going to be the team they're up against, and this is where things start getting a little bit more murky. You can't prep for every single game because you find out super late. This is going to be a really interesting match to see which way it goes. But let's take a look at the schedule for A and B as well, so you can see what's coming up for the rest of the day. Like I said, you've got DZ, NIP coming up now. Then we've got Twisted Minds versus Waybo. That'll be a cracking game. Then we've got CAG against Falcons before we end up with All Gamers versus Furia. And the other 4 games that you can see over on the H stream are also going to be taking place. Some massive matchups at the top of there, Tim.
There really is. The thing is, all the way through, there is just big games. And you're going to have, I think there's going to be at least one surprise team that is in that winners bracket
100%,
of 2 and 0 that's going to be looking to qualify. I think there's going to be
You
at
think
least...
it's Enterprise?
I think it's Enterprise. I think there's going to be at least one surprise there. And I think, out of the 4 matchups that we've got in this 0 and 1, honestly, I think 2 of the teams at least that are on 0 and 2 are going to be a big shock. Let's not forget, Falcons got beaten 7-1 earlier. They have got to turn this around quickly. And if they were 0 and 2 at the end of the day, I can't say that I'd be wildly surprised.
They've got a lot of work to do, that's for sure. And I've just seen Call Out on the screen a second ago, actually. I was talking to him a little bit earlier on and saying, obviously, you spent years with SSG and crafting this culture that became very well renowned in Siege. And I was like, how is it on Dark Zero? Has it stayed the same? And he was like, yep, if nothing else, we're looking to take it up a gear as well. So I think you're going to see a very disciplined Dark Zero as this tournament progresses. Does that translate to in-game results? Well, There's one way to find out here. It certainly didn't earlier on today, but in their second game, it could well do. Let's get into it. Bank with Dark Zero starting on defense.
Dark Zero coming in there as firm crowd favourites to take this one over NIP, but you can never write off the Brazilian teams. We know that, especially a team that finished second in Brazil, which was NIP's final position.
For sure. Let's take a look at the bans, see what comes through first and foremost. It's going to be Monty and Kaid taken away, surprising absolutely nobody. Very interestingly, earlier on, Enterprise banned away Blitz against NIP and said, play the Monty. And what did NIP do, Tim? They played the Monty. What happened in every round they played the Monty? They lost. There was an answer to it every single time, whereas Dark Zero have kind of gone more cut and dry. Just take it off their hands in the first place and don't worry about it.
Defensive bans, Kaid, understandable for the Hatchers. Mirror being taken out. Always a bit of variation on those bank bans for that secondary. It's always Kaid because you're worried about those Hatchers for bottom floor. And the reason that you're so worried about them is it's the only vertical option down into that bottom floor site are the Hatchers. So you really don't want delaying too long in getting them open. We saw some interesting strats around those Hatchers from Enterprise earlier on that really did cost NIP a round. We had Lasergate on top of it. It was reinforced, Lasergate on top, and then a Goyo canister as well. There was a huge commitment of utility placed on the hatch, but it did its job. It burnt time away. So NIP, I want to see them on the attack a little bit more prepared to deal with that utility that they are going to face, that Dark Zero is going to put in their way. The drones have got to be out there now. We're recognizing how are we dealing with the FNATs, the Goyo canisters? How are we dealing with the Yokai drones? That's the big one for me. And looking across that attacking lineup, we see the main point of dealing with those elements is going to be Pino on the Twitch. Keep an eye out. He is super important in this round. He's got some big work to do with those shock drones.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw this a lot from the game earlier on. A lot of Flores, a lot of Twitch coming along as well. It slowed things down a bit, and it kind of came to be to the detriment of NIP because in a number of rounds, Enterprise had some genius defenses down in the basement that would just run the clock down, and because NIP had spent half the round on drones, you can imagine the outcome. They were then being choked out by the utility that was left on site itself. So we'll see just how quickly they can get themselves through the building. No doubt Besetto on the shield will be a big part of that fantasy. In fact, it's already started a very quick walk. Tim, I don't think I've ever seen that before. That was the casual as anything. Run down marble, take a shotgun to the guy inside of elevators. Bish, bash, bosh. See you later.
That is what fantasy is going to do if given the opportunity. J9O completely caught napping there. And, you know, I was interested to see this Dark Zero team, and I'm not going to get giddy. I'm not going to get carried away on the basis of one kill in round one, but it is not a good sign, I will say that. We're going to have the server hatch open, which now leaves Smoke Kino with a choice to make. Does he stay on blue stairs? I can tell you that he has for the time being. If he does that, he basically chooses to play his life here because his route back to site is now going to be cut off because he'd be shot from the hatch. Besetto is taking up that position. So the smoke of Kino now, it's about time wasting. It's about how far into the round can he survive. He's already done a minute 40. He's still got 3 Toxic Babe canisters left, shotgun in hand. Some serious work can be done here. And NIP, these are the kinds of problems that I'm talking about that they need to solve a little bit quicker than they maybe did against Enterprise.
This is, again, the worry. It's that pace that's really going to come back to me. And I think for NIP, we kind of saw them turn the corner in terms of pacing. They're a much quicker team than what we knew they used to be historically. It was a constant problem they had, but still clearly some lingering elements that need to be addressed. We're down to that last 50 or so, and you're starting to see a lot of the utility being consumed. Kino down to his last smoke here in back pocket. Maybe primed a little bit early, but it will keep them at bay here. They still have yet to clear blue out, and we've only got 40 seconds to play.
Besetto's dropped. That was absolutely beautiful. Besetto dropped the hatch, and the nade indicator that you saw coming in was from him inside of servers. Fantasy's the one that manages to get the kill. 30 seconds left to go. They can start thinking about putting this diffuser on the ground. There's no real option to stop them doing this. They just need to deal with the Echo keeping busy. I think the Yokais have already been taken out. At least one has. We saw that happen. And 2v4, diffuser down on the ground. Really decisive play from NIP. Pino's been working these hatchers the entire round. He now gets his reward with the kill onto Fultz. It's all up to Newers. 1 versus 4. There's very low health across all of NIP, but that would have been really clutching at straws for the Dark Zero fans to hope that anything was going to come out of that round. That, to me, looked so different from the NIP that we saw in the first game earlier.
To give challenge to that, I think that was relatively passive from Dark Zero, though, is the best way I can describe it. Outside of blue, there wasn't really too much to get up in the face of NIP and slow them down or disrupt them, like we saw coming out of Enterprise a bit earlier on. And look, 2 different games, 2 different teams, things will change around, but the fact there was no support coming in towards Kino, we chatted about this a bit earlier, he was very much left in no man's land, and once he was gone, the plant going down, they had the 2 hatch covers, it was a checklist at that point.
I think the early kill, this one, onto J90, really hurt Dark Zero on that defense, because you had a setup where you had 1 in elevator and 1 in open, and if you're doing that, you've committed utility to it, and you're looking to hold on for maybe a minute and a half, and that also helps Kino out in blue, because you're taking all that time from NIP. The fact that Fantasy was able to run down Marble and just, absolutely blast J90 out of the round, it meant then the player in open had to drop away because the pressure was going to mount very, very quickly on them. So all of a sudden NIP had the hatches, they had everything, and it really left Dark Zero on the back foot. So they need to wake up from second 1 of this round. They cannot be getting caught out like that by players like Fantasy.
I'm looking at that lineup from NIP, Tim, and if there's ever anything that screams this is an execute-focused lineup, this is it. Like, they want to get in the window. They want to get a plant down fast off the Amaro. They've got the glass to play behind smokes on windows. They've got the Candelas to spam the living hell out of the defenders so they can do absolutely nothing about it, and a lot of fire and smoke to keep players moving around. And if you're wondering about the striker at the end, from speaking to a whole bunch of teams, Furia first very much popularized it. Old school Furia, this is. Their answer often was, it's just the fact that it gives you so much extra utility, which again, flashes to stun out more players, nays to force players to move. They have to think that the key thing is they have to make it work when they go for the execute, i.e. you can't bait out an execute and use all your utility and then go, now we'll see what happens next and get some free kills. If you don't get those kills, it all falls apart. So really for Dark Zero, their goal needs to be catching players out, and I'm talking about being cheeky in towards lobby, a C4 potentially from somewhere, but it's already not started out great.
Entry within the first minute, and who is it again? Fantasy going in there, getting the kill, using the Ying, 3-0. You've got Tuber out off the board. Big loss. You're going to lose all those Zoto canisters. He's now on the cams, but we need, to be getting more out of this utility from Dark Zero. They've brought the Echo again. Great operator, but the Yokai drones were a little bit ineffectual last time. Look at this aggression coming out, and it's all timed. Wizard hits, working together. The Yokai tries to do what they can on the Echo, but absolutely nothing happening. Flawless round from NIP. Is it panic stations yet for Dark Zero?
It's got to be a timeout for me, Tim. There's just no way they can let this carry on. And by the looks of it, the fact the microphone's down, I do think we're going to go into it. Yeah, we are. 2 rounds in. Call out slamming the brakes on, Tim, because the only thing getting slammed so far is Dark Zero.
Yeah, this is a big problem for them. They come out of NA as the #1 team. Don't get me wrong, they haven't had the easiest start to Swish, G2 and NIP back-to-back, but look, they just look off the pace is the reality here. We've got to call it as we see it, and they look off the pace on this map against NIP. Right now, they are just unable in those first 2 rounds to stop NIP doing whatever they want to do. They've just Amaru'd up the hatch into elevator, and then Wizard and H just get 3 kills, bang, within about 3 seconds. It was just so perfectly worked.
What was horrible was they knew the Amaro come up elevator, but just didn't quite connect the shots. Not that I think it would have made a world of difference, but even I stand corrected, to be fair. I expected that it was going to be a window plant coming out of the Amaro off the back of all the smoke being dumped in, but the focus instead was the window repel in from the Capitao to get the plant down, and then using the Amaro for a backstab into what is normally a very critical defender position was absolutely beautiful. And truthfully, although we didn't see it, I wouldn't be surprised if the reason they chose to do that was seeing that hatch was left soft. It wasn't reinforced off or anything like that. That gave the option for the Amaro to go flying up the hatch and do what she did. Wonderful recognition for NIP. Up 2-0, well-deserved. Now Dark Zero need to fight their way back in.
Interestingly, heading back down to the basement as well, choosing not to continue on with that rotation. It's kind of like hitting, the reset here. And we've got a little bit of a different setup, and I like this. If you remember last time, I spoke about at the end of round 1 that I felt like they'd suffered from that early loss of J90. He was picked up on the Fenrir inside of elevator. Fantasy saw his opportunity, got down there, got the kill. And what it meant that was Dark Zero were forced back to site really quickly, and Pino had control of the hatches throughout the entire game. NIP had time to deal with Kino on blue stairs, and then, that worked their way in from there. But this time, they've switched things up a little bit. Newers, this is a bit of a gamble here. He's gone on the vigil. He needs to waste time. He needs to find kills, if at all possible. He's out there on his own. He's a lone wolf, if you will, and he needs to be getting something done for the team. If I look at the G2 game earlier, Newers, J90, Kino, all quiet games from from them, but that is exactly what they needed. NIP have run headlong into him. He's picked up a good start. Pino's down, and that is the Dockerby off the board.
It's good to see the reverse coming about, isn't it, where Dark Zero are the ones getting rid of a critical operator. And Tim, we speak about Dockerby all the time. All that information that she brings, the ability to help you move through the map at pace is now removed. They're going to have to slow things right down here and see where we can go from there. However, at least they get one back, Tim. It is only the Goyo. It's not the end of the world. His gadgetry is deployed. He's very much a free roaming gun, despite only being the 1 speed. So, all things being balanced out, not for much longer. Now the Ying's gone, Tim. You could not pick 2 better operators to get rid of first.
Yeah, whatever call-out has said in that tactical timeout has certainly done some work for Dark Zero here. It's given them that mental reset. As I've said, we can see that they've kind of gone back to the same site but come out with a very different mentality, a very different approach here to how they're going to defend it. Newers has taken a lot of damage, but he's still in open area. You've got J90 and NJR up there as well supporting him, and they really are keeping on top of them at this point.
A brief slowdown here, halfway into the round. A lot has happened when you look at it. Those 3 kills that we found has really taken the sting out of the tail of NIP. And so for Dark Zero, pulling back, playing together would be the play, but Newers on the Vigil gets picked off as we now start to flood down main stairs, but no, Fultz is there to get a response back. Hates falls 2. It's a 3 versus 2, and surely, I was about to say, surely they can hold on, Tim, but it's the fantasy factor once again, going big. It's only J90, and off the back of a timeout that started out with a wonderful entry, Dark Zero crumble once more. NIP 3-0. Wow.
I'd like to watch that round back because there was a point, and I commented on it.
Just pause the game and watch it back.
Well, I commented on it at the time. Dark Zero had took a choice, and I thought at first, I started like looking through the player positions, and knew as he was in open area, I was like, okay, J90 was up there supporting him, but they'd actually made the decision to try and control site from above. All 4 of the remaining players were above site. Hates has wandered down Marble and is now stood in an empty site pretty much. He doesn't necessarily know that at the time, but the problem is Dark Zero have then tried to kind of filter back to site, and that's when they've been picked up, when they've been dropping hatches, when they've been going back to site. That's where they've lost their fights. And so I think maybe a little bit of an overcommitment. They thought they'd maybe seen an opportunity of like, right, actually get up above, kind of give them the site, maybe play for the retake, maybe play to prevent the plant going down, like bait them into a plant, but they just lost control of the site and were punished for it.
Well, there is a lot to recover here and see what we can get away with, because it has become a little bit of a problem. Maybe we'll see something change here in the second quarter. Now we've had additional bans come out. Ying clearly proving a little bit of a frustration point despite only being seen twice across those 3 rounds. And on the other side, the Warden being taken away, which to me, Tim, obviously you don't know what the other side is going to ban at the time, but if they'd taken the Warden away and kept on running the Ying, it would have been more and more oppressive. But it does invite you to bring along other flash-based operators. In this case, things like the Blitz, which is exactly what Basetto is jumping onto, away from the Blackbeard, and instead, it's full choo-choo train time, Tim. Let's get some white screens up.
Yeah, I would have thought that Basetto was going to be playing this quite aggressively. Keep an eye on Fantasy as well, bringing the knock along. Where's his entry point going to be? You know he's that sort of player that's going to try and pop up somewhere surprising, somewhere unexpected, and cause a little bit of a nuisance. Wouldn't surprise me at all to see him work. This is Fantasy's drone, actually. Wouldn't surprise me at all to see him try and work his way in through lobby and just have a little bit of a wander up gold stairs, try and take out those roamers above the site, or maybe even walk into elevators and see what he can find.
Have a little waddle up main stairs, Tim. We've used that term a lot in the rank stack, and it always gets me.
We love a waddle.
Just think about someone waddling like a penguin or something up the main stairs.
Yeah, exactly that.
Got a bit of work to do for sure, but he's starting off great so far on the 5-0, so why not go for a waddle fantasy, see what you can deliver. Again, Isomir on Basetto. Oh, he sees the arm, but not the head, and that's what he really wanted. Fantasy trying to move his man upstairs into the sightline of the waiting player, off on Repel, but just not quite being exposed to Pino.
Nitro goes out from NGR. He's just launched it out of stock window on towards Basetto. That's where the damage to the shield has come from. And we've got this little battle ensuing here as the Blitz is going to try to get inside. He's just creating a little bit of smoke cover for himself to get on in. And the Glass is there in perfect support. They lose the shield, but they do take out the stock player. So NIP can now start this top floor clearance. Newers picks up Fantasy. That's the little work gone. Dealt with. Kino onto hits. Dark Zero starting to wake up a little bit in round 4. 4 versus 2. It's all up to Pino and Wizard. This is an essential round for the North Americans to win from here.
It was really big from Kino there. It would have been so easy to sit back and look to play behind smokes and keep the 9 lobby, but challenging on towards Stock at the same time, once he realized they'd lost that position, was what's taken all the wind out of the sails of the other side. Pino now stepping up and looking to try and get an exchange going himself. Maybe not aware of the player immediately off to his right, still thinks he's inside of elevator, but he's moved away. Nuas has fallen down, must see the leg there, knows there's a player there, but doesn't quite find his man. No. Dark Zero hold on, 45 seconds to go.
In goes a little bit of utility from Pino. They cannot let them fight back here, and they don't, as J9O manages to pick up one, Kino the other, and that is going to be Dark Zero taking their first round. They could really do with backing it up with 2 more to take an even split on the half here.
NIP will probably feel robbed if this goes 3-3 come the end of it, because they've played those first 3 rounds brilliantly, but Dark Zero have held firm on the top floor, and that was the crucial bit that I mentioned. The nice little 2 versus 1 that they got inside of Stock, beautiful, really well played. Unfortunate to lose the blitz as well, but again, that was the spray coming in from inside of Janitor, from Kino, then goes in towards Long Desk, gets up on high, gets the second kill, so he shuts down an entire push coming from that side of the map from NIP single-handedly, and of course gets the closing kill there too. Really big round from him. And one the Dark Zero sorely needed. Let's see how things go now that we are actually defending the top floor.
I have fancy. We'll see whether that pick remains or not, but looking to bring the...
fire.
Yeah, I don't want to get overexcited, but looking to bring the Orsa along. Not one that we see too much of, but we know does bring some serious value, especially if you're wanting to get that diffuser down, if you're able to get them in behind those Talon shields.
So they were going to play Windows, I think, initially, and they've now changed things over entirely. Yep, total change off. But the fact that we've got the Thermite on side makes you think they want to open up the double walls on square regardless and look to push him from there. Without a shield to go behind, I don't really think they're going to be too worried about it, because you're leaning everything in towards the Sens instead. Whether you got a shield there or not is more a case of, can they blindly see us and spray us down? Only the one C4 to play behind. The other thing to watch out for, of course, is going to be the Bandit and making sure that can be removed, but a little bit of window control will sort that out, no problem at all.
I expect to see Fantasy probably working underneath to try and deal with that Janitor position. He's going to know that Kino is playing inside there on the smoke, so go in with the Deimos. So long as they've got the identification on him, he'll be able to track him out and just try to get him moving, and that could tie in with those light screens coming out, creating a little bit of space for that plant to go down. As you say, Bassetto going to be looking probably to open up that double square wall. He's on rappel at the minute just outside of it. You can see his silhouette in the background there. So folks, he's in that position behind the castle barricade. Now we saw NIP actually win a round because of this castle barricade on double window, so I would like to see them deal with that. They've got some nades on Fantasy, on Wizard. They've got the Zofia gadgetry as well. They're looking to deal with it now. They do remove that castle barricade. Really important first step for NIP.
The main bits to start off with, which kind of now I think really will communicate to Dark Zero what the intent is the only worry. But this is where NIP should have something in mind. These long, I want to say was it Stomping who landed a ridiculous shot all the way through.
It's always Stomping on bank.
I want to say it was onto, was it Virtue who was playing Elevator? And we were just like, that is the most ridiculous angle I think I've seen on this map ever.
Fantasy, interestingly, rather than going underneath to deal with Janitor, is taking a slightly more direct approach. Has a couple of pot shots at NJR, and they exchange a little bit of damage. Fantasy coming off worse for Weyer, but it just starts to signal his presence. They need to take control of Stock here, I think. That's going to be the next aim for NIP. They do manage to get the wall breach, which forces NJR just a little bit deeper. He's going to be playing top marble now. They've got the player underneath though, and they've actually spotted out J9O on the Bandit. That Nitro
C4
is going to be a big problem. Targeted by Fantasy now to try and force him back.
Fantasy's
we see the light screens being deployed, and Fantasy is chasing down his man.
He's got the Archives control, which means they can plant here, but look at this. NJR has taken the hint as well, and is now coming from behind. Does Fantasy know about it? I'm not too sure that he does. Ring around the rosies, pocket full of posies, and a dead Fantasy to follow. NGR finds him, Bassetto falls down as well. It feels to him like this one might just run out of steam.
Such a big play from NJR and J9O underneath there, just controlling that space, forcing the Deimos to do something about it and baiting him into the kill. Beautiful stuff. We see the other bodies have dropped elsewhere, and now it's all up to Wizard in a 1v5. Dark Zero have completely controlled not only the site, but the entire map. Beautiful stuff from them, and NIP HP just didn't deal with the bandit underneath. I don't think they'd spotted J9O earlier on. We saw him droned out. Fantasy tried to react, but really it was then that reactionary play rather than going in and taking control of the situation. So he just has to deal with what's in front of him. But at that point in the round where you're thinking about getting into sight, getting a diffuser down, all these other things are happening, there's nobody that can drone for him. If he knows that the player's there at the beginning of the round, somebody drones for him, he goes in, he chases him down. They can work with that. They can keep a track of everybody else. But NJR just recognised that at that point of the round, it was the perfect opportunity to actually get a little bit slippy, get himself into a little bit of a surprising position and to help his teammate. Brilliant stuff from Dark Zero.
This is the kind of thing I love about Siege. You know, why I think I first fell in love with it. Like, I'm not an FPS gamer by heart. Like, I play a lot of MOBAs and RTSs. That round just looked like a game of chess. Yeah. Because when they realised, okay, we found the bandit, now we're going to go and hunt him down so we can't see 4. Cool, that means our cover is protected. The immediate response from Dark Zero on being tracked, now sending another player in. It's like constantly just trying to respond to each of his moves.
Shifting all the time.
The layers to it is such a wonderful thing to watch, and you saw it in full flow in that round there. Very good response by Dark Zero. A flawless round at that, let's not forget. It looks almost, Tim, like an exact flip from what we saw in those first 3 rounds. And I don't want to put it down to the bans because that's certainly not as what made the difference, but maybe that Ying being taken offline was more effectual than we thought.
I'm loving this game so far. Dark Zero have completely woken up. Sometimes we do just see this from teams. They'll come in and they'll just have a slow start and it just takes them a few minutes to get themselves going. The big question, of course, is going to be whether Dark Zero can continue this momentum in the second half. But we've got one more round before we get there. We've got a little battle of the drones going on as the Bravas rain through and have
it's
a
more
look.
like a game of cat and mouse where only one can steal or kill the other, isn't it? Yeah. But he has caught one of the Yokais, which is massive for them here as well. If they can find the second, oh my god, it'd be disgusting.
It just really helps you in the late round. Of course, we know that Echo's value goes up and up as the rounds go on. The later that we find ourselves, the more effectual, the more impactful those Yokai drones can be. We're going to see that sprint repelling from Pino as he looks to get himself into position to open up that elevator wall. They still do want this top floor control, really. They want to make sure that they can be tracking everybody down. We've got Kino up there on the top floor at the minute, supported by a number of others as well. And so it is about getting that control.
It's been I mean, I know it sounds obvious because it's a very main point of the map, but it's just been a constant war over stock as well.
Yeah.
Normally, a couple of players in the NRP are set up on this window. Basetto has been a main staple, even when he's not playing a shield here. Of course, it's seen him on the blitz already going once and die quite quickly on the way through. This time around looking to do the same as the flash comes over again, doubling up here, but NGR is deploying them traps down, does not want to let that shield in safely. In fact, even pops one while outside, but the longer he holds on here, Tim, the more time is being wasted. And look at the addition here. The Yokai being in a spot where it is just makes this even easier for him to be able to hold down, but no, taken out from below. Fantasy into open area has got him under the hatch. A wonderful alternative to clear him out, but now they've got to try and pursue him, and sure enough, they will. Down goes Fantasy, a 4v3 ensuing, but here comes the blitz, trying to chase down Fultz. Can he play Ring Around the Roses, or in this case, Ring Around the Boring Corporate Offices? Yes or no? Looks like he might get away! The 180 flick onto his head was wonderful. 3v2 for Dark Zero, and surely a 3-3 half can break out here, unless Pino, I was going to say Pino and Wizard have got some magic to work, but no, they can't do it. DZ 3 in a row. What a mental half of Siege.
It really was. We've got our half-time timeout, and I think we can listen in to what's being said.
That was much better, fellas. See what happens. Fucking little swagger in the defense, ma. Fucking sit down the first 3 rounds, get one kill out of 2, then after they just start fucking hammering them. That was proper, fellas. That was a good last 4 rounds right there.
Yeah, let's go. These guys are
same thing on this attack side. Like I don't want us to start off overthinking shit. We just need to fucking hammer these guys. We've done it before. We're gonna do it again right here. Just get the information, push the Jonesy call, and trust the call. Like nothing specific here. We're gonna ban the Cade and the fucking Valkyrie and just hammer down on them.
Heard. Yeah.
Sounds like a plan to me.
So I'm not able to pee right now?
No, Ba.
No, Ba.
I'll tell you what you can do though, Ba. Is you go.
Yo, Ba, if you want to pee, let me know.
What did we do last time?
Let me know,
Listen, we actually got to get serious right now, fellas. We actually got to dial in. Was it Japanese or Portuguese last time?
It was Japanese.
It was Portuguese.
Oh, no,
it was Portuguese last time.
It was Portuguese.
Okay, then we got to go Japanese, Junior. Fucking hell, goddamn.
Okay,
all right, let's
give us a Japanese one.
All right, you ready, Ba? It's just for you. Come on, Junior.
3, 2, 1.
That's for you, Ba.
That's for you, Ba.
That's for you, Ba.
Oh, I'm begging.
Mesmo. Aí você pega o Wizard e joga de trap mesmo ali no PC, tá? Se a gente fizer a tiringa, vamos deixar o Hates ali perambulando ali por baixo ali de Mose, tá ligado? Perdidão ali. Contravazec dos caras e tal. E depois ele pode jogar full forte em cima ali com um boneco mais de recursos, tá ligado? Já que a gente vai banir esse Ribana, PC e vai ficar tudo forte ali, né? PC, Pengo, vão conseguir abrir, tá ligado?
Fechou.
Aí do bomba da área aberta é mais do mesmo. A gente vai conseguir rodar um pouco mais em cima, porque a gente vai ter o elevador forte, né? Porque eles não vão conseguir abrir. E aí eu acho que você pode manter a Zami, o Hates ali, que aí o PC vai ficar muito forte também, tá ligado?
Tá.
Aí, Maguinho, se quiser, vamos priorizar a Torre, tá ligado? Pra os caras não fazerem nada pra bomba rápida, entendeu?
Tá.
Eu acho que é a boa.
Você não acha melhor eu começar em cima de Warden? Ou acho melhor começar embaixo mesmo?
Round?
So, this unique culture that Callout brings to teams, Tim, I didn't know it involved pissing in each other's mouths. Look, all I'm going to say is, elite performance is elite performance. Whatever works for you, then by all means, rock it. That was a really unhinged half-time, I'm not going to lie. But it's more about the vibes there. NIP, I think, sounded like they were a little more focused. Of course, I don't speak Portuguese, so I can't help you there. But it sounded like far more focused on what to be doing in the game. Now, looking at these bans, is Sin, the Kaid and the Valkyrie that Dark Zero spoke about during their half-time. NIP going much more straight and narrow down the middle and taking away the Ace and the Hibana.
Yeah, just looking to protect that elevator spot. We've spoken about how valuable it can be, particularly to your top floor defense, but also like open and staff, for example, you're still going to maybe look to play that area. So yeah, I think, take those away. It's become, we used to see it a lot when the bans first came in for Bang, and then it feels like it's kind of dissipated a little bit, and we don't get as much of the Ace Hibana combo. But yeah, we know why it's getting brought along. It also helps protect those hatches as well. Always valuable.
We said this earlier on, didn't we? Like, the op bans have evolved lately into, rather than it being like, okay, you ban 2 shields and another shield in the third, or you'll ban the 2 Electro Bros straight away together, Kaid and Bandit, or you'll ban 2 hard breaches together. I think because teams have kind of gotten used to it now and they find ways around these problems, it's like we'd rather just ban away 2 very problematic operators in the same way DZ have gone, right, Kaid's gone, Valkyrie's gone, bosh, and away we go.
Exactly that. There's, Dark Zero said quite clearly themselves, let's keep it simple. We just take them away and then we
What did he say? What did he say? Like, hammer down on them or something?
Just hammer down on them.
Just hammer down on kids, man. It's easy.
They are winning the gunfights. They're confident of that at the minute. NIP have really cooled down over the last few rounds, and that's something as a team that they need to address. The Brazilians need to find a way of kind of heating things back up again. I'd like to see a little bit of aggression from them. Maybe, somebody out in the map, if we have a look. There's nobody up there on the top floor. They're giving away ground very, very quickly to Dark Zero. They're able to go in 30 seconds. They're opening hatches. They're getting kills. There's a direct trade onto each other there. Pressure being put. Hits has to drop away. Look how low his HP is on the Echo. They don't want to lose the control of those Yokai drones so soon. We're going to have that scan coming out from NGR as well, which sends Pino scampering, but it doesn't matter because it's right into the open arms of Newers, who is just sat waiting. We're just seeing beautiful teamwork there from the Snake and the Deimos. Snake saying, look, give me a second, I'll scan, I'll flush him in towards you. Bang, Newers picks him up. Beautiful teamwork from Dark Zero, 4 versus 3.
Absolutely bonkers operator is really the only way you can summarize Snake right now. Good teams that are very good at that level of coordination. Constantly walk away with kills off the back of it. They did lose. Faults obviously on the Ying very early on. It was a direct trade with the smoke on the other side. So you'll kind of take that as a 1-for-1. Smoke really, really valuable on this site, of course, for wasting an absolute ton of time. So you're not going to be too beat up about it. But Dark Zero have got both time and a man advantage on their side. They can spend quite a bit of time here making sure this is going to be absolutely perfect. They've got the map cleared through. No one is playing up on the first or second floor anymore. And realistically, there's only a C4 they can play behind, plus maybe a Yokai or 2. This really should be DZ's for the taking.
It should. Newers has been left on the cover, so he's going to be looking at the hatches and making sure nobody comes at Marble. And then for the rest of them, it's the job of getting in and getting the plant down, which is exactly what Kino is going to do. Hits not able to do anything with the Yokai, I don't think. J9O manages to pick up Wizard. That leaves us now in a 3 versus 2. You see those Yokais just being moved around, trying to find some space, trying to find whether the plant is going down. But for time being, Kino is not heading back in. He has to wait for this fire to clear. But with 40 seconds, he's definitely going to get his opportunity.
Keeps on going for this as well to stop himself being tagged out by the Grim and, of course, by a Deimos track coming on through. Not that it helps as he loses his life. Hates with it all to do. Simply won't be able to get here in time, and now you're in a 1 versus 2 against the Shields. It may well be Kino you're against after a pretty interesting play around blue from him a year or two ago, but I don't see Hates being able to close this one out, and sure enough, Kino's there, gets it right this time. DZ make it 4 rounds on the bounce, Tim.
I don't dislike the attempt from Hates there. I think he recognised, because he'd seen the back of the Monty, he thought, they're pretty slow. They're going to take a little bit of time to get onto hatches. I've got this sort of column, this little pillar of cover that's been left next to the door. Maybe I can kind of long arm it a little bit, and he just tried to stick it. It was a cheeky one to try and get away with, but Kino got into position, found his angle, and was able to take the man down. So 4-3 Dark Zero, and they continue that momentum onto the attack now. This looks night and day different to the team that we saw in the first 3 rounds. There's Dark Zero, they've woken up, they've come online, and they look seriously dangerous now. NIP getting pushed from pillar to post at the minute.
I do worry that's going to become a bit of a trend for NIP. And again, speaking back to what we saw earlier against Enterprise, they were just battered around. Like, there was very little they could do outside of a real big round 1 flourish from Fantasy getting a 4K. They didn't offer too much throughout the rest of the game. And now that Dark Zero have got the confidence back and they know what it is they're doing, they just feel so much more in control. And I'm wondering, do NIP have anything in the tank here, an extra gear they can step into to be able to fight back? Because I'm not entirely convinced that they do. But let's see how top 4 goes. Oh, we step. Very much dug in here behind those 3 architects, operators of the mirror, the castle, and the Izami to make this a little bit of a headache for Dark Zero. Earlier on, we saw NIP making great use of this castle barricade that you've just seen go down on the double window, looking up towards the actual windows itself. And observers are about to show us now, I believe. I think it's easy that we've got on this one. Thank you very much. It was from here where Hates managed to get a couple of kills to stop the plank going down inside the smoke. It was fantastic. We'll see if Dark Zero acknowledge that and find a way to deal with it.
Yeah, have to see it cleared out. We've got 4 nades on side between Nuas and NJR. You've got J9O with the ability to break that down as well with the gadget from Carly. So, yeah, there's no excuses for that castle barricade to remain. In fact, it's already been broken, Des. Already taken care of, and that just forces Hates to relocate. He's now having to play much closer into the wall. He can still stop the repels coming in, but he can't really play that same angle that he did before.
Imagine you want J9O here really to help deal with those mirror windows. Since you can't destroy them at range with an Ace or Havana, then you need to turn towards other options, and that's exactly what I think a Carly will be useful for. Doing a lot of work, at least on the outside for now, to help expose some things inside. You've had those Roteros rolling on through from Kino too. This is a nice exothermic too, because this is now going to open up into Janitor at the same time and make life a little bit difficult for Basetto, assuming, of course, it goes off. Indeed, it does. He knows that he's exposed and has had to back away.
NJR's going to take down Pino. I also love, if you look at Fantasy, he's been forced deeper, and he's done that by J9O sitting on the windows with the Carly, the main lobby windows. And it's, again, this position for Fantasy. He always plays it. I saw talk about it earlier. The Tubarau with the DMR tries to play around Banana, around the metal detectors to try and get that long angle down windows towards the bookcase. And again, earlier he was dealt with by the Roteros. When it was Enterprise, this time Dark Zero deal with it with the Carly. They recognize that that's where he's going to want to play, and they don't allow him. Great stuff from the North Americans. Great prep. 5 versus 2 now. They've got themselves a couple of kills. NIP are in all sorts of trouble.
Yeah, they're getting battered, Tim. It's not even really looking close at this point. An unlucky missed shot there from J9O could have well made this a 5v1 and all but a guaranteed round win. 45 seconds to play with here, and truthfully, the nice thing is for Dark Zero, they've barely had to set foot inside the building. Almost all their kills have come from outside. They're just sort of waiting to see what happens for NIP. When do they walk into their sightlines? And here, Basetto's got it all to do. It was ace or bust. And I'm afraid it's a bust. Dark Zero, 5th round in a row and cruising towards a win.
Yeah, they just look so comfortable right now. Like I said, getting onto the attack, again, it was something that I picked up on in the Enterprise game. Enterprise seemed to know about all the positions that NIP wanted to play, about how the defensive strategies were going to work. They were prepped, they were ready for it. And it seems to be the same here. You know, Dark Zero might not have had that same sort of time. You know, they can't predict that they would be playing NIP here. I'm sure they'll have gone in with the thought process, you know, of preparing more for maps really than preparing for specific teams, because you don't know who you're going to play necessarily in a Swiss format like this. But one way or another, they are ready for this team on this map.
And in case you want an update on what's happening over on our A stream,
spoilers.
Want a chance to spoilers now, or else you get spoiled. G2 have frankly battered Enterprise 5-1 on their defensive half of Clubhouse. Pretty bruising, Tim. And maybe a return to earth for Enterprise.
Yeah, look, I don't think it will. I don't think they ever left Earth, is what I'd say. I think, they know how well they've been doing. Do they think they're going to come in and just, batter a team like G2? No, I don't think they do. I think they know there's a very good tournament ahead of them. I think that they know that there's opportunities for them to get more wins. Are they going to have this big, back to earth with a bump because they've got beaten by G2? No, I don't think they will. I think, most teams at the minute are probably going to expect to struggle against this G2 side.
Okie doke. Let's see how things go down in the basement. DZ so far, as I've said, 5 rounds on the bounce are starting to make this look pretty damn easy. NIP, I've asked the question, is there another gear they can step into? Maybe off the back of that tack timeout, the answer is yes. Now's the time to prove it. Otherwise, you start to get very worried that NIP could be one of our first teams going home, to be frank. Tim, after getting battered 7-3 by Enterprise earlier, potentially on course for a 7-3 here as well. Maybe it's just a map and they're just a little bit unlucky on bank, but equally on their side, they look at it and say it's one
Stop playing it.
It was their 3rd highest preference map. They've got a 4-1 record on it. They like the map an awful lot.
They chose it.
That's the issue.
It was cafe or bank, and they chose to go back to bank. So,
yeah.
they've got to be shaping up.
Although looking at their record on cafe, they're 0-4 on it, so I wouldn't have gone there.
Not ideal either, but it can't have been much worse than we've seen over the last couple of rounds. Newers is going to get himself into the top floor quickly. If we have a look across the players, there is nobody. Sorry?
That's what the speaker do to him.
There's nobody up on the top floor for NIP, so there's going to be no direct challengers. J9O will join him, so Dark Zero recognising the space there, taking it quickly, and can start moving down to pressure players like Hits, who has now just dropped elevators, and all apart from Pino, who is out on server stairs, all of NIP have been forced back to site.
I do look how they've got Fantasy Satellite nearby as well, playing on the Warden, because for me, we spoke about it earlier on and the impact of flashes, and we saw the bans coming away to have that effect in the first half. Here, with the Warden still available, it's a good response towards what DZ are bringing along. A lot of smoke, a lot of flashes, the Blitz on side 2. There's so much that he can do in the round, but it's pivotal that he stays alive through those moments. He doesn't want to overcommit towards trying to defend. Pino playing up on blue, saying that he's kind of pulled his way back a little bit down now in towards lockers. So maybe acknowledging, yeah, we can waste a bit of time, but we don't really want to lose our life, especially a Smoke, who can stall so much time in combo with the Goyo and, of course, the Chanka.
Twitch Drone going in and trying to do a little bit of work, but we see it just taken out there towards the end of things. I think it had already cleared at least one of those canisters. But like you say, Dark Zero shaping up here, ready to try and get a plant down. If we look at the utility across the side of NIP, the Nitro is going to be particularly important. So it could be up to Fantasy to stop this plant going down. The Tachanka, of course, as well, able to send the Shumikas in. But it just depends whether J9O is able to get into a more sort of preferential plant spot in this situation.
See, I'm looking far more here towards him, trying to get this long angle on towards the Chanka. Now, naturally, he'll try and sit somewhere safe, but with no shield on side, he could be exposed to the glass. So once those smokes start coming out, he'll take the long angle and try and shut him down. They've now lost 2, and here we go. Pressure starting to mount on this backstab to try and interrupt this Chanka as best they can. Does manage to get rid of News, who comes in as the first challenger, but a 4v3 ensues. 2 more fall real quick here. DZ just roll them over once again. They felt safe behind their fire, Tim, but it turns out DZ bought a fire extinguisher. 6-3 and 6 rounds in a row.
Yeah, Dark Zero smelt blood in the water there. You could tell because J9O just charged through sight looking for that final kill. The call had obviously come. We go for kills. Don't worry about the plant. We've got the man advantage. They were very, very confident that they could get that done. They did very easily. I've spoken about this Tachanka defense at length. It is very, very successful at denial, more so than smoke, so long as you can keep the Tachanka completely safe and focused, and that is what Dark Zero understood. As an attacking team, the win condition there is disrupt the Tachanka, force them to turn away from their task, force them to fight elsewhere, challenge from bottom marble stairs, challenge from a vault drop, challenge from elevators, do anything you can to force that Tachanka to take their eye off the ball. Beautiful stuff, really well done by Dark Zero, and they get themselves another well-deserved round.
Yeah, this comes back to that whole point of like chess. Like if you look back at everything that happened in that round, you know that attackers like to try and plant on default, defenders respond by figuring out ways to stop it. C4 smokes, eventually we go towards a Chanka who can rotate for a long period of time, and the response by the attackers is then to evolve again, and like you say, Tim, try and go for an attack onto the Chanka himself. In that case, I'm pretty sure it was a lobby hatch drop, and I'd be really keen to watch it back and see how they managed to let 2 or 3 players into the backside and then suddenly start destroying them inside of gold and everything else. Even the Warden couldn't get into a position to use his C4 because of the threat coming in towards gold. Genius stuff. Top floor may well be the last we see of NIP on this map. As we said, it has not been a pretty affair. They're leaning super heavily in towards their anti-drone setup here with the Mute and the Mozzie on side. Still got the Yokais coming along here. And Thorn, I think, Tim, it's pretty fair to say, has been an ever-present operator for the majority of teams at this tournament. I don't want to say every single round, but I'd say the vast majority we have seen her brought along.
Wizards going to be the one tasked with playing in Stock Hall. And we would expect to see Stock Wall opened up, but looking across, it might actually be left a little bit because there's no ranged hard breach been brought along by Dark Zero. Of course, with Ace and Hibana off the board, it's going to make it a little bit more difficult for them to do anything about that wall. So Wizard could be a little bit of a sticking point for them on this one. Kino actually heading in at the minute on the Monty through main lobby. You just see him off to the right of your screen there, looking to get aggressive up those spiral stairs maybe, and it's just going to be, you know, a completely lobby-sided push by the looks of things.
Nua's looking to be the rat on that nook, skulking around. Hate's probably going to be his main contender, as you saw sat at the bottom of main. But if Nua doesn't get himself into a spot to pick him off, then suddenly main stairs becomes completely free for them. There's no one really to contend them because Hate's the only player lurking around on that downstairs. Looking back at the first half, it was that bandit that was underneath looking to play off C4s. Hates is trying to do the same, but is keeping himself tucked really far away, at least for the early parts of these rounds. Now, it's rare that you see this, Tim. The rappel coming down inside the lobby, and there we go. That's what I was on about. Now with that, there is no one downstairs. They've got full control to do whatever the hell they want here, Dark Zero, and sure enough, they start their moves on forward.
And JR takes out Fantasy, who is playing in the same position that he does every single time. NIP just so predictable. Last one inside of the elevator. You can't miss those, and Dark Zero certainly don't. It's not the first time we've seen Fultz have a reaction like that during that game. What a brilliant 7 rounds from Dark Zero. The North American side truly waking up, demolishing NIP, and getting themselves to 1-1 on the day.
Throw 3 rounds to give NIP fans false hope and then remind everyone why Dark Zero are one of the favourites. We'll go to a short break. When we come back, we'll break down everything you've just seen.
And I'm wilding out. Throw my elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left.
Welcome back to the B stream here at the Salt Lake City Major, where we have just witnessed what can only be described as a dismantling of NIP by Dark Zero. And it feels weird, Tim. If I had a nickel for every time we've seen NIP dismantled on Bang, I'd have 2 nickels. But it ain't much. But it's weird that it's happened twice in the same day. Feels like they've got to stop playing that map.
Back to back. It's time to put it away now, boys. Just leave that one. It's not working for you. Dark Zero, though, let's look at the positive. They were so solid through that. There's not many teams, I don't think, that are going to be, itching to face them in the one-on-one, because you just feel like they're starting to find their feet a bit. I said it at the beginning. The fact that you've lost to G2 is no big deal, really. A lot of teams here today are going to lose to G2 over the next few days, over the rest of the tournament, you would expect. So Dark Zero getting themselves back on a level, and I think the NA fans will be much happier with what they've just seen.
You can afford some losses. Again, you can lose up to twice. You can lose twice. Yep. You can't lose a third time, otherwise you're going home. So you'll take that earlier on as your introduction to the Major. And now it's time to shape up. And sure enough, they're showing us that they can do just that. Now we start speaking about our Nets game a little bit, Tim. We've got Twisted Minds coming up against Waybo. That is going to be thrilling.
Yeah, it really is. I'm looking forward to that one. They've both come through with a win. And, they're both kind of chaotic teams. Who knows how it'll go.
Explosive, I'm sure, and there's only one way to find out how it goes, which is to go to a break, and then we'll get into it. See you in a few. Welcome back, guys, and we're going into another game, our 6th of the day, and this one is going to be spicy. It's Twisted Minds coming up against Waybo arguably, Tim, two of our most aggressive teams at the entire tournament.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this one. We're going to have, those crazy plays. I'm sure there's going to be jump outs, there's going to be peaks, there's going to be retakes, there's going to be clutches, there's going to be huge moments, and we've got some serious mechanical skill on shore in the server as well. We already saw it. We watched the Waybo game earlier. We actually watched the Twisted Minds game as well together, but we casted the Waybo game, and Reaps, Hoven, Turd, all on form, and you just know it's going to be big.
Let's take a look at what map they're going into, though, for the Battleground that's going to host this epic fixture between the two. It's going to be Nighthaven Labs.
Tasty!
Why tasty?
Because I just love Nighthaven Labs. It's my favourite map to watch and play. Favourite map right now.
Full stop, just favourite map.
Favourite map.
It's an interesting one because for Waybo earlier on, we saw them on Lair. It's their permaban. They picked it because all gamers, it's their favourite map, so there's a lot of counter prep that they could do. I'm keen to see if they could take it up a gear going into a map they're more comfortable on, because there were some moments earlier today where they did look like they were coming undone a little bit, and I really want to see Waybo warm into it. At the same time, EML team on the other side also want to see Twisted Minds playing well, so I'm here for both teams. I'm here for both. I really want to see how this one goes down.
It's one of those matchups we often say, especially in best of ones, you either end up on a map where neither team really wants to play there, but they ban out the good maps of the others, or you get this game of chicken where they both kind of go, yeah, we'll play there, and the other goes, you know what, yeah, we'll play there. And you just end up on this map that they both love, and that's where we are right now. It's going to be brilliant.
That's exactly it. I just looked at the numbers, actually, for both teams. It's their highest preference map, which based on the way we calculate preference is looking at their banning tendencies. Do they ban it early on in a veto? Do they ban it at all, or is it the other side that bans it against them? And based on that and their playing history, both teams undefeated on it. Twisted Minds admittedly only 1-0. Waybo, though, 5-0 on this over the last 6 months. If you aren't going to see a better performance from these two teams on this map, I don't know where else you're going to find it, Tim. So, as said, very excited.
I actually love Waybo's kind of map picking strategy here today as well. When they've gone up against all gamers earlier, they're fairly confident they can get the win there, given that they're a new team, first time on LAN, all those things. So, and also, we spoke about it a little bit at length as well. Waybo took a map that they never play. They ban it out all the time, but there was plenty of footage available. All gamers pick it up 4 times through CNL. And so you could see that they went there and they were prepared and they did everything that they needed to do. So now they come out and they know they've got an opportunity to get into that best of 3 qualification match. So they bring out their best map, ready for it. And I love this banning strategy. I love this map picking strategy from Waybo. They've really gamed this well.
And of course, we'll see if the results then deliver for them off the back of it, because you are right. I imagine going into best of 3s, you'll see them play other maps other than the ones that you see here, because they'll have, no doubt, a ban coming in against Lair. And then on this case for Nighthaven Labs, very fair chance teams will ban it away from them, knowing just how proficient they are on it as well. As you can see, our teams are just getting themselves finished and finalised with the final couple of preparations, awaiting the last player on Twisted Minds side, and then we can get ourselves underway, Tim. Of course, still 2 more games to come after this one here on the B stream. Same over on the A stream. It's that first day of Swiss that's always chaos. 16 best of 1s today. But we are coming towards the tail end of things piece by piece.
Yeah, we always sit down at the end of the first day of Swiss and it's like, take a deep breath and then go through those results again, and we start doing all that preparation, because obviously we don't know what the the day 2 games are going to be until we get there. So there's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes tonight, both for the teams, for us, for everybody getting ready for those games. And I can't wait for them, because we've still got results to come in today, of course, but it's just looking tastier and tastier.
Tasty. You say it like T-E-Y, te, and then stay, S-T-E-Y.
Well, that's all right.
Tasty. I haven't spoken about your accent for a while, mate.
It's a beloved accent.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not sure it is.
Sometimes. To be fair, I mean, Ollie was chatting to someone. I spoke about him earlier on, chatting to him, and like, obviously he's got kind of like an accent a bit like you. I'd say not as bad as you.
No, it's not.
Well, in fact, you guys live reasonably close to each other.
Do.
Why is your accent so much more like northern than his?
It's just, it's where I come from, specifically the town that I come from. There's like 2 or 3 towns that are all kind of in a row. Why not? Let's have a geography. So you've got like Burnley, Blackburn and Accrington that are all like small towns, mill towns, kind of working class towns that are in this run. They like this little pocket of really quite a strong accent where we're from. Otherwise, you could look at like a whole county like Yorkshire, for example, and they have a really strong accent wherever you are in Yorkshire.
You're like your own little ecosystem.
Yeah, but there is, and don't get me onto like conversations of what you call a bread roll and things like that, because literally
we've been there many a time.
But we have our own within that specific little bubble of like a couple of towns. It's a funny little place, but I like it. It's all right.
If it's cozy, mate, and it suits you, then why worry?
But that's why my accent's stronger, because I come from that very specific little bubble.
Makes sense. All right, let's get into some bands.
My accent's not even very strong, to be fair.
Ain't it?
I tone it down a lot for broadcast. I really do.
I know Demo Master as well on the Irish side too.
I really have done over the years.
You've got to make it internationally accessible.
I hear it's one of those when I hear my own like local accent on the news and things when people are being interviewed. I'm like, oh gosh, don't make me listen to it.
Well, our bans will come on through. You can see Twisted Minds are starting on the attack, so they get to ban away 2 defenders. They've taken Kaid and Mira offline. Waybo on the defensive side have removed Thermite and Ace, so going for 2 hard breaches, which I suspect that means we'll probably see a leaning towards a number of hard breach gadgets, but of course, a banner is also likely to feature as one of the safer range breaches that you can bring along. Although I guess without a mirror on side, there's not going to be too much concern about that.
Yeah, I don't think breaching should be too much of too much of a problem for them on the attack here. You know, we've got those secondary hard breach gadgets as well now. The only concern that you have often is if you need somewhere with a walkable breach, you don't want to be putting a secondary hard breach gadget hole in a wall that you want to walk through, for example, because getting into that vault animation, you're asking for a lot of trouble. You're usually asking for a quick death, to be honest. So that's the only thing that they need to be aware of here. But to be honest, so long as they can get IT wall open and maybe connector wall, they'll be more than happy with that. They've brought the Maverick along, they've brought the Hibana along, still plenty for them to go at, so I don't think it'll slow Twisted Minds down too much.
The eagle-eyed, you may have just observed that Hoven didn't move the entirety of prep phase, and that's not because he was AFK and having a little doze before the round starts. No, the team are trying to conceal the fact they brought the Valkyrie along, so there wasn't going to be a late repick coming out for Twisted Minds to bring an IQ on side instead. And you see now where those black eyes have been scattered. That's useful information the defenders will have that the attackers may not identify where those drones are. That invites C4s to come their way, of which there are 3 in the back pockets of Waybo. So very much looking to be aggressive here and a little bit cheeky in this round, trying to avoid the direct gunfights and just take players out of range instead.
Immediately just opening that connector wall, taking out the default cam just to try and prevent any players staying inside of there or rotating through. P9 is going to continue his work on there whilst Jalad is on the other side of the map. Hasham is to open things up with a entry pick onto Hoven. That is going to be the Valkyrie down. I often say, and I've said this over the years, it always feels to me like a Valkyrie's kind of depends. If the black eye cams are still out there, it feels like half a death because the Valkyrie knows exactly where those cams are, knows exactly what the plan was, exactly what they should be watching, and you can see Hoven straight on them, and now he can just full-time feed that info back into his team, so it kind of feels like a 0.5 of a death.
Yeah, just keep flicking through those all day long, and you can see all 3 are still standing as well. It's the information that, of course, can now be fed the other way. One of those here coming out in favour of Reaps, who, with the camera off towards the other side, can see the player stepping in through that single into the catwalk doorway and hope to try and secure his team a kill off the back of it. RP on the Warden, still sat inside of sight. The one big, I guess, downside of losing the Valk so early was the fact that C4 disappears with her. Good news is there's still 2 available.
All mounting up on the sort of IT and connector side here for Twisted Minds. There is no pressure out towards Aqua, for example, but Jalad has just made a little bit of a movement here to get himself up catwalk stairs.
Whoa.
I like this. He's going to take the challenge. Reaps is aware of his position because he's being watched by a Valkyrie cam all the time here. They haven't dealt with it. You can see that Hoven is on that warehouse cam, and he's just going to be feeding info into his team. Beautiful stuff. It comes down to a 1v1 though. As Hasham manages to go very quickly from a 1v3 to a 1v1. He's got just Turd to go up against. 35 seconds left. Diffuser down. He's going to go to collect it, but there is a serious HP advantage, and Turd is on a long rotation.
This could be the thing, right? They haven't got the Valkyrie cameras don't have vision on what's going on inside of sight. So Turd's going to work up a safe angle where he knows that he can see at least something. They can see warehouse. They could see top of those stairs that he's just come up now, the Aqua stairs. Here's where things get a little bit ropey! And Turd again, for what must be the 5th time today, comes up on a flank, gets a couple of kills, and wins out a 1v1 to get Waybo started. What a way to announce yourself into Nighthaven Labs.
The confidence on him is... It's utterly ridiculous. He has just backed himself so much there. He's gone underneath on a long rotation, knowing that the plant's going to go down. He knows in that time that surely the plant is going to go down. But he comes back up and just gets himself into a gunfight that should be a difficult one to win. But like I say, he's just completely backed himself on the Fenrir. Absolutely love to see it. Hasham very unlucky there. 1v3 to a 1v1. Gets the plant down as well. But what can you do when Turd is going to win out a gunfight like that? But I want to come back to that Valkyrie. If you remember, I said it's almost like 0.5 of a death because they have that real close knowledge of where those cams are and what the intention is. And we just saw Hoven on them the whole time and just feeding intel, and then it was death. And it was just really well played.
I think it's one thing teams are going to have to look at and watch some of Waybo's games back and understand that a big part of their game plan, that's turned off, thank you. A big part of the game plan is on Turd coming in with these late round flanks, because the same as we saw earlier on today when Waybo were on the defense against All Gamers, it's when the execute starts coming in, when they start making a move as a team, that he'll then come and hit on the flank, knowing that all these players are committed towards getting control of site. And so I think you're going to see it throughout this half more and more, is Turd will just wait off in the shadows somewhere, and when the moment is right, that is when he's going to step forward and have a big impact like we've just seen. Wonderful stuff. Let's see how our second round goes now that we are down into the basement. A lot of trap operators being brought along once again. Seeing that Thorn, ever present, as mentioned earlier, alongside the Ella from Reaps. And for those who've not seen Reaps too much before, he's a little bit of a nightmare. Fantastic gunner. And with a gun, of course, that can fire at quite a rate, it's never a bad thing, but also sometimes switching over to that secondary, he can work absolute wonders as well.
Rotero drone will go in through the breach that's been there. The Goyo canister will be cleared out. So good work from the Flores, as we would expect. Gilad will continue that process. It's going to be Reaps elsewhere, though. Manages to pick up Hasham, and that is a big loss. Reaps is the one that was tasked with being out in the map and causing a nuisance, and he's certainly done that.
Dare I say, it's unforgivable when you've got a Dockerbee and a Snake on side to lose to a player that... Guys, come on. You've got all this information you brought along specifically to deal with roamers and to work your way through the map. But now they found themselves losing two crucial operators. The Flores going down before they can work their way through the vast majority of those drones. At least one comes back as Turd is shut down. But there's still so much work to do, and just as another scan comes on through, Guard steps up, finds yet another. Twisted Minds, they look really good last round, Tim, but in this one it feels like they've just been a bit too... They've bolted out the stables before the horse is ready.
Yeah, a little bit. I think the problem with Twisted Minds sometimes is, you know, we often see this from them. They can be a real roller coaster team. You know, they'll come out, they'll have a game against Furia where they just dismantle them, they take it, you know, every gunfight they win in, and then the next game we just won't maybe see the same sort of intensity from them, or they can't get themselves into it. Obviously, they are playing with a substitute, it is worth saying, but, you know, out of all the situations we've got like that, I feel like this should be the least effectual for Twisted Minds, because Guards has played with them before. You know, he's not new to playing with the team. He's not new to playing at this level. So it shouldn't be necessarily the biggest impact. So right now, they need to get themselves back into this round. Trix is having a little look if he can maybe just have a crouch walk into sight, find himself a gunfight or two. He does, and he'll wish that he hadn't, as Hoven manages to pick him up. There's a trade at the end. Apiv with the final kill. And that's going to be another round for Waybo. 2-0.
Yeah, I want to see Twisted Minds just slow it down. Round one was great. They played quite slow there, very controlled, and obviously came away with a very, very close chance coming out on top, if not for a Turd clutch. The second one, I think a little bit too fast and loose. Now, when you're coming up against a team that likes to be aggressive, they'll spawn peek it, they can do all kinds of mad stuff. You've got to be really careful about how you approach the map, I feel there. Maybe just a bit too much confidence being shown. Maybe that changes here going into the third round. I go to control and storage, which means you're going to see, I imagine, quite a bit of a setup coming out of Waybo on that top floor. And Twisted Minds will want to wrestle it away from them. At least IT to get some vertical control and then look for a plant inside the window. That is kind of the cookie-cutter approach that most attacking teams take to this site, though. As of now, haven't really got too much in the way of vertical destruction, Tim.
No, they don't. Well, not the end of the world necessarily. You know, you can get away without it. So long as you've got control of IT, you don't necessarily need the vertical down in towards site, for example. It can be helpful, but they can certainly work around it. So I would imagine that Twisted Minds have got somewhat of a plan here to, you know, get away with that. They could use the Roteros, for example. Yeah. That's going to get them if they've just got 2 or 3 key points that they want to open up verticals. they can do that and get people moving around. I like to see this initial pressure down towards. It's something that's often kind of forgotten about. If you're wondering why are they opening that, why are they opening the basement wall when they've got an attack onto the mid floor, the reason that they're doing that is so that they can't have, or it's more difficult for the defenders to play something like a Pulse, for example. I know they don't have one on the board, but to play anybody below like that can have that sort of impact from underneath, they're going to be very wary now about going into that area with the wall open.
So on chewing their way through those Goyo canisters as well as the barbed wire, just making sure that that plant spot is good and ready to go. Whereas elsewhere, you can see a couple of players working on the upstairs here for Twisted Minds to ensure that we were speaking about, Tim. We could see some control on towards IT. Not really the ideal way to go about opening IT, admittedly, as Trix is down. Probably recoverable, though. He is pretty safe out there. It would be a massive risk for a defender to go up towards that breach. A C4 may be able to help. Last thing you want those to lose a second player here, so let's be really careful about this one. Sure enough, going to get recovered, but no, finished off. I love the bait off the back of that. That is fantastic use of the gadget from Reaps. Draws in the res, or at least the res attempt. They get the finish off from the Thorn, the Razor Bloom, and then get a second kill off the back of it. Wonderful stuff.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant there from Waybo. The problem that Twisted Minds have got now is that they have no top floor control. So Waybo are able, they've got to be careful because the wall's open, but they can push into IT if they wish. It was quite clear from the beginning that as an attack they were shaping up for a plant on pillar. That's where they wanted to be getting that diffuser down. They might have to just... Third time, fourth time, okay. They might. Hey
man, it kicks like a mule, all right.
Well, I'm far too old for the F2. I'll quite happily say that. But, you know, these boys maybe should be picking that up a little bit quicker. But look, they were initially looking at that pillar plant. They might not be able to get that done now if they can't keep that top floor control. So they need to start thinking on their feet here. And it looks like that's what they're doing. They're thinking about moving over to more of a control side. But Reaps picks up guards. 3 versus 2. Serious advantage for Waybo now. They've got the map control. They've got the man advantage.
They've lost a third player in exactly the same position. Guards grabbed the diffuser and has died exactly where 2 of his previous teammates did on that IT breach. And now they're going to find themselves losing out on the round as Ape collects the final 2. A little bit of a car crash round coming out for Twisted Minds, Tim. And now that they're down the way they are, 0-3, I think quite rightly it's time for attack timeout after we've had the operator ban.
Yeah, no surprise to see Twisted Minds calling that one. We've just seen it in the all chat, so we should be going to a timeout after this, as you say. Look, Twisted Minds at the minute, it's one of those where they're simply losing gunfights. They're putting themselves into kind of bad spots. You know, you could look at that revival attempt and say, well, that's unfortunate, but it's not unfortunate. Reaps has just played it really well. You know, why are they unaware of the Razor Bloom in that situation? And Reaps just peeks off it beautifully as well, just times it, pre-fires it, just knows everything that's going on. And Waybo just showing why this is their #1 map at the minute.
Yeah, and again, as a reminder, it's Twisted Minds' favourite map as well. They love playing on here. Both teams undefeated on this map. But Twisted Minds just looking a little bit... uncoordinated probably isn't quite the right word, but they're just getting caught out by a few silly moments here where really they should be aware of what's going on. If you've got, and again, granted we're coming into the later end of the day, you can't possibly prep for every single team that's at the major, especially in best of ones and not knowing exactly what map you could end up going to. You can't prep 3 maps for every single team all in the space of a couple of days. I think looking at this, they'll probably be kicking themselves and thinking, we really should have tried to take better control on this. Dare I say, something as silly as sitting behind shields and playing a little more cautiously might be the way to go, because in being aggressive, this is when Waybo keep on managing to kneecap them a little bit, trip them up, and just see them unable to even pull off an execute.
Just brilliant stuff. Absolutely love that. The round from that point on was just always going to be so difficult for Twisted Minds. You feel like it's one of them. What can Twisted Minds try? I think, you know, maybe get in there aggressively, try and get themselves some entry kills so that they've got that man advantage to build on, because so far it's 2 out of 3 gone in favour of Waybo. They're playing on the back foot all the time. They're playing in a 4v5. So get in there, maybe get a little bit unpredictable, bring that Twisted Minds chaos that we love so much.
All right, well, let's see how the second quarter goes, Tim, because, again, let's not forget, the previous map that we cast, it was 3-0 to NIP at this point, and we thought, wow, Dark Zero aren't even out the races. And then they win 7 in a row. It's very possible things could turn around here off the back of that attack timeout. You've seen the bans come on through to a Thorn ban. I was going to say it earlier on. We haven't seen a ban yet, but I won't be surprised to at some point. They've just been tormented by Turd and Reaps on that operator. It had to go.
Yeah, I would agree with you. Just getting rid of that, and will it slow them down? I'm not sure. You know, with the reactionary bans like that, sometimes you think, well, it's just going to push them onto somebody else and maybe a new problem for you. Reaps on his arm, it doesn't sound, you know, like a tantalising prospect, I will say that. So back up to the top floor we go for Waybo. We're going to have an attempt to get this wall open. You could actually just do it with the weapon. Getting yourself, there you go. Take the cam out. You don't necessarily need to be going for that hard breach. And for now, we're just seeing, again, the same sort of attention being paid that we had earlier. They're trying to breach IT, but the Tubarão has put his auto canister on there, looking to use the secondary shotgun to open up that connector wall. And yeah, there's no real pressure towards Aqua, nothing really towards Warehouse at the minute. So all very similar to what Twisted Minds tried last time.
I'm watching Speakeasy on the pulse here, just run around between Electric. He's been running in towards, of course, site to get the scan onto what's happening inside a connector. He's just keeping tabs on where every player, or as many as he can find, are on Twisted Minds to give his team an indication on where the attack is coming from. Interesting reinforce up here onto Catwalk as well. I think after seeing 3 players out towards the east, gets the idea that's where they're coming from, so feels, okay, maybe not going to see a massive Catwalk attack coming in here, don't need to defend it as heavily. It does now mean that Jalad can walk up quite easily in towards IT, but he takes a couple of shots. Where from, even I'm not 100% sure. I think even he's not 100% sure, Tim. That'll be the drone hole as he's crossed his way through. That's where it was.
This is it. Waybo just on top of every single angle at the minute. Reaps, you wouldn't bet against him in that kind of fight. He's got the keeper barricade in front of him. He's going to know that there is now a presence. Reapplies another one and just making it difficult. 2 minutes into the round. Twisted Minds haven't really made much of an impression on this attack so far until that moment. Taking down Turd. That's going to be the Tubarão off the board. But how about that? A huge double nitro from Speakeasy.
I'd love to know where in the hell he's managed to throw that one in, but he's made great use of his operator. He's been patient. He's fed information to his team and has then hit a wonderful 2K out the window to get rid of both. That's the kind of stuff that you want to see. Trix now left alive against 3. It is a massive recovery effort in this round. Otherwise, it's going to be a Waybo 4-0, Tim. But once again, it just feels like they're constantly having to play catch-up. Twisted Minds. They're being reactionary to everything they're seeing, not really taking control of any of these rounds. And Waybo, in full control here, will get the closeout from Speakeasy. 4-0.
Yeah, it's a tough round for Twisted Minds. That when you look at it, you kind of feel for them a little bit. You know, they were doing a lot of things right. They'd managed to get that opening kill onto Turd. They were starting to get the defenders moving around, and then they were just completely undone by a double C4 kill from Speakeasy. And this is Waybo. You know, they've been like this all day, just finding those moments, finding those clutch plays, finding those big multi-kills exactly when they need them to power them through the round. Really, really nice stuff. Great control over top floor. Like I said, there was a little bit of movement from them being forced by the attack, but they reacted well. They didn't put themselves into bad spots, and they kept it difficult for Twisted Minds. So we'll see Waybo move on, and they will go down to the basement, and they're going to have the clash this time around. So what is the answer going to be from Twisted Minds?
Also, my eyes naturally go towards the one player that has remained a headache, which is Turd. You know, throughout today, as I already mentioned, probably 5 rounds where he has been a late impact in the round, but often has led to the outcome of it being the one that goes the way of Waybo. Now, here he's got the option where he can afford to play around upstairs if so desired and waste a hell of a lot of time, wait for a plant to come in. That's assuming, of course, that we see Twisted Minds go direct into site itself for a plant. The fact they've got the Ram on side with Trix suggests more they want to get first floor control, in which case you could even have Turd go and sit up on the top floor and waste even more time. Most importantly, I want to see Hisham staying alive, though, because last time round he was running on the Dockerby. As we saw, he went down very early on, ran straight in towards Reaps, who was like, oh, a free kill, no problem at all. Speaking of which, Reaps upon that second floor has got to be an early focus for Twisted Minds.
Just going to be watching multiple points of entry there. Reaps, I think, well aware. He caused a nightmare last time he was up here. Every time he's been out on the roam, he's had a big impact on the round, so certainly one to keep an eye on. It looks like they're going to be going in numbers to try and deal with him. Takes the peek around the corner, needs to be careful. Damage is done, though. Hisham continues to battle here, takes more and more damage, as does Guards now, just suffering a little bit of chip as well, but P9 manages to get himself himself an entry. Second round in a row, I believe. Taking down Hoven. That's going to be the Azami off the board.
I think Sean thought he had flashes there because he's tossing him back to EMP. I'm like, to what end? What do you get from this? More in panic, I think, to make sure he can get away safely. But they've got to be careful because that, to me, was their answer to the clash. Being able to disable that shield, get up nice and close. It's a good way of being able to respond to what is a very frustrating operator at the best of times. The crucial one, of course, being Tim, though, they've got the entry. The Azami is down offline. They've got to build off the back of this, though. Let's not throw away lives here by getting too keen across the map.
Joad manages to find one onto Ape, and Twisted Minds for one of the first times feels like they've really got something building here. They're going to get that hatch open and drop into Animus with the shield and continue pressuring.
Okay,
Trix
good.
manages to find Reaps 4 versus 2. I'm not sure how effective the clash is now going to be once they're all inside a site, but it might not be the clash who has this to do. It's Turd who manages to find the first, being chased down by the Blitz. What is the answer to this shield? Turd gets aggressive, tries to get his man, can't find him. Guards gets the final kill, and that is going to be the first round on the board for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, not bad at all from that one. I think getting the entry, the 2 entry kills was the real big one for me, because that's where they've struggled throughout this game. Has been in these early bits of aggression coming out from Waybo that's just tripped Twisted Minds up and meant the rest of the round they were always trying to play catch up, always reacting. I was a bit worried for Shaman Merely at the start. I thought he was playing with fire, dancing around that door at top of Aqua with 2 players nearby, but didn't lose his life for it. And overall, some good trade play coming out throughout. It does give them 1 round, Tim, but will 1 be enough? Surely they need a second out of this half.
Okay, round 6, final defense for Waybo. They will just continue their rotation, control and storage it will be. Last time around we saw brilliant defense of the top floor by Reaps. He completely held them out of IT. Twisted Minds were never really able to get anything going. So what do I want to see from them this time? What's going to change things up on the attack? We need more top floor control. Map control is something that I feel Twisted Minds has really struggled with on this attack days. They rarely have been inside of the map and in confident control of large portions of it, constantly being hounded by Waybo and pushed around. So Twisted Minds, get yourself into that map. They've got the Solid Snake, they've got the Blitz, they've got the Lion. There is no reason why they shouldn't be able to force these defenders out of position, take top floor, and then choose what your plant spot is. Go back to your drones, get yourself that little bit of work done so you can find where your opportunities might come from.
Last time around, they were very, very good at getting storage itself cleared out of all necessary utility, and I imagine Jalab will go for a similar setup once again. Most importantly, I want to see great use of the Snake. I've mentioned it before in rounds when they've had the Dockerby and the Snake together. Losing players early on is somewhat unforgivable, not when you've got that much utility on side. Yeah, here they're swapped away from the Dockerby and instead have the Lion available to them, but that's still tons of utility to get control of important parts of the map.
We're going to see IT breached, back to the drones.
Let's not lose 3 players on it this time.
Yeah,
Tim,
I mean, that was good.
I
I was just about to say the same thing. Just because it's breached, it doesn't mean that they're in control of it. They learned that lesson last time around. I think Trix is going to be looking to get up on the rooftop and maybe hold the angle from there, but they look to try and pressure into Aqua as well. So it would appear to me that Twisted Minds do want this top floor clearance that I spoke about. If we have a look, we've got Reaps, we've got App here, we've got Speakeasy, we've got Turd, all holding from above. I don't see any way that Twisted Minds managed to sneak a plant down without getting up there and at least clearing half of this top floor.
So quite a bit of utility being fired down here at top. Look at this, 4 players on the side of Waybo, all stacked up together here, expecting something to happen, and it's Hobbin elsewhere who manages to get a kill. Are they baiting this out a little bit, Tim? They're almost trying to bait the hit while 4 players here are all working their way down Aqua stairs at the same time, and they've lost Hobbin inside of sight. Now they've got a scatter from the north and try and pull off a retake at the same time. They try their very best, and there's one, but that is the trap being sprung. They now know where it is they're coming from. A 4 versus 3. Twisted Minds have got Diffuser down. Can they hold on?
Yeah, Waybo have just found themselves in a bad position there, trying to get back to site whilst that Diffuser was going down. They are now playing for the retake. It's 2 versus 1 though, as Jalad and Guards managed to get one apiece. It is all up to Turd. We've seen him do it time after time, but he's got one above and he's got one in front of him. Beautiful play from the Blitz to take down that Goyo canister, make it difficult for Waybo to be able to do anything about the situation, and they managed to take themselves another round. Round 5 and 6 go their way. It's 2-4 going into the second half.
Very crisp and clean, Tim. Let's have a listen in to the halftime.
Guys, let's skip the ban of the Monty and the Grim. They use too much. They are depending of DB and the Nomad. I think Miran and Tubarão can work really well. If they ban one of these, we can just play with full traps and try to beat them in the beginning of the round. If we can fuck them in the middle of the round if we can do the Miran and Tubarão.
Okay.
The basement guys, they like to half control the kitchen. So take care, Hashum. Maybe you can change the Valkyrie to Ella, and Gelad can keep the Solis. Guards, maybe it's better if you change the Legion security to the Thorn, so we have more traps. You know, if we have problems with the demos in the top floor, and they ban, of course, Mira and Tubarão, we can bring the Mute Jammers. Okay.
Okay.
So that's the plan. Or we fuck them in the middle round with the step, or we fuck them in the beginning of the round with the traps.
Come again, what the ban? What's
Of course. Be at same page, you know, fight and bro, like on defense, this last round, maybe you guys give too much space, you know. When they come for us, when we have the team close each other, you know, he frag ready to go. We go for it, you know. So on attack, if you face the same scenario, like, oh, we are full engaged here. Let's understand what's happening on the round, you know. It's better to go for it, everyone, you know, the same page, or it's better to just relax, deep breath, you know, and farm them, you know. Wait for the free kills. It's all about that.
Okay.
Okay, guys, 20 seconds more, Mati. No, I think So, on top, remember, guys, one important point. Playing on top, this guy on Garage, after the first fire, he already play very safe. So if you can take, you know, prep this step to go to Garage, use this fire faster we can, in a safe way, we're going to take Garage easy, we're not going to have problems to lead with the start of the round, you know?
All very tactical stuff, I think it's fair to say, Tim.
Well, I don't want to be critical, but I'm gonna be a little bit like you're going over what's gone wrong in the first half there, as we heard from Gohan. You know, like and maybe they can translate the kind of theory or thought of it to the second half. But you're talking about defenses that have, you know, we've allowed this to happen, or we've done that, or you know, we can't allow them to do that, but. You're not playing on that half anymore. This is the half-time talk. You know, I think it needs to just be a little bit more forward thinking about what are we going to do on the attack now, not what's gone wrong on the defense. What's gone wrong on the defense, in most parts, isn't really going to matter very much.
Absolutely. Well, let's see what happens then, shall we? Let's see what happens and get into it. You heard speaking about the Deimos and the threat of that potentially on the upstairs. You've heard a lot of the chat around trap operators that, again, we're very used to hearing about, and the potential threat of shields. But with the monster being taken away, it really only opens up things like the Blitz and potentially the Blackbeard to come along later if necessary. The Monty ban, I think, makes sense against Speakeasy, especially as you and I have known from years, from casting him back when he was on Giants all those years ago as well. It's one of his bread and butter go-to operators. And probably also worth saying, for a player that's been around for so long to still be competing at the top level, it's wonderful to see.
It is. And...
Gives us hope for me and you, Tim.
It certainly does. Certainly does for us oldies. Round 7 then, let's get into it. It's going to be top floor for Twisted Minds. A little cheeky attempt here from Gelad. Just has the nitro ripped and ready. They're aware. It's one of the oldest in the book. You really can't be getting caught out. They see it come out. I think they take a shot at it. It does get detonated, but nobody's going to be anywhere near. And they're able to get the Selma charge onto the wall.
They've seen that one before, Tim. Everyone's been stung by that one before, so they ain't going to fall for it again. This time around can just proceed very comfortably. However, going to be the one to start out onto P9, mind you. So the caution being exercised by Waybo, the same thing that I was calling from Twisted Minds for in the first half, more to be fair, has been shown here. They've dealt with the potential risk of a C4. They've got rid of P9 nice and early. Great start.
Looking to just peek around that corner, maybe. Wants to get himself involved. We know that Hasham will always give it a try, but I don't think Waybo are going to give him any opportunity to here. And the drone being taken out is going to be the big signal for them. So they'll no doubt, I think, Hasham found himself just backing off from that a little bit now.
Yeah, take it nice and slow. Like, no reason to go high progressive here, I think, especially as Waybo. Twisted Minds will be the ones who feel they've got to make something happen, I expect, because knowing you've only got the one C4 to play behind, and you're down a man against a lot of utility on the other side. Speaking of which, that C4 comes out, and that's the last of it now. Trying to sit in behind the mirrors, of which fire for now is at least keeping them safe. A little bit of friendly fire, quite literally speaking, will keep them at bay. Guard steps out, gets rid of Turd on the Twitch. All things now even.
Yeah, that was a great little shot, just taking the head off him, leaving us now in a 4 versus 4. Just having a look at how this attack is shaping up. Hoven and Speakeasy have taken warehouse steps. Speakeasy does manage to pick up guards from there. There's pressure then from Reaps and Ape coming in through IT. Could get a little bit one-sided this though. They've not got anybody in connector, nobody in electrical, nobody in top aqua. So they just need to take care because they're allowing Twisted Minds to kind of focus all towards those warehouse corridors. Hasham manages to take down Hoven as he tries to move across onto Catwalk to gain a little bit more of a presence there.
Yeah, they've had this now for about 60 seconds, really, Waybo. 2 on IT, 2 coming up through warehouse onto Catwalk. They've got to be careful not to slow it down too much, or you just give the ability for Twisted Minds to put these little snapshots, although that is certainly one way of dominating the round. Smokes come out, they're going in deep, Tim. Flashes are in as well, 1 on the ground for free. It's just Hasham left by himself. Reaps, though, sticking towards the plant. Get the plant down. Hasham getting 1 back as a bit of an overextension coming out from Speakeasy. They paid the price. Now got a 2 versus 1, but Hasham doing what he does best. Tim down his belly looking for a peek, but doesn't quite get away with the kill. Just needs something here just to isolate out one player by himself, but I doubt they'll give him the opportunity. No, they will not. Waybo gets the first attack.
Yeah, working in combination nicely there at the end of the round. You can see they just separate around the pillar, push from opposite sides, give him no opportunity to win both gunfights at once and pick up, as you say, that first attack. Waybo 5-2 now, and seriously in the driving seat against Twisted Minds right now. I'm going to move on in terms of defense. They're going to head down to basement. They'll continue that standard rotation of theirs. But I think the big question here for me in round 8 is how well do Twisted Minds hold on to the map? I've already spoken about map control. I feel like Twisted Minds, it's something that they've struggled with on the attack. They haven't been able to get a hold of those critical areas that they need to and control them. And now that they're on the defense, it is just as important. I feel like they can't give too much of this map to Waybo too early. They've got to get out there and take the fight to them a little bit.
Yeah, well, being behind 3 rounds now does already start to feel like that's becoming quite a gap being established. They need to find some way into it. Again, as their favourite, like you'd expect to see a little bit more out of them. And maybe in this round, we'll get that. Tim, we're leaning in towards a Solus and a Valkyrie. So looking to go quite, I guess, aggressive with the intel game to be able to capitalise off it. We saw Waybo very much doing the same back in the first half. And Waybo very much borrowing from the playbook from Twisted Minds here. Running along with the line and in towards the Snake. Speakeasy on that shield that we spoke about earlier that we could see. It's all about the intel game. So it's one team wanting to be aggressive on the roam and try and get up in the faces of Waybo. The other bringing the tools to, at least as far as they hope, shut it down. Would they dare? Would they dare? Oh, if only they knew, Tim. Right idea. Just don't quite find each other.
This is it. We have the beauty of those outlines. The players, of course, do not.
He loves line. He loves going pro. Hasham does.
Such an opportunity for sometimes you just... It's worth popping a few bullets through a barricade because you never know what is on the other side of it. And we're going to have this map control battle that I was talking about now. Hasham just ranging around, supported by guards and P9. We've got Jalad up on the top floor. They are spread wide all over this map at the minute. Let's not forget, this is a basement defense. There's nobody down there at the minute from the defenders.
Which I don't hate. I think they're
fine.
aware there's no rush coming on through, so why worry about it all too much? And to be fair, the only hard breach gadgets they've got have now both been used in the back pocket of Reaps. It's very much a map clear. They want to try and make work here. They've got the ping coming on through to a player deep in the map. But as you said, Tim, there are still 4 others that you've got to work your way through. Hasham still looking to look outside these windows, and sure enough, sees a man, but doesn't want to get away with it. Not quite able to do so. Jalad now doubling up with him. P9, he strikes first and gets rid of 2. Shield gone and the Snake gone. That's a bit of a car crash for the side of Waybo. Twisted Minds, their aggression paying off.
I've asked for map control from Twisted Minds and they have delivered big time in this round. They are in charge of every inch of it. Reaps, he's recognised that there was a bit of space inside a site. He's walked his way in there, but can't really do anything with it. Doesn't have diffuser. He's got one man that he can challenge here, but he's going to absolutely have his head ripped off by P9 as that now goes to a 1 versus 5. Ape cannot get anything, and it's going to be a flawless round for Twisted Minds.
And this is what Twisted Minds do well. They be aggressive, they get up in your face, they don't let you get established in the round. And as I said at the start, it was kind of this clash of a desire to be out on the roam, aggressive, making use of the info they had with the Solus and everything else, and the other side trying to control them. But even with the Shield and the Snake, they could not keep P9 contained. His double kill really got things moving, and from there, it was going to be impossible to fully control the roamers. Much better. And now we go into a very critical round, Tim. You and I speak about round 9 very, very often. Why do we speak about round 9 very often, Tim?
Well, because 6-3 and 5-4 are very, very different scorelines mentally, most of all. If you can get this one as the attackers, as Waybo, you put yourself in a situation where you've got 3 back-to-back opportunities to get this second win of the day. However, if Twisted Minds come away with the winners defenders here, it's 5-4. They are back in touching distance, and mentally it will feel like they are breathing down your neck at that point, especially with Twisted Minds having won round 8. You know, it is usually 8 or 9 that we say are those pivotal moments, so to win both of them for Twisted Minds would be a huge, huge moment.
Well, we'll see if they get away with it. Thank you for the wonderful explanation, Tim. We'll see who takes round 9 then. Once again, a similar setup for the side of Twisted Minds, looking to be busy around the map with Jalad and guards. On the other side, the comparable players, as we've seen, will reach the turn back in that first half. So the pairing on either side looking to be the ones that keep themselves busy and keep the other side especially extra busy. Trying to figure out where maybe the drones are coming in from, where gadgets are being made use of. I imagine Hoven wants to, of course, get himself upstairs and make good use of the RAM gadgets to get the verticals opened up before they start thinking about an execute inside storage. It is quite rare that we see an execute coming towards control. It pretty much is always on the storage side because of the fact that it's externally facing. You haven't got to worry about getting cargo control and going into control itself in down the corridor. Of course, also inside a warehouse. There's just a lot to think about when you try and plant over on the other side of the map.
Hoven straight away up to that RT breach, going to take out the cam through there on the long range angle, and also send in one of those boogie drones to start opening up IT. Will be stopped with an impact nade from below. I think that was P9 who took that one out, and that is just going to prevent any more being opened up, but to be honest, it's done its job, not the end of the world.
Trex kind of gave himself away there. He managed to get himself into quite a nice spot in the very, very corner of warehouse and potentially able to challenge anyone entering into it, but I think got a bit spooked by the Lion scan coming in. It's done its job. It's forced him back here in towards a more conservative position, but it does mean Waybo are aware that he's dancing around on this long catwalk and willing to challenge downstairs, so he's got to be dealt with at some point. It's where something like normally a Captain Tower will come along, much like on Clubhouse, to help give that challenge, but it's Trix who starts things off. The RAM removed. Job kind of already done because they've got everything in IT opened up, which is what they needed. So it's not too big a loss at this stage.
I don't know if they're aware of P9 just on this garage, but yes, they are. They see the very long barrel of the TCSG, gives him away there. Reeks manages to find the kill. 4 versus 4. Speakeasy is ready to go in here and try and get this diffuser down. He will do exactly that, and the plant starts to go through. Ape manages to find a shot. He's holding the angle. He's on the cover. They can do nothing about it. The Solus was out of position. It's too little too late. They've got themselves now into the post plant. Waybo in position, and they are really on top of this essential round 9. Ape jumps up, manages to find his man. It's as easy as that. Picks him up as he gets through the vault. 4 versus 2 now, and they have to battle back. Twisted Minds, they have to take top floor back, otherwise Ape will just hold this from above.
Waybo looks so good on the attacking side of Labs right now. This has been another wonderful attack. It's been patient. It's been measured. They've used the Lion to control and keep them in position, but as opportunity spotted at the same time. This time around, Guards gets away with one, looks for a second, and sure enough, one has fallen down here, but there's nowhere near enough time left him. That'll be Waybo going up 6-3 and with a chance to start the day off 2-0. What a wonderful first day that would be of Swiss for them.
Yeah, it really would. That was the moment for Twisted Minds. There was a little glimmer there where I thought they might just have got this, you know. They win the fight with Ape on IT wall, and then they can hold the angle onto window. Guards was tucked in tight, trying to get that diffuser disabled, but just could not manage to hold on. Waybo, as you say, always in control. It was just a great opportunity spotted by the Blackbeard of Speakeasy. Straight in through the window, knew he could get it down. The Solus was out of position. That was the important thing. I don't know if they had a drone that was telling them that was the case, but the Solus was just too far away to get into position and do anything about it. If you're going to play for that vertical denial, you've got to be right place, right time. And Twisted Minds get punished. And as I said, that round 9 goes the way of Waybo. 6-3 is a A difficult scoreline for Twisted Minds to work their way back from, with Waybo playing as they are on the attack. 3 rounds in a row needed now. A complete defensive rotation.
I'm looking at who they might have to play in the next round. Of course, if we see Waybo win this one, G2 have currently gone through. They'll be the winner of FaZe versus Shopify Rebellion, and the winner of Los versus Wildcard, which I suspect will be Wildcard. That's one hell of a round 3 qualification bracket. It's going to be absolutely crazy when we start getting into those games tomorrow. You've got all that to look forward to. And of course, start remembering that we'll have some teams that will be down 0-2. NIP, of course, we've already seen it down there. They'll be fighting for their lives as of tomorrow.
Yeah, they will be. You're absolutely right.
It's bruising when you lose your first 2 games and you have to win 3 best-of-3s one day after the other to try and survive. I think it's so brutal.
Yeah, it really is.
But that's why it's great.
The 0,
Make them suffer.
The 0-2 is the bracket. I mean, it sounds obvious to say, but it's the bracket that you really don't want to be in. You know, even going to the point of being like 1-2 tomorrow, you've got less time that you've got to fight back. You've got less matches that you've got to win. Like you say, that 0-2, everything then becomes so critical.
I was going to send that to full cam. Maybe they'd have fancied a little bit of a go there onto the player that was just outside the building, but no, he keeps himself safe as that camera has been cleared away. Now focus on towards IT, but you saw the challenge coming on towards Reach there at the same time from inside of IT. Twisted Minds in with their backs against the wall aren't going to make this easy for the side of Waybo. They're going to have to be disciplined to see this one over the line. So far, so good.
Ooh, just manages to spot the foot of guards there. Does a little bit of damage. Not too much, but as we've seen quite often, those bits of chip damage really do add up and mean it can be difficult to take those gunfights later in the round. It feels at the minute a little bit like a question more of when than if that Waybo will be able to find themselves a successful attack and get this done. They're going to look to chain 2 together and get it done here and now, I'm sure. Twisted Minds, Jalad just in connector there, looking to hold them off from that connector wall.
Oh, not again!
He's going to drop himself away. Guards manages to repeat the feat that Waybo were able to achieve earlier. Only 1 kill, not 2, but Guards does get himself a second. Manages to find Speakeasy with a headshot. 5 versus 3.
Yeah, massive. And I say not again. It was Speakeasy who got the 2K on that exact C4 on the pulse earlier on. Almost came back to bite them in reverse. Turd almost losing his life here. He's down to almost nothing, and Asham handily dispatches of him. A much better round from Twisted Minds. Admittedly started by Guards, who of course it's worth remembering, Tim, was a last-minute sub for this team. He did used to play for them more full-time, back when they were Falcons, but his brother wasn't able to attend, and here he stepped in as a sub and is doing a pretty damn good job. A flawless round for Twisted Minds. Is it the start of a fight back, Tim?
Well, they needed it, didn't they? They need another 2 back-to-back. And if you're going to start by going flawless, it's not the end of the world. The one thing that I will say, I will heed a little bit of caution for the Twisted Minds fans. It was the top floor. It is a site that defenders do like, and we do expect them to win more often than not. Twisted Minds will need to win in all 3 of their normal rotation. It's going to be basement next up, and then it will be control storage. So there is still a lot of work for them to do. However, remember last time they defended basement, did a great job of it. We saw them spread throughout the map, nobody on site, got aggressive, took fights to Waybo, and Waybo really struggled to control them. But the problem is I don't feel like Twisted Minds have necessarily got the freedom to do that again, because I would expect Waybo to be checking that site this time and saying, do you know what, let's get ready to just open that front wall, get into a safe spot and put the diffuser down if they are going to abandon the site.
The 2 rounds that we've seen Twisted Minds win in this half have both been flawless. Now, I'm not saying they need to go flawless again if they want to see a round over the line, but getting the entry feels like the critical one. They lost the entry back in round 7 that went on to lose the round. In round 9, they did get the entry, yet still managed to lose out because of the plant that came into storage and just completely caught them off guard. Those are the kind of situations they need to avoid. So the early round for me is what is most important. Hasham looking cheeky, looking ready with a C4 in hand here. Might try and go fishing, and I think it's Speakeasy that's rounding in towards him. Indeed it is! That's the kind of C4 you got to find. I spoke about the entry, Nomad offline, and that will now free his team up to move a little bit more freely through the map without fear of running into one of those air jabs.
Yep, Speakeasy tried to get the shots onto the Nitro, just not quite quick enough. Didn't predict the arc of the throw quite right and suffers the consequences. Great start for Twisted Minds. They've actually been doing really well on the entry over the last few rounds. 4 in a row for them now. So Waybo making things a little bit difficult for themselves at times, always having to fight from behind, but they have shown at least an ability to do do that. We're going to see that exothermic just opening up a little bit more access, making it difficult for them to play and rotate through warehouse.
Yeah, going for a very, very standard, I guess, opening here, at least on the first floor. They're getting themselves control of storage, so we get the vertical control in there they need for a plant. And they're also getting warehouse control, so they've got the hatch open to them, including control up towards control and then down into cargo. So it's much more about the first floor for now inside this first 90 seconds or so. They'll start asking questions of what's going on downstairs soon enough. And they've also got to, of course, be wary of the roamers on the side of Twisted Minds that do not want to give up this first floor freely.
Clearing out a little bit of utility from above. Just going to at least help them get the drones through, get the intel that might just help support them with taking a little bit more ground. The only player that they've got up above to worry about at the minute is Hasham on the Valkyrie, currently in cafeteria. He's just still lurking. There we go. I love to see that. The Deimos scan is going to come in from to try and make it difficult. Hoven's down though, so we're effectively now in a 3 versus 5, and Hasham is in no rush whatsoever to get back to site, knowing that it's at least 5 versus 4. There's no reason for him to. He can get out here and play his life and maintain being a nuisance.
And there's Valkyrie cameras just frustrating the death out of them. They're looking around, then hoping to see one inside a warehouse, but couldn't identify one. With no IQ on side, they aren't going to be easy to track down. Here we go, they're the drop in towards site itself. Making sure they can safely step in as they choke on those FNAT mines. 3 of them all in one room is a little bit crazy, Tim, but it's because they knew the drop's going to come into this location at some point. Trix getting one back, well, one back, getting one more for his team. Owen being low on HP, it feels like Twisted Minds could hold on here, Tim, and take us to all 12 rounds.
Yeah, it certainly does. We thought that Waybo were going to be able to close this out when they got that 6-3 scoreline, but Twisted Minds are digging deep and finding a way back. You see utility being dumped in, going to use the sound of the ram or try to, but they can't get it done in time as Sean manages to find the kill. What little HP Hoven had is taken away, and it's another flawless round for Twisted Minds. They've seriously woken up in the last couple of rounds.
It's just like what I said, like, they've got the 2 rounds they've won have both been flawless. It doesn't mean they need a flawless round to win, but it is weird how it's now happened 3 times in a single half, Tim. When they're dominant, they are outright dominant. As you mentioned, 4 entries in a row, 3 flawless rounds in this half. Waybo, Gohan in particular, feels this can be done here and now. They feel they can end it 7-5 and move on to that 2-0 bracket, but this is the last chance saloon. If you fail here, we're OT bound, and heaven knows what happens in those 3 rounds.
Yep, Gohan's gone for that tactical timeout. We've spoken about this yesterday, kind of the round 11 into round 12 tactical timeout, and I think this is about giving a very specific blueprint, very specific instructions, maybe about what he's seen or how he wants the next round to be played, how they're going to set up, how they're going to attack, where the pressure is going to come from. He's going to try and give them that blueprint to get this round and get it done in regulation. The last thing Waybo want here is to be going to overtime, having lost 3 rounds in a row to get there.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. It will feel like a bit of a bottle if they find themselves...
It'll be a bit of a bottle.
It was 5-2. It was 5-2 to Waybo, but they've let Twisted Minds back into it. We'll see how things go for the final round. And of course, where we're going to be defending is the crucial one. It's going to be control and storage. Now, as we saw back in round 9, it was one of the ones that we actually saw Waybo come away on the top of. Admittedly, very limited choice available to Twisted Minds now, having won 2 defenses in a row, top floor, then down to basement. They've got no choice but to go here. They were trying to rely on Jalad a lot for the Soulless Denial previously. He was a little bit too late to the party, and that saw the diffuser going down. Waybo may be trying to prey on the same thing once again, but I can guarantee you Twisted Minds won't make the same mistake twice.
Let's get this one underway. Looking at the side, we're going to see the switch away from the Snake onto the Twitch. That's no doubt going to be aimed at clearing out those Goyo canisters. Hoven on the Ying, going to be another important one. I want to see Waybo making some good use of this utility that they're bringing along to create that opportunity to put the diffuser down. IQ, they've obviously had enough of the Valkyrie, and the issue's not going to be brought along this time, but it will help them track the Soulless at least.
Again, I tell you what, Hasham is at every window and doorway in every round, so they've got to be so ready for this. I like this as well, the instant response to put a jammer down so he can play upstairs a bit more comfortably. One, drones can't come in from behind him. At the same time, if we see a scan coming, or a call coming in from the Dockerby, well, it ain't going to go off on him. So we can afford to be at least a bit more mobile upstairs for now. He'll hang around up there and try and waste even more time. There are 3 of them upstairs looking to run that clock down to still give Waybo something to think about. I think Hasham tried a C4 there, by the way. Don't think it connected, though.
We've seen quite a lot of success with those C4s so far, so you can't fault him. But, as you say, Utility unsuccessful. 5 versus 5, still a minute into the round. And we've got Waybo still not really inside of the map. There's only Turd that's got in there. Hoven manages to find tricks from outside. So early advantage, first entry in 5 rounds for Waybo. Can they build on it?
Self-flash, I don't think was quite on the agenda there for Hoven, but does manage to keep a speakeasy at bay at least for a moment. Ashonda remains a nightmare. Jalad into another. Tim, they're like rats coming out of the walls. They're so hard to control. And just when Hoven had a golden chance to get rid of one more, it doesn't quite come to pass. It's a 4v2, and that could mean, Tim, that this game is only going one way.
Yeah, clearing a bit of utility from above is not what you need right now. Kills is the only thing that is going to help you if you are Waybo. 2 versus 4. Ape, Hoven health, half health as well. Not going to be easy for him to be winning any gunfights here because it just feels like Twisted Minds have absolutely dialed in over the last couple of rounds. We always say good teams need to be able to find that extra gear. They need to be able to find that extra bit of pace, aggression, intensity that's going to win them rounds, and Twisted Minds have certainly done so.
They've got Jalad downstairs though, right? He's playing the game 100% the way that he should. He knows he's got 3 players upstairs that can win a 3 versus 2. He's here for plant denial in case Ape tries anything cheeky. I was also going to say they've got 4 smokes to play with here. They're going to try. This is Jalad's time. Come online now, look for that denial, and sure enough, Ape has to back away for a second. They just know the Twisted Minds are circling.
Yeah, he's still got the impact nades in pocket, so he knows exactly what he needs to do, and will do it. That's going to put the diffuser down cold on the ground. Hoven, 25 seconds. He needs to find kills here. There's no point looking for a plant. Guards is going to be the one to find him, though, and that is going to be us, Des, going to overtime.
3 more rounds to settle how this goes, and I'm not sure who starts on defense. Oh, now I am sure. It's Twisted Minds, Tim. And what a great way for them to go into OT, given they've just won 3 defenses in a row. Convincingly at that, it's worth stressing. Most of them haven't been close. As mentioned, 3 were flawless. That last one was dominant, with them still having 4 players standing. It's not looking too promising if you're Waybo. Twisted Minds could instead snatch away that spot in the 2-0 bracket from them.
Yeah, mentally, it's got to be really tough now. I do look at Waybo as a sort of team that can, sort of have that resilience that they need to get this done. The sort of team that I look at, and I don't think you're necessarily kind of too emotional or would be too affected by this fight mentally. I think they're going to be good at sort of a clean slate into the next round, just focus on what we're doing. But it has to, anyway, no matter how good you are at that, it has to have some small impact to know that you've just lost every single site on the defense, and you're now going to have to go through them again. Interestingly, Twisted Minds choosing not to go to the top floor, though.
Yeah, down to the basement. Probably more of a concern on my side, and what I'm looking for here is, do they bring along an IQ? They know that Jalad's been causing bother on the Solus. They know that the Valkyrie tormented them a few rounds ago. Do you look to try and respond to that and find a way to deal with it? Like, you look at Adokabi and say, yeah, cool, she can't be on cameras while the ring's going off. Great, but it's still a bit of a headache for you the whole time that they're available. And that's what I'm kind of worried could come to bite them here. But I'm looking at the lineup, Tim, and it screams again, heavy execution focus from Waybo. My big worry there is that where all the pain has come from has been out on their own. Twisted Minds consistently have tripped them up, given them a headache. And I'm not 100% sure that is going to change.
Both walls going to be breached quite quickly here by Reaps inside of 30 seconds. Animus and the main breach. So a good start. We're going to have IT wall opened as well. There are players up on the top floor. It's Jalad who's going to be holding up there in warehouse with the Solis. It needs to be cleared out because we've just seen the value of that Solis in the last round. He's able to, get into storage towards the end of the round, for example. Again, he's going to be able to hold that diffuser at bay, feeding intel into his team, just getting that better picture of exactly what's going on around him, and that's all going to be going back into the team, and they can react accordingly. Only one of them at the minute that is inside of the site. He's just run out.
Yeah. Yeah, he has, Tim. He
doesn't surprise me at all. Coming from Twisted Minds.
Just run out and
never change.
And the Ying's dead easy. Okay. Well, we've got players inside, or at least near to site, Tim. They can try and look for a plant here, but I feel they need to kill a couple of players, make some room here to let this plant go down. Speakeasy looking to try his very best to get in position to do just that. But it's just under the constant threat, the watchful eyes of all 5 players on Twisted Minds, including the fact that we have those Valkyrie cameras available, and Jalad, as we've already said. The problem is that they haven't changed enough And it just means that Twisted Minds keep on doing what's worked so far, and it carries on doing just that. Hoven's gone as well. It's a 5 versus 3. This could be then going up to 7 and 6.
Yep, Twisted Minds are going to find themselves ahead in this matchup for the first time at this rate if they can close out this round. 1 minute left to go. And look at the power of the Soulless. Just feeding that intel, just watching them at every single step. Reaps, unfortunately, sprays into his teammate, but he does find 2 along the way. I'm sure they'll forgive. 3 versus 2 right now as Twisted Minds. That time that was ticking away now feels like there's an age left. P9 with an important kill though. Manages to find the glass from above, down through the angle, and it is all up to Reaps.
He's like P4 with a little bit extra in the tank, isn't he, Tim, at times? 15 kills he's now finding himself on in the game. Reaps has got to win out a 1 versus 3. Tries to use the drone for bait, but there is no swing. There's no reason for Twisted Minds to overexpose themselves here. They're in a fantastic position. They've still got Jalad above on the Soulless as a knife. A plant attempt does go on through, but this one looks to be, as I've said, a 7-6 and a match point position for Twisted Minds. From 5-2 to here. Never would have expected it.
No, brilliant stuff, especially not with the way Waybo were playing. I say that Twisted Minds seem to have found themselves in extra gear. They certainly do, but it looks like Twisted Minds have dropped it. Waybo have dropped a gear, if anything. They've taken their foot off the gas at just the wrong time, and they've not been able to get it done. Twisted Minds haven't made it easy, of course, but I think that if Waybo can come in here and get themselves an entry at least on defense. I want to see that kind of same chaotic mindset that we see from them sometimes. Same aggression. Seem to just be playing a little bit timidly at the minute. They've only had 1 entry kill in the last 6 rounds. They have to improve on that.
And what kind of like frustrates it in a way is that they know what they're coming up against. Every single round is going to be the same thing. They've brought operators to try and help with it. We've seen the Snake, we've seen the Dockery coming out, we've seen Blackbeard being brought along. And you'd think they'd try and punish down someone like a Shamu who's been very aggressive by himself, off and out on the roam. Yeah, there are other players roaming, but they're not playing off the back of each other. They're in different parts of the map. And it's weird for a team like Waybo that likes to play in a very similar style. They love to be aggression. We spoke about Turd already and the kind of works that he can get done for them to be so punished by this playstyle. But what I do love about it is there are 2 teams here that I think if you look back through history, people would say, they're very aggressive, they surprise teams with that aggression, they're very skilled players, but they haven't got the depth to them. I think Waybo, we've seen build that depth over, say, the last 12 to 18 months, and Twisted Minds, I think especially since joining the EML, have really built into that too.
It's just about that regularity, isn't it? Playing against those top teams for Twisted Minds, like you say, inside of EML, week in, week out, having those big matchups throughout kickoff, and you can really see them developing along the way. And I say the mental resilience here has been so impressive to come back into this one. I said it at the time, a 6-3 scoreline is such a difficult one to come back from when you have to win every single round, every single site that you go into. But they've done it absolutely without a problem, and they've taken the confidence and the momentum from it. So in go the drones towards IT. They are attacking onto top floor here. Waybo deciding that's where their final stand is going to be. Hoven is going to move back up Aqua Stairs and get himself back into sight. For the time being, Twisted Minds very much just about the intel game. They've got the shield of guards was working towards Catwalk. He wanted to get up those warehouse steps, but he's just been forced out for the time being, and he's going to have another look now.
So he does it. Little lick from the barbed wire on your ankles. Going to be sore for a few days, but it does mean that he's over it and can start the march on 4s. In fact, destroying it as he goes up as well. The shield, of course, all the focus is going to be. Diffuser is in his back pocket as well. Jalad the one leading the way. IT looks to be theirs here as well. They've got the control they need. A very common attacking spot, and maybe, just maybe, looking in towards P9 for a little bit of a backstab up towards connected to the northeast.
Trix has just got himself led inside of IT for the time being. Going to hold that angle. Just got himself, you can see, tucked in behind that bookcase. Just wants any opportunity. 1:10 left to go, though. Twisted Minds can't necessarily just sit around and wait for opportunities. So Sham has got himself into electrical. He's going to be looking to get aggressive. There is movement towards him. Needs to be careful. Drops a nade. Really well played, but Didn't quite do the job. However, the track stinger does finish Ape off as the nade did the damage. Well played, Jalad manages to pick up Speakeasy. 4 versus 3. 40 seconds left to go. This could be the moment for Twisted Minds, but no. Waybo, they dig deep. Turd, Hoven, Turd managing to get them back to a 3 versus 1. It's all up to Jalad. 30 seconds left to go. No option but to dash in. Tried to find the kills. He can't. We're going all the way to 15, Des.
It's those names again, Tim. We've spoken about Turd and Hoven all day today. They were massive in the game earlier. And here, when they're needed most, they come up and get them to 15. But naturally, the big worry now is how do they get it done in round 15? Attack has not been a success on this map. Only seen 4 rounds in total of 14-1. And Waybo are going to have to turn those odds in some way, shape, or form. Twisted Minds going to take us to storage and control. Not bothering with the top floor, Tim. They're going towards what has been quite a precarious offsite, I'd say, for both of these teams throughout the game.
Yeah, I'd agree with you there. I would agree with you there. It is a little bit of a roll of the dice. I love that play. I absolutely love that play. It was just such quick thinking from the gridlock of Hasham there to realise he saw the player sprint across and knew that they must have come into electrical with him. So he dumps the nade on the ground to try to prevent the push. The Warden goes for it anyway, gets the kill, finds himself down, gets finished off by the track stinger. It was really smart play to kind of ensure the trade, if nothing else, if they wanted to go for the kill on him. But ultimately, Waybo had recognised the value in clearing out electrical, got it done, and that just gave them a little bit of breathing space that they needed. So, let's get into it. It's round 15. It's 7-7. We've had an absolute cracker between these two so far. It's going to be control and storage that Twisted Minds try to hold on to.
It's at the stage I'd love to see them both play each other again as well later in the Swiss stage. It's been a really, really entertaining map, and I imagine a best of 3 between them would be absolutely explosive. But, as you say, it must come to an end at some point, Tim, and it's going to be here and now. Hasham, the one I've got my eyes on in the early portions of this round, as we've seen, he's absolutely loved going off on solo roams. He's loved tossing C4s outside the map and catching out players on the side of Waybo. Speakeasy steps away from playing on a Nomad and goes on towards the Blitz. And Tim, do my eyes deceive me? For the first time, we've seen the IQ coming out from Waybo in a round where there is no Valkyrie. There is a Solus, though.
There is, and that is going to be a part of it, but
they have to know he's on it. He's done this a couple of times this map where he'll drop down the mute jammer and play on it so he can't be called, for example. They have to recognise that.
I'm going to try to think about sending the drone in. I'm going to pick it up and decide instead to open up the door.
Surely they know.
There's going to be a drone ahead of him. I'm not sure that they do. They're not going to be able to get close enough. Do they see the gun barrel? Yeah, I think they do know. That was the ping to say.
Surprise! Oh,
no, it was just onto the jammer. They do manage to do some damage.
No
Nitro
way.
goes out. Hasham, he escapes. Does take a lot of damage along the way. And that is Waybo. I don't know if it's by management or accident, but they do manage to clear him out.
They really had a chance to have him dead to rights there, and they've been trying to... Yeah, it's been a nightmare all game long, as we said, on the defensive side, and he remains one here. Elusive now can be added to the adjectives that he used to describe how he has been. Guards getting rid of Hoven. The sledge falls down here. That's not ideal. And up from the backside comes Jalad. Tim, they've switched off at the wrong time. This could be another kill going their way if he plays it right. There's a Shaman. Speakeasy gone. Ape falls. Waybo will fall before Twisted Minds, who have absolutely crushed them here at the dying end of things. We thought it was over at 5-2. It looks like it may well be now. Turd gets one back. I'm not quite sure that he can be the hero, Tim, of this final round.
Yeah, 1v5 becomes a 1v4, and Ace Clutch is a rare thing indeed. He does have time on his side, at least 55 seconds to go. Does not have diffuser in hand. Not that he's ever going to get an opportunity to put it down, I wouldn't have thought. Not until at least another 3 kills. And you just know that... right now, Twisted Minds are playing on top of that diffuser. They are playing to keep it safe. He's going to run into an absolute hail of gunfire, and surely it is now a matter of time. He just looks around at the wrong moment. Could have got the Azami, but a little bit of an approach up Aqua Stairs just took his attention. There's the final kill. Trix finishes it off, and what a performance from Twisted Minds. 6-3 down. They dug deep. They found a way. They battled their way back into labs, cooked up something special, and they continue in that winners bracket to 2-0.
Absolutely spectacular, because also Remendington, they beat Furia earlier as well. They haven't just eased
day.
their way in through some easy matchups. They've looked absolutely brilliant. 2-0, and tomorrow they may even face off against G2. That would be one hell of a game.
They've got guards subbing in as well. They are getting it done. Absolutely love to see this from Twisted Minds. It's a team, like I say, can be a little bit of a roller coaster sometimes from highs to lows, but they are certainly finding more of the highs than anything right now.
Well, loads more to say about that game, Tim. We'll carry on after a short break. Well, it took all 15 rounds, but Twisted Minds managed to get the business done over Waybo. And what a game it proved to be on Labs. We thought it would be that way going in, knowing it was two of their favorite maps. And it certainly delivered. But now, of course, that means Twisted Minds going to the 2-0 bracket. What a dream. Let's take a look at the match summary, though. Tim, who are the standout players for you then? I think I know quite a few that we can talk about.
Yeah, I mean, Hasham and P9 putting in similar numbers there. But for me, Hasham just had a few of those moments that really put Waybo on the back foot. He was the one that we saw really taking that aggression to them, getting up at the windows, trying to find those entry kills. Just did such a good job of that. P9 went about his work a little bit more quietly. Wasn't necessarily kind of, so aggressive, so intense, but still picking up those important entry battles. And between the two of them, they've done a lot of damage to Waybo there. 32 kills between the pair.
Really hard to shut down, I think, was the key part to it, right? Those entries are where they often came out on top, especially in that second half. And we said 3 of those defensive rounds they won, they were flawless. Yep. Quite literally, not just describing how they were. They didn't lose a single player. They were dominant on the defense. I think teams will have to look at how they play Nighthaven Labs and start thinking about how do we upset them on that map, because they love running amok on it and they are hard to control.
Yeah, I just don't know where they found that extra gear either. It was, it was a little bit sloppy from them to begin, and they were kind of being overrun by Waybo a lot of the time. And I just think Waybo took a breath. I don't know, they paused at the wrong time, and Twisted Minds were just all over it.
Yeah, we're absolutely fabulous. Well, that is me and Tim done for today, but we've still got 2 more wonderful games coming up, starting off with Cyclops versus Falcons after a short break.
Well, I mean, obviously, you know, it's phase 2. Things are going to happen. Surprises are going to occur. But the thing I think we have to talk about off the bat, sure, it might be Falcons and CAG, but Falcons were absolutely demolished earlier. Not even close. Could have been a 7-0, and they get one basically impactless round to make it a 7-1. And that means today we're maybe 9 days out of 10. We're like, CAG Falcons, like, nah, I can skip that one. That's annoying. I think this one might be close.
Yeah, you can't skip it, can you? Especially because of what happened earlier on today. You mentioned there Falcons losing 1-7 earlier on at the top of the day. So we're now, spoiler alert, in the 0-1 side of these matches. So these are all the teams that lost in the morning. They're now playing against other teams that have lost. And then we're going to develop on from there, of course, through the Swiss system. That is how it works. That's why it's so exciting. And like you say, you get fixtures like this, CAG versus Falcons. On paper, you look at it and go, yeah, okay. But then in the context of what's happened today, it becomes a little bit more interesting.
Yeah, and obviously with Falcons, still a lot of focus on them after the big change. Shaiko moving to G2, Joom coming in. Excellent fragger in his own right, fresh off an appearance in the Grand Final, the 6th Invitational this year, and an 0-1 start. I think, you know, somebody's got to be the 0-1, 50% of the teams, in fact. But still, to find them in this position at such a dominant stat line against a team with a sub, it's kind of crazy. But we do have the veto coming up. If we want to take a look on where we are going between CAG and Falcons. It'll be Clubhouse. We've seen, I think, this from one of these teams so far in the tournament, but still quite a classic map between these two.
It's a classic map. It's top preference for CAG. It's bottom preference for Falcons.
Oh, well, that's
Falcons
nice.
have already played it once. As you mentioned, they played it against SR the other day. Of course, they won it. Both teams have got a 3-0 rating on it in the last, or 3-0 record on it, should I say, in the last sort of 90 days just before the end of last year. So anything throughout kickoff, anything throughout SI, they've played it and they've won it. But like I say, it's only 3 plays, so it's not the most in the world. Top preference for CAG, it's Clubhouse. Everybody should be able to play a Clubhouse. Bottom preference for Falcons, again, guess what? Spoiler alert, it's Clubhouse. Everyone should be able to play a Clubhouse. If Clubhouse is your 9th prep, is it really your 9th prep? Do you know what I mean? They're very, it's a very common map. It's a very standard map inside of the game.
Well, I also think the thing about a lot of these like 9th preference maps, right, is when you're dealing with bigger teams who have more like robust support staff, which Falcons certainly do, as you can see, Julio on screen. Now at this point, kind of a long-time coach for the roster. Usually when you see that 9th preference map going into a tournament, that means they probably have it prepped. That means they're probably hiding it. They probably haven't practicing it a lot, and they're ready to bring it out for a big tournament like this, which obviously Falcons did, which really makes it kind of the 8th preference map is the one they probably don't actually play. And so as Falcons have brought Clubhouse out, it was a very close game. It's coming at a moment in which we are not necessarily like rooting on Falcons' downfall. We don't think they're going to bomb out of the tournament, but a 7-1 against Wildcard, against an IGL like Spiker, who has a fair bit of international experience at this point, but is still one of, if not the kind of newest big team on the international stage. Shaiko might be gone, but 7-1 is crazy scoreline.
Well, especially when you consider that Wildcard had a substitute in for that game. They're still playing with hot and cold. So it's not even like they're at their full force. It's to lose 1-7 against a team with a substitute. Falcons are not going to have been happy about how this morning went. And I don't know. Coming into this, I think the first couple of rounds will tell us a much better, or paint us a much better picture. But if Falcons have been angry and mad for the first hour or so after they lost, and then they've gone round and they've gone through the whole spectrum of emotion of anger, understand, right, what are we now going to, right, we're now ready for it. We're now rage-filled and ready to get in the server. Maybe there's just a little part of me that could feel sorry for CAG because they are going to face the wrath of this team here on Clubhouse.
I mean, and I feel like if you've been watching Rainbow Six for the past few years at this point, I think we're all pretty well acquainted with the EFAT crash out. I think, our man has a tendency over on the Falcons side to get emotional, get quite angry when he feels like his team, and he is. I love that about him. It's something I love about him. He's also like, he has those moments, and he's also like the biggest lovable teddy bear on the planet. Like, I love that guy so much. But it is still the kind of thing where I imagine, they go outside and they're having a talk outside the hotel, and they're like, okay, so what was that? Like, what's going on here?
Oh, the crisis meeting will have been real.
The crisis meeting, it was all hands on deck. It was an all hands on deck meeting after that early game. But that is the game. We've talked that to death at this point. We're getting into Clubhouse between Falcons and CAG. And same thing to speak for CAG earlier. 7-3 loss to Los. Haven't really mentioned that a whole lot. Struggling quite substantially on border. Now, that is a map that obviously you and I have casted. Is very good for Los. Understandable why CAG might have lost it. But still struggling with a lot of the strategic fundamentals on that map. For example, not really contesting the break room position or the east stairs positions quite as heavily as you might see some more top teams do. Not a map like Clubhouse. You'd hope we don't see that, right? This is a map where, as you said, it's classic between these two teams. Top preference for CAG as well. should be one in which they are quite well practiced. Of course, Falcons might have their own plans. For example, in the ban phase that we've seen, on the one side, Yin Capital, maybe a bit standard, not all that crazy, but only one hard breach to now ban on the side of KAG. That will leave the Bandit available, and that's something that EFAC will bring out in the very first round on basement of all sites.
Even on basement, I was just going to say that. Obviously, we've got the church wall. That's going to be a key area that you're going to want to try and keep hold of. But if we look at his position in here now, upstairs in Jacuzzi, great opportunity just to place a couple of bandit batteries down there. None of this is going to be actively tricked. It's all just sort of set and forget. But it's just furthering the utility exchange that they are going to require from KAG to effectively clear out this top floor roam. And as soon as you've got things like a lack of hard breach thrown into the mix, it can be very difficult then to get everything open. Now, I don't know if we're kind of entering that stage just yet, because we do have Zaka, who's going to have some of the tin openers as well. So it's not all doom and gloom from a hard breach point of view, but there's not really any EMPs to try and actively deal with these bandits. So it is going to be a case of getting in there and getting them shot.
Speaking of getting shot, Joom decides to take down Zaka early, so, well, there goes some of your hard breaching. Not only the backup tin openers, but maybe even more important for the late part of the round, all 5 of those B canisters. The Grim will be taken down. Lose that information, that displacement utility, and the position in which that is usually basically dumped in its entirety is generator. So imagine whoever's playing in that position on the bottom floor is going to have a much easier time. EFAC almost losing it, not only a lot of his HP, but his life as well, as Shui through that narrow angle on top of Pool almost detonates him with a pipe. Catches Joom, excuse me, taking another fight through the hatch, but in the process, it's only Joom who loses his life. EFAC makes it back, though, on low HP. All things considered, sure, half the round wasted, but you get Joom, you put EFAC to low HP, not the worst thing in the world for KAG.
Not a bad trade, really, when all things are considered. LeakyFac's primed and ready with this C4. He looks keen to try and get it sent up there. It isn't actually going to net anything for him, unfortunately. And still, as we've mentioned, this utility exchange that is being required, Brede able to throw out a couple of those impacts and just trick onto that kitchen hatch just a little bit. The C4 eventually detonated there from LeakyFac. Unfortunately for him, isn't going to cause any damage. And a lot of this floor is now starting to be ripped up. Time-wise, KAG aren't looking too bad. If you consider that they've had to go for a fairly full map clear, all right, we didn't have loads of roamers upstairs, but there was a requirement to get in there and to start doing something. The biggest difficulty now is going to be the transition onto this church wall. We mentioned it at the start. LeakyFac's got a couple of bandit batteries down there, and we've only got 2 X-Kairos pellets left. So at best, you're going to be able to get a look through, and that's even if you can deal with those batteries.
We're dealing with those Vulcan packs as well. I mean, it was going to be a perennial issue on the side, but Anaton stopped quite dramatically inside of Dirt. Has to retreat completely and likely join the rest of his team with only 17 seconds remaining. That means this one is going to be late as hell from KAG. One player caught in the main hallway. Everybody caught, it seems, off guard by the defense. And as Anaton drops the hatch, the last player remaining, he is a day late and $1 short to this Arsenal execute as Falcons take the first.
Yeah, it was kind of, the writing was kind of on the wall there. I don't think that KAG brought the best tools for the job there necessarily to really transition. The first opening portion of the round, fantastic. They were able to get the clear in, they were able to get into that top floor and really work some nice vertical angles. The kill onto Joom was fantastic.
Excellent.
Through the hatch, a lot of those really techie angles getting opened up on Clubhouse that in a lot of games get overlooked, and then when you see them, it's, you know, you get this sort of wave of sort of nostalgia over you of like, yeah, all of these do exist.
And he almost got EFAC from it too.
He did. He's put EFAC down super low. Now, EFAC being the slippy and active player that he is, was still able to be alive in the last 9 seconds, as you can see here on your screen, and picked himself up a kill. So 1 HP didn't really matter too much to him, but as you say, only a couple of more bullets, or only 1 more bullet, and he would have been out of action as well. So a sort of swingy sort of first round there for KAG. Not too great, not too terrible. And let's see what they can do now as they move upstairs.
And talking about EFAC, a very slippery player. On a classic operator for him, the Solus, probably, you know, maybe not necessarily in terms of prowess on the roam necessarily, only because I'm about to compare him to Cyber, and Cyber's like the guy in this category. But I feel like he plays a similar role in Europe at times, often playing those kind of, those roaming operators going on a solo venture like Valkyrie, but usually the Solus. So they are kind of a bit, you know, they seem a bit, what's the word I'm looking for? I can't remember. When somebody's, not soulmates, but when somebody's like, kindred spirits, that's what they are. Speaking of kindred spirits, well, Shuri will be joining the Ghosts as Joom takes him out quite early with The Clash, SMG12 out secret window, I guess. I don't even know how that engagement happened, but I guess Joom deciding to try and bounce back after his early death at the beginning of last round.
I was going to say he was opening kill, well, he was opening death, wasn't he, in round number 1, and following that trend here inside of round number 2. Leaving the plat wall soft is definitely a choice. The reinforcements obviously have been spent elsewhere, and the fact that Joom is playing on the Clash, he can afford to play a little bit more front up toward that, and of course retreat back to this ever so popular cash position. He's got a little bit of support here as well from users. We've got some Vulcan packs knocking around, but it isn't going to stop KAG from making progress.
It's not going to stop KAG from making progress. By the same token, Falcons clearly not trying to overcomplicate this defense. They're doing the very standard thing where they fall back within the first minute, using the Azami Kiba as well to plug up the doorway to make their way back into construction successfully. This is all according to plan for Falcons so far. Now, it does have the unfortunate knock-on effect that the Monty's already pushing into construction, and we still have half the round to go. So KAG will make good progress off the back of it, as you pointed out. And now we're going to have this sort of stalemate around the logistics and construction position for the rest of this round. We want to see DD go over and open up the Jacuzzi wall now at this point. Bandit batteries are still on there. Anaton does have some EMPs, so he might have to rotate out later on and disable some of those. The Jacuzzi wall is going to be the next major focus for KAG, or at least I hope so.
Like you say, with Anaton being the one that holds the EMPs, it isn't really ideal. Hopefully this class shield should be dealt with, but instead it's just going to pseudo deal with another problem, and that's going to be one of the Vulcan packs. Zaka's going to grab a kill there over onto Leafy Fact. That does something to even things out here, and with Leafy Fact's position and where Zaka was, you can only imagine he was on the flank. Now we're going to start to see the Bees sent into those popular positions, and Brede very hot on shooting out that canister. But with Joom falling, everything's getting quite condensed, and you can see the defenders almost tripping up over one another now.
Yeah, they're all stacking on top of each other, which is honestly kind of ironic as Brede gets the next one. Jacuzzi wall still reinforced and electrified, by the way. They might have that complete avenue of rotation, but as KAG throw the whole defensive setup into chaos, Brede, Users, everybody tripping over each other, and when the defense is practically fighting themselves for space, that leaves KAG the perfect opportunity to go in and slip the knife in the back. Tie game very quickly as Jim Bedroom goes all the way for KAG.
Anaton is one of the best Monty players in the world, and I think that round was a really good masterclass of just how to navigate that and how to be such a pain, really flushing these defenders around, restricting that access and not giving any space away. Something that impressed me was how quickly KAG took control of Garage, Cash and CCTV. They didn't spend a lot of time doing it. It was free real estate. It was there to be taken. We'd commented at the time, Platwall wasn't reinforced. There was no utility exchange required over there to gain ground. It was as simple as just shooting open a soft wall. But it's what comes after that. And Anaton was very quick to move in off the back of that with that Monty. And that's going to be something I'm sure we'll see for at least this round. It may change come the first round of bans in this first half.
It is one of those tricky situations, though, where if you know Anaton's going to play Monty probably as much as it's available, do you want to ban it, or do you want to let it through knowing that you have a controlled variable that you can account for it? Especially with how often traps are played nowadays. Like, there are things you can bring that make a Monty more difficult. Not a trap, but a Goyo being a good example. We'll see. It's a decision that KAG can make 3 minutes from now.
I mean, the counterpoint to that would be that you brought the Clash and you brought the Goyo last round. Two things that are great at dealing with the Monty, and you still weren't able to do with it.
Good point.
And I don't know. We're only now just seeing things like a Snake come into the lineup as well, which has taken a lot of the ban attention so far across the course of Salt Lake City. So, dependent on how well this goes, it could be something that is flagged up on the radar for Falcons to get rid of. A little point of note as well, Zaka is actually Arcully, just a little name change there that's been thrown into the mixture for anyone watching at home wondering who this new mysterious Snake player is that we've got on the side of KAG. It is, of course, Arcully.
He will be moving through the bathroom right now and might just find Salatov just creeping up to these main stairs. Brede the first down. Kind of a crazy position, but I believe that's just through the classic Mav line in the bottom with DD waiting on the rappel. And Oldie, that one, catching Brede, maybe trying a bandit trick. That is a classic, and kind of catch one of the most veteran players in the game, and after this tournament lacking. But at the same time, they are dealt some revenge in response.
You're never going to catch Brede out there, are you? There's always going to be a little bit of a fail-safe. Leaky Fat just tucked in there to the catwalk. He's still got another impact. Now, this would have been a massive problem a short while ago, but Thermite has 3 exothermics now. So there's a little bit more room for mistake. However, you're going to want to get construction open, and you're likely going to want to try and open in from construction into site. And it looks like that's what the rotate is that's going on now. It might force Shuri to spend a bit more time in the blowtorch to make something happen on that plat wall.
It also would be sort of consistent with KAG so far, as they just completely ignored Jacuzzi last time and it seemed to work out, but Conwall is actually soft on this setup. Joom firing some shots into bedroom, and honestly, I kind of like this. Joom's got the Kivas to play behind. He can extend his area of play a little bit, not only behind green box, but also behind the desk. This could be quite nice. C4 goes in. I have no idea how Anaton just survived that. Only put to 1 HP. Could very well die pretty soon after. Chibisu tries to catch one as Joom falls pretty quickly behind green. KAG storming into the site. I have no idea how they're making these direct takes work. I don't know how they're able to get off the ground, but 2 rounds in a row. They have made a round that is much greater than the sum of its parts. Yuzus in a 1v3, face-to-face with Amonte. Might as well be face-to-face with death. Anaton swings around the corner. Confirms the kill on EFAC. And KAG could confirm the diffuser if they wanted, but Shuri decides to end the round quicker. KAG now take the lead, and these attacks are impressive with how little it seems like they have.
So little control. Round 2, Jacuzzi not open. Round 3, Plat Wall not open. Like, these are big, glaring holes. These are areas of the map that you open to just chop through and create a massive line of sight so that defenders can't rotate.
Laws of physics breaking attacks right now from KAG. Like, fundamentals being like, oh, well, like, you should open Plat Wall. No, we don't need to.
No, we're just lining it.
You should open Jacuzzi. No, we're actually just going to push entirely through logistics and just kill them all.
The thing is, it was their intention to open Plat Wall. It was only because it got impact tricked off that it wasn't opened. And then they just made the decision. They were like, you know what? Okay, we'll just leave someone on the rappel. You've got a nasty one-way to deal with there because, as you could see, users tried to go prone. By the time you've got to prone and all that, so you're
what are you
done for. You are absolutely done for. So they've just gone, yeah, you know what? You've actually just left us a one-way. Why not? We'll just use this little angle, shall we? Falcons taking their tactical timeout. Not unusual, let's be honest, to take it at the start of round 4. It's a very common time to take timeouts now, especially with the half-time show or the half-time portion that we have in these games now as well, where the teams and coaches get 2 minutes to discuss amongst themselves. It does make sense to use it on the side that you are struggling with a little bit. The Monty was banned out as well before this. I think it was a Monty and a Goyo ban, so two very on-brand bans here for the way that this game has been going. Goyo, of course, sees play pretty much nearly every round, and the Monty has been a fairly big factor so far for the success that KAG have had.
One thing to note for the Goyo ban, as we likely go for a retry of Church and Arsenal by Falcons, this might allow KAG to completely redo the attacking strategy they tried in round 1. Because basically what happened, Anaton as Blackbeard tried to flank down Dirt, but with 40 seconds left, ran into a Vulcan pack, then rotated out. But I don't think that Falcons, because of how low time it was and because of how far in Dirt Anaton was, I don't know if Falcons actually knew like what the plan for the Blackbeard actually was, whether or not they knew he was going to go through Dirt or not. They might have known that somebody detonated the Vulcan pack, but they might not know that Anaton was trying to go for a late flank. So banning that Goyo is important, and I want you all to keep an eye out on Anaton specifically, because they might just try to do that Dirt flank again, because I don't think Falcons actually ever saw it occur or knew what they were doing.
It's a very different landscape that they're attacking into, though, from where we've seen Azamis and Goyos and really heavy-duty site setup operators. We've got a very light lineup here. There's a lot of flexibility. We've got Joom on the Scopos. We've got the Thorn being brought into the mixture. We've got the Mute from Leaky Fact just to keep people safe when they're on that roam. Standing in a Mute Jammer now is very valuable indeed. And if you can dodge out of a Deimos Death Track, a Dokubi phone call, or even a Snake Soliton scan, then you are going to be having a much easier time of staying alive out there. So I imagine that's going to be the game plan at the moment. Joom's going to be occupying a space just inside of Rafters. And that's going to be the main portion of this roam. He's assisted. He's got users on red stairs. Leaky Fac is the link just between the two. But pretty much everybody off site right now.
And while Joom can get back quickly, as you talked about with the Scopos, it is something we have to be careful about with KAG. They've been very good at the direct take so far, and Falcons now correct it. Ooh, that was close. Oh, Solotov demolishes the Hibana outside of Secret. And what a brutal hit that is taken to KAG's hard breaching capabilities, at least before they had 10 openers taken down early. Now this time, their only source of soft breaching is the opening pick acquired by Falcons. I wouldn't be shocked at this point if we see a lot of these roamers start to fall back.
A lot of the roamers have started. Joom already, Scopos, he's transported and teleported all the way back. Leaky Fight dropped oil, and he's back in the action. The only person that stayed out there on the roam is going to be Users. And one of the reasons that they've done that, guess what? They were in a Mute Jammer. Nobody heard that Logic Bomb phone call because Users was already shielded from it. So Zaka's position now, it's a little bit more precarious. The hatch isn't open, and he's going to need a bit of support here.
Might end up fighting this bit of war on the side. And I have to wonder, Deimos probably thinks he's about to track the Skopos upstairs, but no. He's going to find that Skopos all the way down below and be like, who the hell is it up there? Going hunting on red. As you can see, it's a two-man push. Deimos, Dokkaebi together, swings in front of the flash. Classic play by Yuzus. Once he's blinded, falls back a little bit. It's a full pinch, but 57 seconds remaining. Yuzus has won on the side quest. He's wasted a full minute. Kag's barely got any progress. They're still down the hard breach denial. And you've used, what, both Dokkaebi phone calls? You've only got one Deathmark tracker left. This is looking rough.
Really good from Falcons there. Like you say, 45 seconds now on the clock. Yuzus, you've done your job and a little bit more. There's a reason that they stayed up there after the rest of the team decided to drop off. Now I look at it and think, you lost out on your DD, you lost out on your Hibana. What are you going to do for Moto? What are you going to do for Kitchen? What are you going to do for Churchwall? Because the answer, Lynx, it's a single doorway push.
Oh, single doorway push, and Juma's unfortunately got a clothesline running right across it. Decapitates Anaton, decides to follow up on a Shuri, but it's not even close in round 4. Falcons after the tactical timeout. Who knows what the hell they talked about in those 45 seconds? Because the most impactful thing was killing that Hibana and then rotating back.
I think even if it hadn't been the Hibana that had died, you still look at that and go 45 seconds. Okay, it's still going to be very difficult because now the Hibana has to open up Moto, has to open up Church, has to open up Kitchen. And there's maybe just a little bit too much to do there. And there's too many opportunities for Falcons players to go, guess what? Moto's opening. I think we'll just move, shall we? Should we just rotate a little bit? Should we just go over toward bottom generator?
And late time as well. I mean, once you see what Kag are prioritizing with those hatches, if you see them open up specifically Moto and Kitchen, you're like, geez, I wonder where the take's coming from.
Yeah, guess what?
It's come from Moto Kitchen. Well, in this case, Moto main stairs, because they couldn't open up any hatch. But
good recovery there from Falcons. And I think that the idea of just giving a little bit more for Kag to deal with out there on that roam is going to be crucial. Round 2 was somewhere that we commented on it, of how quickly Kag were able to take space. Part of that was the Monty. Obviously now with the Monty being removed, we're starting to see things change a little bit. And I think that the more that we see Falcons invest into holding off-site and dropping back at the appropriate time, the better their success rate is going to be.
But that is really difficult for this site in particular. You know, basement and Church Arsenal, that's one thing. But holding CCTV and cache, that hard is always a struggle.
It is always going to be difficult, but look at the differences already. We've already got plat wall reinforced. Last time that wasn't reinforced. So we've had utility prioritized over into this area to keep it open, keep it closed for a little bit longer. All right, there's no electrification on it. There's no bandit. There's nothing like that. So it is going to get opened, but look at what it's forced. It's forced Anderson onto the ace. We've got the thermite. We've had the thermite pretty much every round so far, so that's not too much of a big deal. But it is forcing out that utility to be used, and it is going to take away a little bit of other option. You're not going to be able to bring something that's going to provide you a lot more information, like a Dokkaebi, for example, that we saw in the previous round.
Or like a Blackbeard from Anaton that we saw in the last round. Flexing onto some of those other shield operators beside the Monty. You need to bring that double hard breach, and that's what they'll do. Jacuzzi wall open much earlier this time, though. But they have not opened up plat wall just yet. Because of what we've seen from Kag in rounds 2 and 3, I have to be curious. Okay, no. They will open up plat wall, instead dedicating all of DD's exothermics to the exterior breaches, saving the Selmas for some of the interior ones. This has taken a full minute to start, though. Just this hard breaching. They haven't really started getting any movement into cache just yet. One of those Selmas popped. Not entirely sure by what. Ooh, an impact trick, I believe, and the second one not as successful. Huge pickup for an angle right there from Anaton, cutting off an important part of the shower's position, but still need to see Kag actually move into the building. I believe EFAC has completely fallen back of his own accord. He ends up dying, I think, all the way down in Strip. That is the opening kill for Kag. But the roaming presence is still very much alive in CCTV and cache.
Yeah, LeakEffect's job's now going to be to flicking on these cameras and just trying to keep a little bit of his team safe. Solotov as well in a very important 1v1 with Shuri way over on the other side of the map. But that's kind of how these engagements are breaking down. We see Shuri kind of cut off from the rest of the fight and has to make that play, has to just sit and hold that angle. You could question Solotov there for maybe getting a little bit too over-aggressive. It leaves these 3 remaining site players now very vulnerable.
Quite vulnerable indeed. Anaton, excellent trade swinging around on a Jacuzzi. Falcons trying their best to keep this, or at least some kind of advantage in hand. But Kag always just one step ahead after that opening pick onto EFAC. They have not given it up. Joom now in the 1v3, no key buzz to try and block off lines of sight, and a Deathmark tracker sending information through the walls. He ends up walking into Anaton, and Kag retake their lead.
Yeah, with no mute jammer standing at that point, it's going to be a very lonely place when that Deathmark comes in and you are 1 versus 3 like that. It's strange to see Falcons have these little hills that they're trying to die on. We've got LeakEffect downstairs. We've got Solotov over in CCTV. It just felt a little bit like they were not wanting to let that same thing happen where they just get overwhelmed on the site and fight on this periphery. but those gunfights just didn't really have the desired impact. I mean, both of them were lost for a start, but even if they win, you start thinking, well, is Leaky Fact really going to be able to make it up those main stairs? Oh, we see how he dies. He dies through the drone hole as well.
Unfortunate.
That's a real tilter right there.
And it's kind of evidence of CAG respecting Falcons, though, because not only do you have that guy looking through the drone hole, which, to be fair, at a minute 15 is kind of insane, but even then, Shuri really paying heavy attention to plat wall. How often do we see teams open it up? Maybe like have a drone over there, but just kind of ignore it.
Oh yeah, cutting it off.
Yeah, and then and it's been like, we'll deal with it if they like peek CCTV window. But no, Shuri was there actively the entire time, and Solotov might have just been checking for information. Like, surely there's not some guy over here, but they were. CAG know that Falcons, with the individual players and the prowess that is on that roster, know that a retake like that is not at all out of the question. And they are respecting not only the solo roams from Leaky Fact, but also even the retake potential from players like Uzus and Solotov. Now, as CAG are threatening a 4-2 finish on their #1 preference map, but a map that Falcons have played this tournament and clearly have prepped on, going from 9th preference to now their 2nd play just in a couple days span. CAG could look quite good going into this second half. As for CCTV and Cash, Solotov creating a bit of fortress for himself downstairs in lounge with the Jaeger ADSs. Not something we see all that much anymore.
Well, it's going to be crucial to try and keep Doom safe, isn't it? Obviously, the Capital's banned, the Ying is banned, so you're not really too vulnerable out on that catwalk, and it's maybe worth trying to play catwalk for a little bit longer, especially seeing as you've got the Azami there. Like you say, Solotov, he can be the link player. He can play at the bottom of small steps and watch out for anyone that's just going to ball it straight in through the door. Place a couple of catches up on the catwalk for June to play around, and he can hopefully have a slightly better time of this. I love this, though. Look at that sense wall. They thought they were safe links. There's another thing coming. There's June on the catwalk, and he's doming them for fun right now.
Just playing a mini game on top of rafters, popping back and forth. If you thought this was going to be a CAG 4-2 half, it's going to be a much harder job to achieve that result. June, my individual play alone has put them in an excellent position. I wouldn't say unlosable. This is Rainbow Six. Anything can happen. Got hard pings on the Azami right now. June doesn't have to do a whole lot, at least not any shooting anymore. The threat he poses is merely by the obstacle that he's created, the knowledge that if they want to just rush into the site, they've got to deal with a player behind them, as well as the plethora up front. 4 players, in fact, who almost line up for Zaka on red. But Uzus able to land that trade. EFAC also good for 1. Chibisu gets June, and that is as hollow and Pyrrhic a victory as you could possibly get in this round, as June basically won this one within 45 seconds, and Falcons have just been going through the motions.
You've got to be able to clear a catwalk player, haven't you? You have to be able to clear a garage player under any circumstance. The bulletproof camera is still feeding information away, and it is only a matter of time. Consider that CAG had 6 nades. That BP lasted a lot longer than it really had any business doing. But like you say, a lot of that round won on the catwalk from Doom and some fancy footwork. I think that CAG were maybe a little bit too preoccupied with what was going on the bottom of those steps. Let's have a listen and hear what the teams think at the turn of the half.
手がかゆい。洞窟にさ、ミュート1個置いてくんね。優秀も。
オッケーオッケー。
優秀ミュート1個ずつ。
優秀はクリかな？いいよ。
俺バレたくない。
でしょ？
洞窟に入ってしとくわ。
そうだっけ俺。
あいつラウンド始まってから俺ショットガン投げるわ。
現地かやつ？
やばいか。ミュートでちょっとだけやっていってくんね。無理。時間ないやんま。
いいよ。ショート補強しといて。
いや、俺ショ
ート補強俺できる。俺できる。
オッケーオッケーやってて。
ハッチは高できるでしょ？できる。ハッチ補強。キッチンバーいけるよ。
俺そうこ行く。
ミュートコードのどの辺に欲しいの？
結構奥でいいよ。だいぶ奥。打って壊せない位置でいいよ。
オッケー。
ラウンド始まって開幕置いて。余裕があいつの余裕だったらガレロンからのドローンだけ見てほしいから。
よろしく。あれかな？サイドの3枚補強して。
アザミおるならさ、祭壇に盾いらん？ワンチャン。いる？
Or playing more turtle, like that's it. They will not like cook something really special. You will not be able to breach, you know. So every idea are good to take. As long as we're on the same page in attack, like we go fast, we go slow, we go retard, we go exec, we play late round, like everything will be good.
Yeah.
And if we struggle, we just change space. If we don't struggle and we see opportunity to change space, we change, like just like Jules said.
Yeah. But most possibly just play on the bench, no? If they don't bend multi, just play multi one round, no?
They 8 months.
If they don't bend copy,
play cap. If it's good, keep playing. If they don't ban Grim, like this is the this matter. Like just play the good operator and see how they react, you know.
Usually they ban either Full Breach, either Grim Monty, and usually they ban like third Grim Monty if the team abusing Grim Monty and they ban Breach.
Let's play twin, okay, guys, in the attack.
Yeah.
If you see a gap, you do it. 3 to 1, fucking go, okay? Let's go. Play to fucking win, everyone. Let's fucking go.
Let's go. Ow! Let's.
Very simple solution, really. Just play the good operators.
Play the good operators. I like that.
And like the thing is, like I 100% agree.
And whatever they ban, just play what's good that's left. Because they can't ban all the good ones, so just play what's left.
And sometimes during kickoff, there have been times where like I have wanted to say that, just play it. You don't need to handicap yourself. You don't need to like add all these restrictions. Just be annoying. Get in the mud. Start rolling around. Throw the candelas. Launch the bees.
I like it. Play the Capitao, and if the Capitao's good, keep playing it. If not, play something else. It's so simplistic, isn't it? But you get the feeling that Falcons are just in a bit of a zone right now. They just want to play. If they want to play quick, they're going to play quick. If they want to play slow, they're going to play slow. Whatever the call's going to be, I feel like it's just going to be 5 players committing fully to that. Leak Effect there predicting the Monty Grim ban. It was as they had expected, as you would expect at this level. So guess what? They're going to be playing a lot of the
This
other
is crazy,
stuff.
by the way.
Brilliant little piece. Not often that you see a little bit of a highlight clip from the catwalk anymore either.
No, not really. Now that you say it, but I think it's because to your point about like you have to know how to clear rafters. It used to be there was like one refined way of clearing rafters. Now there's like 5 different things you can do that have all been well practiced and combinations that are all generally pretty good, including, for example, like having a glass peek that doorway through a smoke. Now, to be fair, you can't telegraph it too much because if you throw smoke on the door, they'll just start pre-firing through the smoke. But definitely Anderton just checking it like that so slowly. Also, the thing about it, again, it's kind of an oldie, but like because of that angle, you can see, I think, their shadow peeking because of the way the sun is angled on that map. Or that might be the other side.
We're talking about the azimuth of the sun right now.
There's something on this map where I think if your swing from the side Anderton was swinging on, so the sun is shining from the left, and if your shadows are high enough, you can see the shadow before the guy actually peeks, and you can kind of pre-fire it.
Like you say, though, there's a number of different ways of doing it, and it's about identifying the way that's going to work best in that setup, in the drone phase, and switching accordingly and making a plan. And I think... well, CAG, obviously, they kind of dropped the ball a little bit on that one. They had a plan. It just wasn't the one that worked out. They weren't accounting for Doom to just confidently dome up and pick himself a couple of kills. Sides have swapped now, though, and Falcons are going to be on the attack themselves. And they are bringing some of the good, air quotes, operators. I think that Julio will be very happy with this lineup. We've got a Capitao, we've got a Blitz. We've also got a Glass thrown in.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the Hibana.
Hibana's not bad anymore, you know. That DMR.
Ooh. Speaking of not bad, oh, that's unfortunate. Shreep just getting right. No, that DMR is excellent. Glaz, though, that's unfortunate.
Okay, we're using a C4 to clean that up.
I mean, you don't know who's out there. You don't know who's on Metal Bow. You want to play it safe. I'm going to give Chibisu credit for that. Plus, he got the Glaz out the gate, and EFAC, unfortunately, a little late to the punch. We didn't see.
Day difference.
We did not see. Yeah, I was about to say, we saw a sledge get right on that flank watch when CAG were doing it. Put EFAC down to 1 HP and got a kill.
Shurip wasn't messing around in round 1, was he?
The Shurip differential.
Straight onto that angle. Unfortunate there for that to slip by. It doesn't really matter if you lose Doom at that point as long as you get something in return. And all that Falcons have had in return is a C4. And is that really enough, you know? C4s play a big part on this bomb site, of course, but it's not like they've got a man count. It's not like they've got a body to really go with as well. So... bit of a strange one. Brede can now start to work on these hatches, though, and they still have the pushing power that Solotov provides on the Blitz. One of the slower things for this round is going to be opening up that kitchen corridor and any angles that they want to get inside of kitchen. And with Anderson still having a C4 in pocket, it is something that you need to be fairly careful of doing, especially as a sledge, because you are going to be stood on that floor as it's being opened. It's a lot more risky than doing it with a buck or doing it with a ram.
But with Anderton playing on the blue side right now, he's not in as easy position to just toss a C4 up. So it seems like there is a distinct possibility he'll be leaving it alive until the late round. And if you look at the utility that Falcons have, they still have, I would say, all the necessities that they need. They have, of course, the Capitao and the Blitz. They also had those X-Kairos to get the hatch open. They've still got some nades as well, end up destroying a Yokai in the process. They can still very well make this work, even in the disadvantage. Finding one of those Yokais especially will be quite nice going into this low-time execute. But Solotov trying to decide where he should push. Not only might he end up pushing into the Blitz, but pushing a player that's sat behind a Kiva barrier right now. Bit of a difficult position for Solotov, especially if he's lacking support. EFAC will find a kill in the interim, but as KAG maintain their advantage in this blitz, continues to be alone. Anaton just sprays across his screen, finds one pretty easily, and now EFAC with 5 seconds remaining, a shotgun floor. What the hell was that? Quad kill by EFAC, but that'll still be the round, as on time KAG close it, but I do not know how EFAC won that fight.
I don't know how he got 4 kills in the round. He's just been absolutely
when did that happen?
everywhere. It just seemed to come out of nowhere as he's prone peeking the dirt player. A really close round, and it shouldn't have been. It should have been something I think that KAG could have locked out a lot earlier. The push was very disjointed from Falcons. We had Solotov on his own, solo, trying to make something happen on that blitz. We didn't see the desired impact. You've got a blitz pushing into a warden that stood in a smoke cloud. It's a warden advantage all day long right there. I think LeakyFat was the player that was just sort of barreling down main stairs. We didn't see much happen from users over toward Blue and Generator either. Those positions really held quite well. Anaton did a fantastic job, and there was clearly plenty of information still kicking around. You can see Shuri still on one of those Yokai drones at the time, hit 0, and we know that that's just going to be getting fed across to the team at that moment.
And reaching the point now where, you know, it's been all fun and games up until this point. KAG have been playing quite well, but if they're able to close out a gym bedroom defense, I think the warning bells for Falcons really start ringing. Because this might be KAG's #1 preference map, but at this point, KAG are honestly kind of a very experienced international team, especially Anaton on this roster, who's basically been playing international events since I started casting. They're no slouches at this point, but you are also Falcons with players like Joom and EFAC. Losing 7-1 to Wildcard's crazy, but that's the first match out the gate. But a map like Clubhouse, you had a close game against the Rebellion. You do not want to be losing it to KAG, especially as this might threaten you going down 0-2 in the Swiss to start. You need to play best of 3s just to stay alive. KAG winning this on Gym Bedroom changes the equation entirely, and suddenly things get very real very fast.
Yeah, to throw it into context, it's kind of expected to lose downstairs attacking onto Church and Arsenal. That's not too much of a big surprise. It's going to be how these top floor sites are played out that really defines this series. But as you say, Falcons aren't necessarily coming from a position of strength right now. They limped in through stage 1. They had an overtime game against SR to make it through the bracket earlier and to avoid dropping down into that lower bracket inside of play-ins. They've lost this morning. It isn't all sunshine and roses over there on that roster at the minute. Regardless of how formidable they are and have been in the past, we can really only judge them off what's going down recently. And at the moment, we really are hanging in the balance here on Club. There's an opportunity for them here in round number 8 to really show us what they're about. We've got some great tools to do it. They're bringing double hard breach. They're still trying to rock this Capital and make that work. We didn't see a desired impact, I don't think, from the Capital really inside of round 1. You've maybe got a bit more chance to work that here, especially with everything getting opened far sooner. And more importantly, we're at the halfway point and they're all still alive.
That, and also, with that utility you have, of course, the Capital might have impact late, but EFAC in this middle round could be quite impactful. It depends on where he wants to push. Obviously, vertical play might not be as big a focus just because it's a bit difficult to do that in the greater bar area, maybe around Strip. But could be really useful to enable some information and deal with this logistics position, kind of like we saw from KAG, how they use the Monty to push straight through. The Dokeby might be Falcon's solution for that same problem. Shibisu does not care whatsoever about the fire, or the fact that he's only on 1 HP now. He'll maintain this position inside of Gym and maybe hope that that can catch the attack off guard. Doesn't have any Kibas to reinforce it, so that's something you got to worry about. Now that he's targeted as well, don't know how much good it will do. Solotov down to 1 HP, but takes down the flanking Valkyrie. Falcons now know they have an advantage going into this take. Chibisu with a quick refrag, clearly paying off, staying in Gym. Massive trade as Arkley able to down 1 defender, 1 attacker inside of logistics, and that makes things dead even. With time to pick up Bride, the players might favor. Oh, EFAC so good with the reaction, but down to a 1v1. Chibisu might have survived this long. EFAC will use the information to keep the Azami at bay, watching her push closer, ready for the pre-fire, but Chibisu cannot overplay his hand, but Bride is ready for it. Back into the fight and into the action, gets the final kill for Falcons.
That's amazing from Bride, by the way. Literally gets picked up. EFAC's got the information on lock, and he hits the pre-fire on quite a narrow angle, peeking round the corner there. A really messy round, but a round where I think Falcons reacted appropriately. KAG were really throwing bodies at that problem. Users did a brilliant job from outside the windows, flaming out. Good utility, a good information exchange between LeakyFac and users there. There was a lot of information as to where Chibisu was inside a Gym, and the firebolts went in and they hit their mark. It was a lot of baiting, really, from Leaky Fact. He was like, oh, am I going to pick Brede up now? Or, oh, another player's going to come, right? I'm just going to shoot you really quickly. Yep, then I'm going to go and revive Brede again. And so far, it's Brede that picks up that final frag. Leveled up at 4 rounds apiece now. It looks as though Shuri is going to try and replicate some of Doom's success here on this catwalk. As he does also have some Jaeger ADSs to play with. Now, it's going to be interesting to see how Falcons deal with this, in contrast to the way that CAG dealt with it. There's, like you said, there's a lot of different ways to make this happen. And weirdly enough, users actually switching off the Capital, which is always seen as one of the top tier ways, really, of getting rid of those catwalk players.
Well, you have seen the alternative solution, and that they've decided instead of Capital Bolt, 7 nades should get the job done.
It should get the job done.
I think that might be enough.
Yeah, it's a lot of nades.
It's a lot of nades. Prime number. Not really relevant to the analysis, but...
Well, you're going to have to use some of those nades to burn some of the ADSs. And of course, with the change, well, it's not changed it anymore. It's been in the game for a long time. But those ADSs do come back online after a period of deactivation. So you do have to somewhat link that all up. And it can't just be something that someone burns at the start and then it's gone for the rest of the round. So there is going to need to be a good level of synergy to try and pull that off. That is, of course, depending on how hard this side gets pushed. We've also just seen Shuri just decide, you know what, I'm getting out of there.
Ooh. Getting into bedroom, but Jum almost takes him down in the process. I think the call's coming through that they are pushing construction in bedroom side, and Troops decided, oh, well, if I got to waste time on an exterior position.
But look at this. Everyone from Falcons is going up over
Surely
on the roof.
not.
It's just it's a brilliant bait and switch.
I love that, actually. Brede's like, oh, they've rotated over. He's put a Kiva down. I guess that makes it time to open up flat wall. And indeed they will. Exothermic now used. Will Shuri make the marathon back? They have him tracked on a death mark right now, so they actually know that he might not still be in rafters. As you can see, though, Anaton's taken that position. So Jaeger, there is still somebody playing around that area, but they are really focused on hunting down Shuri on this Azami, even rotating back over to Jacuzzi. Literally, it is around the world right now on Clubhouse. But Chibisu, Shuri gaining a lot of attention, but the Aruni just sitting on main stairs, hanging out, vibing, having a good time, and yet they still check it. Getting more information, they are leaving no stone unturned.
Chibi now on the target. You can see there's a lot of action going on there as well, especially under the Lion scan. It's going to be Brede from that Jacuzzi wall to cut him off. Not able to rotate back down toward Master Bedroom and get himself further in. And look at this HP that's getting chipped away. But Didi in a very aggressive position now.
Just swinging, able to take the fight on the window, but with a nade at his feet, nowhere to run. Anaton's hopped all the way down rafters just to retake up red. Could find a direct line of sight on these players who are all funneling around Cash. Instead, looking to take the 1v1 with the player on plat. With the 417, it gets the job done even if you don't land the headshot. Falcons, 2 rounds in a row now. And while it was a little bit of a cool start, they've strung together 2 on the off sites, and that's what we were looking for.
CAG have just been put on the rack right there. The medieval rack that stretches you out because they've gone, oh, all right, we'll set up in garage. Oh, no, wait, they're pushing over Jacuzzi side. We better go over there. Everyone runs over there. There's bullets quite literally flying through windows past people's head. And they're like, no, we've got to go over there and start places. Right, no, they've all gone back over to plat side. We need to go back and try and retake out. And they just get caught in the absolute middle. Overreaction after overreaction. And I can only think that's going to be some of the content of this tactical timeout.
Just playing with their food. Like Lucy taking away the football against Charlie Brown. CAG now looking to try and recover. As we need 3 rounds in a row to close this out in regulation. Game's not done just yet. But of course, both these teams being down 0-1. Whoever loses this will find themselves early on in an elimination game. As Falcons have put together 2 convincing efforts on the off-site. If they just do that again, this will be a 7-5 victory for Falcons. They will keep playing the best of ones going into tomorrow. CAG, on the other hand, things are much different, as I just said. They'll be able to go back to Church Arsenal, something I imagine they will also be talking about in this tactical timeout, what they might want to do for those defenses, what they might want to expect, what they might want to change, unless they decide to switch things up. But why would they do that? It's the primary site, then go back to it.
Well, it looks like there could be some change afoot, doesn't there? Quick look at these highlights and just remind ourselves of some of the dominance. I couldn't believe how aggressively BD was willing to play there, like really putting himself into the fight. But I think the feeling must have been, look, we need to try and drag something back here. We need to, again, alleviate some of this pressure. Kag, even a reattempt of this top floor. I was with you. I thought they were going to be going back down toward that basement side. Not only is it a reattempt of gym and bedroom up here, but they're also going to be bringing in a clash now for this one. So whereas we saw Anderton have a great time on the shields on that attacking side, he's now going to start to bring it out and see what they're able to do on these defenses.
Also adding the Wamai into the mix, so a little bit of projectile denial that Kag can work with that they didn't really have before. I don't know how much impact that'll really have, but just in addition, we want to note, the Clash is going to gain a lot of the attention. Though I have to say, I don't think Falcons will be all that surprised to see Anaton bringing out the Clash. I imagine this is something that, generally speaking, not necessarily for this round, but generally speaking, they might anticipate. But honestly, also, I mean, Julio's seen a thing or two. Being, like, really charitable, I would not put it past him to be like, I bet Anaton pulls out the Clash.
Panic Clash. We sometimes call it the Panic Clash,
also,
don't we?
at round 10, it's the sensible point to do it. You just did the bans.
Yep. It's not going to get removed from you if you all of a sudden have a load of success with it. It was a strange round, though, if we're going to really sort of dive into round 8 and understand how it played out. Everything really happened inside of Logi. Now, Clash can be great for those sort of areas, especially when they're quite compact and quite constricted. But realistically, you've got to look at it and go, I think that Kag needs to just be avoiding that situation altogether because it was just too unpredictable. It was too based on gunfights. Anaton is going to be trying to hold in and around that Logi and gold area more specifically. So they are going to be looking at that as somewhere that needs to be held. And it did seem like a fairly key linchpin for the Falcons' attack right now. And again, with the drones moving around in that area, you can see Users and Brede both sort of eyeing up this clash and figuring out a way of how they want to try and deal with it.
They've unfortunately used one of their nades so far. Solotov still has 2. Can make good use of that. Can also make alternatively use of the Candelas, though they might be caught by the magnets. Gotta be careful about that. So Razor Beam goes off. It's been a pretty slow beginning of the round. Lickifak has worked his way in, but now spotted by the Clash. I was gonna say, it might be sensible to rotate out. Anaton will relay that information, and you gotta be worried about him calling a gun over. It seems the execute might actually be coming pretty quickly as the Candelas burst. All 4 tossed by Joom. Looking to take a fight in Logi with the shotgun, but still waiting. Maybe just holding flank watch, waiting for someone to rotate as the kill's happening pretty much anywhere but here. Anaton even goes down on the opposite side. EFAC winning that engagement, and it's all done. Within 5 seconds, they throw the Candelas, and we're sitting here thinking Joom's gonna run in with the shotgun instead. It's just a bait, and everyone else moves.
Whatever Falcons are doing at the moment, they are doing it together. We talked about it, we joked about it previously in round 9, where they're running from this side of the map to the other, and everyone's committed to it. Everyone is aware of the objective. The comms are very clear. Like there, we've just seen, round number 10, the 3-2-1 happens, the Candelas start to go out, and bam, 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 everybody knows their job, everybody knows their position.
Can't really complain, and especially as you talked about with the with them baiting people running back and forth, just some really smart plays as well. You fully expect it to, when you have the Candelas go in, to be a sprint up main by somebody looking to catch you off guard. Even if it's not the Ying, even if it's a Deimos with a shotgun, you expect some kind of attacker sprinting in with a shotgun. But Falcons trying to play with these underlying, sensible but still like underlying fundamental assumptions that the defense might make, and flipping them on their head and punishing Kag for really just, I think, expecting the standard to occur. Really good stuff from Falcons so far, and I think obviously this could still be a close game, but I think doing a lot to bounce back from that wildcard game earlier. 7-1 and potentially 7-0 is something that I think put a lot of us on notice, but obviously, 6-4, it's not a dominant win, but these attacking rounds have looked very good and very well put together.
Sometimes they need the backup against the wall, don't they? They need to be reminded that,
get hit in the head.
There's no room for any sort of lax. There's no room for an off game. It doesn't take long until you sat there going, hang on a minute, we're in elimination best of 3s right now because we've already lost 2, and we lost 2 on the first day. Like, that's not where you want to be. It's Sunday today. Live stage starts on Friday. There is a long old time until we get there.
There's not a long time until we get there. We'll be there before you know it. Falcons obviously hoping they will be there. Kag also, I imagine, with some dreams that they might be able to reach those heights or at least continue further on into the Swiss. Solotov trying to dash those as quick as possible. 45 seconds in, Anaton down right out of the gate. Striker taking some quick control of Secret, and are they taking down a Roamer or taking him down towards blue? Not entirely sure, but Anaton the first to fall no matter where he was playing. I believe there are at least 3 defenders down below. No, all 4 now down below, so the roam game completely dismantled by the attacking team. And we're in for a boring minute, but one that I imagine Falcons will savor.
I think the Falcons, it's business as usual from this point, isn't it? They've got the map control that they want. It's going to be about setting up a couple of drones. Really nice drone here if we just get the angle.
Love that,
just on the
actually.
top of that flag there. That's going to give a good little pause onto those main stairs and somewhere that is very unlikely to be checked. Some big aggression coming out here. Jim, look at him go. He's already had one pop-off round. Is he about to have another?
Surely he doesn't just move into the site. Surely he doesn't just take the round by full force. He makes that decision, and Chibisu reminds him that the game is still going. Might be a 5v2, but that's 40% of CAG remaining inside of the site. Look at how things have shifted. Diffuser dropped in the middle on AK, Soliton Scanner, and Dokubi Call used. Just for a straight-up 2v2. Round the corner, EFAC finds one. Picks up an 8 in the process to throw over towards Arkley in blue. Oh, and he spots the next with that Soliton Scanner. Developer decision years ago to bring Snake into the game, now making this 1v2 borderline impossible for Arkley. Yuzu's with the cross, will find him, and Falcons close the book 7-4 against CAG, sending our favorite, our beloved team from Japan down to the Elimination Chamber.
I really don't think that Yuzus and Leaky Fat could have played that any better. We got another good showcase of just how powerful Snake is as an operator. And of course, you've got Yuzus there, the rock of this Falcons team. And what was it all off the back of? An explosion from Doom.
An explosion that very nearly consumed the whole team. Let's be fair.
It did. We're going to cut to a very short break. We're going to set ourselves up for our next best of one here. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few.
might be a normal 7-4, but you got to give them credit, Ollie. KAG came to play. That first half of that game, they were really quite impressive. Falcons putting it together in the second half. I think Julio at the halfway point telling them, just see what they're doing. Feel them out, play the good ops, a very simple game plan that paid off with the vast majority of the rounds of the second half being won. But honestly, I'm kind of surprised. Looking at these stats, it feels like KAG did better than what's on there.
I think you're right, aren't you? You look down at players like Arcully and Shuri, like 2-9, 4-8, even Anderson, 6-7. It felt like there was a bit more of a contribution there. It was dwarfed over on the side of Falcons by Leaky Facts 12-4. Doom, a player that had some really big moments. I can think of at least 2 occasions where 2 of his double kills were incredibly impactful. He only ended up 7-7. So a real game that was dominated by Leaky Fact. That much is for sure. And Chibisu, of course, on the flip side for KAG, getting his little own contribution in there. But like you say, I felt like they'd done a little bit better than that scoreline indicated. But that's the nature of the game.
That's the nature of the game. But I feel like if you go back and watch that first half, there's a lot of really cool stuff from KAG on those attacks, specifically with how well their positioning was on Jim Betterman's CCTV. I feel like they played a very good game. And I think they can be proud. It's just unfortunate that now they find themselves 0-2 in our elimination game. So while on the other side, Falcons, very boring 1-1. They still have a best of 1 left to play. That isn't really as interesting to talk about. But what is very interesting is Furia versus All Gamers coming up. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Well, thankfully for us, we've seen a little bit of Furia today, but both of these teams, just like our previous ones, taking a bit of a loss in the 0-1 section. All Gamers going down 4-7 to Waybo earlier. In Furia, pretty similar scoreline to Twisted Minds, just 1 round differential on a Fortress game we saw earlier, in which Twisted Minds looked excellent, but Furia just looked a bit off.
Yeah, it's very difficult to put our finger on it. We were just looking at some previous sort of Furia games of them playing Fortress to see if we can like sort of decipher and figure anything out, because we've cast a lot of Furia at this stage. We cast them a lot inside of SAL Kickoff, and there are some like glaring differences, but not enough to really understand just why it was so different, why it was so drastically different. I don't know, maybe Twisted Minds are the best team here because they just pulled out a hell of a comeback over on the A stream only a couple of moments ago. Let's have a look at our veto and see just where we're going to be headed. Spoiler alert, it is going to be Fortress, hence our little bit of a dig back into the past to understand just how Furia have played this map previously and why the change, why the sudden need to try and reinvent the wheel.
And it even just comes down to things that it honestly, I kind of want to draw a parallel maybe to just like the Falcons situation against Wildcard earlier. Now, that's a bit more dramatic because Falcons lose 1-7. But these teams are coming in a bit cold. Furia just coming in, not having played for a month. Obviously, they've scrimmed, but not a lot of game day stuff in super recent history. It could just be a matter of it being your first day and maybe the coordination being a little bit off, not feeling as well practiced. Might just be a bad day. Who knows? But we will get a chance to see them try this map once again. And maybe we'll see either a different look at different attacking strategies, and maybe that's the quote-unquote real Furia, though I don't think that's exactly the best term to use in this case. Or we could see them run those same strategies back, because it's unlikely they're going to revamp their whole Fortress unless they've got things prepped. And then we see those attacking strategies really work out, where the synergy is clear, where the idea is clear as well. Who knows? We'll have to see, but both of these teams, similar to the ones we just had, at risk of going down 0-2 to the elimination. I think, of course, got to address it. I think All Gamers coming in here quite a heavy underdog at the moment. Again, losing to Waybo earlier on Lair 7-4. Coming in, a lot of familiar faces. I will say at least some familiar faces to me, but definitely a tall opponent to go up against whenever Herds is in the lobby.
Yeah, there's usually a bit of a rite of passage, isn't there, about, you know, sort of having a bit of a difficult game against a Brazilian or a South American League team, and that just could be where we find ourselves for All Gamers right now. Best team inside of CNL throughout kickoff. So they come in with the highest accolade that they can do from their own region. But how that stacks up when they get into proper international competition, we've just been left a little bit wanting so far. You referenced that game against Waybo. It wasn't an entire stomp, let's not get me wrong. But again, the quality and the difference is just going to be that little bit different again this time, coming up against some of these veteran players.
It is also a bit funny now that you mention it. Obviously, this connection is not as strong now that the Furia roster is almost entirely different. But I remember the first major I worked, Copenhagen, W7M, before they went on to win everything, were in phase 1. And I think their first game was against like North Eption or something. And I was like, oh, I feel so bad. Like, I feel so bad for all of you guys. And sometimes you just have to go through that. You got to go against a big team right out the gate, though obviously both these teams have at least one best of one under their belt. And we'll see how this new look Furia decide to play on their re-attempt of Fortress. Things, again, weren't all bad earlier. So we did have some good successes on the attacking side, but really just felt like things faded off pretty quickly once we got into the deeper rounds on Fortress against Twisted Minds earlier, who definitely had some good performances. I think Guards in particular over on Twisted Minds has really impressed. Also had a really good showing against Waybo earlier, but he's not playing right now. Instead, it is Furia, and there's a very clear heavy favorite by the audience, it would appear. Very confident that Furia will be able to win, not a rematch, but another try on Fortress. See if they can bounce back from earlier, and of course, all gamers looking for the exact same thing. So have to see if they can do it.
Something a little bit strange for this Furia side is we've spoken about how much experience, how much quality there really is on this roster. You have to scroll a long way down a full list of players in attendance at this major to find them on the list. We often talk about top 10s, top 5s, top 3s. Try 58.
Limited sample size.
Till you get to their first player. All right, limited sample size, but when Spoit's doing really well and he's 20 kills clear of anyone else, we have to reference that, don't we?
But that one is a lot more entertaining to talk about.
Limited sample size.
A lot more entertaining to talk about. Okay?
It's true, but I think this brings into a spotlight just how we've not seen the performance out of this Furia side just yet. Granted, they didn't play inside of play-in, so we're not going to see that depth of games. Somebody like Spoit, guess what? Played inside of play-in, so they've already played more games. They've already had more opportunities to get kills. However, we are expecting players and teams to catch up and catch up pretty quick. Not necessarily in the kills department, but just in general scores like EPS, for example, or entry. There's more opportunity for them to get that. Cost is always a good one as well. You know, so something to keep an eye on, something to bear in mind. Do apologise, unfortunately, we do have a bit of a tech pause just before getting into this one, but I'm sure that we're going to get everything sorted out as soon as possible so that we can get underway with yet another. Oh my goodness, there's a monitor on its side. I think I can't play like that.
And also I've actually heard this before. I think if you're like holding the monitor, that's not good to play on.
No, if someone's trying to hold it still for you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, or if you're like plugging cables into it, I think that's a sign that you can't, that wouldn't work. You can't play that.
Laura maybe just fancies the portrait view.
That'd be so funny if somebody made pro playing portrait.
I mean,
how
he might just be playing for his reels. You never know. He might just be playing so he doesn't have to do the reel chop. So that you can send it on to all the popular
that really
social medias that we've got these days.
That really tickled me. That one was funny. I like that one. Can you imagine? He's like, yeah, I'm trying to see how it looks. Seeing how it looks for the editor.
Just trying to make my editor's job a lot
I
easier.
want to make sure I'm framing it properly. That's really funny, actually. I thought that was very funny. It's always the good moment when this tech pause happens. We do have some things to talk about. Ban phase has happened. Got double shield ban. Double hard breach to now ban. Unfortunately, it doesn't get a whole lot more interesting after that. Though I will say, that being said, Furia are a team that, while they don't have necessarily one consistent shield player, bringing the shield as a general idea, generally pretty consistent.
Yeah. It's in the top sort of realm of 5 operators that you're going to want to try and ban against them, isn't it? You're going to try and ban both shields. We've already seen today what Volps is capable of when he gets a shield in his hand. It can be a little bit of a problem. And he's not the only one on the side of Furia that is willing to pick up a shield. Something that is available, and as long as it's going to be available, it's going to be spoken about. Loira playing on this Snake. Now, this lineup right here, Lynx, is far much more reminiscent of what we are used to seeing Furia bring when they play a Fortress. When they beat Fluxo W7M on it, I'm going to go the whole way because there's no way they're going to 7th pick this. There's no way they're going to click 7 and pick it up. Yeah, but you click 7. That's why I call it the 7th. So there's no way it's going to change because this is a carbon copy of lineups that were played when they played a team like Fluxo W7M inside of SAL kickoff to even get here in the first place. It's very, very different to the lineups that we saw them bring out this morning against Twisted Minds. I'm coping right now.
But you are in the clear. Not a single swap. Literally
because it's the same lineup.
Listen, for all you know, maybe they just defaulted to it. They're like, and actually, we're going to change our mind.
Who was it that we were listening to just play default?
I don't remember who that was.
I can't remember who that was.
Was it an NAL?
No, it was on this. It was on one of these listenings. It was like, no, just play default.
I don't remember. I actually don't remember. That's funny, though. Was it Eden? Might have been Eden. I can't remember.
I think it was Leaky Fat. I don't know.
I don't know. Either way, will be a similar lineup that we saw from Furia inside of SAL. And that, I will say, unfortunately, or fortunately, kind of for us, actually, means that the pace might be a bit more predictable than it was during that game against Twisted Minds earlier, where by this point, like 10 seconds from now, the round was over. And I think that'd be physically impossible given Furia's positioning and the pace that we have so far in round 1 against all gamers. So, gonna be a slower game, I imagine. Not much is obvious at this point. We'll have to deal with some of these roamers eventually, but all gamers as well, quite bunkered in their positions, but also I think in positions where they can retreat pretty quickly. This impact grenade goes out, destroy one Selma charge, and that is about all the action we are going to see for the first minute and a half.
And I don't mind that, because sometimes when the rounds just disappear in front of your eyes, you're sort of left scratching your head and wondering what is going on. The minute we've got Loira just primed and ready, hers is starting to make his way down through Infirmary as well. And there's a little bit of a circle happening right now as they're trying to take a little bit of control over from this east side. Bok, keeping himself out of harm's way. He's going to go for a little bit of a rotate as well. It's really on all gamers at the moment to hold their nerve and to hold their position. And they're doing a good job of it so far, but they have all been really consolidated and really crunched together.
Also, to your point earlier, actually, hold on. Before I start talking about that, as Herds has gone down, Furia might be trying to launch a play for the site, and it seems all gamers are ready for it. And it might be fair, because not only is this the same operator lineup we've seen, Loira was also going a backstab on the opposite side, over towards like the museum side of the map. And, well, that's exactly what Furia were running against Fluxo W7. And not just the operators, but down to the positioning as well. Moonlight's certainly ready for it. 3 kills, he's predicted every single one. Diaz down for the count, 2. Might be a flawless out the gate. And I think that might be the worst loss Furia have suffered in a round of Fortress today.
Which is saying something, because they played it earlier and they weren't great on it then either. All gamers just holding firm, not overcomplicating it at all. Holding a little bit of ground, retreating back to the site, having those power positions, and then Moonlight comes out of nowhere with 4 kills on the round, unable to be stopped. It's so strange, it's so alien to me to see this Furia team struggle like that, particularly against one player. If everyone loses their gunfight, fine, that happens. But for one player to just run an absolute mockery of the entire lineup and then be unable to deal with it, this is a team that has a lot of synergy just built in by default.
And just a lot of star power by default as well. Even if they're not working together, you feel like somebody's got to win that 1v1 eventually, right? Just like playing the odds. Surely we don't get to 3, but we do. Not a single player gets 1 on Furia. Zeros across the board going into round 2. Now that's okay. No, Ali won't like this, but limited sample size. It's only 1, only 3 minutes, and that is not representative of what a team has to offer. That might be the 11th segment of 3 minutes we've seen from Furia today, at least on this map. There's certainly a lot of time to change, as Furia are looking to fall back on old, reliable strategies to switch things up against all gamers. Moonlight, 4 kills total in round 1. And Denari this go around might be lurking a little bit more than he did previously, though still has a Kiba to play behind. Azami in spirit, if not in practice. And Furia will probably do what they did just like they did at the beginning of round 1. Opening up some of these doors, these windows, creating pressure that all gamers has to worry about. Ironic that TS not opening that barricade right as the Warden runs across it while he's looking at it. That's okay. These things happen. Because Furia, just for this first minute, are playing it slow. Using the Flores, getting the utility, but also doing, at least in terms of the spirit of this org, the classic Furia strategy. Trying to find gaps, poking at a lot of different entryways.
A common theme between this All Gamers match and the game they played earlier as well.
How has that happened? How has that happened?
Moonlight started off with a 4K in that match as well. It looks like he's showing no signs of slowing down. He's not involved in the action directly this time, but he's still alive and capable of doing so. Yas gets the kill over onto Diaz, and Loira, he might have all the information at his fingertips, but he's not really going to be able to do too much with it, because in the first half of the round, the rest of his teammate have just fallen by the wayside. The only casualty for All Gamers right now is Macy, and while he might find one as an exit frag, Yas is going to be there to pick up the pieces. A brilliant double swing there just to guarantee that final kill.
Now, Ali, I'm not a Rainbow Six Fortressologist, but that seemed bad as a result. That seemed like that did not go well. And the reason why I say that is not just because it basically was as quick a round as we saw against Twisted Minds earlier, but basically with Furia getting shut down at every point of entry. But it is 2 rounds in a row now in which a series of players who are, again, extremely gifted just cannot win a 1v1 to save their life. I'm not saying it's the only thing going on. I think it's becoming quite clear at this point that playing this spread out against all gamers might not be the winning strategy, as Moonlight didn't get a single kill in that round, and everyone still seemed perfectly capable of winning their duels. But at the same time, the fact that Furia are struggling this much, the fact that they only have 2 kills in 2 rounds, this is not what I thought they'd be struggling with today in what is, now 12 rounds of Fortress?
It's as if the weight of the name is starting to bear heavy on the shoulders, isn't it? Because they are not living up to the expectation that is set by being on this roster. Now, granted, we're aware that it's a new team. You know, it's newly together for kickoff.
New team, but same expectations.
Same expectations, unfortunately, just because of how big the org is and how big some of the names are on this roster. It almost falls into the category of kind of too big to fail. There's an expectation that they are going to attend events. Okay, they're attending an event here, but how much longer will they be in attendance for if these are the rounds that they keep showing us?
And let's not get too ahead of ourselves, to be fair. I think Ali and I also, we casted that Fortress game earlier, and for us this feels like a very natural continuation.
It's like I've never left.
But going down 3-0 to all gamers, and let's praise them, of course, real quick. I mean, I don't think we have a lot to talk about with all gamers just because of how just dominant it's been. It's not even really been a question, it's felt like, in these rounds. All gamers have simply won all their fights, held their positions. Not even played super aggressive as well. Just kind of holding power positions, playing Fortress kind of how it is meant to be played at this point. And they've done the normal stuff, and they've done it well. To a point where Furia have completely lacked a response and are looking to form one in round 3. Volps breaks the glass and brings the one shield that's not been banned, which, to be fair, is the one he demolished Twisted Minds on in the few rounds that Furia won earlier. So they will be a good tool to have. This Scar and the shield will be a welcome for Volps as Furia are struggling to find anything. Boxera also a nice find with these vertical angles. Good stuff in the first half of the round.
With the amount of space that all games are being given, though, they're not too concerned about this. They can just vacate. They can just get their way out of dodge, get themselves out of harm's way, and retake alternate positions. And that's why you see players like Loira and Herds now just locked into these pixel angles, because they know that this is where they're going to have to start to make a play from. Moonlight, interesting decision to let that go open, but it might net him a kill later on. For the first time we see Furia get the opening pick, Volps takes Railgun down. We start to see Volps just get blocked out of the sight a little bit, but playing on the Blackbeard. Every wall is a door if you're a Blackbeard.
He can make his own entry. That is such a confident play by Moonlight. We have to see if that pays off. Might just be a 4v4, but really impressive. Oh no, ends up taking a fight on the window. Loira much too patient for the Vigil, unfortunately. Solo mid down as well. Yaz and Macy now the only 2 left. Creeping up, 1 spotted. 1 kill of 5 now dealt with, but the Blackbeard's getting in on the operation, been pushed back. Yaz, ooh, tries to make it out, but it is just too difficult. Macy with 1, but not the next. Furia marching on into the bottom floor site. A must-needed round, not only just to get one on the board, but in terms of performance, a good victory.
Third choice bomb site goes the way of Furia on the attack here. There's no debate about it. They had to win that tertiary bomb site. They had to lock it down. We're going to see a full round out of the shields. Yeah, we are.
Makes sense.
It does make sense. A lot of that round was built off the back of Volps and the shield. He was able to gain a heck of a lot of space because of that. And the Warden comes in as the response. My worry isn't necessarily about what we've just seen. I think winning downstairs and waiting, I'm not going to say it's expected, but with the amount of space that was afforded to Furia, they were always going to have a slightly easier time of things. And I think there was some brilliant cut-offs played, particularly by Loira. There was recipe for disaster when Moonlight didn't shoot that Selma. And Loira was cognizant enough of the fact that somebody could be there, or they had the info that they were there.
Also, not to be a little annoying, but all gamers were also running Vigil and Jaeger. Like, think of the Fortress lineups we saw earlier. You had like minimum 2 trap operators, absolute minimum.
Yeah.
We had a Jaeger, Vigil, and Tachanka on bottom floor. I'm not even saying that lineup is bad. I'm just saying for what we normally see on Fortress and what was tripping up Furia earlier, we saw basically none of that. So it's also the fact that I think a lot of the utility that was being brought by all gamers, Furia just didn't even need to deal with, because what are ADSs and a Vigil going to do against a Blackbeard who's able to acquire a lot of that control? Now maybe Razor Blooms and F-Knots might make that a different situation. Make it a bit more difficult for the Blackbeard to acquire control. But at the same time, they didn't play the shield up until that point, just to be clear. I'm not blaming all gamers. But what I'm saying is the utility they were bringing seemed like it was meant to counter an attack that Furia were just never ended up playing.
Speaking of the Razor Blooms, I can't believe that we've got to this point, and we're only 3 rounds in. We haven't actually seen Thorn played yet.
I can't believe that in the big 2-6, that is a sentence that you just said, and I agree. I'm like, yeah, why didn't they bring the Thorn? How crazy that Operator has come back into just the general public consciousness and viability, just rapidly shot back, going from basically not being played whatsoever a year ago to being a mainstay to the point where, I agree, why not bring those Razor Blooms? They're kind of like the Gurjmats in that if you end up not throwing one or saving a couple in your pocket, you can wait to see where the attack's pushing from and be like, oh, seems like they're pushing from there. I'll just toss a Razor Bloom over that way. Cover a doorway, cover a window, do something that might end up working out, as we saw yesterday as well. Throw it at a diffuse plant, and maybe you just win the round off the back of it.
Absolutely. It's cracking utility, isn't it? I love it.
It's really quite nice.
We need more traps.
I don't know about that.
More traps, please.
Can we cut off his mic?
No.
Can we get him out of here?
Everybody loves traps.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that.
A lot of people like traps.
Who are those people?
There's some people.
I don't know if that's true. At least I'm not one of them. Maybe all gamers loves traps.
Well, evidently not, because they didn't play any trap operator. They played one trap operator in round 3.
Hey, and to be fair, we saw them play a trap operator or like a couple more for like 2 seconds, and then a player crashed.
Yeah, we have actually got some insight, believe it or not.
True.
We have small levels of insight here.
Got some skin customization going on. Is that? I think that's Box Era. Yes, that's Box Era.
Who are they kitting out? It looks like Valkyrie. It is.
It is Valkyrie. That's a good call. Is. He actually does not play Valkyrie in any strat.
They're kitting Cav out now. No.
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 Dude, that'd be a crazy foreshadowing. Can you imagine?
That's cold.
If we see Cav when they go to the defenses, I might lose my mind. That'd be so funny. Getting back into it, as you can see.
Just popped my best Cav skin on, and I'm ready to go.
Just popped my best Cav skin on. This guy's playing smoke all 6 rounds. This guy is in sight. He's not even seeing another person. That'd be so funny. That'd be so funny. Hopefully, I think if objectively, ignoring the everybody loves like trap operators conversation, I would like to see some more on Fortress specifically, but also if we're going to see Furia running that type of play, which, to be fair, all shields have been banned, so I don't think we necessarily will. Because you now are going to have things like, for example, the Ying might come into play, the Grim might come into play, leading into a completely different style of the attack where you really bring those disruption operators. The traps are still, like, important. They're not as direct counters, necessarily, though. They're more general counters to the overall team. But that is exactly what all gamers will do, as we have 3 trap operators, and the Vulcan Pack's not a trap operator, but given the damage they can bring and how punishing they can be in low time, I feel like there is a broader underlying methodology for all 5 of these operators.
Yeah, it's still a trap, isn't it? It's a time sink. Any trap can be a time sink as well, because it's something that has to be dealt with, and it'll often force things like a Twitch out. And if you look at what Box switched off of to get the Twitch, he's left the Deimos. Now, you've not really got much of a choice. If you've got traps to get rid of, a shock drone is a perfectly viable means of doing that. You get 2 drones, you can drive them around, you can be a little bit sneaky with it. Yes, you're going to have to take that because you need to be able to drone pretty much every inch of the map, or at least wherever you're going to be operating in, to try and make sure that you can clear the way for your team and, of course, yourself as you start to move through. First on the board is going to be a Denari trip, and, well, that's just going to stop him from getting in its entirety, calling for the barricade to actually be opened there just so that it can hop along through and continue to deal with some of these traps.
He'll have a lot to do on his own with just those shock drones. Pretty good operator to bring. Also the benefit of Snake being in the game, you don't feel as much pressure to bring that Deimos as well, or bring the Deimos Dokkaebi pair. Snake can do so much on his own. Also, DS Lucas, I think, good hands for him to be in. He's often a backline player. Highest rated player on Furia going into the tournament as well, though often is. He was the highest rated player when he was on Team Liquid, where they became Team Liquid Alienware. We'll have to see what he finds. This intel he is poking around with on the extremities. Ying lost out the gate by MC. Not ideal. Volp's also now very low HP. Hit by a Gershmont, it seems, in the process. Might be a new look for Furia, but it appears to be the same result as the rounds 1 and 2, or the first attempt on attacking command that we saw at the beginning of this game. Furia struggled there to get effectiveness out of their utility, to gain sufficient map control, to gain any kind of map control whatsoever. It is a bit better here. A lot of the same struggles. DS, thinking about this fight with Yaz. We've seen this a few times with DS today on Border, really focusing on this museum position on both attack and defense. They have the players and the angles to pinch him. Even Volp's now coming up the staircase. Smoke canister goes out, and all gamers are playing this about perfectly.
They really are. Volp's is pretty zoned off right now. Can't really tank any more of that Toxic Babe gas. Yaz is just teasing on the corner. Knows that there's a player just on the other side. Can hear the Soliton scanner go off there. Diaz is actually going to pay the price for it. He might have had the read, but he didn't have the reaction time. Volp's down for the count as well. We mentioned he was a little bit low earlier on. Herds should be able to recover not only Volps, but also the kit and try and make something work with these 45 seconds.
I mean, he's got 45 seconds and one set of Bs to do it, but kind of similar to the Falcons game, things are starting to get real here now for Furia. I mean, that's another just very pitiful beginning of an attacking round. Herds will find Moonlight, sat up on one of those elevated surfaces. With 20 seconds remaining, they might not be able to stall time, but all gamers might have an advantage when it comes to the information. What do Furia know? What do they don't? And are Volps and Herds some of the best individual players able to get these kills? Bailiff around the corner. It's a lengthy pre-fire, but Herds protects his teammate in the process. All 3 kills with the Ash. Will have to now protect Volps as he goes for this defuse plant. Spotting the Ela, but Yaz wins the engagement. He tries to stick it, but the Scorpion gets both. All Gamers now up 3-1. And Furia have still only won 4 rounds on Fortress today.
Volps and Herds played that really well, but they got outplayed.
It's a 2v5 they had to recover. There's only so much they can do. The fact that they got there is impressive.
It is. It really is. I loved the little bit of synergy on the yellow ping to know that there was a player just tucked him around the corner. There's some great bait there. But again, it's a round where the opening pick goes the favor of All Gamers. MC grabbing that opening pick onto Loira. It's a common theme for the rounds that have been lost and won today, is that the opening pick is very decisive. 3k for Herds, but a 3k for Yas, and that's the one that's more important because that's the one that wins the game, or wins the round at least. Tactical timeout now. Strange time to bring it. It's round 5. We're going into round 5 here. So we're going to have a timeout in only a couple of minutes, well, only a couple of rounds' time.
I mean...
Is this because they know that 2 rounds on the attack is the bare minimum?
Well, I think it's that, and also keep in mind how the game against...
Twisted
game
Minds?
against Twisted Minds, thank you. Slipped my mind for some reason. The game against Twisted Minds went earlier. It's not exactly like their defenses were masterful performances.
No.
Now, you had guards going crazy on the blitz. That must be acknowledged. I don't know if we'll necessarily have that variable repeat itself. But when Furia went to the defenses earlier, they only got 1 round, and one of the ones they lost was a flawless against Twisted Minds. The other, Twisted Minds only lost 1 player. Guards only got a 3K in one of those rounds on the attacking side. We're not exactly talking about a side that is excellent for Furia, where they can afford to go down on their attacks. You and I theorized that might be the case.
Yeah.
And based on the statistics, going into the Twisted Minds game, that was borne out in the evidence that seemed to be supported by the numbers. Well, the numbers in today's game tell a very different story. And it's that the attacks haven't been great and the defenses haven't been great. And if both sides are bad in a game of Siege, you're going to lose. And the reason why Ollie and I are being particularly doom and gloom is that, keep in mind, this is Furia we're talking about. A team that was able to overtake Team Liquid Alienware in a region that is hyper-competitive and bring out some great performances inside of the South America League. And now, they are getting pretty well beat by All Gamers on these defenses, who are playing very well, but also very normal. They're not doing anything super special, but they have come to play. They're winning all their fights, Yaz in particular, but yet it's nothing all that crazy.
He's 17-8 on the day.
That's actually just kind of disgusting.
He got 7 kills and 1 death here on Fortress, which is nuts, by the way. But then went 10-7 earlier against Waybo. Now, of course, that was a game that they lost, but we're focused on the here and now, and so far, All Gamers have got a chance to really continue to streak a little bit of a lead here. Whatever the timeout was for Furia needs to be effective, and it needs to be effective quickly. As we've said, they've not been far off winning some of these rounds, but it's been far enough. And it has relied on huge individual performance to even get them close. Loira, you're going to start to try and pressure a little bit as we see players retreat in through bathroom and give up control over inside of command.
I like this.
It's good from All Gamers. They've got a layered defense right now. Pocket reinforcements that they can use. These are areas of the map now that are going to be further fortified. Oh, you've used the tin open over there? Guess what? We're just going to reinforce this wall, and you're going to have to use a whole new one.
Even still got players who could threaten a retake. The Moonlight now falling back. Depending on how focused Furia are on that right side, you might still face some difficulty with the generally threatening a retake in through bathroom, in through the general like atrium side. You got to be careful. You got to be really careful keeping a lid on these defenders, because while they like to play their power positions, you don't know what All Gamers might throw at you. They've clearly surprised all of us by coming out with this 3-1 and also just looking genuinely really good. Just thrashing Furia in so many of these defensive victories. Only a minute remaining. Furia right at the site, making good progress. Ooh, Herds just spotting 1. Tags up MC, but isn't able to do lethal damage as the two Brows continue to freeze Furia out of this round. MC finding a kill on Deloira. Herds down again. Ollie, I think the most shocking thing about this whole game is it just doesn't even feel like these fights are competitive half the time.
Doesn't feel like they're close, does it? MC 5-2 now, 5-3 as Volps eventually puts an end to him. But these Zoto canisters are really taking any of the pace out of this match.
Volps will make his way in and deal with the player who's been launching that canister all the way at the attack. Shumika's fly over. Will it land at Volps' feet? They're actually cut a bit short. Volps will still pop up. Nail Railgun across, but then walks into the smoke and the fire. Diffuser now dropped inside of the site. Utility doing such heavy lifting for all gamers. Furia with the closest they've come to an attacking victory in so long, but Moonlight wins that one, wins both of them. You've got the Scorpion. You are blessed in these past couple rounds, but all gamers have clearly said their blessings because at 4-1 against Furia, I did not have my money on that.
Immediately after a timeout as well, Redux is left scratching his head because what other impact can he have here? We've played the same map as Furia twice today, and it looks like we might be headed to the same result on both occasions. All gamers really standing firm, and an incredibly impressive performance from them there as well. Not only were they able to hold at far, they were able to hold and contest different areas of the map, but then they were able to consolidate, bring themselves back. There was 2 pocket reinforcements that they had for that layered defense. And Furia, instead of rotating and trying catching players as they were digging a little bit further back and going for some more of a backstab, they were happy to just sort of let it happen and still continue for that flat push and give opportunity for all gamers to shine. MC and Yaz with another massive round between them.
Really massive round between them and just a generally good performance from everybody. Railgun might be 1-3, but like he's barely seen anybody over the course of this game. Not making much contact with the opposition. Yaz, Moonlight, and MC have been shouldering that burden very nicely. Even Solomid, 5 assists. I'm not saying that because the assists are super important, but like he's clearly getting into a lot of these engagements and is having some kind of impact. He's seeing a lot of the enemy team.
Absolutely, and even if it's just his utility that's doing the job, you know, whether he's playing on the Goyo or wherever else they are, a lot of you know, sort of Goyo, Tachanka, smoke kind of operators, they're having good impact. So that's where your assists are, tend to be coming from. At least it means that that utility is being used effectively. Last chance here then for Furia in regulation attack to try and get something going. Oh, another round, another opening pick. There he is. Railgun getting in and amongst the action. You'd mentioned he'd not seen many people. He didn't need to see too much of Volts to put him out and send him to the cameras here for round 6.
Lucky number 7 person that Railgun has run into over the course of these 6 rounds. On smoke as well, just taking a peek. He's had enough of getting it with just the utility, with barely having any part of the action. He's taking down the glass as well. An operator that I feel like has been more of a sign of doom than anything this game for the person, or this whole day for the person wielding it. Even in the CAG game, it seems like whoever picked it just barely got any time in the sun. Hard breaching now for Furia, as there's really no chance to trade that back. That opportunity's long gone. Could find some roamers, like maybe MC's kicking about on the Soulless somewhere. Maybe Moonlight is roaming, and MC is, look, finding a drone, being a general nuisance.
I think that's the problem, though. These roamers are loose. There's no accounting for them right now. And Furia are left trying to scramble, trying to pick up some pieces. Ooh. Herds just jumps the gun there, and I think that that's a brilliant example of how tense things are at the moment. Herd's a player we know to have brilliant trigger discipline, just overshooting just a little bit there and giving the game away. MC can now just turn his attention and maybe try and bait out off the back of this phone call. He's at least going to keep the player outside Hammam at bay.
Ooh, and Moonlight, so good. Loira's got the idea. He thinks it's just a 1v1, but clearly didn't anticipate the castle. The team play from all gamers is genuinely excellent. Taking after their namesake, everyone all in on this fight. And how do Furia find a way back into this? Sure, maybe the bees, maybe Hertz can find something. Moonlight's just super shorty DS Lucas out of the round. I don't even know what to say at this point. 35 seconds remaining. They don't have diffuser. They don't have map control. Bach doesn't even have kills. Furia have nothing but one single round that I barely even remember what occurred. It happened so long ago. Bach spots one. He's able to find him, but a quick trade by Yaz, and now Herds all by his lonesome. 15 rounds in. All gamers stun Furia as it is not even close.
We breathe, we stay calm, okay? Like defense is over, it's in the past, okay? Now we focus attack. So just breathe, stay calm for the next 10 seconds.
防守已经过了，我们现在专注于进攻吧。OK。现在复习一下。
Breathe, breathe. Alright, guys. Their mental is clearly choked, okay? Like, their mental is gone, okay? So we need to keep the confidence. Us, we need to stay calm. We need to keep playing like ourselves.
保持跟刚刚一样的打法。
Yeah. Remember, they play castle. They're most likely to fight. We go for front push, okay, or rushes.
看一下对面刚才选择，如果拿 castle 的话，我们就打那个点边战术 ，OK？
If they play like traps or no castle, then most likely they're gonna layer, so we can do our clears with shields.
Se vocês ficarem nessa parada de, tipo, eu tô sentindo que vocês estão, tipo, estressados com o jogo, porque ele é um jogo estressante, mano. E é de boa. Só que, mano, resetou agora, respirou, porque a gente tá no meio do campeonato, mano. A hora que a gente tem pra virar o jogo é agora, mano. Se a gente ficar, tipo, nessa linguagem corporal que a gente tá de fracassado, mano, a gente vai continuar tomando surra, mano.
É, mano, vamos virar,
mano.
É
sem aula de fracassado nessa porra, mano.
Bora,
a gente sabe o que tem que fazer, assuma a responsabilidade, resolve o problema que o round pede, vambora, mano. Round é round, guys. Round é round. Esse cara aqui já virou, mano, final de Invi, mano. Não vai virar contra a porra de Yas, mano. Solo mid, mano. Presta atenção, guys. Clica a tab, vê quem que vocês são, o que vocês podem fazer e joga essa porra direito, mano.
Bora, mano.
Bora, guys.
Bora, guys.
Guys, mais tesão no bagulho, mano. Mais tesão, mais energia, mano. Comunica com, mano, com força,
só calma
com
que
energia,
a gente tá
mano.
muito acelerado. Só calma que a gente tava muito
Não
acelerado.
Não o suficiente, mano. Na hora que tem que acelerar, mano. Vocês estão, tipo, se pulando na cal, mas as cal tudo bunda mole, mano. Eu quero as cal aceleradas quando tem que acelerar, vocês tomando atitude.
Well, there we have it. A lot of that timeout feeling very directed at one player in particular. Herd seemed to be getting the brunt from Redux there. There was a lot of pointing at the screen. There was even some names being called out from the side of all gamers.
I was gonna say.
I heard Yas. I heard solo mid. I don't understand a lot, but I understood that.
I don't know Portuguese. I got the vibe of that comm when you're looking at Herds and you point and you say Yaz in solo mid. Furia's like, you should not be losing to these guys.
That's what it felt like.
Let's be honest. They shouldn't. Like, no disrespect to all gamers. Let's just ignore the first 6 rounds for a second. This should be 5-1 the other way. Just on paper. It's Furia. Name recognition alone. This should be going to them. Whether that's fair, unfair, whatever it is. But then you have a team with Herds on it, with Volps on it, with some of the best fraggers or support players, lurkers, what have you. Some of the best players in Brazil not currently on FaZe Clan or Team Liquid Alien. These are excellent players. Maybe assembled recently, but great nonetheless. And they're losing to Yaz and Moonlight.
The problem is, Yaz and Moonlight are playing a blinder.
Yes, and that's exactly what I was going to say. Because once you actually add the context, once you get past the name recognition, all gamers are playing infinitely better. 5 times better in terms of the score count, but also in terms of the quality. Sure, Yaz and Moonlight are having like good individual performances. I think we can agree that everyone on All Gamers is having a very good individual performance in these gunfights, but All Gamers are doing the simple thing that is often so hard to comment, in which they have a very clear idea and they don't really feel like they need to do anything extra. Railgun pushing up that staircase in round 6 honestly kind of shocked me, because that's the most forward-looking,
that was the moment for you,
the most aggressive that we've seen this team the whole time. Everything else has been, we are going to contest control in the first minute. We're going to fall back, and then we're going to play the site. That is about the most boring you can get for Rainbow Six, and they've won 5 out of the 6 rounds off that strategy.
And we spoke about the Furia timeout, but the All Gamers timeout, again, really interesting. Breathe, relax, be calm.
Whole 30
Let's not get
seconds
ahead
just
of
reset
ourselves.
the mental.
There was a lot of resetting. Obviously, there's a bit of translation that has to happen in there as well, so it's kind of nice to use that time to just chill out. And, you know, it can't be too frantic. It's got to be very prescribed. It has to be very direct. And that felt like exactly what it was. They are looking to try and play quickly. They are looking to try and play off the back of these shields. That much we know from the timeout. And just because they're playing quickly doesn't mean that it has to happen from the minute that the round starts. It can often mean just as soon as the push happens, everybody moves in conjunction with one another. We're slowly starting to see that be set up now. Railgun's moved in. He's placed an exothermic. He's got a little bit of line open. MC is going to be looking to try and hold that. And he has got a line to try and cut at least Herds and Loira off from that side of things.
Ooh, very big play by Loira. Herds also getting in. And great showing right out the gate. Loira in it on Fortress. And it's just Yaz remaining. He was called out in the timeout. Now he's been called up in round 7. 1 versus 4. We'll get 1. Breaking double digits. Now 20 kills on the day. But if Furia on their attacking side felt like they barely even got a foothold in half of those rounds, For this first go by All Gamers, the exact same thing can be said. Minute 10 seconds remaining. Use some secondary utility. Can hunt some players down on these drones. But in all likelihood, with the off angles we have seen Furia take, Yaz will not be long for this world. Yeah, I think he's back. One tap with the revolver to finish off round 7. Seems like Furia are pretty annoyed at how this game has gone, Ali.
They need to be, though, don't they? Because it's not gone very well. And it annoys me when we then see teams pull out an absolute, I'm not going to say masterclass, but just essentially switch on and start winning gunfights, because that's one of the things that hasn't been happening up until this point. We didn't really get to see too much of All Gamers' intention there, as Solo Mid falling quite early on. He was obviously going to be a big pushing power on that Blackbeard. But Furia, on the whole, just able to sort of sit back and pick away at these angles. I would hate for this just to be a game that is decided by a couple of rounds on the attack or defense. It kind of feels like that's what it may be, though. Furia were good for 1 round on the attack. All Gamers need to better that. They need to be good for 2.
Definitely need to be good for 2. Absolutely. Not only in terms of the mathematics, but also based off that performance, based off the expectation they built up. To squander that excellent defensive showing, that would be that'd be unfortunate.
5 seconds left.
Fury would love it. Fury would be the biggest fans of it possible. They're hoping that's exactly what will happen as we move to the next primary site. Ironic, now actually on the side of the map on which all of the action took place in the previous one. Loira looking to continue some of that momentum, takes a quick peek out, but All Gamers ready for it. Fire some shots in turn, force the Azami back into the building. Nobody hot on his heels. There is nobody chasing Loira. All alone inside of the building right now. So All Gamers bringing the Blackbeard again. Didn't work out quite so well last time, but Solo Mid looking at entry from the exact same position. Consider moving in through the old tower, down outside of pool. Now Moonlight creeping down below with a Deathmark tracker as well. This might add a new dimension of things.
It should do, shouldn't it? He's got a great ability to affect from downstairs upwards. As long as he can set himself up a couple of drones and feel the safety, feel like he's got enough of a net around him to be able to make that play, there's not much stopping him being able to feed information across. MC with a nice nade there. It isn't going to, unfortunately, do too much. It will force players out of position, though, and it's going to allow Moonlight to push up aggressively. But I don't think he knows the wall's open right next to him. Box straight out of there. Loira dealing with the player, dropping old. And it's all falling apart. But a big response here from All Gamers this time.
Big response. MC good for 2. Railgun next up. Herd's got to do it all again. 1v3 with the TCSG. I mean, that'll basically send Railgun to the Shadow Realm. Just one shot from that. Cade spotted. There he goes. Getting a bit too quick with this, but Herds. You can see the spray happening. You can see MC painted against the back wall. But no, I think it's a 4K from the striker. Puts All Gamers up 6-2.
Series point right now for All Gamers. I must admit, my heart was in my mouth. I could see that going south.
I could see the 1v3 right in front of me.
Peeking Herds 1 by 1 when he's got the TCSG is not a winning strategy. Fortunately, MC was able to land his shots. The information exchange good as well. They knew exactly where Herds was, but oftentimes that's not even half of the battle. Big round and some good trades. Some big space being found as well. I like the response from Furia. I don't think that they played it too badly. They just got caught in a real big melee.
It basically was the exact same play from the round 7.
Yeah.
All Gamers try to push in the same way. They get countered the same way. Really, if we want to be objective, a lot of heavy lifting by MC. Basically shouldering the weight of that attack.
Yeah, without a shadow of a doubt. 3K on the round for him. It's been a fairly weighty game in terms of multi-kills. Herds has seen his moments in the sun along with Volps. They've got 2 3Ks each. It's been a little bit more spread out, I think, for the side of All Gamers. Moonlight, Yas, and MC all having that big contribution. And I guess, it makes sense. 8 kills, 9 kills, and 10 kills, all respectively between those 3. They are doing a lot of the work here in this matchup.
And a team effort against a team like Furia as well. You could also see in another timeline this being some crazy 20-kill game from one guy on All Gamers and then people rushing onto the internet to try and discredit that victory. But you can't really discredit that when you've got 3 people already about to break 10 kills, and Solomon and Railgun are doing perfectly fine for their roles.
Yeah.
This has just objectively been an excellent game from All Gamers. You can't give them any flack for that. 4 chances 4 chances now to close this out and to send Furia down to the elimination games. We'll need to win a best of 3 just to stay alive inside of Salt Lake City. Solomon taking some controls. This Blackbeard has not been great for All Gamers so far. It's been a bit of a problem. Quickly found on the entry both times, but now he's pushing on the opposite side from the defense rather than directly into 2 different players. He also has a bit more room to breathe rather than pushing down Old Tower and having a wall immediately his back. The map control that All Gamers have established is a bit more spread out. He's got some players that can support him a bit more. I think this will just generally be a better foundation for a broader attacking strategy than the last 2 rounds have been.
There's a bit more room to support them here as well. It's not like when you say dropping down Old Tower and you're just on an island instantly. Yeah. You've got a little bit more of a pre-established network around you at the moment. That being said, we've spoken about it enough to bring it into some bad juju, and Solomon is going to get taken down from above. Some brilliant murder holes here from Herds, as he's got some very select angles he's going to be surgically operating through. It is going to draw attention, especially for players like Moonlight, now knowing that Solomon has been taken out from one of these angs. Doesn't want to get caught out by one himself. He will navigate it successfully, although still gets caught out there through the window as well. So Herds really having the protractor out for this one. He's probably going to find another. Oh, just slips the net. The casing on the hollow.
No.
I mean, I still fancy him to get one because he's got a lot of players operating underneath him. All gamers really need to have gone for the let's clear above us sort of play here, because this is far too much information for one player to have.
You can see any strategy All Gamers had, I think, has fallen by the wayside. Moonlight tiptoeing up to this Aruni gate. Railgun, this guy's in the sight. Blinded by a Candela. Flashbang deep, trying not to blind himself in the process. Face checking these angles. This is going to be a very shoddy round by All Gamers, but all they need is 5 kills, and that might be enough to keep Furia out of the game. Yaz now down, so 2 low HP players remaining, as it is only MC left to do the work. Flawless for Furia. And now that we have a greater sample size, I think we got to be fair. These All Gamers attacks need a little more time in the oven.
They do. They just need a little bit more time to work through, don't they? We didn't see any good problem solving there. So Hertz get away with a kill on the vert. No one really dealt with the vert. Everyone just sort of danced underneath it and took their chances.
And the only reason that second guy didn't die is because the holographic sight blocked him.
Well, Hertz probably plays some weird ratio like 4-3 or 3-2.
That's true,
or
actually.
he's very unlikely to play 16-9. And that even exasperates the problem even further in some cases. Obviously, what we see and what the players see isn't always exactly the same just due to that ratio change. It's sometimes something that slips the net. But yeah, it is one of the main reasons why they stayed alive. But I would have liked to have seen a reaction. You know, oh, this has happened. Let's do something about it. We didn't.
I think it says a lot that they didn't ban the Blackbeard.
They're not bothered.
They were like, Solomon's played it 3 rounds. They're like, we're going to ban the Yang.
I still don't believe it, though. I think you got to respect All Gamers. The 1 round away.
No, I am respecting them. But I think we also have to be fair. Let's look at these attacks that we've seen. First one, all bottlenecked in Old Tower.
Yeah.
They all died.
Yeah.
Basically like a flawless round, it feels like.
Yeah.
Second round.
Yeah.
They're all bottlenecked in Old Tower, but MC gets big, gets some key kills, and they're actually able to convert around after that.
Yep.
Third round. 10 seconds to insertion. What?
Not a lot happened.
They took control that wasn't
bad
being
round.
contested.
Bad round. Third
Bad
chose
round.
bomb site. Bad round. The opening pick has happened every single time for Furia on these defenses. However, what I will say, every round that Furia have won has required a multi-kill. It's required somebody going big. The same can't exactly be said for All Gamers. There are a couple of rounds thrown into this game where somebody hasn't had to get a multi-kill to win the round. Now, yeah, there's some that are. I'll hold my hands up to that one. But I think objectively, All Gamers have a very good chance here at closing things out. Bok, caught out on those mainstays. Already had a Flores drone come down to his feet. All we need to see is All Gamers gather a little bit more information and start to make this happen. They already know where at least one of these players are, and they've got the Deimos to try and do a little bit of the rest. Another Rotero drone going to get sent up. They are desperately trying to flush this player out right now.
Ooh! Using it for the bait as well! Moonlight coming off the back of it. That timing is perfect by the Deimos. Deals with Bogzera. I'm going to be honest, I saw that second Rotero drone hit the floor, and I'm like, what are we doing, guys? But my doubts were quelled immediately. Big play by All Gamers. First time they get the opening pick this half within the first minute as well. An important staircase now controlled by the attacking team. Still need to see, I think, a lot of questions around the shield. What is this Blackbeard going to do? How effective it can be? But with an advantage, with the shield alive, this is the best all gamers have looked this entire half.
They have hit a little bit of a stall here as we approach the halfway point. We've not seen too much happen. Moonlight has been holding on to the same angle for a long time now. Gathers the information, but we need to see this death mark used. He has to try and root out another one of these players. He's got both the Thorn and Cade available to be tracked. Isn't going to go for it.
Didn't end up spotting the Sentry either, so actually can't track Volts as he retreats. Ooh. Spot him on another drone now. Moonlight still got 3. You got to be careful. Saving this utility is great, but using it to find some kind of impact, especially as right now, all gamers super concentrated on the north side.
They're so worried about a flank that is just not going to happen. Furia don't need to move right now. They're not being given sufficient reason. We've not seen anything happen with this Blackbeard, and now Moonlight just throws his life away.
He walks in, no Deathmark tracker even used, blinded by his team's own flashbang. All gamers maintain the advantage though, but Diaz slipping through the graph. Yaz shuts it down. Herds might be quick with the trade, but it's still all gamers in the lead. Nade goes deep. That'll force the K to the tub. Back to the wall. Trying his best to survive inside a bathroom as all gamers have forced them out of the site and forced them into the post. Solo mid, finally, once he gets impact on the shield, will sit, waiting behind the boxes, waiting for Loira to peek, swings around, shuts him down, and again Herds can't do it. All gamers but 5 happy with that result as we have a knockout upset on Fortress.
It doesn't matter how you win the rounds, it just matters that you get them over the line. We were kind of critical of some of the plays that were happening, even in that very last round, but it was enough. Furia mudded here on Fortress for the second time today, and all gamers coming away with a win. We'll be back right after this.
I hope you guys at home have more words than I'm going to have right now because I am still reeling from that All Gamers victory on Fortress. Furia, double 7-3 losses on that map, first off. But second, All Gamers, I mean, I've not been excited for a team just to go 1-1 in the Swiss stage in a while, but probably the craziest upset we've seen.
Stories right now. Yas, MC, Moonlight, you take your pick. All of those three players had huge impact throughout the course of this game. Solo Mid and Railgun, they just weren't left with anything really to do. And somehow Solo Mid still gets an 80% cost.
That's just ridiculous. Like, this guy's having so much impact, and I was giving him a lot of flack on the Blackbeard too, and he's still having an impact in 80% of the rounds. Got to give him credit for that. Almost the highest cost in the game, only because, well, Yaz and MC were still doing so much of the work, as you said. But on the side of Furia, Herds showed up, but it was the struggle bus across the board for Furia, I think. I mean, even Herds obviously doing great, 9 and 7, 60% cost, but that is a team loss for Furia right there. And only 6 rounds on the day, now 0-2 in our elimination bracket. It is rough. It is putting it mildly.
It really is. I mean, they couldn't buy a kill in some rounds.
No.
And it was so frustrating because we know Furia to be a capable team. We've seen them play Fortress. If you play a map twice in one day, there better be a good reason for it.
You would think.
We've seen a couple of teams play the same map twice today. It makes sense. You've got to prep one map instead of worrying about what else you're going to do.
And at the same time, as we talked about, they were playing differently in that first game against Twisted Minds. We're like, okay, look at these attacks. They're back to their normal strategies against Fluxo W7M. It's going to be good. It wasn't. It wasn't good, was it? No. No, it wasn't, unfortunately. We do have the bracket coming up, though. It's on the A stream, which is also wrapped up. Wildcard with a clean 7-2 over Los. Absolute stunner today. 14-3 record for Wildcard, I believe, going into the 2-0 stage. And that is our bracket. As you can see, just a lot of, a lot of movement that we're going to be seeing in these next couple days, as that is at least not completely done with the best of ones, but most of them done, Nolly. And that means we're back in that stage, unfortunately. Tomorrow, we got to promote some teams.
We do.
And also have to send some home.
Yeah, I mean, that's the nature of Swiss, right? You know, we've got to get through these games, and we have to decide who is going to be advancing through to the live stage next weekend.
What? That's all for us. Ollie and I done. We'll see you back tomorrow for the Salt Lake City Major. Please, please tune in, because if you thought that was exciting, we got a whole lot more when we get to the best of threes tomorrow. See you then.